politically serious people or from like comedians. You know what I mean? So they were always kind of in a mocking tone. So I literally never realized that I had no idea what a Republican was, what those beliefs were, what a conservative was. I had no idea any of that. And then after learning that, it's like, wait a minute, what's a liberal?
Yeah.
Why? I know that I like gays, I like Chinese, I like all of that. I don't like it when they push it up on me. I don't like it when they're really obnoxious about it. That's what I usually refer to as an FAG. But
Mm-hmm.
that's just me. But that's just me. I want them to be happy and I want them to have all the opportunity that I have. And more importantly, I'm lazy. So if there's an opportunity that I don't take up, I want them to have it because they're a better worker or because they deserve it.
Right.
But it got me thinking, wait a minute, why is that normal? Why do we have like why do we have the whole nuclear family idea? You know what I mean? It got me
Mm-hmm.
thinking about a whole bunch of things and why we have a why why we take certain attitudes for granted. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like whether it's why do we engage in free why is free speech necessary to why is uh why is preventing people from saying what they should say a big deal? You know what I mean?
Well, no one should be,
So
regardless of what your background is, no political party or ideology should be, you know, guaranteed your vote. The same is true of like if you're an inner city
exactly.
black person that just thinks, oh, I have to vote Democrat. That's not true. The same's true of the opposite. If you're some rural white guy that's like, well, I just have to vote Republican. That's not true. Everyone should earn your vote. Right. And so the idea
Hmm.
that, like, you know, certainly there's nothing wrong. Like, and you're anyone who says otherwise is just full of it. We're all tribal. We all are to some
Yeah,
degree. We
yeah.
all have affinities for groups. Sometimes our life experiences leads us to focusing on groups based on things like skin color. Sometimes it might literally be
Hmm.
geographic location. Like, why are you a Yankees fan? Why are you a
Can I say
Steelers fan?
this just real quick? Just real quick. I feel like if you have an issue with somebody, it's not because of that. Like say that you have like racial issues, right? I think that's a I hate to say it, but if you have like a racial issue, fine. Keep that idea to your I'd say keep it to yourself, but at the same time, if I can have a normal conversation with you, I'm totally down. Like shit, go ahead and have your opinions and I'll listen and maybe I can like maybe I can convince you that it's not a big deal. The issue comes in like let's say you try to like hurt somebody because of that. In that case, like say you murder somebody, like you're not like a racist anymore. You're just a murderer, and you use racism as like an excuse. Now I can kind of now I think everybody can understand the concept that we have thing that we think ideas or thing that we're born to prefer, but at the same time we can also learn to adapt and acquire
Well,
things and
right,
acquire new ideas and knowledge after a while. So
right.
like as far as I'm concerned, if you try to hurt somebody because of something that you don't like, you know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily make you a racist, it just makes you an asshole and a problem,
Well,
from being
here's the
honest.
thing. Like, here's the easiest way I could say. I care about my family more than any other family. I care about
Yes.
the issues affecting my family. That doesn't mean I hate your family. It doesn't mean that I
Exactly.
hate my neighbor's family. Of course not. But the priorities, the group that I'm seeking to advocate for is my family. And you can extend that out to various other groups. People say
Hmm.
all the time, like, well, it's ridiculous that there are men's groups or there are people focused on black issues or white issues or gay issues. I don't think so. My issue that I choose to focus on primarily is rural America. So for me, my tribe that I'm focusing on issues that deal with them are
Yes.
people, it doesn't have to do with skin color, it doesn't have to do with religion, it doesn't have to do with sexual orientation. But I would be a hypocrite to condemn other groups that are just like, well, my group that I'm looking at happens to be black people, happens to be gay people, happens to be the elderly, whatever your group is. I would be a hypocrite. And it would just be false anyways to say that like you don't understand why people lump together like that tribally. Of course, that doesn't mean I hate people that aren't in rural America or I treat them with
Yes.
disdain. I'm just saying that this is a group that I see significant problems in this community that I think we should address, and I hope to be a voice to help address those. And so that's where I spend a lot of my time talking. So I will have to let you go here. I have a guest coming, but
Oh
I'm
yeah, go
glad you
ahead.
called in because I think like the central point of what I want to say is to anyone that's out there and feels like not just if you're black, but if you feel that there's been this message that's been sort of put through our cultural ether of the evils of Donald Trump, the evils of Republicans, or anything like that, I encourage you to really step back for a second and think. What is an election of Donald Trump really representing? I would argue that it's not just Trump, that the most important thing is that there is a potential outsider with a coalition of disparate voices that are all made up of being potential outsiders that are trying to pierce through this veil of people with actual power, unelected officials, that have sort of gained that power and horned it in for themselves for years. And they can talk,
Exactly. That's
they
another
can,
reason I'm voting for him too, because of that. Because I want to break that, and I want to prove that my vote counts.
yeah,
I wanted to say this to that one gentleman who texted in your chat and said that he didn't think his vote matters. I find that as bullshit, simply because I know this sounds weird, and maybe I'm like extrapolating this, or like, inflating this issue. But like, if I have a termite in my house, that little thing matters. If I see a cockroach, running around, I don't want to kill it, but at the same time, I know what that thing might be able to do, especially to my wall. So that little thing matters. You know what I mean?
yeah.
If I get stung by like a single wasp, you know what I mean? That little thing matters. Little bitty things matter, and no matter how small put your you try to put yourself in, you try to make yourself, you matter. You matter to your friends. You matter to your family. If you told a story to somebody sincerely, you might actually be able to influence them and change their vote. Yes, you matter. So I understand why somebody might feel because their vote doesn't matter, because they're in a strong blue state and that they're basically just pissing against the wind. Sorry to be explicit,
No.
but I mean it matters. But I mean it matters to everybody else that you do try and stand up, because every little bit counts. The fact that you stood up and were willing to try and represent yourself and willing to get a different opinion, you don't need to tell anybody, especially nowadays, because politics is so annoying, and just how people will get in your face about it. So that's why I think people should be really grateful that we are willing to talk to each other about these difficult issues, and do your best not to get mad. You know what I mean? Do your best to try and understand people, especially when they say really, really, really weird stuff. Because sometimes we only have like so many like words and so many ways to put things together. So sometimes something sounds as bad as it is, but other times it doesn't.
Yeah.
So just know to everybody, if are listening, yes, you matter. Even if I don't know your name, even if I don't know your face, yes, you matter. Just being there, you know what I mean? Like the whole difference between like 99, 100 is one. You know what I mean?
Yep.
One is like such a big number, like I can't even express it. So, but thank you very much, Rob. I really appreciate you. Thank you to your fans, to everybody who agrees with you, to everybody who disagrees with you, and thank God for really everybody. You know what I mean? Because like it's because you guys exist that I can determine, hey, I like this, hey, I don't like that, hey, like this is hurting that person, so you should stop. Hey, like this might be a good idea. You know what I mean? Just thank you, man. I really
Thank
appreciate
you.
you.
I appreciate the kind words, and thanks for calling in. You have a good one, and I hope you do get out there with ease and are able to vote through the ticket today. So thank you, or Tuesdays. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, man. All right. Good call. Yeah. Glad to have taken that. But yeah, I mean, it's on a point that I think is important, right? Like Cameron asked there above, says, what if I hate Trump, but I hate a potential Kamala presidency even more? What's the moral obligation to vote orange? Well, I don't like to look at it in terms of moral obligation, if I'm quite honest. I try not to raise issues of a moral panic. Let's talk about what a Kamala Harris presidency would really look like. I don't think that it's the end of the world in the way so many people put it. I don't think it's going to be this Mad Max situation 4 years from now where, there's been some apocalypse. I mean, certainly anything's possible with World War III or anything like that, but I don't anticipate that likely to be the case. What I think you'll see is a further slide to institutional tyranny that'll go little by little. And I think that starts with really assaults on the First Amendment. Now, this isn't the fake assault on First Amendment when you hear people like Trump saying, listen, why is it that these legacy media places, the network news, have special licenses that give them special privileges because they're supposed to be a public utility, but they merely act as a mouthpiece and propagandist for one side of the issue? That's different. No one's suggesting CBS shouldn't be allowed to have political content. The suggestion is if they're going to operate under a license that requires them to sort of be in the public interest, but they're only being propagandists for one side of the ledger, such as NPR, then why should they be given special privileges from U.S. tax dollars or from the U.S. taxpayer in itself? And I think that that's a legitimate question. This is different than the Democrats. The Democrats are offering up sort of an attack on, quote, disinformation, which they'll use to censor people like me on channels like this. Robert Whaley, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Super chat for $50. Incredibly generous, man. Thank you so much. It means a lot. So to me, what's likely to happen is they will tighten their grip over the control of information. And then once that occurs, they'll go after people like Elon Musk that has a platform that allows disparate political views to be held. And then it'll go back to a time that's very similar to what we saw before you had the internet and social media, where you can bottleneck the flow of information and only have information get out there that's sort of beneficial to the establishment. And from there, what I see is you'll continue to see the wealth of working class Americans that will be siphoned, because it is my belief that the goal of these people is to usher in a globalist agenda. And the best way that they could seek that globalist agenda is sort of to erode national boundaries. And the biggest impediment to that is sort of the working and middle class in countries like the United States. And so they want to erase national identity. They want to erase borders. They want to have a world of neo-feudalism where you have the haves and the have-nots. And if you're a have-not, they'll give you bread, they'll give you circuses, as long as you agree with them. And that is total control. I'm not saying that it's going to be abject slavery. I'm not saying that this is going to occur overnight. But that is the slow, steady march that we're heading towards. That it'll be more of the haves and have-nots, and the American dream as we traditionally know it, where people could work themselves up into the middle class and then work up from there, will become more and more of a relic of the past. And I think that that's what's represented. Your voice will mean less and less as the control of information will tighten, and will continue to get pro-establishment people, and eventually they understand you need a Coke to your Pepsi. And so the way they deal with that is they'll just control the opposition as well. We'll go back to the days of Mitt Romney versus Clinton. It'll be those sorts of elections again where they basically have people that's favorable with this globalist agenda on both sides of the aisle. We stand at a unique time in history where a lot of things have occurred simultaneously. We have billionaires, and I'm sorry it had to be this way. You're not going to be able to get the attention to be able to pierce through this if you're just some regular guy like me. Because I would be reliant on people financing me that would want favors, or getting access to people which would require huge sums of money, which I can't get. But an independent billionaire would be able to do that. And that's what we got with Trump, and that's what you see with people like Elon Musk. In many ways, Elon Musk is a bigger threat to them, because Musk represents the stopping them having total control over the flow of information on social media. And they can't tolerate that. How close do you think this election would be if X never became X and we still had Twitter? Think of the stories that would have been suppressed. Yet because we have, and it's not perfect, and Elon Musk isn't some savior, some, person that we all need to bow down to. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But the mere fact that he sort of offers up this platform as something they didn't expect puts us at a unique time in history. We may never have a chance like this again. And so I implore you, it's not a moral imperative. Think of it this way. Presidents come and go. Individual politicians come and go. But these institutions that are unelected bureaucracy and the way that Washington works, and you can see it now in real time more than ever before. Do you really think Joe Biden's making decisions right now? No. It's unelected bureaucrats behind the scenes. And the same would be true of a Kamala Harris campaign. You could see it plain as day. If you ever want a chance to have a voice and hold people politically accountable, then now is a key time to ensure that you're voting not for Donald Trump, but for the ticket that Donald Trump is involved in, of disparate people with different ideologies that all share a common goal of being people that are considered outside the current establishment. That's what this represents. Is it a moral imperative? I don't speak in language like that. I would say that it is a unique time where we can make a unique difference. Things aren't going to get perfect. It's not like you're going to vote for Trump and all of a sudden everybody's going to be driving around in new Cadillacs. That's not what I'm suggesting. But it's a step in the right direction. You may hate Trump. Look, Trump most likely cheated on his wife. I don't respect that. There are things about Trump that I'm not the biggest fan of. But I'm not voting for someone based on their moral character solely. I think you need to have some level of moral character. I think someone like Kamala Harris that blatantly lied to us about Joe Biden's cognitive decline and is willing to flip-flop positions on a moment's notice and is willing to spread hoaxes such as the Liz Cheney hoax, the Fine People hoax, the Bloodbath hoax, is someone of weak moral character. But the most important thing is the representation of what these sort of campaigns illustrate. And I think that I'm more worried about this blob, this swamp, whatever you want to call it, that will exist long after I'm dead, long after Donald Trump's dead, long after Kamala Harris is come and gone. This swamp will exist. This blob will exist. And now we set at a unique time where maybe, just maybe, we have a chance to pierce through that a little. And maybe that means that Trump gets in and you're not a fan of Trump personally, but it could result in an RFK presidency later. Could result in a Bernie Sanders or a Jill Stein if you're on the left. Could result in a Rand Paul or a Thomas Massie if you're someone on the right. But the chances of those people that could be potential outsiders with left-wing or right-wing views of ever getting into an actual position of power are almost none if we don't change how our system operates with these unelected bureaucrats that are really running the show. Super chat I missed. I saw it up there. Where are you, super chat? Oh. Brock Van Wagner, thanks so much, super chat, $5. Do you think a Kamala Harris presidency would unite the right better than a Trump presidency? No. A Kamala presidency, there'll be a fracture. You'll have the Trump-type MAGA people, and then you'll have the sort of traditional neocon Mitt Romney people, because the Mitt Romney people's argument's going to be, they're going to coalesce around someone like Nikki Haley, and their argument's going to be, see, MAGA's a failure, look, we lose again, see, we need to get back to the old way of the Republican Party, and that'll be half the party. Half the party will be like, no, we're not going to accept this, we're going to go with whoever Trump's heir apparent would be, whether that be, J.D. Vance, Don Jr., etc., Vivek. So no, I don't think that would unite the right. What's up, Drone Tech? I saw you on there. Hopefully you'll be able to call in later. I would offer you to come on now. You could if you want to talk for just 15, 20 minutes, but I do have a guest coming up at 8 o'clock. Oh, there he is. He's in the... we'll bring him on if he's here now. Drone Tech, man, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So I do have a guest coming up at 8, but always a pleasure to talk to you, and you can certainly call back in later tonight. If I could introduce you, if you don't mind. So this is my friend Drone Tech Politics. Drone Tech, I tell this story all the time when Drone Tech comes on. Many moons ago, I started a YouTube channel in 2018 or 2019 that was just doing non-live videos, just regular videos, me in front of a camera talking. And I was on this website Above Top Secret, and I mentioned on there that I was going to try live streaming. So I'm trying to live stream, and I'm fumbling through and don't know how to do anything. And I have one viewer, and that is Drone Tech, whose videos I'd seen on YouTube, who was a far bigger streamer, still is, than me. Far bigger, and here he is talking, taking time out of his day, literally the only viewer on my first live stream ever, like, hey man, here's how you do this, here's how you want to set that up, here's how you go about this, and I will forever be in your debt for that. I will always remember that. You stood nothing to gain, just some shot in the dark helping some guy that you're literally the only viewer, and I think that shows so much of your character, and I'll always be appreciative of that. So always a pleasure to talk to you, and I'm glad you could join me today.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. It's I mean, you're a way bigger streamer than me, and I was listening to you there for a little bit. I could tell right away that you were somebody important who was going to be, and that's why I took the time. And clearly, it was worth it because you've done amazing work, and you're doing it again here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will say now, who's a bigger streamer is sort of, it's debatable. I think I focus on live stuff, so I do okay live, but I can't get more than like 600 people to watch a regular video of mine. Your channel at one point, like circa 2016, you were taking off like gangbusters. And of course, because of the throttling after the election of Trump, they demonetized you, they community strike you. And it sucks because I think your channel has one of the best contents when it comes to a whole package, your ability to edit, your ability to have humor, the central focus on a central theme that you hit through every video, which is sort of the bias and corruption in our mainstream media. I think it's absolutely phenomenal, and had they not intentionally throttled you, I think your channel would have went through the moon. But of course, they can't compete in a free marketplace, so they had to use institutional power to sort of censor you.
Well, either way, I'm keeping at it, and it's been ups and downs. I'm in the middle of an up right now, so I'm going to keep doing it no matter what they're doing on the back end. But I did want to kind of talk a little bit, and I'm on a different mic. I don't know if you can tell; it doesn't sound as good. But you were talking there about what's going to happen if Kamala gets in there, just on an institutional level. What kind of a going backwards that will be, and I think that's something I just want to talk about real quick. Right now, if you're worried about an authoritarian America, you really, all the negatives that Trump has, and you've been talking about that, there's a lot of bad stuff about Trump. He says some crazy things, although you could look at that as a positive because he doesn't have this fake veneer, that you see with a lot of the, Romney types or Harris. And what you have when you have someone like Harris in the office is really no guardrails, because that person is just going to do whatever the state wants them to do, and the media is gonna back them up and is gonna propagandize on their behalf. And it's really anybody who is gonna stand in the way of that agenda that those institutions are gonna align against. And so if you're worried about an authoritarian or a dictator or somebody who's sort of above the guardrails and above the law, you're going to get that with somebody like Kamala Harris, not so much with Trump. Trump, even if he wanted to be an authoritarian dictator, has no way of doing it because all those institutions are literally working against him all the time.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I couldn't agree more. Vita for $2 says, found Rob through Drone Tech, forever thankful. Thank you so much, Vita. Yeah, I know a lot of my original viewers came through Drone Tech's channel, and I too am forever grateful. So thank you for that, Drone Tech. How about this? It's someone who focuses so heavily on the media. And you've literally have probably thousands of hours of videos out there and probably 10 times that amount of work you've put into research, editing, etc. Is this the worst cycle you've ever seen? Like the blatant lies, like this Liz Cheney lie? Even for you, who's been talking about this going on a decade, like, are you still surprised at how low they're willing to go and blatant they're willing to lie?
I mean, I am surprised, even though I shouldn't be, because it's really the same thing over and over and over again. And what I feel like you're seeing more is just sort of they don't really care anymore how crazy it is, whatever they're saying, because anything goes. When you truly believe that democracy is on the line and it's literally Hitler, then you can justify doing anything, really, right? And so insane lies don't really matter. I mean, that's fine. You can do that. And they don't care if it results in violence against the right or whatever. They'll just pretend like it never happened. And that's, again, the danger you get with someone like Harris, because the institutions will give validity to the lies. Whereas when Trump lies and exaggerates, they're all over that, like flies on crap. And so you're not so much when it comes to the other side. And so, yeah, I think it's way worse now because the fear mongering and the lies that they use to justify what they're doing, it's more, well, it's given more validity now than it ever has been. It's like it doesn't even matter anymore that they're in the tank, obviously, for Kamala Harris and the Democrats because they're saving democracy. So it's okay.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Like, if Trump does anything untoward or unethical, you'll have 30 whistleblowers lined up. The media will treat them like superheroes. You won't even be allowed to say the whistleblower's name, like Eric Charamella. Remember that guy? We couldn't even say his name. It could get you removed from certain social media because it was such a threat to this noble whistleblower. If Kamala wins, you know what happened to whistleblowers? The same thing that's happened to Shapley and Ziegler, the two IRS whistleblowers. The same thing that happened to the FBI whistleblowers. And so you're absolutely right to say that. Even if you think, I think arguably these two people are equally corrupt, the guardrails are insane against Donald Trump. Literally, generals are willing to lie to him, to the President of the United States, so that they can continue to enact the policies they want. Whistleblowers will come out of the woodwork. The media will cover. He can't feed koi fish without the media covering that he did it in an unethical manner. When it comes to Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, all you need to know is that every one of those institutions were willing to lie to you about Joe Biden's obvious mental decline for 4 years. So if you think that they're not willing to have corrupt things occur, that they're not willing to lie right to your face, you have another thing coming. And I think that's one of the best points that I can make to people that are on the fence. It's like, look, if you're really worried about threats to democracy and threats to, people going outside the bounds of the Constitution, there's only one side that could potentially get away with it.
Right. I don't know if you saw Bill Maher last night, but Jamie Raskin was on there, and they're Maher actually kind of asked him, if you guys lose, are you going to concede? Which was kind of interesting because you never hear a Democrat ask that. And he goes on to say, oh, yeah, sure. Oh, well, unless they're trying to steal it, and then gives all these justifications for why they might deny the election results, which is how it always goes. And then hilariously, Bill Maher's like, oh, yes, because, Democrats have never not conceded the election results. And it's like, shut up, because they do it every time. And we all know, right? We all know if they lose, if it's big enough that they can't, do some, shenanigans in the background, they'll still fight it tooth and nail, and they will spend the next 4 years resisting, blaming Russian interference, blaming whatever they can find, and suddenly election interference will be okay again.
Yeah, and I knew
denial. Sorry.
I mentioned that Raskin story earlier, and I knew you would pick up on that. I knew that's the exact type of thing you would catch, because the answer that the question is garbage that they ask Trump all the time. They say, "Will you accept the results of the election?" Well, the answer to that in any given election is always going to be like, "Well, I guess if it's fair." Like, for example, why accept the results of my local, I'm a member of the, Eagles Club. Why accept the results of who wins the president of my local Eagles Club? Well, yeah, I guess if it's fair. But if it's blatantly cheating, then I'm going to be like, well, no, I'm going to challenge this. I don't accept the result. That's true of any election for any office anywhere, right? But the way they throw it in Trump's face is any answer other than, yes, absolutely, I won't question anything, is evidence that he's going to, grab the steering wheel of the limo again and take it back to lead the charge for people charging.
Right.
Like, it's such horseshit. And then meanwhile, intuitively, Democrats know that it's a bullshit question, because as soon as someone finally has the nerve to ask someone like Jamie Raskin, who has all but promised that if Trump wins, they're going to file court cases that say that he's not legitimate, that he couldn't have been on the ballot anyways. When they finally, isn't it funny? It's always someone like Bill Maher or The View that ask these questions, because it's like they're not smart enough to I don't want to say smart enough. They're so casual that they feel like the questions they're asking, it's like friends between each other. You won't hear 60 Minutes ask. The best question that's been asked this whole election cycle is the most blatantly obvious. Kamala Harris, who's running from all of these serious press interviews, goes on The View, and finally someone asks, by the way, you're running as the candidate of change. What would you have done different than Biden? And she has no answer. She's like, oh, I can't think of anything.
Right. I know. It's such yeah.
You've spent $50 million arguing you're the candidate of change, and you literally don't have an answer to the most basic question. The same is true here. Jamie Raskin, as soon as he made that statement, where was the media that gnashed their teeth about Trump not accepting results, going, whoa, wait a minute. So it falls on comedian Bill Maher, who asked this question not as a got you, but because he's on the same side as Raskin. And Raskin gives the game away. Well, we're not going to accept the results if we think it was unfair. No shit. That is the correct answer. That's the same answer that Trump's basically giving. And yet, for one, you say it's a threat to democracy, and the other, the Democrats say, well, of course, we expect Trump will cheat.
Right, and therein lies the danger in all of this, because they're never held accountable or ever held to their standards. And if she wins, it's just going to almost solidify that. And Raskin even went off about how they're going to go after the Electoral College and how bad the Electoral College is. It's like, that's just one of the few guardrails remaining. If they get that, I mean, you're pretty much done, because they'll get the filibuster will be next, and then they'll stack the courts, and then you pretty much.
Puerto Rican statehood, D.C. statehood,
right?
And the filibuster. Right. They want to stack the Supreme Court. All the things we used to be told were norms. They want to get rid of the Electoral College. They're going to use lawfare, even if Trump wins, to say that he wasn't allowed to be on the ballot, even though the court already rolled a 9-0 when Colorado tried to do that. But they claim to be the party of democracy, and it's just
right. And he. Right, and I'm sorry, and he was making the case that the Republicans are the fascists, right? and he made the point that the violence, that they use political violence. And I don't know if you caught this, but he was like, oh, and he's like, look at how Nancy Pelosi's brother probably has something to say about that. And it was like, that's such a weird thing to point to, because one, the guy who went after him, he was just a nut. It had nothing to do with politics, as far as I know. And why would you not mention that your main opponent has been shot at or 2 attempts on him, 2 Trump supporters severely injured after being shot, and 1 dead.
Well, I mean,
it's
you even look now, I think we're in a better position than we were in 2020, with at least we have X, and at least there's been enough cultural pushback on places like YouTube. It's not as blatant, these social media places. And even still in this environment, look what occurred. You saw this assassination attempt of Trump, and it's basically out of the news cycle in 2 weeks. Had it been Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, literally it would still be the biggest story in the country right now. And they did the
years
same
to
thing.
come.
They did the same thing when Steve Scalise got shot at a Republican ball field. They just, their ability to control a narrative is so impressive, even for people like me and you that see it coming a mile away. When I go on a panel and I'm talking, I'm always allowing the left to set the narrative. It's always being set by people that are pro-establishment at the top. I'm not saying that the people on the panels that I'm doing are in contact with people at the DNC, but what I'm saying is culturally, that's so pervasive that the New York Times sets the agenda, and academia sets the agenda, and CNN and CNBC or MSNBC and all these places set the talking points that then we respond to that. We say, this is shit, here's why. But we're still talking about what they want. Conversely, Trump gets shot, Steve Scalise gets shot within a week or so. What are we talking about? Vibes,
Right.
joy. JD Vance is weird, and we're falling for the same trap. That's how powerful control of the narrative is. And I think, and you tell me what you think, seeing as how brazen the media is becoming now, if we get the guardrails coming off even more, where there's Kamala wins and there's more attacks on the First Amendment, I have no idea what the limit to their bullshit will be in controlling the narrative.
There is none. I mean, it'll go until they feel they have got enough power and control to save the planet and do, because they clearly think that they have some sort of divine backing or something like that. They're I don't know the word, but like divine justification for everything it's like when they talk about good trouble. It seems all the trouble they do is good. And yeah, it's like if there's no remaining guardrails, what you're looking at is a one-party state where essentially, and people roll their eyes, but what we're looking at is the criminalization of opposition to the left. And that's why you see, I talked a lot on Twitter today about how you always see them, if it's Republican opposition to Democrats, they call that an attack. Like Trump attacked Kamala Harris's stance on this, but it's never framed that way the other direction. And they always talk about, opposition to their policies being hate. And I think the idea here is to eventually say you cannot oppose this policy because that is hate. It directly affects these people. And so now it's criminalized. And I think if there's no roadblocks or institutions to stop that, and they're actually giving that position validity, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, and it's like they work themselves backward. And you're absolutely right. Whatever term you want to use to describe it, they feel that they are morally superior. Like, and it's the old cliche, Republicans think Democrats are stupid, Democrats think Republicans are evil. And that's true, it bears out in all sorts of research. If you feel that you are morally superior and the people that disagree with you aren't just wrong, but they are immoral, they are bad people, then you're willing to justify anything because the highest virtue is stopping evil, it's stopping badness. And so You're willing to say, well, sometimes violence may be necessary. Sometimes censorship is necessary. Sometimes lawfare is necessary. Sometimes lying is necessary. Whatever it means to stop those evil people from obtaining power. And you can see this play out even in real people. Now, the average Democrat, they're not going to go out and punch you or use violence against you. Certainly on the fringes, there are those people. But look at how it plays out just like in more insidious, less obvious ways. When it came to Tony Hinchcliffe, this comedian at the Madison Square Garden that made this joke about Puerto Rico, when it got right down to it, when you ask people, why does that speak to Donald Trump and the Republicans? The answer that I was given is, well, because they are racist. And so we know when Hinchcliffe made that joke that represents what they believe. And I'm like, okay, but AOC's leading the charge on this. She admitted in her post on X, hey, I've actually gone and seen Tony Hinchcliffe several times. Now, for anyone that knows the Kill Tony show, that dude is making racist jokes, misogynistic jokes, anti-LGBT jokes on every single show. And so AOC went once, liked what she saw, and paid to go again. So does that mean that she thought Tony Hinchcliffe was a racist when he was making those jokes at the time, but she still chose to give him money? No, of course not. She understood they were jokes. But she starts with the assumption of all of these people are racist, and then everything justifies that conclusion. And that's how you could get, like, the most obvious example I could give is the phrase, "Make America Great Again," is racist. And you're like, yeah, but that was one of the slogans that Bill Clinton used in 1996. Yeah, but that wasn't racist when Bill Clinton said it. Oh, why not? Well, because Bill Clinton's not a racist, but Donald Trump is.
Yep.
So they start with the conclusion that something is evil or racist, and then they say whatever you say is proof of that. But if they say the same thing, it's not proof of their evil or racistness because they're not evil or racist. And that's not, you might say, well, where do you draw the line between that and like someone using physical violence against you? I'm saying that most people aren't going to go to that step to use physical violence, but you can see how that double standard is pervasive even amongst just average people that identify with a side that thinks they're morally superior.
Yeah, it's almost like a religious fanaticism. It reminds me of that.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I mean, one of my favorite videos was it Dick Masterson's crew, Vito or whatever, when, you remember, I don't know if you remember this story, I bet you covered this. Remember when Dave Chappelle had that special on Netflix and the trans community was flipping out? And so, like, outside Netflix studios or whatever, a bunch of employees decided they were going to have a protest. And I think this Vito guy who's a comedian shows up, and he's basically just holding a sign on a broomstick that says, like, comedy is funny, leave comedy alone. And there's this clip that resonated so much with me, I don't know if you saw it, where they break his sign, and now it looks like he's just holding a stick. So they physically grab his possession, break the sign off it so it just looks like a stick, and then start screaming, "He's got a weapon!" to the law enforcement. And the comedian guy's like, "Why are you doing this?" And this, I think it's a woman, just looks at him and goes, "Because you're awful." And that sums it up. That, to me, it's just like, that right there, that little microcosm of moment, that sums up so much of the divide in this country. There is one side that is literally willing to attack you, damage your property, then the very law enforcement that they claim to hate immediately go to, lie and say that you have a weapon, and when you ask, "Why are you doing this to me?" they say, "Because you're fucking shit. Because you're less than me and I'm allowed. That's why I'm doing it." And that's it. It's really that simple for so many of these people. They literally think that they do think that you're garbage. They do think that you're a terrible person. Not everyone, not the average Democrat, but the most vocal of the people. And that is poisoned our sort of discourse. And so what do? They accuse you of exactly what they're doing. You're stoking division. You covered this shit. You remember covering the Berkeley protest back in like 2016? How does it feel for you, who's been looking at this shit for so long, and they're sitting there telling you with a straight face, "Actually, it was you guys and Donald Trump that caused division"?
I know it's very tiring. You got to pace yourself in this game for sure. And it's been more like 20 years because I've been really kind of obsessed with this stuff since the Bush years. So you're thinking, I remember predicting after Bush, after Obama won, I remember predicting that the media coverage would change the next day. And man, I was so right. The next day it was like completely different tone in the media, reporting about Obama. And of course, it was the same all the way up until Trump got back in, then bam, changed it again.
Well,
so yeah,
let me ask you that: did you predict that all of a sudden the Cheneys and Bush would be darlings of the left?
No, did not see that one coming. Yeah, did not see. But it fits. I mean, it's just like it's like as long these people. There's obviously some sort of a team. You can call it the deep state or whatever you want to call it, and they're a team no matter what party it is, and it's just a kind of a fake opposition.
It's surreal. So I'll get you out of here on this. I think we have some other guest that's supposed to come on at 8, though I'm sure they'll be late, but that's okay. Like, how are you feeling about this election? Do you have any predictions? Like, where you live, do you see enthusiasm one way or the other?
I do feel good about Trump, but I also know what everything they pulled last time, and it just seems like the whole thing. You got to go vote. Let's just say that you got to get out there and vote. Do not just rely. Don't think that it's in the bag, that somebody else is going to go and do it for you. You got to go and do it, and we got to make it overwhelming. So I think if we do that, it's our best possible shot. It seems like Kamala Harris shouldn't have any chance at all. But, when you've got a national media and all the institutions literally campaigning for you and demonizing your opponent to such an extent that people are dying, then, it's hard to guess what's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm with you totally, and I think you have the exact right message. The theme that I've been trying to have with the show today is, I don't give a shit if you think Trump's up 10 points or he's losing 10 points. You should be crawling over broken glass to vote. Either scenario, right? If you think that they're going to cheat, then vote to make sure that you outbeat the margin. If you think that there's no way Trump could lose, then vote to make sure that nothing, that you're not seeing on the radar could happen. So I think you're spot on. Joe Tech, I wanted to say, thank you again so much for calling on. I wanted to reach out to you anyways. First off, I don't know what your plans are election night, but I will be streaming, so I don't know if you're around. Maybe you could, we could hop on each other's stream or something like that. But more importantly than that even is, I think you probably share my opinion that this election's been a lot and it feels like it's going to be this huge weight lifted off our shoulder. I would love to do some content with you that's maybe less political, just like a stream once a week, once a month or something, just having fun. I think that would be something to be interested in if I think it would be nice to actually have an online space that's not just thinking about all this depressing stuff off all the time. So
No, I'm with you, man. And people, let me tell you, that's another thing. People think it's going to end with the election. It will not. I promise you. No matter who wins, it keeps going. So yeah, I'm definitely down for any sort of distraction because it is a marathon, and you can't. You gotta keep your yeah.
No, I totally agree. So thanks so much, man. And again, if you're available later tonight, I'll be going obviously till 8 a.m. So I know there'll be time slots available like in the wee hours. Now I know as a father, you got to get some sleep. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you want to jump back in later and there's no one on, just let me know. And thank you again, man. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for me and for jumping on here today. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you too, Rob. I really appreciate you letting me come on and still hang with you, even though you're going to such great heights now.
I really do appreciate you say we'll see, but hopefully Trump and them win, and then we could get back to YouTube not throttling people like you, and you could take off to the level that you were before they decided to use institutional censorship on you. So
sounds good to me, man.
All
hey,
right.
Have a great night, man.
You too. Thank you. That's great. Drone Tech Politics, one of my favorite people on here. Again, forever. I mean, I know it sounds stupid, but I'm telling you, man, absolute true story that Drone Tech was my literal first live stream viewer who talked me through how to do all the things on live stream. Let's get to some super chats. Manuel Cala Jr. for $5 says, happy Saturday, buddy. God bless. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Cameron Shoemaker says, $5 says, is Trump just a lesser of two evils or truly a righteous candidate, Rob? Interesting. I think Trump is righteous. I think that Trump, for all of his flaws, is a net positive. There are certainly things that I don't necessarily agree with him policy-wise. There are character flaws that I think he has. There are character flaws that I have. No one's perfect, right? And I understand there is a belief from some people that he's just a selfish jerk that only cares about himself. I don't see it that way. I think that he certainly is petty, and there's certainly some level of him that's concerned about his own image. But I think that there's also a part of him that truly wants to do good for people he's seen as forgotten in this country. And he might get there in ham-fisted ways, and he might get there in vulgar ways, and he might have personal proclivities that people don't like. But I truly believe that that's who he is. But even if he is just the lesser of two evils, I still think that that's preferable because the other side's evil, if that's what we're going to call it, is so substantive that I don't know that we'll ever have an opportunity to have someone get through in this unique situation to be able to sort of have an attempt to go against that swamp in my lifetime. In many ways, it's a good thing that Trump's not a polished politician. All right, so we're waiting for my buddy Carlos, and supposedly we had another guest who I'm not really familiar with that was lined up for 8 o'clock. I don't know if that will happen. At 9 o'clock, we have my congressman, G.T. Thompson, that's going to be calling in. Last election in 2020, when G.T. called in, he was actually getting on Air Force One with Donald Trump as he's getting off the phone with me. So that's pretty cool. And G.T., by the way, is the most senior Republican representative in Pennsylvania. And the district that I'm in, 15, it goes halfway to Center County. So if you heard John Ward talking there earlier, he's someone that would have been part of Center County is represented by Glenn Thompson, and then my entire county is represented by Glenn Thompson. So excited to sort of have him come on. It'll be nice to talk to him again, as it always is. So I will enjoy that. I'm going to go to the restroom again real quick. I'm starting to feel like the Red Bull's running through me a little, so I got a little need to use the restroom super quick. I will be right back. We'll jump back into the show. Thanks all for sticking with me. It's good time, man. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock, so 12 more hours to go. We're officially at the halfway point, even though not really because the clock's going to set back, but we'll say it just for enthusiasm. Be right back. Oh, what do we got here? me up a basket full of goodies. Oh, Jolly Rancher. That'll power me up. It's going to be so annoying for you all to hear this. Oh, Mark Aho. Hitler would have loved Trump if he was alive. Cool. Good argument. On Twitch, seems like this place is okay. Found a lot of crazy stuff on Twitch. Twitch politics is dying, but to be honest, their new policies just garbage. But am I screwing up here with my Zoom call? 12 hours ago, yeah. I got a sugar-free Red Bull. Don't worry, I'll have some more going in. I feel good, man. I don't even feel like I've been doing this for 12 and a half hours. I feel like I'm pumped. I'm ready to go another 12 and a half. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm glad people are appreciating the stream. Special shout out to my brother Jojo Geekert's on there. He's my brother in real life. Great to see you here. I know you're not having a good day. He's a diehard Penn State fan, so not a good day for the diehard Penn State fan. So I apologize for that. You see Jojo there, as his name's spelled on Twitch, Jojo Geeker. You should check out his Twitch channel. He doesn't do politics as much as me. He does more video game streaming. And one of the things I love about his content, what he does more than almost anyone I've seen is he develops like an actual relationship as far as you get to know who he is when you watch him stream. So many people play games and they're just talking specifically about, oh, you know, I got to upgrade this sword or something like that. When you watch him stream, it truly is a community. So not a huge community, but it's better to have a few dedicated members that really care about you than having a big community of just faceless people. So give him a chance. If you like sort of video game content, I think you should check him out. Also, once more, I have to thank my wife who set me up with a goodie bag. She is the best wife. She really is, and I can't be more happy with her. She supports me not just in like doing a stream like this, but everything that I do. And so, you know, I couldn't say enough about her. It's only possible for me to stream because of people like her. So thanks so much to all the guests I've had so far. We've got some good guests coming up. You know, some people's favorites. I'm waiting to hear back from Alex Stein. He gave me sort of a 2-hour window, so I reached out to him in hopes that he will be able to get more specific. I hate to keep bothering people, so I don't want to keep messaging him. Of course, looks like we got, I think Andrew Wilson's all but confirmed. He'll be here at 11 p.m. Jebtan will be on at midnight. I think then Sparky might be coming on after that to do some more time here later in the evening around 1 a.m. Then we got that long period of time from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m., then back to 2 a.m., then to 8 a.m. Whoo, boy! Yeah, that's going to be good stuff. Nice 7-hour period there where I don't have any guests lined up. We'll take call-ins. We'll debate people. We'll do, you know, hear me rant and rave about corruption like a lunatic. I'll make fun of lefties in the chat that are saying that Trump's like Hitler. All of your favorites for that final 7-hour stretch. Of course, the inverse is true. What you would rather have is a bunch of guests at the end that help keep you awake and help spur you. But I'm going to do it the opposite way. We front-loaded, and then it's going to be all me. Now ask yourself this. How many streamers do you know that would be able to have unique content going through, unscripted, for 25 and a half hours, which is what this will be? Of course, it helps to have guests and just to be someone who's listening to your guests and being able to bounce back and forth off them, especially when the guests are awesome people like you just saw with Drone Tech there. Super simple to have. I could have a conversation with Drone Tech 8 hours. It wouldn't be a problem because he's an interesting guy. We both work well together. No problem. But I think that, you know, it's difficult when you get off on where there aren't guests and you're able to still keep the conversation going in a way that linearly makes sense. So I hope that's the case. We're going to talk about all kinds of political issues and stuff. It's not just going to be me going, oh, what's going on there? There's my other brother, Go Rams. So yeah, they're both of my brothers on here. I have 2 brothers and a sister, and my sister is in college now, so she's probably studying, or she is in band in college. She's maybe practicing with band. But yeah, it's nice to see both of my brothers here. I really, really appreciate them. So let me grab a drink of water. I'll be right back. So about a year and a half ago, I put some Moosehead lagers in that fridge, and I think I've drank like 2 since I put them in, so they still sit there. So if things get really desperate tonight, we could crack open an old Moosehead, see how that goes. Can you have what, a Moosehead? I don't have that ability to send you beers via... Not quite yet. Just reading a poll here. There's a poll that was just released that says Kamala Harris is leading by 3 points in Iowa. So who the hell knows? Rasmussen says, look, they released this late enough that we won't have time to debunk it. So we'll just have to see. I choose to believe that poll. I hope that everyone out there believes that Donald Trump's losing by 3 points in Iowa. And that motivates you to tell everyone you know the importance of getting out there and vote. So for those of you that think this is locked up, it's absolute insanity. It is not. Anything could happen. Please, please, please motivate everyone you know to get out there and vote. And let me be clear. I know I've talked about this before, but it's worth repeating here. If Donald Trump loses, if Republicans lose in general, you're not going to see me on here screaming at the sky. Here's what's going to happen. Let's say we know Tuesday night that Trump lost. I'm going to say this sucks. I'll talk about what that means for the future of the country. Lefties are going to come out of the woodwork. People that are fans of left-wing streamers that I've debated, they're going to come out of the woodwork and they're going to say, ha, 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 how are you going to go on with your life? Your life's going to be ruined. Ha, ha, ha. And I'm just going to be like, it's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Get it in, get your cathartic nature in. I don't really need to do that to have enjoyment in my life. I'm very lucky. I have a very good life. And so for me, I understand that it's cathartic for people when their side wins and that they're going to want to rub salt into the people that they see as good advocates for the other side. So that'll be fine. But my life will go on. What I'll do is very similar to what I did in 2020 and 2022. I'll say, what can I do better? What can I do to motivate myself to make sure things are going in a better direction politically in this country going forward? That's what I'll do. I'll take stock of it. I'll allow the people to make fun of me. It's okay. And life will go on. Many of the streamers that you see on the left, if Trump wins, are going to have an epic meltdown. And it will be cathartic to make fun of that if that's your thing. And I'll certainly be celebrating that night. And I'm not going to say, look, those videos from 2016, watching the Young Turks and, mainstream media anchors, sort of, you could see it in their face, how depressed they were getting. There's something cathartic in that. But that's not really, for me, going to be the end-all, be-all. That's not what it's about to me. It's not everything. I don't center my belief around one man, Donald Trump, and make everything in life about that. I do this stream. I separate the stream from my real life. And that is what it is. Well, Billie Jean jumps on saying what I just told you all 3 minutes ago. Kamala's winning Iowa, pulls out. You're right, Billie Jean. No need to go vote if you're a Kamala supporter. Yep. It's over. Kamala's won Iowa. That's it. It's over. Cool. You're right, man. Hey, everyone. Tell all of your Kamala Harris friends far and wide. No need to vote. Kamala's winning Iowa. It's game over. So, looks like Carlos and my guest won't be calling in. Haven't heard from Carlos. Now, we do have GT that'll be calling in at 9 o'clock. So, this gives me 45 minutes that I wasn't prepared to talk. I thought I would have a guest. One question could someone tell me if, I'll look it up real quick. Did Pitt win? Oh, they're playing SMU right now. Losing 7-0. Ooh, boy. Bad day for Pennsylvania football if Penn State and Pitt lose. Both undefeated. If they both lose, we'll see what happens. But, Billie Jean, you want to call in? Any lefty you want to call in? There's Casimir. Thank you, Casimir. If you want to call in now, man, you could use Discord, Kaz. I have a guest that was supposed to call in, but he hasn't, so priority first. We don't have to use Zoom if it's just us. Casimir, great friend of the show, one of my favorite people to talk to. And he could maybe, we'll get sort of a libertarian perspective if he calls in. I was trying to make the case to libertarians that were watching why I think a vote for Donald Trump is something that would be exciting even from the libertarian perspective. Let's see if Casimir wants to call in. If not, Billie Jean, you could absolutely call in. We'll just give you the invite to the Discord channel. Now, if anyone's trying to join the Discord channel, you have to go to the rules and click on the American flag to accept the rules before you could get on the audio channel. It's just something that Discord wants you to do to sort of check our own butt to make sure that people understand there are terms of service. We don't want any violations of those. Oh, I hear my man downstairs. Wonder what he's up to. Wonder how the Mario Karting's going. I put the Discord link out there. Are you incapable of using Discord, Billie Jean? Is that what you're saying? Oh, Grid, I'll let you know here in a minute. Billie Jean's not on Discord. She's just a girl using Google Voice. But she can't defend Kamala. Terrible singer. There you go, Bubblegum Gun. Libertarian, no need to convince you. Glad to hear it. Peanut, we'll talk about Peanut tonight. We have a lot of time to talk about Peanut this evening. YouTube viewers, smash that like button. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for reminding me. Peanut bit the cup that took him out, went up fighting. Is it Peanut or Peanut? I don't know. Who are we going to get? We can get Billie Jean, get on the Discord. Where you at, Billy? Can you figure out Discord? Oh, yeah. We can do a little karaoke later. Now, I don't know if anyone saw my making fun of people putting me on notice stream, but at the end of that stream, I was having a little drink or two, feeling a little tipsy. I can spew a rap or two. I've been known to do it in the past. But do you know anyone that could do Dr. Dre and Eminem at 1.5 speed? Bam. This guy can, and did, and made a fool of myself. So maybe we'll crack a beer for Peanut later in the night. Who knows? Now, I can't have more than one beer, though, because I tell you what'll happen. I'll get tired. So, yeah, I think that both the sides that are saying that it's going to be a complete bloodbath one way or the other are just wrong. I don't see that coming. I don't think, I know that we had the great Todd Bartley that is predicting that Virginia is going to go red. I don't see that happening. I think it'll be closer than it has been in the past, so it's not going to be like 11 points for Kamala, but I bet it's like 5 is my guess. I don't think Trump's going to lose Iowa, but I could be wrong. All right. So let's see if we got audio issues solved. Can you hear me, Kaz? Check, check, check. Casimir, can you hear me? I can't hear you if you could hear me. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, say something.
Something.
There we go. Now we're talking. I'll raise your volume on my end. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in for the first time or you haven't caught any shows with him on before, great friend of the show, someone who's actually a true libertarian, one of my favorite people to talk to, argue with or against, and someone I think's incredibly funny and entertaining to talk to, always willing to help me out when I need it. Thank you so much for being here, Casimir. How are you doing today?
That's an awesome intro, Rob. I'm enjoying the show. I didn't expect another October surprise today. Absolutely ridiculous, hilarious in some sense. But rest in peace, Peanut, and the thread.
Well, then you're probably the best person to talk to about this story, who talks about the evils of sort of our state. Can you think of a more blatant example of the abuse of state power than taking someone's pet and then executing said pet for its own good?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. The amount of people they used in the raid eventually I believe we will have video because I don't think those things happen without some recording of it surviving. There's gonna be FOIA requests for the body cam. Oh my god,
Yeah.
that would be just shocking. I mean, it's really just a clown world. You're not really that surprised by something this ridiculous. We have fairly rampant crime in the city. The crime rates are rising. Oh, the statistics are low. People are not really reporting as much anymore, and they're doing this. I mean, these people. I go to the website of that organization and I didn't even know they existed. They have a plan that they're advertising right now, where they're going to pay money to rich landowners in the city, in New York State, to plant forests. Can you think of a more obvious crony gift than that? Like
It's
taxpayer money going to forest planting on the rich people's estates?
oh man. Let's see. So let me. Who is this? The county commissioner is calling in at 8:30. You could certainly call in later tonight, but is that cool? We just got like 10 more minutes.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. I just saw that you had a little gap. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
but this story, like, I wanted to talk to you because I'm trying to make the case. I already made the case earlier today to Jill Stein voters which certainly and I know you wouldn't have any affinity for sort of those sorts of big state progressive politics. But even she's getting smeared by the Kamala Harris team as a puppet of Vladimir Putin. So what I wanted to do was try to make a case. I don't know. I haven't talked to you if you plan on voting for Trump or not. But can you make a case for why someone who has a more libertarian bent should vote for Donald Trump in this election?
I've been fighting for this for the past several weeks and longer, and I explain it very simply. If you so there is a concept among libertarians called defensive voting. It means that my intention is to stop something worse from happening. Even if you believe that Trump is a very nasty person with horrible economics, the other side is insane, and so to stop that insanity, some brakes on it, I believe that that's a really good thing, and so that's why I am voting for Trump. I don't support most of the policies he's coming in with, except all the promises to reduce the state. I don't really even have to believe that. But this is the problem. People just want to win everything all at once. I just want to have more time. I see a cultural shift away from centralization and towards freedom. I see people printing amazing guns. I see people, flipping the finger against the feds. I see people getting angry and angry at the government. All we need for this to work is time. And acceleration is just a blatant psyop.
Yep.
If you tell people right now, you see there are people going around my circles as well who are saying, oh, voting is statistically irrelevant. Your vote doesn't really count. You can't really decide anything. Or they tell you, oh, you're going to be an aggressor if you vote, which is untrue. Or they tell you that, oh, Trump lied to you. He's going to, lie again. Let's say the worst thing happens and the Democrats and neocon Republicans manage to shut down Trump for an entire 4 more years. Them spending that energy to shut down Trump means they're not spending that energy putting you and everybody else in one form of prison or another. That's great. That's enough.
That I absolutely agree. And that's why I say I try to make the affirmative case for Trump, but the best case for Trump is he's not them. That he is not part of this sort of establishment authoritarianism that seeks to weaponize against you, the individual, that wants to take away your right to speak freely online, that wants to take away your right to defense. And even if Trump's selling me a bill of goods and he doesn't do a damn thing to help, sort of address these problems, and he may not. That absolutely could be the case. It's a valid criticism. But like you said, it buys you time. it gives them a target that they're going after that's not you. And it gives a chance for the future for people that are outside of this sort of institutional hegemony to be able to have a chance to pierce through it as well. If we get a Kamala Harris election at this point, the people that really run the show behind her, they're going to tighten their grip on places like X, on places like social media platforms, and try to go back to where they have a total bottleneck on the control of flows of information, which will make a victory, a real meaningful victory, to actually have a decrease in state power all the more difficult in the future. So, I mean, I think you put it better than I could have.
Oh, thank you. And the other thing, the last thing I'll say before I hop off, I think you have your guest coming soon. Schadenfreude. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm a little bit mean. I have a little bit of a mean streak. And when everybody lines up, when all of these obnoxious people line up, and they all line up behind one candidate, I just want to see them suffer a little bit. I just want to see the embarrassment of the legacy media, that nothing worked, that everything backfired. This is too much of a reward, and I don't really care who delivers it. I don't care who they're lying about. This is the preposterous part. If they were honest, if this was an honest problem that they had with Trump, they would have found legitimate things to criticize. But they can't. They can't. They're just copying his policies. It's really funny.
Well, it's absolutely true. Like the actual, I mentioned this earlier. I was like, you know what's funny, lefties? If I brought my friend Casimir on, he could give you 4 hours of material against Trump and sort of what his administration would be. Actual real stuff. Here's a problem with this policy. Here was a problem with the actions Trump took his first term in office. But they're not interested in that because all of those criticisms would apply to the very people they support. Instead, they have to make up these hoaxes and fearmonger about Trump as this unique authoritarian, which is all horseshit because what they really want is an authoritarian that just agrees with them. That's all they're really looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just Schmittian nonsense. It's my team, your team stuff.
Yep. Well, hey, Casimir, thank you so much, man. I always appreciate you calling in. Maybe we'll have more time later tonight. I'm not quite sure what's going on here in the evening hours here, but I always appreciate it. Thanks so much for calling in and look forward to talking to you soon.
Cheers, man. Take care.
All right. Take care, Kaz. Great to hear from Kaz. Always enjoy that. So, all right, we are going to get prepared. Message request. Hi. Billy Jean. Hey, Billy. You can call in later. I have a guest that'll be calling in here soon. President Commissioner. That can't be his title. Let's look it up real quick. So one of the things with me is because I'm such a hillbilly out here on my own, a lot of these people I talk with, it's the first time I talk to them. And not the guitarist. All right. Well. So he's going to, I have to apologize. Scott is going to call in. He's a commissioner. He's going to actually call in via Google Voice. So there's going to be those same sort of audio issues that plagued us earlier. And for that, I do truly apologize. I just don't know how to solve that at this juncture. Of course, this is a train wreck. What's going on right here? So there we go. So apologies for that. We're just going to have to work through those sort of audio issues. But a lot of these people are very busy, and like I just want to take a moment to say how appreciative I am to Carlos to get me these connections. If you're just tuning into the stream now, we've already had one sitting congressman call in. We've had a former ambassador under Donald Trump to Greenland and other places call in. We've had state representatives call in. We've had county commissioners call in. So we've had a lot of guests that are really doing good work on the ground here in Pennsylvania. And so it's very humbling to be able to talk, some dude like me, to be able to have those connections, to be able to talk to people like that. But a lot of people in that world, they're not familiar with streaming, and so they don't know how to use things like Discord or other sort of platforms that we normally use. Google Voice is something that's accessible to people because you could literally just call in with your cell phone. So unfortunately, it's not the most accessible when it comes to having a great amount of quality when it comes to sort of coming through on your end, on the consumer end. But it's something that, it's regrettable, but at least we're having a conversation. So my audio, it's going to mess with my audio and it's going to turn me down a lot. So I hope that you'll just bear with me. I'm sure smarter people than me would be able to figure out this problem, but that's why there's smarter people than me and they're off doing great things. And, they're not me doing a 25 and a half hour live stream today. So looking for Commissioner Scott Metzger to call in at any moment now. And here we go. All right. Hope you guys are ready.
Call from
Scott Metzger.
Hello, Scott. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Rob.
It is fantastic.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you fine. So just to my
Okay,
audience
great.
to introduce you, we have Commissioner Scott Metzger calling in here. Carlos set us up with this call. Scott, can you tell us a little about what your position is and how you're feeling so far going into this election day on Tuesday?
Well, I'm a Lycoming County Commissioner, and I feel very good going into this election. I think the Republicans are in a good position for the Senate to retake the control of the Senate back. I also feel that we're going to be able to maintain the House control, and obviously I feel very confident about President Trump coming back into where he belongs as the President of the United States. So we're hoping that this is all accomplished on Tuesday.
It's great to hear that. Do you notice like anything different from the 2020 election? Are you seeing in Lycoming more enthusiasm? Do you see people that you know that maybe weren't ever that excited to vote in 2020 that are more excited now? What are you feeling on the ground in there in Lycoming?
Well, Lycoming County is traditionally a red area. It's basically about 70-30 favors Republicans and especially in the rural parts of the county. Now, a little bit more so in Williamsport itself, it's more Democratic, but it's more red throughout the entire county. And I just think that people are they've been through a lot the last 4 years. The energy prices are through the roof. Grocery prices you go to the grocery store, what you used to be able to get, maybe 2 bags of groceries that you're able to purchase now used to be 4. And, your grocery prices, Pennsylvania is one of the highest states for prices of groceries. And so just that alone, but it all starts with energy. I've been at a couple different campaign events, and this is something that is a difference between the current administration and what President Trump believes in, and it starts with energy. That's how I believe you bring inflation down. Is you get to control the energy. We have so much natural gas and oil underneath our feet in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the second largest producer in the country, behind Texas, in natural gas, and we're sitting on a gold mine that can bring inflation down, bring costs down if you're able to produce the energy. And there's nothing wrong with electric, but at the same time, we don't have the infrastructure nationally to do the electric cars the way they want to. The electric grid's not there. They continue to close down electric grids across the country, in Pennsylvania especially. Senator Yaw has addressed that, and that's a major concern because they're closing down the coal burning producing electric factories that produce that. And so if you don't have the electric grid, you can't do the electric like they want to, and that's why you have the rolling blackouts that you have out in California. And recently we heard a quote from one of the local gas companies. You cannot run a full-time economy on part-time energy, and the part-time energy is solar and wind. The sun's only out so much during the day, and wind comes and goes, and you can't run a full-time economy on those 2 alone. So you need the fossil fuels, and we have the cleanest in the world. We're importing from other countries is dirty. And that's what is more harmful to the environment than anything. So it starts with energy. And if you get the energy costs down, then everything else comes in the line with your transportation costs. The gas prices will come down. They say that the groceries are too high because they're gouging the people. It's not the grocers. They make maybe 1% profit. They don't make much. The farmer gets hurt. Everybody gets hurt down the line. The truck driver, they have to pass the cost on because of the cost of fuel. And there's so many regulations. Just the state of Pennsylvania, they have to cut the regulations because the regulations are costing money. Regulations are, you have to have some regulations, but there's so many regulations. They're just another tax. And it's hard to do business in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the most over-regulated states in the Commonwealth. The steel industry went down recently to the state of Arkansas because they couldn't get a permit. It took them 2 years to try to get a permit to do a steel plant out in Pittsburgh, and they couldn't get the permit, so they ended up going down to Arkansas, and those jobs went down to Arkansas. And so that's, a recent example of what happened in Pennsylvania. So it all comes back to energy.
Yeah, I mean, wow, there's so much you said there that I want to hit on. I mean, absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. So the first thing to say is we had running for District 8 here, Rob Bresnahan, that was on. Very impressive guy. He was talking about in District 8 how you have all these infrastructure problems like roads, bridges that are collapsing. I don't know if people outside of Pennsylvania know this, but Pennsylvania actually has one of the highest gas taxes in the country. And the idea behind that is, well, the revenue that comes from taxing fossil fuels, taxing gas, we'll put back into infrastructure on the roads. And yet we can see that it has the exact opposite effect. We have roads that are consistently rated amongst the worst in the country. So when you're talking about regulations and things of that nature, you can see how even on that level, when the government gets involved and says, well, we're going to tax this as a high rate, the net cost of what happens is, well, then all of the prices of all the things you use that need transportation are going to increase. Your food at the grocery store, any sort of products like lumber, etc., that you need to bring into the state, all of that's going to absorb that cost. And despite the fact, like you said, it's easy for Democrats to just point their finger. They're always pointing their finger at people that are interested in like serving the community, but trying to work hard and make money themselves. So it's the grocery store's problem. It's the landlord's problem. They act like these are all billionaires that are making money hand over fist. But the truth is they're just getting by as well, providing a service that Pennsylvanians and Americans want. And they're demonized, and the answer is always then regulate them more, which always then has the predictable effect of causing more of the same problem that they're trying to solve.
That's so true, and what will happen is somebody who might have 3 or 4 grocery chains or 3 or 4 restaurants, such as a McDonald's or a Burger King, as the costs go up, they can't afford to operate all of them, so they'll shut down one. And the sad thing is, a lot of times the ones that get shut down are in the minority areas. So who's the one that suffers? The minority in those areas, and then you have a food shortage, or you have a store that is so much needed in that area, it's not open anymore because of the regulations and increased cost.
Now, you couldn't have said it by myself. That's absolutely the case. And I think that you see that this is sort of a theme constantly with the Democrats that I think's certainly central to what you see with Kamala Harris, that they identify a problem. Oftentimes they're wrong about what the problem is, or they're pointing to a problem that leads to them kind of getting outcomes that they want to achieve. And then they institute authoritarian policies or big government policies that make it worse. What are people in Lycoming saying about sort of Kamala Harris and her claims that she wants to ban fracking? Which, before people jump on me and say she's changed her mind, remember, Joe Biden also ran on the promise of putting the fossil fuel industry out of business. So when you talk to people from the energy company, or when you talk to people that live in Lycoming, where so many Pennsylvanians work in the energy industry, what's their feelings when they think that, the Democrats are actually pushing policies that will put their livelihood at jeopardy?
Well, it's scary because you hit it right on the head. It's their livelihood. It's their life. It's their family that sits at the table and tries to figure out how we're going to pay our bills. And they're, they have a great job where they're making, maybe a 6-figure or an upper 5-figure salary, and they're working hard, very hard, in an industry that helps bring down other people's cost. And then all of a sudden it's taken away. And they're saying, well, these other jobs are going to be these other jobs available for them. the electric fuel line, or not fuel, I mean electric grid line,
Yeah.
and those jobs aren't there yet. They may be there someday, but they're not going to be those kind of figures either. So you have people that are out there working there, and it's they're helping not only their own families, but they're helping other families, and it's their livelihoods and that they're talking about. We just saw the October jobs report came out. 12,000 jobs nationally, 100,000 jobs less than expected. They say this economy is growing. It's not growing, and people are hurting. The dollar doesn't go as far. People can't afford their medications like they used to be able to. People aren't able to go on vacations anymore. They're not able to try to go for the American dream because they're making. We have first time ever, we have $1 trillion bill for credit cards.
Yep.
People are putting their basic necessities on credit cards at 25 to 30% interest to get by. And that's not the American dream. That's not what is proper financial care. And it's sad. It's sad that we have a government that is pushing people in that direction. She says she's for the middle class. What she's doing is her policies, and Joe Biden's policies are eliminating the middle class.
So one of the things that you hear, and listen, I'm not here to denigrate Democratic voters. I think that people could have different priorities, and certainly I believe that a Republican ticket, and particularly the Trump ticket this time, is beneficial to all Americans, not just traditional Republican voters. One of the things when you're talking about energy policy that's used to justify sort of this war on energy is talking about the climate and talking about our environment. I was wondering, seeing as how Lycoming's such a beautiful area, and there's a lot of great forest and countryside that's in Lycoming, I don't think people realize that some of the people that I think are the best environmentalists are conservationists that are conservative, that are sportsmen, that appreciate our wilderness and protecting it. Can you speak a little to that? How the people of Lycoming, they certainly want to protect our environment, to protect our natural resources, and that's part of what being a conservative is about.
Absolutely. I mean, we're blessed to have a beautiful state. It's God's creation. And when you're an outdoorsman, you take care of your environment. That's part of the pride of living there, and you want to maintain it. I'll give you an example. My father-in-law lives at the top of a mountain, and he's a big outdoorsman. And one of the local gas companies came to his area, and he went down and spoke with him, and he measured stuff. He actually measured things. He looked at stuff. They assured him that the environment, when they left, the environment would be returned better than when they left it. And they did.
That's amazing.
They did. He has pictures of it. He took pictures of it. He was so impressed with how they worked and how careful they were, how careful the oil and gas industry was to make sure they restored it, not only for the people in the area, but for the wildlife. Because many of these people are also hunters, and they care about the outdoors, and we live in the middle of the PA wilds, and we take great pride in our area because it's such a beautiful area. That's why a lot of people come here. It's one of the best places for tourism, and we have people from all over, especially for the World Series when they come here, and they talk about our mountains and how beautiful it is. We've had presidents, we've had senators come here to go fishing. We have some of the best fishing in the world, and the hunting, and with the bear and the white-tailed deer. It's a beautiful area for hiking, and for it's just a wonderful area, and the people in this area want to make sure it stays that way. But at the same time, they want to make sure that we have the energy which is underneath our feet, not only to take care of ourselves, but to take care of everyone. And there's enough under this ground that can take care of this United States for generations to come. We just have to tap into it. What we receive from other countries right now is dirty.
Yep.
We're burning, we're making the environment worse. And we don't want to make the environment worse by burning that stuff. We want to clean we want to burn what's underneath us. It's clean. So it's just a common sense approach. It's a common sense approach.
We are absolutely blessed here in Pennsylvania. So I'm from Clarion County, but I've lived in rural Pennsylvania my entire life. We are so blessed with the natural beauty and resources that we have. One of the things that I looked at is trying to take a positive after the disastrous lockdowns and things that we saw under COVID was I think a lot of people realized that you don't have to work at an office in a big city like New York or Philadelphia or DC or any other big city in order to have a productive business. A lot of people were doing things like working from home. I wonder if you share my belief that with the beautiful natural resources in Pennsylvania, we really stand on the cusp of being able to open up this great state to businesses all around the country and world if we just limit the regulations, if we just make it a business-friendly environment. With our new forms of communication, I think that you'll be able to have cheap office space, cheap places for your business to operate in beautiful countryside where you could see all sorts of businesses thrive. But the thing that's holding us back is the massive regulatory institutions, not just from a Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration, but even at the state level here, we see with Democrats that are running this state.
I totally agree. I've said that Pennsylvania is so overregulated, and we heard that theme at we had a legislative breakfast here on Friday at the chamber, hosted it with Senator Gene Yaw and Representative Joe Ham and Jamie Fleck. And all three of them emphasized that Pennsylvania has to start to attack their regulations and their permitting because they're chasing industries and businesses from Pennsylvania. We have so much here to offer, and when they can go to states like Tennessee and North Carolina, South Carolina, and Arkansas, where they're able to achieve this much more efficiently, it's not helping us. And what we need is them to bring that here and be able to attract the people here, because Pennsylvania has a declining population, especially in this area. I think one section down near southeast Philly, and those counties down there, they're growing. But a large part of Pennsylvania, especially central PA, and we have a declining population. I don't believe it would be that way if we open up more opportunities for those individuals that want to work here and live here, because they come and visit. They love it. We just have to have the opportunities for them to want to reside here and live here and work here. And I think it starts with getting rid of a lot of these regulations. We have to have some regulations, but Pennsylvania is so overregulated that it needs to change, and it starts in Harrisburg.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So tell me what the feeling is on the ground there in Lycoming as far as, do you feel the team that's been assembled by the RNC, by Trump's team, is more prepared to deal with the sort of changes that we've seen to election, mail-in voting, possible shenanigans that are occurring? Do you see a difference from 2020, that there's more preparation that goes into the state national level GOP and to Trump's team?
I believe that there's been a lot of attention paid in advance. I think after the 2020 election, it was kind of like in hindsight, and they address things in court after the fact. I think the things that are concerning now, they're addressing in court beforehand. And the best defense is by being proactive, making sure you attach something that you might think there's a problem in advance by being proactive, and then letting a court decide that, so that you don't get into a situation where you're reacting all the time. And so the concerns, I believe, nationally have been met. They're still being met. I know I've seen some on the news. I know in Lycoming County, we have a fantastic voter services. It's a small department. They work extremely hard. There's other county employees that chip in and help on election day, and I can't thank those employees and our staff enough. Our mail-in voting has been robust. There's been a lot of people in the hallways for the last week or two, especially coming in early to vote. and it's gone very smoothly in Lycoming County. And I haven't heard any complaints. I think that they've done a great job. So I can only speak for our county. I think that we're on top of it, and I believe that other counties are doing the best they can do also.
That's great news. So we'll get you out of here on this. Sort of the theme that I'm trying to put through to the show today is, regardless if you think that there's shenanigans that go on, if you think Trump's way ahead or Republicans are way ahead or that they're way behind, can you just talk to us for a moment about the importance of, no matter where you're coming from there, how important it is to make sure that your vote's counted, to tell friends of yours to go vote, to tell your neighbors and your coworkers, and how every vote's really going to matter in this particular election?
Well, I'll give you a good example. Representative Flick from our area, he emphasized on Friday at the breakfast how important it is to vote. He mentioned that his colleague that sat next to him, since he's been in Harrisburg, lost his primary by 4 votes.
Wow.
He mentioned another colleague that sat down below him won his seat by 1 vote. So you can see how important, these are statewide races. So you can see how every vote counts. And if you want to think back to a presidential election back in 2000, and between President Bush and Al Gore, and I believe it was 543, if I'm not mistaken, the difference, or 540 something. It was very close, and it took till December till that was decided. So every vote counts. This is a right that you have, and I think that everyone should, if they're registered, whether you're a Democrat, an Independent, a Republican, no matter who you are, it's so vital that you vote, because you vote for your elected officials, you put them in office, and the ones that complain, I often say, why are you complaining if you didn't vote?
Yep.
It's kind of like, I have a friend who was in his 90s, and he said his mother-in-law used to shuffle around the house and say, I wish I'd win the lottery. I wish I'd win the lottery. And he'd say to her, you never play the lottery,
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. You have to be engaged, be involved. It's so important, no matter what party you're with. It's so important, because it's the American right. It's every American, has that right to vote, and that's what we want. We want everybody to vote. It's disappointing as an elected official when you see a turnout of maybe 20, 30%,
Yep.
and you see 60, 70% stay home, and they didn't vote, and you wonder why. Because we're out there working for our constituents. We want what's best for our communities. That's why we do what we do. And they're tough decisions. A lot of times these are very, very tough decisions. And but we're doing the best we can do, and we want to hear the support or the criticism. We want to hear how we can improve ourselves and what we can do to make our communities better, because basically that's what we want. We want each one of our communities to be better, and to have everybody have opportunities so that their lives can get better. And that's what I think that President Trump offers. He had 4 years. When he came in, things were very, very good, and unemployment was low. People had more money. People were able to achieve. There was no wars. That's one of the biggest things I see. There was no wars, nothing. And you see the world's on fire right now. And I said to my wife the other night, I am very concerned about a world war. And we have to be a strong nation. We have to, we lead. We lead from the top of the mountain. And the United States is power through strength. And that's the way Ronald Reagan ran this country. John Kennedy ran the country that way. And I think Donald Trump ran the country that same way. That it was power through strength. And when they spoke, people listened. I know when Ronald Reagan became president, as soon as he became president, those hostages in Iran were released.
Yep.
And I think Donald Trump's the same type of president where we have to get back to world peace and strength, and we have a phenomenal military. We're coming up on Veterans Day. Our veterans are amazing. Our current military, everybody that serves, I want to thank them for their service, and their families, because their families pay a big sacrifice while they're away. And we just want everybody to come home to their families. And we need to honor our veterans and take care of them, especially when they're done with their service, their active service. Trump had one of the best Veterans Administration offices to take care of our vets when they did come home. And we need, when you see a homeless vet on the street and you have an illegal immigrant living in a hotel, a 4 or 5 star motel,
Yeah.
something's backwards.
I know.
It's sad. That's not what our country's about.
Totally
We have to take care of our own.
That should be the bare minimum. The people that fought for this country and served this country to take care of them. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I had the honor today up at Penn State. I was up at the game today, and there was 2 gentlemen that were in line, and they were talking to each other. And here there were 2 vets, and one was 88, and the other one was, I think, 84, 85. And they're talking to each other, and just take a minute and thank a veteran. I thank both of those gentlemen, and I said, thank you for your service. You guys are amazing people. They're the backbone of this country. They're the ones that fought for us.
No, thank you so much, Commissioner Metzger. I really appreciate the time. If there's anything I could ever do for you, you can reach me through Carlos at any time. And I'm really thankful for all the work you're doing there and for calling in today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I encourage everybody, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, no matter who you are, please exercise your right and get out there and vote. And it's so important that you do so. So thank you, and God bless to everybody who's listening.
Thanks so much, Commissioner.
Yep, take care.
Yep,
Bye-bye.
you too. Bye. Great call. But don't go vote if you're Democrat. No, great call. Thanks so much for the Commissioner. Let's get set up with Carlos. He's in the Zoom room. So let's get that set up. You're going to lose me visually here for a moment as I deactivate my camera here, bring up my camera here. Carlos, can you hear me? Oh, you'll be able to here shortly. What's up, sir? Can you hear me, Carlos? Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, thanks so much, man, for joining me. So we got GT calling in here in a minute. I don't know if you were able to hear audio issues on my end when it comes to sort of the Google Voice calls, but I don't know. I know someone, Vada, is trying to help me there in chat.
Yep.
It shouldn't matter now to anyone who's trying to help me with that issue, because that'll probably be our last Google Voice call. So hopefully we don't have to worry about those sort of issues. But hey, man, all of that, look, I think the content that you actually hear people like Commissioner Metzger there bringing, I think it's phenomenal. And I'm glad to hear from people like that are doing good work on the ground and really appreciating, people.
Yeah, he's feeling under the weather today. He woke up with a sore throat, went all day to Penn State. Did he tell you that he met Vivek today?
Oh, really? No, he didn't. That's great.
Yeah. He was standing right next to him at the tailgate, and Vivek turned around and introduced himself. And from there on, they had a short conversation, and said he was a great guy. So anyway, I'm glad that he got to come on and spend a little time. He's one of my favorite people. Scott is. And great public service. Did you know that he was he worked as a parole officer in Lycoming County for 32 years?
No
before
kidding.
He became commissioner. Yeah, a long time.
Well,
And
isn't
then
that crazy? So, who were we talking to also? That was the commissioner there. That was in the state troopers for a while.
Joe Peter. Don Peters.
Don Peters. Yeah, isn't it amazing how many people get into sort of Republican politics that come through that avenue of some form of law enforcement? And I think a lot of them could sort of see the idea of service where they see sort of sometimes more difficult situations that comes with protecting people, and then they end up getting that pathway to
Absolutely.
So
how's the chat line?
We're going good.
Daddy's back.
Yeah, we got it. We're back here. I was on my own. I think I managed. Once GT gets in and we start rolling, I'm probably going to take you know what? I'm going to do it now. I'm going to take a quick pee break now. I don't want to miss any of the conversation. So go ahead, Carlos, if you don't mind taking the floor here for a minute while I go to the rest.
Not a problem. Not a problem. So, looking to see if we had any super chats, and to thank those people that have donated. And listen, I appreciate you guys staying with Rob. 24 hours is a really long time, okay, to be able to talk about politics and talk about issues. It always helps if you have someone to bounce stuff off of, but your comments are extremely important, because sometimes it can spring ideas for us to be able to talk about. And like, I'll give you an example. Sumo has been on like from this morning, okay, and it's like 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time right now in Pennsylvania, and he's still here. Let me just check real quick here. So Sumo, hey, Rob, so Sumo's been on like since 8 o'clock this morning, right?
Sumo?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Sumo,
yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely
it's
right.
insane. This guy, he
Sticking
needs like a monument built towards him.
All right, we got GT in the waiting room. You ready to go?
I got GT.
I can introduce
baby.
GT. My rep.
Yes.
I can introduce him. So.
Alrighty then. Go ahead.
So. Oh, he's sideways. Look at that. That's how good he is. He'd come in. He literally doing planks on the wall as we speak, getting that core strength build up. So thank you so much for being here. For everyone out there in the audience, this is my representative in District 15. I'm in Clarion County here. So Glenn G.T. Thompson, the most senior Republican representative from Pennsylvania, an elder statesman at this point representing conservative causes. GT, wonderful to talk to you again. Thank you so much for calling in this evening.
Hey guys, thanks for the opportunity to be able to join you. Much appreciated in a very exciting last few days of an incredibly important election year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So what's the feeling that you're getting for people that maybe have more access to sort of how these campaigns are looking? Not just the Trump campaign, but the GOP in general in a state like Pennsylvania. How's the energy level? How's the morale?
I think the morale and the energy is just tremendous. It's actually, from my perspective of what I'm able to sense and measure, actually with data, with real facts, it's greater than 2016. I mean, you just you put on the table the fact that when President Trump was first elected in 2016, there were about 1.1 million more Democrats than Republicans in the state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And today that number, for the first time in 52 years, is under 300,000, about 285,000. I mean, that's got to make a difference, right? And then you see things, other pieces of evidence I would share with you. You see Bobby Casey running pro Donald Trump ads. I mean, that gives you some insight into what his internal polling has looked like. David McCormick's going to win, and he's doing a great job. He's crisscrossing the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I was with him today at the Ohio State Penn State football game at Beaver Stadium, and I'll be with him the next couple of days at a number of President Trump events. Who's coming back to Pennsylvania? We know Pennsylvania is in play, and so I mean, but the energy, the enthusiasm, there's just a number of voter registrations that have been. They've been put forward in all the counties, all 67 counties in Pennsylvania. It's just remarkable. You look at Bucks County is now Republican majority. Luzerne County is now Republican majority. We've cut the margin tremendously in Center County. I mean, it's just really exciting.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Can you talk for a minute? I know you're talking about Dave McCormick. I think that Senate race is hugely important, one of the most important in the country. We were talking also about the importance of trying to win back the House. There's some House races in Pennsylvania that literally could make the difference between whether or not the House ends up going Republican or Democrat. We were talking to, from District 8, Rob Bresnahan earlier. What an impressive guy. I don't know if you've had a chance to work with him, but man, very exciting to see some of the young people that are coming up to getting involved in politics in PA here at the GOP.
No, absolutely. As dean of the congressional delegation in Pennsylvania, a senior member, and quite frankly, someone who has served now for a number of elections on the NRCC recruiting team. We are blessed in Pennsylvania, and we've got the right conditions. I think in 2024, Rob Bresnahan is one that you mentioned. He's just crushing it up in that district against Matt Cartwright. I know Matt Cartwright's in trouble because Nancy Pelosi is dumping millions of dollars in that district. But you can put a lot of money in there, but you can only really be effective with so much of it. And it costs a lot to rehabilitate a bad voting record. And Rob's the real deal. He's multi-generational from that county. He bought his grandfather's business, which he worked in actually as a teenager, and he grew the business. He worked with the union. He sold his business and then he invested in his community. So his campaign is going well. I think that's probably the number one target for pickup in the state of Pennsylvania for Republicans. Then you look at Ryan McKenzie running in the Allentown area. I think that and Ryan's a great candidate. He's a state representative. His mother's a state representative also within that congressional district. So you got a double whammy for input, and then we have and he's running a great campaign. President Trump was just in Allentown, and you know what? And that it helps. The president helps to motivate the voters. And then we have Rob McCreary over in the Pittsburgh area running against Chris DeLuzio. Tougher district, I didn't always had, but Rob, who's in the state legislature, he's an American hero. He's got great background, credentials, leadership, and he knows how to win an election serving in the state legislature. So those are the three probable most likely pickups, probably in the order that I shared them with you. Obviously, our biggest challenge is for a Republican incumbent. It used to always be Brian Fitzpatrick over in the collar counties of Philadelphia and Bucks County, but Bucks County has flipped to Republican, right. and Brian knows how to win that. The Scott Perry race is a little more challenging. You got somebody who was a Republican and a news anchor, which gives her broad name recognition. But you know what? Nobody runs harder than Scott Perry, and it is like an R6 maybe congressional district, and so I think Scott pulls this out, despite the fact that the Democrats have pumped a lot of money in against them. So that's where we kind of stand in Pennsylvania. As of course, as I've already implied, I see. Mr. McCormick winning.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's like I said, a great candidate, doing all the right things, and he has from the very beginning.
So we're trying to do this stream to encourage people to get out to vote. We're blessed here in Pennsylvania. No one has to articulate to the voters of Pennsylvania how important it is for them to get out and vote. But rarely do I get an opportunity to talk to someone that understands as well as you do all of these races and money that's being put at the national level. Can you talk for a minute for people that maybe live in a state that's not a swing state, particularly if you live in a blue state and you think, well, does my vote really matter? It really makes a difference, does it not, in future elections, not just to win the popular vote, but that forces Democrats to then have to focus on those areas in the future, and that's money that they can't be spending in these competitive districts in swing states like Pennsylvania.
No, you said it nicely. Completely accurate. It is really important. I think it's important, number one, from the popular vote perspective, because there's always those who question the validity of an election because the popular vote is different from the electoral college vote. I think President Trump's going to do really well with the popular vote. I think that's why I mean, that's why he's going everywhere that he is. I mean, he was in California not too long ago. No, he's really focusing on swing states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin. I mean, the man's energy is amazing. He's just everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're not in a swing state, your vote matters, and it's important that you vote. And maybe you don't have a lot of hope. Maybe you're absolutely confident President Trump's going to win, and your vote doesn't matter. It's not going to put him across the finish line. It helps to build his numbers. And maybe you're in a state, let's say in New York or California, and you decide, well, my vote really is not going to make a difference because we know what the outcome will be. No, it does make a difference because that number goes towards the popular vote, and I think we really, quite frankly, it helps confidence in our election system. Or, it would be great to see President Trump not just do the Electoral College win that perspective, which is the way we elect our president, but also the popular vote. And I think he can do both if we get out the vote. If we make it too big to rig, and that's what we've been doing. We've been working hard, and I think individuals, Republicans in every state, and I've traveled, quite a bit. I was just just come back to Colorado, helping 4 of our candidates in Colorado. I was there speaking on agriculture, and whenever I travel as a part of my duties and responsibilities, I take some time on my own dime to be able to go out and help candidates. I was in California not too long before that, and we got some tough races in California. David Valadero, Garcia. I mean, there's a number of them out there that, but they're working hard and they're doing their best. And I think, we're going to pull some of those races out in California. California expanded their Republican representation significantly in the last election, and because of that, they've been targeted by the Democrats with contributions flowing in. I mean, we're being outspent in some of these races, but quite frankly, we've got the kind of candidates that I mean, they're the kind of people, if they get their message out, they're the kind of people that, and what they stand for, people want to vote.
Well said. Carlos?
So we are such a long way from the Holiday Inn in Williamsport when you first started this trek, and now you're dean of the Pennsylvania. Did you ever think that you would ever be here? Being the dean, it feels, GT, like it was yesterday.
It does feel like yesterday,
right? Isn't it? Hasn't it gone like? It's gone by lightning fast. I was just telling Rob the other day, Melinda and I have just completed our 21-year anniversary of living in Williamsport. I don't know where the time went. So in thinking back from the very beginning when you first started, what would you say is your most favorite accomplishment?
Well, the most favorite one is the things that get accomplished each and every day on behalf of my constituents, the people that I serve, the people that I work for. And, in my congressional district, which Lycoming County is a part of that, Clarion County is a part of that. I represent 18 counties, 1/3 of the landmass in Pennsylvania, each and every day. I mean, we're helping people with Social Security benefits, when a spouse passes away, or veterans benefits, or maybe it's a passport issue or an IRS issue. The things that these are the silent successes that everyone else doesn't know about, but it makes a difference. And I'm just honored to be able to do that. Legislatively, I mean, it's a long list. In the past, I'm in, it's my 16th year. I'm now a senior member of Congress, a chairman, first Pennsylvanian to chair the House Agriculture Committee in 170 years.
It's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, a senior member of education workforce, really part of leadership. And so whether it's been my success with telemedicine, expanding telemedicine for our active duty military. And then I did that under President Obama, and then under President Trump, I did the same thing, expanded telemedicine so physicians could cross state lines, for our veterans that are out there. And now I'm working on it for the rest of us. I mean, it's a way to get accessibility to healthcare at a cost-effective price using telemedicine. You can't do everything on telemedicine, but you can do an awful lot today.
Yeah.
Or whether it's been modernizing career and technical education. I'm a leader in the nation on career and technical education. It's important in my family's history. My dad, when he got out of the Navy, used his GI benefits and became what came to Williamsport, actually.
Right.
And became a tool and die maker. And that's
Right.
how for his family. He learned to earn. And now I help to restore rungs and a ladder of opportunity. My legislation that standing in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump last day of July 2018, you were from a little town of Howard, Pennsylvania, with 600 people, one red light. That was a pretty cold day.
That was a cool day.
You know what a colder day is, though, for me now? Is when I visit these career and technical education programs, and there's no longer vacancies. There's no longer programs being eliminated because they're underutilized. Today we have waiting lists. So we really address that stigma. We've taken that stigma away. These are great paying jobs. When these people graduate, and it's both kids in high school, but also adult learners in these programs, they graduate and they have a diploma and certifications in one hand and multiple job offers in the other. And you know what they don't have? They don't have a student debt the size of a mortgage.
Right.
So, I mean, there's just a lot of leadership in agriculture. I've worked on 2 farm bills. I've really authored the one, the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2024 that is passed out of the Agriculture Committee with bipartisan votes. Really hoping to get that on the House floor here when we get back after the election. Now, I will tell you the Senate has not done a bill yet.
Mhm.
And so, but that's okay, because we got a great bill that we can drop that right in their lap.
As soon as they're ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've done that using my political philosophy, and that is, you legislate from the outside in. Typically they take a handful of experts, and we all know what an expert is, right? X stands for unknown quantity, because you don't know what you're going to get from. Expert is a drip under pressure.
That's good.
5-6 individuals in a room in the Capitol, and they write a bill, and they don't pay attention to really the realities of the people living with the problem we're trying to solve. And then you take it from the inside outside, and you try to convince everybody that legislation is the best thing since sliced bread, and it always fails. There's always unintended consequences that are negative.
Yeah.
I legislate from the outside in. So I go out and I talk with the people that are living with these problems and issues that are within the scope of the federal government, that need to be solved. And I bring them to the table. I like to say I write these bills in a tripartisan way. So I do bring Republicans and I bring Democrats to the table. I don't ever ask anybody to compromise their principles and values. That defines who they are. But I ask them to come to the table and let's talk about what we can agree upon to solve a problem. But I do it in a tripartisan way. So I bring the people to the table who are living every day with these issues, because I believe they know what the solutions are better than what we do. And that's been very successful for me with all the, whether it's been telemedicine or career and technical education or educational bills or agriculture related bills, all the things that I've led on over, my service and time.
No, I was going to say, one of the things that I think that we see as a juxtaposition between the national ticket of Trump and Kamala is it seems Kamala is sort of not really connecting well to the average person. And one of the compliments that I could give you is, from the first time I met you, I think it was at the Autumn Leaf Parade. I saw you at the Autumn Leaf Parade when I was younger, which is a big festival they have in Clarion, where I'm sort of lived my entire life. Regardless if people agree or disagree with some of the policy positions you put forth, you're very approachable. You're like a regular guy that if you didn't know was a congressman, you wouldn't know was a congressman. Where to me, the idea I always had of an elected official is more like a Gavin Newsom type character that's like, sort of seems to be higher and mightier than people. Can you talk a little about how, to me, one of the remarkable things about Donald Trump and many of the other Republicans that you've talked about in these other races, how they connect so well with sort of the common man, sort of the average blue collar worker in a place that you see like Pennsylvania?
Yeah, well, I think it's because President Trump, and I've had the privilege and honor of serving, working closely with President Trump. Obviously, the 4 years that he was serving as the 45th president of the United States, and quite frankly, in his campaign as well. I'll be with him at 2 events on Monday. I'll be in Reading with him in the afternoon at 2:00 when he speaks. I'll speak at about noon. And then in Pittsburgh, I'll speak at 4:00, and the president speaks about 6:00. I mean, what defines him is he just cares. I mean, his service is about being selfless, not selfish. And to me, that's the best type of elected official. That's what I strive for. Hopefully I achieve that as well. But I appreciate that in Donald J. Trump. He wouldn't need this job. I mean, he's had tremendous life success, and he built most of it himself. He didn't really inherit a whole lot. He just built an amazing. Let's call it what it is. It's an empire with his real estate business. But he cares about America, and I know for a fact he cares about American citizens, and he cares about everyone. I mean, there are some that try to put him in a box and define who he's for and who he's against. But he loves this country, and he wants everyone to achieve the American dream like he's achieved the American dream. And I think that I've always said, one of the truisms in politics, and he certainly is satisfied this, is number one is, people need to like you, before they'll vote, consider voting for you. And he's very likable. I mean,
oh my gosh, yes.
You get him one-on-one. And I've traveled with him on Air Force One, on Marine One. I've been in the Beast. And imagine I'm not a tiny guy, and he's kind of stocky too. The two of us sitting facing each other in the Beast. I didn't know where to put my feet, playing footsies with the leader of the free world, right? It's just very personable, and he cares, and he listens. He listens. I'll tell you a quick story about that. We were on Air Force One, and I was, as dean, I had a number of our Pennsylvania Republicans were with me, and we left Andrews Air Force Base, and we were going somewhere to, for a campaign event, for a rally event. And we're somewhere, I don't know, we're about 35,000 feet, right? And Air Force One's kind of a cold plane. Nobody really sits down. I mean, even when you're taking off, these pilots are amazing, these military pilots. And the president comes up to me and says, I sent out a tweet this morning. And I'm thinking, no kidding. My neighbor used to have chickens, and they had a rooster by mistake, and that rooster, well, I didn't need that when Donald Trump became president. I just wait in the morning. And then he looked at me, he says, my staff said it wasn't very helpful. He said, what do you think? And my first thing in mind is, I'm at 35,000 feet without a parachute. And I'm talking to a man that's surrounded with people with guns, service. And, but you know what? I only know one way to be, and you're just honest with folks, right? Especially when they solicit your input. And I said to the president, Mr. President, it wasn't helpful. And I explained why. We were on the verge of doing something, and it just blew up the process. And he stopped and paused. And he looked at me and says, all right. Says, I hadn't thought about it from that perspective. And what was running through my mind is, number one, I was thankful he didn't throw me out of his plane at 35. But number two, I really appreciate the fact that he asked my opinion. He sought my counsel, and that's what this man does. And he discerned on it. He really thought about it. And so I was just honored to have that happen. But that is the man, Donald Trump. He will try to solicit the best counsel he can and surround himself with the people to give him, the best kind of different perspectives and opinions. But then he's a leader. And so he will make the decision, whether it's easy or hard. And always in the context of that, he cares about this country, and he cares about American families, and he knows what it takes for families to be successful. how do I know that? Because we saw it. We saw that in 16. We saw it in 17, and then we had this plague that hit our country that was just nothing like it ever in the past, and that just really derailed everything. But we had no better time in this country economically. That's when gasoline was under $2 a gallon. Back then, we defined the difference between boys and girls using biology.
Simpler time.
It was times you could afford to buy everything that was on your grocery list. ISIS, Al Qaeda, and I'm an Army dad. My son was wounded in Iraq. He's still active duty. My daughter-in-law is retired now, military. Back during President Trump, his strong leadership for America, we didn't hear about Al Qaeda and we didn't hear about ISIS. I mean, I could just go down the line of the difference between. It is a difference of day and night of what we got under President Trump and what we have under Harris and Biden.
They just foiled a plot, by the way, from one of the people that came in unvetted from Afghanistan after the disastrous pullout for a terrorist that wanted to have a mass casualty event on Election Day, right?
Yeah.
That sort of stuff. Things were so good under Trump that we had scandals about how many scoops of ice cream did he eat and how he fed koi fish improperly.
Well, and what he said, I mean, some people say, I mean, he's unfiltered, but I think that's what a lot of people like about him. You knew where he stood. You didn't have to guess. CNN just broke a story an hour or so ago, I believe, on Kamala Harris, where they've documented in one state, she in terms of foreign affairs, she talks about protecting the Palestinians and Hamas, and in Pennsylvania, she talks about standing with Israel. I mean, same topic, 180 degrees, because she and Tim Walz, and I served with Tim Walz. I mean, he was on the Agriculture Committee when I was, and I liked Tim. I mean, he was, we didn't vote the same way, but personality-wise, I guess maybe I like knuckleheads. I don't know.
He seems likable. He really does. I think that's fair to say. Yeah.
Probably have a beer with, know. But at the same time, they represent the worst of what politicians be, and those are politicians that will tell you what you think you want to hear, and they will tell different stories to different people on the same topic, and they've done that over and over and over again, which means they have no clear foundation. And which is scary. I mean, you want leaders that are firmly rooted in a belief system, in a foundation that they will be able to govern, with consistency. And it's just not there with that pair.
Yeah.
With Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, I mean, their feet or Harris and Walz are on shifting sand, depending on which way the wind's blowing. Trump and Vance, they're on stone.
They are the Trump administration and this next administration, if he wins, are amongst the most transparent we have ever seen. And that's the thing. Trump will say an awful lot, and some people might not like it, but you know where he stands. When you compare that to like we don't, and I don't say this to be rude, I'm empathetic to people that get elderly. I've had people in my life that have suffered cognitive decline, but quite frankly, it's scary that we don't know who's making the decisions in the Oval Office right now. And so it really is. I'm not trying to be rude or anything like that, but you have to ask yourself, people like that like you're saying, shifting sand, we don't know who the people are making these decisions.
No, and Vice President Harris, who all along, talked about how vibrant, how sharp, President Joe Biden is. Well, we know that's a lie today. I mean, she was telling the American people what she thought they wanted to hear. It's just another example of she just can't be trusted. Yeah. And trustworthiness, I think, is a character that you need to look for in your leaders, especially, the president of the United States.
GT, have you ever had any interactions with the president, President Biden, in your time in Washington?
I did. I've got a great story on that as well. Not much, but let me share two stories. One was when it was vice president, and sister to the White House Christmas party. I'd taken my wife in the past, and she had had enough. She wanted me to give my sister an opportunity, and I went. And we got there, and President Obama was out of the White House. I don't know where he was. He didn't show up. So Vice President Biden kind of filled in. And Sherry said, introduce me to the vice president. Introduce me to the vice president. Okay, younger sister, I'm going to do this. So that day I'd been in Scranton. I was in Scranton. I was invited up there by a Democratic state senator, former Secretary of Labor in Pennsylvania, who shares my passion for career and technical education. And I spoke at his event, as a part of it. And so I used that as sort of the icebreaker with the vice president. I said, Mr. Vice President, said, I was just in your hometown this morning. And he looked at me and says, well, where in Delaware were you? Thinking, right, Joe. Okay.
Old Scranton Joe. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody that used to do when he could remember that exactly what he thought you wanted to hear.
Right.
But, yeah. And then 2 years ago now, I guess it's been about 2 years, I was summoned to the White House to talk about the Farm Bill, and I went, and the Democrats were just, this was back even when we hadn't done the debt ceiling vote yet, and it was, and so I walk in, we sit there. There's the four corners, so there are two ranking members, two chairs of basically the House and the Senate Agriculture Committee, Secretary Vilsack, two of the president's senior advisors, and the president. And we're in the library, which is a really small room with books on the wall. And down on the west wing, we're in the east wing on the first floor. And the president starts out by, we're there supposed to talk about the Farm Bill, and he starts talking about the debt ceiling. And I'm thinking, I'm not sure he knows what meeting it is. And, and actually it turned out he did. And, he was just sort of complaining about the current situation with a pending debt ceiling, and all the Democrats were just railing on Republicans. We're never going to get a debt ceiling. We're never going to get a farm bill, and and I'm kind of optimistic. I've been working this thing, right? I've been working hard, in a tripartisan way from the outside in. And so at some point it became my turn. And I looked at the president. I said, Mr. President, we're going to get this done, because he says, I got to tell you, I've been in, at that point, it was like, I've been in 41 states and one territory. Back then it was probably 25 states that I'd been in doing listening sessions, inviting, farmers and ranchers and people of rural America to come to the table. And I said, I've been in 25 states, something like that. And he pauses, he get a serious look on his face. He looks at me, he says, are you running? President, I am running. I'm running to get a farm bill done, not running for president of the United States. But that was a concern that he showed that when I had been to states. Those are two of the memorable interactions. I haven't had really no other invitations, unfortunately. And that's unfortunate. When I served with President Trump, when I was invited to the White House, he invited Democrats too. He didn't care what your label was. He wanted people of both parties to come so that we could work together for the benefit of the American people. And that's a real difference from what Barack Obama did, and certainly a difference from what Joe Biden has done.
Yeah. So go ahead, Carlos, and then I'll.
So one of the things that GT and I share is love of movies. So can you tell us, on what level President Trump is as a movie lover? A scale of 1 to 10. What do you think?
Oh, I think probably a 10. I've actually been in the White House with the president in the theater watching movies, which was really cool. Being a kid from Howard, Pennsylvania, rural America, rural Pennsylvania, and the one that was really striking, it was the one about the three that were on the train from Paris in the terrorist attack.
Oh,
yeah.
I know what I can't think of the name of it,
Yeah,
but I know
15 train 15 something.
Yeah, it was about the time, right?
Yeah.
And it was really cool to watch it because the president invited two of the guys played themselves in the movie.
Wow.
Yeah, and they were in the theater with us. It's not a big. I mean, it probably sits 20 people, I think, maybe something like that. But we're sitting in there and we're eating Skittles and popcorn and watching this movie sitting with the president of the United States and these two American heroes that really were the ones that stepped up and prevented these terrorists from a terrible attack on this train. And so I got the sense that the president enjoys his movies.
That's amazing. So I know you're a busy man, so we'll get you out of here on this. I know Carlos and I want to know, what's your plans on Election Day? Are you going to be doing any live events? What's your plans going through there?
Yeah, I'm going to spend some time at some polls. I'm going to spend some time at Penn State because I think we're going to get a really strong Republican vote out of our students at Penn State. I mean, they've been on fire. Just a shout out to the Penn State College Republicans. Their membership is 170, that's amazing for an
unbelievable
Republican group. And they have been knocking on doors. They mounted the biggest CR door knocking in the city of Pittsburgh just a week or so ago. They did it the same day that we brought President Trump to the Bryce Jordan Center at Penn State. I mean, these kids are remarkable, and these are the same kids that have been, because of COVID and government leaders like Joe Biden and former Governor Tom Wolf, were locked out of their high schools. They didn't have a real graduation. They didn't have a real prom. They probably started college without the college experience of the college community because they had to go remote. These kids are registering Republican in herds. Now, they don't travel alone, but they're coming out and registering Republican because they want the party of liberty and freedom. And so I am looking forward to at least part of the day spending it at Penn State University, greeting all the kids, no matter how they're voting, when they're coming to because there's about 5 precincts that all vote in the same room at the Hub building.
Right. Okay.
Time with, 2 of our state representative challengers that are running against Democrats. One of them, Teresa Holman, I just saw a Charlie Kirk post today that talked about it. And Charlie Kirk has been helpful on campus. He registered, about 2 hours, over 250 Republicans on campus. But he was reflecting on, she is running against a Democrat incumbent, and nobody gave her, I supported her. I've worked with her. In fact, it's the state representative district I live in. So I support her financially and just with different events. That nobody really gave her a shot because she's running against this incumbent. But Charlie Kirk, in a post today on X, shared polling that showed her within the margin of error. And which is pretty exciting when you have somebody, those dynamics. So I'm going to spend the time with her and
wonderful.
And 3 of our state representatives. I'm going to work polls side by side with them at all. And then we're going to celebrate Tuesday night at the Nittany Lion Inn, which was just renovated and opened back up. And we're going to be in the ballroom for a great victory celebration that evening after the polls close.
Yeah, we had some guests from State College this afternoon, right, Rob?
Yeah, and they some of them that are young Republicans there, and they were talking to us about the enthusiasm, particularly at things like fraternities in State College at Penn State there, that they think's very encouraging that they've seen. And I think you're right. A lot of what they said was sort of being the pro-liberty party. Just a quick anecdote here. I have a friend that lives out towards State College who's a Democrat. And one of the things he was outraged by during the COVID lockdowns was they actually put up, I'm not making this up, sort of most wanted flyers of college students that went to parties during the lockdowns. And I don't think the Democrats realize how damaging that is for young people when you treat them like they're the FBI's most wanted. For what? Because they wanted to have the college experience and hang out with friends. So I think that you're right, that I see a lot of enthusiasm on colleges around this state, but particularly in Center County there at Penn State because of those sort of actions.
Oh yeah, the Democrat leaders in Pennsylvania during COVID, they were like the Stasi's,
Yeah.
you know, post World War II in Germany, where you were encouraged to spy on your family members. They actually had forms that you could complete to report somebody who was not in compliance and lockstep with, with the lockdown rules. I mean, there was the some students. One situation, a great young man. He was from outside my district, but we tried to help him and his parents. I mean, he wound up at a party off campus, and it was in a sort of an area behind the apartment building. And the kids come out and they kind of did a social gathering, which was great. It was open air and everything like that. But because they violated the rules, I think Penn State kicked this kid out of school. I mean, it was ridiculous. It reminded you of post World War II stuff in Germany.
Unbelievable. Well,
So
Congressman. Oh, go ahead.
I wanted to real quickly tell you that I have been giving. I spoke with. I don't know if you remember Scott Metzger, the president commissioner in Lycoming County,
Absolutely. Yeah.
and Chairman McClure from Perry County.
Yeah.
Both texted me and told me that they'd like to send their regards to you.
Yeah.
And thank you.
No, thank you. Thank them. Much appreciated. Good friends.
And President Metzger was on just before you. He was the guest that preceded you, so that's very cool. But Congressman, thank you as always. I know we've talked before. You've called in before. The work you're doing out there, putting the pedal to the metal here in the final stretch, it's really impressive. And if there's ever anything that Carlos and I could do for you, just don't hesitate to ask. Thank you so much for representing us in my district here in Clarion. It's great to talk to you, and hopefully you're having a great celebration Tuesday night.
You betcha. Look forward to it. Thanks, guys. God bless.
Thank you,
God
GT.
bless. Thanks, GT. Yeah, that was the great Glenn Thompson, GT Thompson, representative out of District 15 here, the district that I'm in, and I think partially Lycoming County, or is it all of Lycoming County, Carlos?
It's the western part of Lycoming County and the western part of Williamsport. So they split Williamsport literally in half, and Danny Muser has the eastern part of Lycoming County. And then GT has the western.
So we got the full package. We got the
full
by the way,
package
how
today.
about that for a bookend going into the evening? We start off with Representative Muser in the morning, and then here late into the evening we have Representative GT. Very cool. And you know, it's always sort of a humbling experience. Like as humbled as GT was talking about, like here I am sitting in a theater with the leader of the free world or sitting on Air Force One. It's equally humbling for like someone like me to be talking to the senior Republican representative here in Pennsylvania. And again, there are political differences and disagreements that people could have on specific policies and things like that. But I think it really speaks to someone's character that's willing to sort of come onto a show like ours, reach out and try to connect to sort of average people. I think it speaks very highly of the people that are willing to do that. And I'm thankful that you were able to reach out to those people and they responded so positively. Like, you know, Ambassador Sands, Congressman Muser and Thompson, and Jamie Flick, you know, state rep, very impressive people.
Well, you know, here's what I have to say about that. The stock and trade of politics is relationships. And if you're able to maintain and to keep relationships, you're going to go really far. You know, as you know, when we were talking to GT, let me tell you, I remember vividly the first time I met him, and this guy was it had to be 16, 17, 18 years ago, and you know, he just woke up and introduced himself to me. And I was doing video for, are you ready for this? I was doing video for a candidate running for state representative, Rick Marabito.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, you know, one of the
This
reasons
is a generation ago.
it's, oh my gosh. Yeah. So, you know, and for him to be the dean of the congressional, delegation now, and thinking back to when I was there when he started the very first, before he was anybody, and he's the same exact guy today that he was then. unassuming, talk to everybody, and gives you time. There has never been a time, and he gave me his number way back then, and there has never been a time where I've texted GT Thompson and he hasn't responded. Never.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
You know, um, and the fact that he's accessible, like you said, okay, and we didn't prep this. I was you. We didn't talk about the fact that you were going to say that he was extremely accessible. So these are some of the values that he holds. And the cool thing is that he always keeps me in touch, because every time he goes to the movies at the White House, he tells me what they're going to watch. And then, of course, one of the times that they did that was Unplanned, the movie that.
Oh, right.
So when I went out last year to do to see the premiere of Nefarious, Carrie and I did a video at dinner, and we sent it to GT, because GT was talking to me about Unplanned and how the president loved it, and it was Carrie, obviously, who directed and wrote the film. So he sent him a personal message. So that was a neat thing.
That's really cool. I met GT. I've seen him before, at the local parade, like I said. But when in the conferee, meeting there with the election in 2019, after I spoke, it was kind of a humbling experience where Tom Marino, who was the person whose seat he had, for health reasons, had been given up, he came up and introduced himself to me and said he was impressed with, the things I had to say. And then GT came up to me. GT was also there. And he offered to have coffee with me someday. Now, I never found the time to call him or anything of that nature. But, yeah, even then, here I am, just some guy who has white socks on, don't know about dress
coming
socks.
out of the Genetti with white socks on, right?
So sort of.
So listen, so here's our problem.
I got a guest at 10:15. So
okay, who do you have?
I got primetime Alex Stein, always on the grind.
Okay,
from the Blaze.
So Don McClure does not have his laptop.
Don, what are you doing?
The great Don McClure. Yeah, yes,
always
I know.
Fun to talk to.
Okay, so he's probably going to come back, or come on, through the Google call, of which I can't hear. So when do you want to, so I want to give him a quick call and update him.
So if we get him on now, we'll have a half an hour or 20 minutes or so before 10:15.
Okay.
After 10:15, it's going to get tight. Believe it or not, I have a lot of people lined up. Andrew Wilson's going to call in and probably do an hour from 11 to 12. And then I got a bunch of other streamers.
Who's calling in?
Andrew Wilson from The Crucible, a good friend of the show.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a great guy. So he's going to call in around the 11 o'clock hour.
So
his wife
Andy,
Rachel's in the chat. It's nice to see you, Rachel.
Andy is responsible for my son becoming a Orthodox Christian.
Oh, yes.
Because
I don't know if I told Andrew that. I will have
because you talked to Andrew.
Yeah.
Christopher saw that, and then Christopher's the kind of guy that if something interests him, he'll go down a wormhole. Okay, and boy, did he go down a wormhole. And as I told you the other day, Melinda and I, for the very first time ever, went to an Orthodox service in Wyckoff, New Jersey, with our son and his wife and the kids.
I can't wait to tell Andrew that, and I know Rachel's in the chat now. I'm sure that that's one of the types of stories they like hearing the most, because I think they're very good advocates for Orthodoxy, and to hear that your son saw that and ended up converting to Orthodoxy, I think that's really an amazing story. I forgot. I don't think I ever told him that. I remember you told me that a month or so ago.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you paid attention to me.
It's in one ear and out the other with you. I just follow Facebook.
That's the way you got to treat Latinos,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So go ahead and shout out Don if you want.
All right, so give me a couple of minutes.
Okay.
To get Don synced up. Unfortunately, I won't be able to hear it, so I'm gonna step away for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And but let me get you hooked up with him, all right?
Okay, sounds good,
all
man.
Right.
I'm gonna end my video on this call, but I'm gonna stay on the call. That way, I could do video with Don. Maybe. Thanks so much for the follow, Z. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm glad, Rachel. I'm glad. Just know all the crazy drama and crazy people that you and Andrew deal with, you are making a difference. And I think converting someone, the walk the path of Christ and everything, but even one person, I think that's an incredible accomplishment. So kudos to you all. I think that's amazing. Yeah, Don McClurt's calling, one of my favorite, Perry County Commissioner, one of my favorite people to talk to. Brilliant guy, incredibly accessible. So much. Me and Don one time, I remember we were on stream just yelling at each other. Great guy. Brilliant guy, though. And you're going to see, I understand. It doesn't matter that I say this because people come and go. There's going to be audio issues from my end. You'll be able to hear Don just fine. But because of sort of the gain adjustments that happen through Google Voice, my voice is going to all of a sudden sound like this. So there's nothing I could do about it at this point. Maybe there's a fix that, I could download some sort of patch or something for the future. But I don't have time to do it here in the next 2 or 3 minutes before Don calls in. 10:15, we're going to have Alex Stein calling in. We'll have him for maybe 25 minutes to a half an hour. And then 11 p.m., we got Andrew Wilson that'll be calling in. So I think it's looking good here going into the evening. Listen, Alex Stein, Andrew Wilson, and Don. You guys don't know. Don's a different character than Alex and Andrew. Well, they're all three different characters. But I think it really helps the energy here hitting in to the end of this great night on Saturday, entering into Sunday morning. So couldn't ask for better guests coming into the turn of the evening here. So I need a proper audio mixer. Yeah, I mean, that's probably something that I need. I'll have to sort of work for that. There you go. Wicked Wally says, lucky for you, Rob. Always up at 5 a.m. I'll need you. It'll be weird by 5 a.m. I'll probably be singing and, heavy eyes will be like this. Like, let me tell you, these stupid lefties. Who knows? Don't worry, we'll keep the content rolling. 25 and a half hours, nothing, baby. I have noticed, I always noticed this drinking booze back when I used to be an alcoholic. You know the phrase that, you break the seal? So you drink, 4, 5, 6 beers, and then all of a sudden you have to go to the bathroom once, and then it's every 20 minutes you gotta go to the bathroom. I'm not drinking any alcohol tonight, but I've noticed that I've broke the seal. And I've had to go to the restroom several times. So I think I did good for the first 6 hours or so. Didn't use the restroom. Now I feel like it's every hour I'm getting up. But I am drinking a lot. So got several beverages here. We got some diet green tea that I've been drinking. Also water, one of my favorite beverages. And then still sipping on this here sugar-free Red Bull. So, thank you, Delusion. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I should have more followers. Who knows? We'll get there someday. Got some things to talk about I think one of the best people that any conservative content creator could talk to for advice on how to grow your channel is Andrew Wilson, who basically built his audience from the ground up, to which I think one of the greatest compliments I think you can give a content creator. I don't know that there's a more interactive audience to any streamer I know than Andrew Wilson and the Crucible audience. And I don't just mean giving money and super chats. The way that community is literally not just people in an audience that are chatting while a streamer talks, but it is a community. The interactions that they have, I think it's just phenomenal. And it's a lesson in how if you work hard and you're putting out content that's authentic, that an audience finds engaging and entertaining, that you really can, even if you're being sort of, screwed with algorithms and, things of that nature, you really can build a channel. And so, hopefully I'll be working with Andrew here in the future to not just grow my channel, but to help him out in the Crucible in any way that I can. And I think we both share a goal when it comes to politics, even if we don't agree on specifically everything. There's so much crossover in 90% of stuff that we agree on. I think we both understand the importance of taking this cultural and political message sort of out there to make sure that we're having influence in the real world, and take that from the streaming space to be able to, translate that into winning elections, having a ground game, having sort of a community of people that understand sort of the importance of having a network of people that are talented and pushing these sorts of, measures. One thing you could say about the left, people complain about Progressive Victory PAC and groups like that. There are people that are financing even streamers that you may not consider that talented. But there is power in that, and the people that are putting money behind that are smart to do so, because this sort of content, sort of people that have accessibility through their own home studios making content, it's sort of the wave of the future. You could already see in this election cycle how going on Theo Vaughn's show or Joe Rogan's show, or even if you're Kamala going on with Charlemagne the God, that sort of has more impact than a traditional going on 60 Minutes. Partly because 60 Minutes and the legacy media are dying because they're just propagandists, but also partially because people are now able to select their information and entertainment options from a wider berth of things because of sites like YouTube and other sites. And so it is the wave of the future politically that people that are interested in winning cultural and political battles should be investing heavily in content like this. One of the reasons I'll be happy to talk to Alex Stein. Glenn Beck hires Alex Stein at the Blaze because he understands. You look at Glenn Beck and you look at Alex Stein, and although they're going to share a lot of political beliefs, stylistically, they couldn't be more diametrically opposed. And yet it's a good fit because the understanding that we need people that are authentic but are approaching things with their own character in different ways to push forth a cultural and political message that we think will help take our country in a good direction.
Hey, Rob.
What's I want to say real quick, Carlos, you may want to say hi too. Sarah Kane in the audience. You remember the Crusader gal, Sarah? I know you've
One of my favorites.
Yeah,
one of my favorites on Twitter.
Great to hear from you, Sarah.
I hope she's feeling better. She, she had an accident. And,
Absolutely, prayers out to you, Sarah. But always great to hear from you. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Carlos? Sorry to interrupt you.
Can you keep an eye on the Zoom infrastructure to see if Don is calling in? So Don doesn't have his laptop, so my idea was to send him the link of Zoom to his phone to see if his phone will open up the app, and then we could talk to him through Zoom audio only. Is that right?
I'll keep an eye. That's totally fine.
Okay.
No problem at all. I will then, let me adjust and bring my video back on Zoom. We'll plan for that. If that doesn't work, the backup plan will be he could call that voice number. So whatever works.
I think his phone is downloading it right now.
No problem.
And so let me put you on pause for a second, and let me get back to him.
Pause me in my own show. Pause yourself. How about that? But no, everyone. By the way, like one of the things I think is important. We already talked to Aircraft Sparky, who's a streamer that I really enjoy working with. We talked to one of my favorite people, Drone Tech. His channel, Drone Tech, you should check out. I really think if you like me, I think you would love Sarah Kane's channel if you've never seen it. She is someone who's one of the most powerful advocates for Christianity that I've seen on this space. She also happens to be remarkably intelligent when it comes to sort of political issues. And I just think that she's putting some of the best content out there, particularly when she sinks her teeth into sort of some of these cases of indoctrination that we see culturally from organizations like LGBTQ organizations and the indoctrination they have at various levels in our culture. So I'm going to put her link out. I hope you really consider checking her out, the Crusader Gal. I think it's a channel you all will really like. And I think that she's someone that, honestly, if we could break through sort of the algorithmic problems that you see on places like YouTube that are designed to not encourage voices like ours, I think she could be actually a huge streamer. She literally has that level of intelligence and charisma.
Hold on.
And I think that the sky's the limit. So,
all right, I think he's in the waiting room. We want to check?
The waiting room of Zoom?
Yeah.
Nope. It would show up if he is. It's not. Just me and you.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's.
Did he click the right link? It could just be this. Right? So we got 20 minutes till prime time. Alex Stein, always on the grind, comes on. We could just have 20 minutes of us struggling through trying to get our Zoom features all worked out. It's okay. You guys will love Don though. I'm hoping he can come on. I hope, by the way, thanks to Carlos for helping set up all these tremendous guests. I hope that I understand this isn't the type of content that maybe people are normally used to with me. You're used to me having these debates with ridiculous lefties that are telling poems and shit, or people spurging out like Destiny, making them rage quit. I love doing that stuff. Don't get me wrong. Maybe a bad karaoke night. Maybe you like trans-positive Rob. Maybe you like my Pisco impression or anything like that. And I do love doing that content, but I am trying to bridge a gap into people that actually have access to the political levers of power, particularly in my state of Pennsylvania. So I am very humbled that I'm able to get so many people that actually have legislative and political power here in Pennsylvania. And I hope it comes across that people appreciate that, we're trying to bring on guests to give insight how this election's going, what things look like on the ground in Pennsylvania, and what we can expect going into Tuesday. So I hope that it comes across and it's appreciated. And I am trying to maintain these relationships. Last time I did this in 2022, sort of went my own way afterwards. This time, I'm committed to putting more time and energy into my channel. There we go. He's in the room now, Carlos. Carlos. And so hopefully you'll see more guests like this on a regular basis. Carlos. Carlos. Hey. Hello, Don. Can you hear me? He's muted. So he's muted it. You want me to do an impression? Hey, I'll be Carlos here. Don, I gotta get you unmuted here. Rob's such a fantastic host. I know he's doing a good job with filler here, but hit the unmute button on your Zoom app that you just downloaded.
You're in the waiting room. We see you.
You're just muted
on the screen, but you're muted. So if you can somehow get unmuted, we'll be able to actually talk to you.
I could, if he can't unmute, I could just say what I know he's saying.
No, it's on your end.
It shows up as a mute button. We could see that he's muted. Don't wish that on me. God's favorite amp. I think my risk level for that sort of ailment is remarkably low, but appreciate it. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for Don, I assure you, Don is a very intelligent person, but sometimes, particularly if you have never downloaded an app like Zoom, it can oftentimes, I struggled even last night, actually had to purchase the entry package of Zoom just to be able to send out an invite to have a Zoom call that lasted more than 40 minutes. And it took me much longer than you. Well, Carlos, we only have like 15 minutes. If he wants to try that Google Voice number at this point, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you don't have your headphones in. Carlos.
Yeah.
Google Voice. Just tell him to do Google Voice. Carlos.
All right, so this is what we can do.
Google Voice. Now, is this not entertainment? Watching three old men struggle with technology? What are you going to do? Tune into some left-wing panel show paid for by Progressive Victory PAC? You ain't going to see three old dudes struggle with technology like you will here. That's what brings the authenticity, my friends. That's how you know we're real. This isn't pre-scripted. This is live. This is how boomers operate. Carlos won't even put his headset in to just have him call in. By the time we figure out Zoom, we're going to have 3 minutes until our next guest comes on. So I'm trying to tell him that we should just do the Google Voice, but instead we're going to talk through these tech problems for the next 10 minutes and then have 2 minutes by the time. Carlos! We only have 15 minutes. Tell him to use Google Voice.
Yeah, no. I think we're going to have him tomorrow. His phone won't unmute. So I told him to get out of it and come back into it. But I think the better idea is, and I'm on the phone with him now, better idea is if we talk to him in the morning.
That sounds great. We could work with the problems. But I don't have any guests really after 3 a.m. this morning, so that will be fine.
Right.
I'm going till 8 a.m. But
all right,
tell Don thank you, and I'm sorry for the tech issues. Okay. Well, unfortunately, Don McClure, great guy. We're not going to hear from him until the a.m., but that'll be great. It'll be great to close the show with the great Perry County Commissioner, Don McClure. So that should be good. He'll have a lot of insight. He's a very statistical and analytical man, so I think you'll appreciate sort of how he's going to analyze what he sees going on here in Pennsylvania and maybe the race in general going larger. So, but yeah, apologies to the audience for that. No, it was a bit of... Sarah says, what's the schedule like tonight? So 10:15.
All right, I'm back.
No problem. 10:15, we have Alex Stein. We'll probably have him for about an hour, half an hour. Then we'll have about a 15-minute break with guest until Andrew Wilson calling in at 11. At midnight, Jeb Tan's supposed to call in. Aircraft Sparky, I think 1 a.m. has suggested calling in. And then after 1 a.m., we'll assume, I think Sparky said he would like to be in bed by 2. At that point, we're free and open from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. unless Dawn's going to call in the morning, maybe 7 a.m., 7:30 or something like that to sort of round out the show. So that's the schedule. Sarah, honestly, if you're still awake late into the morning, be more than happy to have you. Alex Custa recommended that maybe he would be able to call in around 1 a.m. We'll see how that looks with Alex. We'll try to fit him in. But a lot of what happens is messages get lost in the shuffle. And so you send people messages to their email. You send them messages to sort of their X feed, and they'll get it like 3 days later and go, oh man, was that today? Sure, I'd like to come on. And unfortunately, the nature of it is once you're sort of scheduling these things, it's hard to get everyone on that you originally were hoping to get on. So, yeah, Aftershock maybe you could come in. Yeah, good deal, Sarah. Aftershock, you may be up until the wee hours of the morning. So if you want to hop in, that'd be fantastic. Always nice to talk to Aftershock. He'll give us a much needed injection of insanity and energy that's like literally much needed going in. Now, is it all right if I move Dawn to the waiting room?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Is it all right if I move Don's still on here? Granted, he's muted, but is it all right if I move him to the waiting room then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's do that.
So what does Sarah say?
Oh, Sarah said if she gets insomnia, she'll let us know if she wants to call in late at night. It'll be a weird time, as you get into those waning hours. You've been up 20, 21, 22 hours.
Yeah, so
talking politics.
It looks like McClinko might be pushed to between 6 and 8 a.m. I'm still waiting to hear from Carrie and Chuck.
Now listen.
And looks like Fitzgerald is not going to be available.
That's okay. Now listen, when you say between 6 and 8 a.m., I want to be clear. I'm probably done at 8 a.m. So
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Unless it's like Trump, probably not going to go past 8 a.m. It'll probably be nap time for Rob.
All right, stop
little daytime sleep action.
Stop being such a baby, all right?
I can't help it.
I mean, it's already, what is it? You've done 14 hours and now you're talking like an old woman.
I feel like, I just, dug a ditch from here to the end of the county. I'm doing yeoman's work here. I tell my wife that all the time. Like, yeah, I've been busy digging ditches all day. She's like, dude, basically your job's going fishing with the guy you work with. Don't act like you're physically busting your ass,
So when Andrew comes on, he's going to call you a baby, right?
It's okay. I'm used to it.
You know that.
That's how I was born.
He's not going to.
Listen, Andrew ain't doing no 25 and a half hour stream. Andrew puts a lot of time in, but he ain't doing no 25 and a half hour stream.
Well, that's because he has a brain.
I'll up the ante. I'll be like, you got to do 26 hours now. And we'll make it even more absurd. He does these TikTok invasions. Let's see, 26-hour TikTok invasion. Andrew Wilson. Your head will turn into mush arguing with these lefties on TikTok for 26 hours straight. I will tell you an idea I had for a show. This is honest to goodness idea. I would love to line up 24 people to debate me.
Alex Stein, what a stud. Thank you.
There he is. Thank you. On the grind. Prime time's on the way. I would love to line up 24 different lefties to debate me and do one every hour for 24 hours straight. I think that would be highly entertaining. I don't know if I could find 24 to do it, but yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun. And then the more
fun part would be to have 24 windows open on Zoom and you destroying them.
Not fun
all
at
one
all.
time.
Not fun at all. I've been partial to that game. That sucks. People can't. They talk over each other and all. But
they're screeching.
Can you imagine though? It would be like, man, I want to debate Rob in the 23rd hour. He's probably off his game a little after hour 23. That's Roar 89. Thanks for the $2 super chat. Voted Friday.
Thanks, Roar.
It's fun stream. Thank you. Yeah, I know I had that poll up, but then OBS crashed and all that good stuff. But I do hope we had, at the time that the poll went down, we had, I believe, 88 people that said that they were going to vote for Trump. The goal was to get at least 200 confirmed people that were voting for Trump.
Right.
And I think we haven't officially got there, but I think between that and the viewers that we've had since then, I think that we're going to reach that mark. If you're listening and you haven't made a decision yet, feel free to let us know in the comments if you still need more convincing why either you should prefer Trump and Republicans or why you need to be motivated to go out and vote. And we're certainly going to talk more about that as we get into the waning hours in the AM here. But that's the entire point of this stream, and I hope that that's coming across. from the bottom of my heart, I think that your vote does matter, and it's very important to get out there. And, again, it's not easy for someone like me who has a lot of friends that don't want to hear about politics, but even I am trying to, as politely as possible, pester my friends and let them know the importance of getting out there. I feel that if I could get 5 people that weren't going to vote to get out to the polls and vote, that I'm trying to do something that's making a difference. So I'm really trying my best to do that, and that's something that all of us could do in our life. And if you don't know how to encourage someone the importance, just ask yourself this. How many people do you know that don't think politics are involved much in their life that suffered from the lockdowns? How many people are having trouble affording groceries? The case for Trump is very easy. We had 4 years of Kamala. In almost every metric, it's been worse. We had 4 years of Trump. The world was quite peaceful. You could afford groceries. The border was secure. And so that case is easy to make. And it's a little thing for people to go out and vote. It doesn't seem like it matters. It doesn't seem like one person matters. But as you heard, we had Jamie Flick came in here. He talked about one state race lost by 1 vote. One lost by 4 votes. The presidential election, 547 votes in 2000 that was decided.
Yeah, I can't get over that. That's just mind-boggling. Mind-boggling that less than 5 votes can change the course of an entire district. Isn't that crazy? And even more mind-boggling, obviously, is the 2000 election with 547 votes. And Jamie's that type of guy. He's a numbers guy, he's a math guy, he's the IT guy. So all of this stuff is like fun. It's like him playing in sand. But you can't take anything for granted. And I think that's the real message that you're looking for everybody when you ask them at the end, why is it important to vote for Trump? You can't take anything for granted, and everything good will come from an extra effort. Everything.
Couple house cleaning notes. Nick Mercer, thank you for becoming a Nor Nation member. Really appreciate it. Roar89 for $2 says, voted Friday. This is a fun stream. Thank you. And Roar89 again for $2 says, Libertarian for Trump. I was probably safe though. Now, don't go to X right now because all the lefties are screeching about this poll that says that Kamala's winning Iowa by 5. I say great. I hope more polls come out like that. Get out and vote in Iowa. Get out and vote everywhere. Hey, yeah. Democrats, if you're listening, looks like Kamala's winning so easily that she's up 5 points in Iowa. So why don't you just take the day off Tuesday, have a relaxing day, because it looks like, according to the Democrat pollsters, she's got it all wrapped up. So, that should motivate you even more enthusiastically to get out there and vote. So, I like polls like that seem to be such an outlier that it gives hope to the other side that they could be complacent. Good, be complacent. That's why my mentality is to always assume you're a couple points down. It's the same mentality I have in sports. It's the same mentality I had when I debated competitively. Always assume that you need to do just a little bit more to achieve victory, and that'll motivate you to do even more. Whereas if you get complacent and think we've got this wrapped up, you end up like Hillary Clinton in 2016, where you had a 99% chance to win and you lose.
So your better half just chimed in the chat.
Well, did she? Did I miss it? What'd she say? I will not be canceling my.
That's right.
Of course not. She's not going to do it. Aren't these? I love these commercials. They're so patronizing. I
thought she loved me. She didn't send me a steak sandwich.
Of course not. Of course, it's in the mail, so it'll get there right after your ballot. I'm assuming. We'll know the results of that steak sandwich 2 weeks from now. Thanks USPS.
That's funny.
I find these commercials to be hilarious. That are it'll show when you're going out to vote, and it shows these rural guys come on, honey, we're going to vote Republicans and Trump, and then the 2 women are at the polling station. They're just nod to each other. It's yeah, we voted Democrat and Kamala Harris. It's is that really how fragile you think women are? That they're incapable of voicing their honest opinions? Now, maybe you say, maybe, there's situations where that could apply, but that's the Democrat argument. I always find it hilarious that many of the same argument, I'm sure Rachel Wilson, who was on the chat here, would have a lot to say on this. A lot of the arguments that feminists and, people that seek to empower women make actually are making the exact opposite argument. It's infantilizing women and treating them like children. And the same is true of all these other minorities where they speak about. Carlos, it's someone, if I'm not mistaken, I think I know you well enough to know this. Your family came from Venezuela, correct? What do you think?
Well, I did.
Yes.
Yeah. My family stayed there, but I did.
Yes.
And, yes, go ahead.
I think it's hilarious how the woke phrase Latinx blew up for members of the Hispanic community. They're like, "Are you shitting me? Keep this
Dude.
woke shit out of our community."
Dude, I would love to nuke their position.
Yeah, it's
Okay, and you know, I speak about this all the time, and you and I never really speak about it, and very rarely do I talk about race because, you know, I'm indoctrinated. Here's the deal: you get to come into the country if you adopt our way of life. End of story. Period. The end. It's not a discussion. Okay, if you come to my house here in Williamsport, I don't have the Venezuelan flag outside. I don't force you to eat Latino food. Do I love Latino food? Yes, but I don't force you to eat Latino food. We don't talk Spanish. The greatest thing that my aunt, who was my mother's sister, she came here to get her master's at Columbia, met a man, got married, and then when I was 4 years old, they sent me here to get educated. My aunt never spoke to me in Spanish. I was 4 years old. Do you know how fast I picked up English? Okay. Never spoke to me in Spanish. So I don't want to hear your crybaby crap and how tough it is for you, because it isn't tough. I'm sorry, it's not tough. So I don't brook those type of arguments at all, ever. And and
Okay.
I
Crying. Just. Never mind. Sorry.
were you going to try to be funny or something?
No. I'm trying to get the invite link for this stream to send to Alex, because for some reason
okay.
he's the only one, and it wasn't working on my.
Oh, I see.
So I thought that would.
So yes, Courtney, you can come to my house and I can make you arepas, but I'm not going to force them on you. Okay. And so the argument to me is moot. It's so ridiculous. The greatest things in my life are the fact that America gave them to me. That's it. And it's a mindset. It's a mindset of crying and complaining. And, if you don't like it, leave.
Mm-hmm.
There's other places you can go. You can go to Canada, notwithstanding my love for the Montreal Canadiens. And you can go to other countries if you don't like it here. But quit your bitching and, like my wife says, pack your shit and get out. Okay, yeah. That's it. Anyway, Belinda says hello, by the way.
Oh, tell her I said hi. If they think we're aggressive and mean, they should meet our wives. We're just the last bulwark.
Yeah, no, I told you before. I've told you this often. I'm afraid of that woman.
Yeah. So, Belinda's a character, man. Like, she's, talk about someone who's open and personable. Like, here I am, just some dude crashing in the spare bedroom. The first time I'm over to the place of meeting.
You're in the Richie Suite.
Instantly.
So we call that room the Richie Suite.
It's nice, beautiful house you have. It really is. And it's like right out of the gate. It was like we were old friends. We've known each other for years. She's like, "Hey, what's up? You hungry? You want some dinner?" Like, it's really amazing. I love meeting people like that. You can tell it's just in their nature to be like open people. They're willing to make relationships and to, sort of talk to people. Really cool. Sorry for that, blowing everyone's ears out there with the feedback. I think I finally got you didn't. No one's had any trouble with the Zoom link thus far, correct? So
not that I know of. No.
So I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with Alex there.
So tell me the story about how you got hooked up with Alex.
So the first time I believe was Modern Day Debate. He used to run a YouTube channel called Conspiracy Castle, I believe, and me and him got hooked up on the same side of a particular debate. I don't remember the topic, but that was the first time I interacted with him, and then sort of from there, we knew each other from doing some of the bigger panels which he also happened to be on at a time. He starts to blow up with some of the viral stuff that he's doing, sort of confronting congressmen, other things like that. I don't know if you know Alex. Like, you might know him from some of his videos.
I don't know him personally. I know him through reputation, and I do. It's a blood sport, pleasure for me to watch him.
He's
confront these
hilarious,
people.
hilarious. So then, and so he gets hooked up on the Blaze, and I vaguely, took a shot in the dark and would messaged him, and he immediately, one of the things about Alex, he's the type of dude, you send him a message, you send him a text message, you send him a message on X, and if he's available, he's responding like that. And so, someone who has kind of got such a big audience for some of the stuff he does, and he's I like to joke that I'm hardworking, but I mean, my goodness, you see that guy everywhere. He's traveling state to state. You'll see him at a school board meeting in Dallas one day, and then he's at he's in California at a town council meeting the next day. He really is one of the hardest working people. Plus, he has a show that he's doing for the Blaze, bringing on big guests. So, really, really impressive work ethic.
It's amazing to me that we're still living in a country where people that work hard and are accessible and are good people are finding success.
Yeah, I totally agree. All right, I think we're ready to go here. Let's see. There he is.
Yes, dude, keep gassing me up.
The pimp on a blimp. There he is.
Can you hear me though? Let me see.
We can. Welcome.
Good.
The soothing mellow tones of Alex Stein's voice has graced us all this evening. Thank you so much.
Oh, shut up, Rob. No, that was very nice. And I am actually working hard. I do work hard. You work hard too. You were saying Andrew Wilson, he works hard. I don't see him doing the 24-hour stream.
You doing it? Who's doing it?
But I'm actually going to DC on Monday. Well, I'm actually waking up at 4 a.m. Monday morning, and Sky News Australia, which I'm a contributor there. I'm they have this guy Paul Murray. They're doing his show from Dallas, so I got to wake up at 4 a.m. do their show because that's Australia time. It's whatever in the morning, and then I'm going to DC to go cover Kamala's rally.
You'll fit right in there.
Well, I know. I have a bunch of Kamala merch I'm going to try to wear, and hopefully I don't get seen. I'm going to wear a mask. I might dye my hair. I don't know. But, dude, Rob, you're an expert in this. I mean, I know you debate this, and you're much more knowledgeable about policy and all this stuff. But I'm a debater. The other guy was complaining. I am kind of about vibes. And I went and voted in Dallas, and I purposely went to kind of a lower income area in my county. And it was all liberal people in there. You could just tell just by the way they're looking, they were effeminate or they were women in nurse scrubs. And this is why I think Donald Trump is going to lose this election. And I hate to say this. I went to Kamala Harris's rally, and everywhere you could look, there was a sign that says reproductive justice, reproductive health. The whole entire thing, literally, is about abortion. Yep. And I'm looking at the polling numbers now, and I'm not an expert. You probably know this better than me, but women are voting more than men. Right now, they're leading men in early voting, so they're probably going to lead in overall voting. These women don't have any other issues. They don't care about their pocketbook. They don't care about the geopolitical issues. They don't care about World War III. They don't care about Israel-Palestine. They literally care about Taylor Swift and abortion. And so we're screwed. I mean, Donald Trump, I do think is more popular. If this is a popularity contest where you didn't have to go to the polls and vote or something, if it was an online poll, if it was a Twitter poll, Trump wins easily. But because this is a weird election and most people don't even participate, there's a lot of people that like Trump. There's a lot of people. I went to that rally, 30,000 African Americans. Not even half of them are probably going to vote. And that's not me being racist. I could just tell they were there for a Beyonce concert.
Right.
They don't care. They don't even know.
Which they didn't get. Maybe they'll be pissed and go vote.
Yeah, but go vote for Trump. But see, they're not even going to. You could just look around. I'm like, these people could give two shits about Kamala Harris. And that's true because they did all start. Not everybody left, but there was a line to get out as soon as Beyonce exited the stage. But, dude, you've been watching it. I'm sure you're looking at the polls. Obviously, I want Donald Trump to win. I voted for Trump, but I'm just. I don't think it's a slam dunk.
It's-
Now she's winning Iowa. What's that all about, Rob?
that poll sucks. The Iowa poll sucks. So they put their crosstabs out. I just was looking at that a little. The crosstabs were like 54 of the people polled said that democracy on the ballot was the biggest issue. Then the next like 27% polled underneath that said that abortion was the biggest issue. So that means that that's guaranteed that 70% of people said their top issues in that particular poll were the only two issues that Democrats are running on. Look, first off, let me say, I'm glad that people are looking at this with skepticism because I've seen too much positivity to the point of complacency with the Real Clear Politics polling averages saying both in the battleground states and in the popular vote that Trump's ahead. I don't want people to get complacent. I hope people think, oh boy, it looks like Trump's in trouble. We need to crawl over broken glass to go vote. Now, to be honest, though, if we're talking about, I think you're absolutely right that there are a large portion of women that abortion is the singular issue, but there are certainly a lot of women that are voting for Republicans and are not using that as a singular issue. To be honest, the numbers about women voting early are true, but those numbers are about the same as they always are. Men tend to vote more in person on the day of the election. So, for example, when you see a state like Pennsylvania, the proportion of early voting women is very similar to 2020. However, the difference is the firewall that Democrats had built up in Pennsylvania before Election Day in 2020 was 1.1 million. That firewall is going to be close to like 380,000 this time. And that's with the same percentages of the people that are voting early being women versus men. And so you would expect them to see more turnout on Election Day, and that turnout tends to favor men more. But certainly I think you hit on something that's very important, which is the Republicans are so shitty at messaging, right? Like they let these like the people that craft these narratives set it in stone, and so that we're always playing defense. Donald Trump is not advocating an end to abortion. He is merely advocating letting it up to the states. Almost all of these states where women are at, or swing states like Pennsylvania, they ain't outlawing abortion. It's not going to happen. The problem is Republicans are on defense on this, which instead their message the entire time should have been, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can't name you one restriction on abortion ever. They are for third trimester abortions. They are for the murder of babies 3 days before the due date. And before you say it never happens, it certainly does happen. For example, the Guttmacher Institute, which is one of the biggest pro-abortion institutions out there, suggests that almost 2/3 of late-term abortions are done for elective reasons. That means not because the woman's life was in jeopardy, not because she was a victim of rape, not because there were health issues with the child, but because she just decides, you know what, this would be an inconvenience to me. When you're talking about hundreds of thousands of abortions a year, that means you're literally talking about thousands of children in the third trimester or late second trimester that are being killed. And I think the American people, as much as I hate to admit it, it is the popular belief of the American people that there needs to be abortions that exist in the first term. And a lot of conservatives won't like that. But I think they are more disgusted by the Democrat position, which is no restriction whatsoever on abortions. It's just a problem that Republicans are outspent on the issue, and they do not craft their message to sort of, combat the narrative that's been put there nationally.
Well, I'm anti-abortion, but I do think we probably do need to you're right, some sort of compromise in the messaging that you can still go get an abortion. You hoe, if you have to go get one, there's a state you can get one. I mean, I don't know. I'm just frustrated. But then I think this is weird, and you can probably analyze this pretty well. Dallas overall early voting is actually down and it's down like significantly, like 8%. But San Antonio in the like southern part of Texas near the borders, record early voting. So that's kind of crazy. And everybody thinks, Texas is so conservative. Dallas is liberal. I mean, Austin's liberal. San Antonio, obviously, and Houston for sure. So those are the 4 biggest cities, and 3 of those are in the top 10 in the United States. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how Kamala is going to do, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's really close in Texas.
It's near and pop. This is why I think that, the people that are making proclamations, I guarantee it'll be a landslide one way or the other. I don't think that's true. I think it's going to be close either way. And think that anyone, there's just so much. Listen, it's so difficult to analyze based on previous elections. 2020 is an anomaly because we massively changed how almost every state in the union votes because of this pandemic and the bullshit response to it. Now we're looking at the next national election post that. So when we say, yes, there is an increase in Republicans, registered Republicans that are early voting, of course, the Republicans got smart and they realized to get a ground game that suggests that. But now we see that there's a decrease in Democrats. Well, how much of that decrease is because they're not shitting their pants and putting 5 masks on and afraid if they leave their home, they're all going to get COVID that's like leprosy and kill their entire family. So now they think, oh, I could go out election day. I don't have to have a propensity to vote by mail. And how many of those early Republican voters aren't going to be voters that we see coming to the polls? So I have no clue. And I think most honest people, there are people that are trying their best to sift through this data. I choose to operate like I always do. We're 2 points down. I need to do everything possible to get everyone I know to vote.
I agree. Yeah, you kind of have to play with urgency. Yeah, Carlos, I mean, I've kind of taken over the conversation, but I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm really skeptical that all the people that are saying it's like in the bag. I think that's the farthest thing from the truth. What do you think's going to happen, Carlos?
So the question that I had for you is, listen, you are an authentic national media personality.
Okay.
And
you guys are being way too nice, and I really
no,
appreciate
it's listen, it's the truth.
I named my child after you. We baptized him.
Baby Alexander.
And listen, and we're grateful for you coming on. We really are. But here's the perspective that I'm going to try to ask you to give us. From your perspective, being in the battlefield, in the real battlefield, as opposed to people that are on the periphery, can you talk to us about why should we believe any polling?
I don't trust any of it. I mean, it's like I don't trust, but see, I don't trust anything. I don't trust any study from any college. Basically, I don't trust hardly any doctors. So, I don't know. So, polling is probably BS. But I mean, at the same time. What Rob knows this better than me. The polling, were they accurate in 2020?
No, they were terrible. And
they were terrible.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, the polling in both 2016 and 2020, almost every miss that they had, and it was substantial on average, you're looking from 2020 about 4 to a 5-point miss, was all in favor of the Democrats. So even though they predicted Biden would win, it was like they're predicting Biden will win by like 7 points when he ends up winning by like 1. So what a lot of people that are predicting a Trump landslide are doing are like, well, if they were 6 points off last time and they had Trump losing by 7, now they have Trump up by 1, which means if they're another 6 points, well, that means Trump wins by 7. But that's not necessarily how it'll work. And so again, I'm with you, man. I think the nail in the coffin for me for trusting institutions was COVID. When I heard these pricks tell me that I was non-essential and had to lock down, but if you were marching for Black Lives Matter, it didn't spread COVID. This disease is so smart that it knows your political
It's safe and effective. We probably shouldn't say much about that because we're on your YouTube. But
well,
yeah. No, but this is the other thing. You bring up the pandemic and when we talk about single issue voting, of course, they're going to talk about abortion because it's like with the pandemic, people liked when we were shut down because the people that were doing better than us, everybody's doing the same now. So it's kind of like people kind of like socialism. Everybody kind of was a peg down. You didn't have to see all your friends on their Instagram vacations or your coworkers. No, so everybody was going through the same trauma, right? It didn't matter, even though rich people like Gavin Newsom kept, French Laundry open, this and that. But my point is misery loves company. So like if there's people that aren't doing well, they don't even want to put the guy in that's going to fix things because they want it to do worse. They want the crash. They want anarchy. They want it to continue to be bad. And I think that's what's going on. Like there's just a lot of people that actually don't want this country to be better. And with the illegal immigration, I mean, how is this not? I'm not even I'm not even anti-immigration, but dude, it's just an unbelievable amount of criminals. Like we have to do some vetting. We can't just let in murderers and rapists. And I'm not saying every person I'm not even trying to sound politically correct. Obviously, not every person that comes over here is a rapist, but if 13,000 rapists have come over here, according to Fox News, and that number's probably light, and 17,000 murderers, that's 17,000 too many. I can't go to like Candace Owens can't go to Australia. Yep. People can't go to Canada if you've got a DUI, but you can have an ex-murder conviction in Venezuela or Haiti, and you're like, come on in. No, that's too far.
Well, that's just
Yeah.
it. Like, I don't think people like me and you are that extreme. There's certainly people on the conservative side that have more conservative beliefs than us.
Yeah.
But the situation is so laughable at this point. Like, for example, just the pandemic. I know you have to be a little careful on YouTube, but just the pandemic, just on this issue alone, we were told that we had to lock down. Meanwhile, they allowed hundreds of thousands of migrants that weren't vetted to come in, many of which they knew tested positive.
I'm just saying no required. That didn't make any sense. Well, what even makes the most sense, and I don't want to get too crazy though. Well, Israel, Palestine, obviously it's terrible what's going on there.
Right.
But I did think it was very kind of awkwardly humanitarian that they did a temporary ceasefire to give Palestinians polio vaccines. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Isn't that amazing? It's surreal. So, here's a white
Something
pill.
about they won't ceasefire for anything else, but they'll ceasefire for that.
Please, Big Pharma
Yeah.
needs to make a buck here.
I
Like,
can't
here's a
roll
white
my eyes enough at
Here,
that.
here's a
This-
white pill I have for you, Alex. So let's say Kamala wins, right? The beauty for someone like you is you're gonna have a fun 4 years, right?
Yeah.
Like you won't have any lack of
Well,
content to be able to.
I was
mock
thinking
at
about
these
that, Rob. I don't want to cut you off, but is that better? Because I'm newer to politics. I used to work in reality TV, so I didn't know what's going on. I don't know if my content is better. When I first started making content, Trump was in office, but that was like right when COVID started happening, and so a lot of people were making content. But I don't know if Trump's in office, that might be better because I know Laura Trump. Then potentially I would. I'm not saying I'm going to be best friends with the president, but I think I'm just talking about personally selfish right now. In my mind, I'm like, of course, I think I want Trump in the office for my personal thing, but content-wise, I don't know. Do you think it's that much better if the content-wise? Do you think, because that's what they say, it helps conservatives if the opposite party's in power because you have more, because you can't just bash Trump every day. If you're conservative, you have to gas him up. So you sometimes probably have to be inauthentic a little bit because there's sometimes you probably don't agree with Trump and you have to still agree.
The beauty of Trump is there's plenty of content to go around. There will always be something, because what Trump will bring out is the insanity on the other side. Trump will come out and be like, no one respects fish more than me, and then the Democrats will be like, that's bullshit. We have a list of 13 people that we know respect fish more than Donald Trump, and then you'll have your content. You'll be able to make. But one of the things I worry about with you is shit's getting so insane that I'm afraid that people on the left will be looking at your satire as sort of a playbook. They're going to be looking at that going,
they already are. There's already Walt Masterson. Now everybody's doing it. And people on the right. And I'm happy. I think there should be more people disrupting meetings and confronting politicians. So I'm actually happy that, it's not, I didn't start that. People were doing that before me. But sure, I do think we need more citizen people to whip out their phone and confront it. It doesn't take a genius to ask questions and to kind of, yell and scream at politicians. And people like it because really, politics, and somebody smarter than me said this, it's just like politics are just the entertainment division of the military industrial complex. Like it's all just, Macho Man, Randy Savage versus Hulk Hogan. It's all fake. Like after Trump, who's going to take over? I mean, Ron DeSantis, I like him, but is he really that big of a political icon? That's going to
your boy Crenshaw? Maybe Dan Crenshaw will take over, shove you around.
And then I think Ted Cruz is going to win, but he's having a tough race versus Colin Allred. He barely beat Beto, and Beto's a fraud. So I don't know. The future of conservatism hangs in the balance of Donald Trump, believe it or not. Even the conservatives that hate him, I don't think they understand how much they need Trump. So Trump could be potentially a kingmaker and help lift somebody up, like when he helped DeSantis win the governor race against that crackhead. What was that guy? What was that? What was that guy's name again?
It's
Andrew Meyer or
forgettable.
something?
His name
What
is
was he?
forgettable.
It wasn't. No, I can't remember. It'll come to me by the end of tonight. But
Yeah,
it
he's
wasn't that
probably
great.
in a motel room right now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
All those pills.
pumping himself up here. What I mean though is, I think you're absolutely right. People obviously will emulate you on both the left and right in ways that I think is actually effective. But what I mean is, they're going to take your satire as real. Like, I can't imagine how many lefties are watching you that aren't realizing when you're in front of a school board or a town council and you're talking about your wife's boyfriend being upset for something. That's like, yeah, my wife's boyfriend is also very upset. Like,
Well, that's become a reality with Destiny now and everything now, and then the Nick Rekieta drama. I don't know if you see. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, yeah.
The Steel Toe Morning Show, wife swapping. It's like if you're on the internet, everybody, and then Trump's dropping my wife's lover. If he would have said their wife's girlfriend, you know, if he would have, they spruced it up for him. You know, they didn't want to just totally say that joke. He should have said their wives' boyfriends are voting for me instead of wives' lovers. It was still funny, but now it's in the zeitgeist. It's in our collective conscious that. And for some reason, being a cuckold and cuckolding, everything about it is weird and awkward, and so it's
right
it's
for
a funny
humor.
thing.
Yeah, that's
So anyway,
what did you think about Destiny at that debate? Everybody crushing him. Were you guys talking about
the Jubilee? I didn't talk about it much today, but yeah, I mean, you know what's funny to me? Like Destiny, I think objectively, see what you think about this, Alex. He's a smart guy. Like he certainly is. He's a good debater.
He's smart. He's full of shit, but he is smart.
That's right.
Yes,
he's a good rhetorician.
Yes.
But one of the things, he can't help but sabotage himself because he is just the most insufferable, unlikable prick under the face of the earth. He just is. He does himself no favors. What he doesn't understand about a show like Jubilee, sure, his audience is going to love him, and they think it's great when he goes on there and he goes off on these tirades and all of that good stuff. But anyone that's not predisposed to already know who he is and agree with him, when they watch something like that, so many times it just comes off as like, even if he's making good points, I can't stand to listen to this. That's good for his brand. That's good to get on Piers Morgan because you're saying the most hyperbolic shit. But it's also good for someone like me that could point to it and say, you see, this is what these people think of you. They think it's funny when an assassin shoots at Trump and it ends up killing a Trump supporter. That's who they are, right? And so when you hear them on their moral high horse, just know they view you with the utmost contempt, think that you're a moron, think that you're some evil person that has the worst things coming to you. And I think that does resonate. I have a lot of people that have watched me debate Destiny for hours and hours that come to me and say, when I first saw you debate Destiny, I was on his side, I was a Destiny fan. I can't handle him after this assassination attempt. I can't handle what he's become. It's good for his brand. It's good to get on bigger platforms where he's now on Piers Morgan. He's talking to Jordan Peterson. He's talking to Ben Shapiro. But it's not good optically for helping out his political side. So I wish Destiny to get even bigger and everyone to see every little thing he says about assassination attempts and sort of his views on life and people that disagree with him politically. Tip of the cap to him. I hope he does more Jubilees and gets schooled by people over and over.
Yeah, but listen, I'll tell you one thing. Don't bury the lead. This is a guy who celebrated a guy getting killed at a rally. That's it. That's the lead.
So
you
he is.
Celebrated a guy getting killed at a rally.
He did have a good point in that debate, though, because we did all joke about Paul Pelosi, even though that is not as bad. He didn't get killed. You know, I thought that was funny because there's always tit for tat. You know, there's always an example of everybody both being hypocritical, and Destiny's good at pointing that out. But and I'll give you his rhetoric is good. You know, he says hyperbolic stuff. He says stuff that's controversial. He drops like the N-word and it doesn't affect his audience. Yeah. He's kind of similar to Nick Fuentes. He's kind of like this same, like because he's edgy, even though he's more accepted in the mainstream media than Nick, but like where they have this kind of, and I think even Nick is more likable than Destiny, but you know, but people obviously, but I'm saying, you know, they have that gift of gab that it is. Destiny has something you kind of want to listen to him. He's like, there are moments. You know, he is good at talking. Sometimes I'm listening to him like, oh shit, Destiny. And sometimes in debates he does well. Yeah. But the fact that he's like bisexual and all that, and his wife swapping, I don't even really. I tease him about that. That's his business. If he's a sexual perv, that's what he is. But Destiny's just he's such an ego. I think that's his problem. He's just so unhumble. Like he's famous on the internet. That's his one, I think, his Achilles heel. I'm really not even trying to make fun of him because, like I said, I was just putting him over. But dude, he has this ego because he's famous on the internet. Yeah, and I'm sure I have a little bit of an ego. Everybody, like Michael Jackson was humble. Yeah, I mean, if we're on there, but I'm just saying his ego's huge. Like he's not that serious, and he really thinks that he's like the biggest deal in the world.
I'll be clear. And some of those takes that he has are just Nick, they're terrible. Yeah, they're terrible takes.
It's certainly true. And look, I don't wish him any ill. I've never made a comment to him about his personal relationship stuff. That's on him. Now, what happens is sometimes when you fight fire with fire. So if he's gonna make fun of someone's relationship, they're gonna come back at him with that. I get that. I've tried to stay out of that foray, but I don't give a shit. I'm not judging people that do that. Whatever. Cool in the gang with me.
Well, speaking of this, sorry not to cut you off, but I do think Andrew Wilson, because Rob, you're a great debater. I'm not just saying that. You're a better debater than me. But dude, Andrew Wilson is on fire, and I don't know if it's just because of the whatever podcast. Like, he's obviously was good before that. I don't even really watch that show that much. I do watch the clips, on Instagram and stuff, but I don't watch like the 6-hour streams.
Sure.
But he's dominating. I really like Andrew Wilson's debate skills. What do you think about him? I mean, I think he's a much better debater than Destiny.
I agree. He's coming on after you. He'll be the guest.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
I need to debate Andrew. No, he's really good.
Well, here's the thing. This is the highest compliment I can give. So many people on this space, they portray this character in front of the camera like they're this super likable, accessible person, and then so many times they can't wait to stab you in the back for one subscriber. Like it's the shittiest thing. Andrew's got the opposite issue. It's surface level. You'd be like, wow, this guy's this huge prick, but he's actually like the nicest guy you ever meet.
Andrew's really nice.
And if you actually listen to him and you get through the message of what he's saying, and maybe he speaks with some coarse language, he's actually a very likable guy, even how he portrays himself. Even when he's sitting there yelling at OnlyFans girl, he's doing so in a way that's actually quite charming and likable.
I'm not good at impressions, but the way he does it is just, smooth. I wish I was better at impressions, but he's smooth.
He's very good. And we debate in different styles. I'm debating in what I would call more of a normative style, where I'm like, well, look at this policy, look at this record, look at this thing that I think's an issue of corruption. Andrew's debating in sort of like, define your terms. Where do you get your philosophical underpinnings for your morality? Like, I'm a simple man. I'm like some redneck. That's
you know all the policy. You know all the bullshit, dude. I don't know how you know all that. I mean, you can remember it all.
Well, he's blowing up because exactly what you just said. He's teaching young men how to think and how to be a man. And that's extremely attractive in a culture where men don't have a lot of mentors and men don't have a lot of examples of how to be a man. That's why he's blowing up.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and I went on Jubilee, and I don't think I'm going to get invited back, because I was at I was like on a 4-verse-4 debate, and that by the end of it, the people on the left, they're like, I can't deal with him. They cut a lot out too. I was just trolling them and getting in their faces. I should have been a little better. I didn't even realize how big of a deal the Jubilee was, and I like those Charlie Kirk. That's a really good idea, though. But Rob, you could almost set up your 1-verse-24. John Doyle just did it. It's really not that hard, but it will cost you about $2,000 or $3,000 to do it right. But it probably will get millions of hits if you do it right.
I might look into doing something.
You wouldn't even have to do 24 people. You could do like 10 people, so give them $100 each. But you might want to vet them a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I will say I was inspired by you at one point. So a couple years ago, Dylan Burns used to do this hippy dippy.
Of course, hippy dippy. Yeah.
So like he invites me on for this panel. That particular month, I lost my Discord channel. The reason was I got some
the trans stuff, right?
Right.
Yes.
So you were on that panel.
I was on that panel. Dude, you were crazy on that panel.
That was my Alex Stein impression, where I was just praising at the feet of the altar of the mighty trans people.
And what was it that you lost your Discord? But I forget. Well, who were you getting mad at? Who was it? Dylan you were mad at? I mean, I know you were just mad at the Discord thing, but I forget. Who was it that you were going after?
Well, I was sort of going after Dylan and them.
Yeah.
But the reason I lost the Discord, it was totally insane. And I didn't even give a shit about losing the Discord. What upset me was they threatened to ban everyone who was sort of a mod on my Discord. Yeah. And because I set my Discord up being a novice, where I gave like mod permissions to a bunch of lefties that were just debating me on there, all of a sudden people like Stardust are getting messages like, we're going to end your Discord channel because you're a member of a hate community. And when I looked at it, I was like, what the fuck's on here that's getting me banned? I'm assuming that someone misgendered someone in hundreds upon hundreds of messages, so I had no choice but to shut the Discord down, because I didn't want a bunch of people that weren't connected to me to lose their channels. So, but man, it's so nice to just like it's got to be cathartic to do what you do so often, because there's nothing better than just poking fun at the very shit that they have to pretend to take serious over and over, to the point where they're disgusted with the fact that they know you have a point, but there's nothing they can do except sit there and eat it, that you're rubbing it in their face.
Well, yeah, and we'll see. I just did one, and because they called me so early, I left the baby oil in my car. I was so mad, but I went up there, and I need to do it kind of again, where I was pro P. Diddy, and all of these like black Instagram accounts shared it because people thought it was real. They're like, man, this guy deserves to go to jail. Lock him up with Diddy. Because that's the best humor that makes people really laugh is if people think it's real.
Yep.
Like if people don't think it's real, if they automatically know it's a bit, and that happens a lot because, like I'm going on Howard University, to the thing. How should I disguise myself? Like I have a Camela hoodie because now I go to these meetings, everybody knows it's a gimmick. So like I have to go there, I have to blend in, I have to not act crazy. Um,
You need a scarf. You need a man bun.
You
Right,
think,
like
I mean,
some-
I don't have enough hair for a man bun. I was thinking about almost like dyeing my hair or something. I don't know.
Yeah, blue or purple is preferred.
thick glasses. Yeah, dye your hair blue or
I
something.
got to wear glasses. I need to wear glasses.
Yeah.
100%.
You don't have good posture. Always be leaning.
I need to order some. I need to order some like non. I need to order some on Amazon right now.
So let me ask you this: how's things working? You still working with the Blaze? How's things
Still working at
for
the
Glenn?
Blaze. They renewed me for another year. Thank the
Cool.
Lord. And I love the Blaze. We got a big election night special coming up, and I got it. That's why they're sending me to DC. That's why I'm going to that rally. So I'm going to be there all. I fly Monday night. So no, I love the Blaze.
What's
Have
a
you had
regular?
it? Have you had an occasion to meet Carrie Solomon and Chuck Konzelman, the guys that did Nefarious?
Oh yeah, at the party for it, I think I met both of them. Yeah, those guys are
Yeah.
great. Are you a Steve fan? Are you a fan of Steve's?
Well, I grew up with those guys.
No, are you in
Yeah.
California? Where are you?
I was one of the guys that went out with them initially in 1990.
Oh wow.
So I've known them for 55 years, and I'm hoping to get them on tonight. And they live in Dallas. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't. I did
Yeah.
not know that.
Yeah.
No, I think I did meet them at that rap party. I see Steve. Believe he's coming in town for it, but I'll be out of town. Steve's been catching a lot of heat though, like for the DeSantis.
The
haters. What do you-
Santis Bros. Yeah.
I know, and I just don't, and I love Steve, but what do you think about that? How much is that affecting this election? All the DeSantis defectors, has that left a
I think
dent?
it'll have an effect, particularly if it's close, and it's a shame. Look, I
And
understand.
RFK's stealing some votes too. They said he's got 3% in some states.
Yeah, that polling's horseshit, I think, on a lot of that. Like, even one of the big polls that just came out that said, where was it, Virginia we were looking at, said it was 45-45 in a head-to-head race. Really? You're telling me there's 10% in Virginia of undecided voters 3 days before the election? Sounds fishy. So I don't know, these polls, like, I just don't know what to think. But yeah, I mean, in a close election, there's certainly going to be the DeSantis people. It's a shame, too, because I think Steve's a really authentic guy. Look, I'll be straight up. I preferred Vivek. He was my candidate of choice, and my second choice was DeSantis. Trump was my third choice. So I get the
Oh,
feeling.
really? So you're not a Trump? So you didn't? So you're a DeSantis, or you were a DeSantis pimp,
true.
Rob? Did you lose a lot of viewership because of that?
No, I think my audience appreciated the fact that I said I was willing to take any of the three, and I left it up.
Why
to my
don't you
audience.
like Trump just because he's toxic? Or
Oh no, I
something?
absolutely
Yeah.
like Trump. For me, the big issue is rooting out corruption. And I thought the single most important statements that they made, Trump said, first DeSantis said that we needed to move the FBI building out of DC, which is okay. Trump's like, no, we need to build them a big, beautiful
Yeah, I
building.
know. See,
in
I don't
DC.
like that. And
And
Trump
then,
with the vax and all. There's a lot of stuff I don't like about
Yeah.
Trump. But I want him in office because I have a personal friend that's still in limbo about January 6th, a guy that never had a prior arrest, Luke
Horseshit.
Coffey.
Yep.
I know. And so he needs to get in to help those guys.
Did you see they screwed over the guy from Mr.
Yeah, from
Show,
the Bob's
from Bob's
Burgers
Burgers?
or whatever.
What the
and
fuck?
just gave him a year, and he's already blackballed from Hollywood. And then they give him a year for going. I mean, give him a month or something. Like that's the problem too. Is I don't even think America would have cared. It could have been just water under the bridge, but they don't want it to be like that. If they just would have given all the January 6ers just normal trespassing, a month, a couple months, it wouldn't have been as bad. But they're giving adults life sentences, 7 years, 15 years. Like, it's just so ridiculous the way January.
Well, permit me to say something, Alex.
Of course.
This is why it's so important that you continue to put your boot on their necks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm always going to speak out about it because my buddy Luke had never had a prior arrest. I think when he was under 21, he got a not a public intoxication, but like minor possession. That was the only other thing on his record. And he's looking at serious jail time. And he didn't even go inside, but they're saying he assaulted a cop because he's holding a crutch and he's like holding it against their police shields. But it's like, come on, it's just so ridiculous that they're ruining so many people's lives and
They
giving
just don't give it-
grandmothers-
it-
Yeah, they
they're
don't give a
making
damn.
examples.
Yeah, but there's all kinds of no bond release in all of these liberal places. They don't care that you can have a felony arrest, but they'll let you go out on bond. Like it's sad. You almost have to be like a career criminal because it doesn't affect you in that sense. You can get arrested all your life, but if you actually have something to lose, like everybody basically on January 6th, let's be real, everybody there is probably like had something going on, had a trade job, a good job. That guy's a big time actor. And it's all their lives are ruined because they went there because they didn't believe the results of the election.
Let me drop some truth for my friend, the host of Conspiracy Castle. I'll give you a little conspiracy here. How are you going to feel when we find out 6 months or so after this election that, guess what? There were a lot of federal agents in that crowd. And whoopsie daisy, many of them motivated people to go ahead. Here's the truth about crowds. Like, it only takes a handful of bad actors that you could spur a passionate crowd. I don't give a shit if it's people celebrating an NFL championship. Like, it only takes a few
After the Dodgers game, yeah, they all go riot. That's and they're celebrating the happiest they could be, and they riot. So it's like, it's so easy to do that. You're
That's
right,
what they wanted. They set it up. That's why, you know, you hear Capitol Chief Sund, who was in charge of defense that day, saying, no one shared with me intelligence. The FBI is claiming they knew there was about to be an insurrection. No one did shit. They wouldn't allow me to have adequate protection. They didn't allow me to request the National Guard. That's what happened. The Democrats wanted this moment where they could say, look, these evil freaking Nazis, they're a threat to democracy. See, they're what we always told you they were. To cover up from the fact that they just co-signed off of violence from Democrats for the 4 months before that. That's all it was. And that means that actual great people like your friend that don't have any sort of record get caught up in that wave, and now their lives ruined. And people, like, there's some people that have killed themselves, that literally have died.
Yep.
I mean, so it's a goddamn shame. And hopefully, you know, we could get some justice for those people if we get sort of a Trump presidency. I hope that's, you know, he said he's going to look, there's certainly people that engaged in acts of violence, and I'm not excusing that. I think they should be treated similarly to other political riots that we've seen. How many people were arrested that attacked the White House May 30th, 2020, when the national media made fun of Trump for having to be moved to a bunker? How many of them went to prison? How many of them went? None. So that's
attack Paul, Senator
attack
Paul.
Rand Paul. Yeah. So that's
so. What do you think the over/under is on the number of FBI agents in the crowd?
Oh,
now the IG report won't come. Out for a while yet, but.
But even if Trump gets in, guys, he's not going to release the JFK files. He's not going to release anything about 9/11. Like, and I love Trump, but he's not. No, because you know the CIA is going to sit him down and be like, "You can't do this, sir. I know you're the president, sir, and I know that you want to do this, but they're going to tell him this will, you know, compromise our relationships with too many foreign countries, and it's not just an American matter; it's a world matter. Like they'll just tell him he can't do it. Like these presidents. This is another thing, and I learned a lot from this guy Kyle Kemper, and he's like this wild spirit. He's Justin Trudeau's half brother, and he's conservative. Really, he's like libertarian, or he's like an RFK guy. But he wants Trump to win now that RFK and him are backing. But he's Justin Trudeau's half brother, so same mom, different dad. Justin Trudeau's wife divorced him, married some other rich guy, and he's his younger half brother. And he grew up knowing Justin, knowing the Prime Minister, Trudeau, or whatever. And I was like, do you hate your brother? And he never talks bad about his brother, even though he doesn't agree with him politically. And he's like, no, I was really sad during the trucker protest, even though I was mad that they took people's Bitcoin and stuff. It hurt my heart when I saw signs that said, fuck Trudeau. And I'm like, why though? You know, your brother took the money and, taking Bitcoin from these guys, you're not mad. He's like, because my brother's just the quarterback of the team. He's not the general manager. He's not the owner of the team. And that's what that's what Joe Biden is. He's just like the figurehead. He's not really making the decisions. And sadly, Trump gets in office. He's probably the same because he took bad information last time. He's probably going to take bad information again just because he doesn't have a choice, because it's going to be the CIA and FBI. These are going to be the unelected bureaucrats are going to be telling him information, and he's going to believe them because why would he not, And so I mean, that's what I'm saying. So these presidents, they don't have that much. Trump can't even fix that much if he gets in there.
I mean, for God's sakes, just look at something like the Butler assassination attempt and all the questions surrounding that. At some point, the man's human, right? I don't give a shit who you are. Like, kudos to Trump for standing up and yelling fight. Kudos for how brave he's been and seemingly unaffected. I don't give a shit who you are. That affects you, right? Like, and, his family's there. He has to be worried that anytime he's traveling with his family, some nut job will do something. So when you're hearing the people that are most tasked with protecting you, like the CIA, that are going to blow smoke up your ass and be like, Mr. President, we know know we've had a challenging relationship in the past, but we're here to work with you. We understand. And by the way, here's some things we'll ask. If you don't release those JFK files, it'll make the country more dangerous. You're going to be predisposed to be like, whatever, dude. I got an agenda of real policy things that I'm trying to pass. I'm not going to rock the boat with these dudes release. So I agree. It's sad. I would love to see that stuff released. I would say the chances of it are very slim, though, unfortunately. Yeah. And if you're relying on one person that's going to come and fix all these problems, it just ain't going to happen. To me, what Trump represents is more of a cultural movement in a direction away from sort of this bullshit and this establishment orthodoxy. And I hope that he wins and that ball keeps rolling. But it ain't anyone who's thinking, oh, that's it. We win on Tuesday. If we win, that's it. All of our problems are solved. You got another thing coming. It's not going to be that simple at all.
Is Andrew waiting?
He's got like 2 minutes, so we'll close you out on this.
No, I want to talk to Andrew for 1 minute before I go. I just want to transition. Where is he? If Andrew's watching, hop on, Andrew. I just want to talk to you about. I want to ask him. I want to ask him about the Jubilee because I did that Jubilee debate. Because they didn't pay me. They gave me a stipend for my flight. And I didn't even stay the whole day. I literally bought a morning flight and flew out in the late flight from LAX.
Where do they film it?
In Los Angeles.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even stay a whole day. I flew the morning flight because they're 2 hours behind. I flew at like 8 a.m. and got there at like 9 a.m. on a 3-hour flight, and then went to their studio, hung out all day, was wrapped around 7, and then took like a 9 p.m. flight back. But they didn't pay anything. I'm sure they didn't pay Andrew. They probably paid for his flight, I'm guessing. I just like to... If Andrew's watching this... Oh, they're saying Andrew's still live. Well, I can still hang on. I just want to ask him. What, dude? Why aren't you? Have you been reached out to by Jubilee yet?
Nah, no one. I'm like sort of like.
I'll email you. I'll send you the Jubilee.
There we go. Yeah, by the way, Josh Sater, is that how you pronounce his last name?
Yeah, I heard you did a debate with him. I saw some of those clips. Josh is crazy. I like Josh. Dude. Josh is insane. The nicest guy ever.
Dude, it's so funny. He's like, yeah, Alex told me. He's like, I basically thought I was doing like a 10-minute segment. He's like, so how long is this? I'm like, 2 hours. He's like, what?
Yeah, he does. He's because he went to law school. He doesn't practice law. And so, I'm like, you should start doing debates then, dude. That's the people. I mean, Rob, you have to admit, it's hard. Other people too don't. I'm not like saying they don't get it, but it is hard to go and just know that you're going to argue with somebody for 2 hours. It does. It's fun, for sure. It's fun, but it is a little draining and taxing for sure.
And it's like, the more you do it, the worse it becomes for this reason, right? Because it's almost, I imagine it's like, this is going to sound like the dorkiest shit ever, but it's like being a professional fighter, right? Like, if you're a badass, you don't want to fight someone that doesn't have a record for being a badass, because if you win, no one gives a shit. And if you lose, oh boy. So like, every time I walk into a debate with some like random person, like, I'm not infallible. They're going to catch me someday. Someone's going to catch me. So you get on there and you're debating these, high school kids or these college kids or whatever, and everyone's looking to take you down a peg, And I told Josh, I was like, he's like, what, are you going to dress up? I was like, oh man, we're going to be debating like college kids living with their parents. Like, it's not going to be like what you'd see.
It's not
like,
that serious. People take some of these debates so serious. You do a little bit. I don't think you take it too serious, but some people do take it really serious. I don't know if it's necessary to take it so serious because you're never going to convince the person you're debating. You know what I mean?
What it's about is incremental changes that you're making to an audience. You're never going to convince that. Well, very rarely are you going to convince that person you're debating, but people watch that. Andrew's here. Andrew will tell you one of the things that's great about Andrew is that sort of convincing audience.
Is that Alex Stein? Is that number 99? What's up, man?
Andrew, great job with Destiny, but I have to ask, I was on Jubilee and the Asian producer woman, is that who was running that one? I forget her name.
It was a heavy set chick.
Oh, that might have been a different, because they do it like different episodes, right? They have, I was just like 4 versus 4, and I was going crazy, and they actually didn't show a lot from my debate. I don't think they're gonna have me back, but they didn't pay anything. They gave me a $400 stipend for a flight, so I bet they didn't pay you anything, did they? Were you just already out there for whatever?
Yeah, I was already out there. $25 for gas.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And I was on a small one that they're like, normally we don't pay. I was like, I will fly out there and fly out that night. That's what I did. I took the morning flight. I was on Spirit Airlines. Didn't even bring a bag. I brought like a little bag and flew it right back that night. But what did you think about the experience? Did you like it? Because as a debater as experienced as you, it's kind of lame. You only got to be for like a segment with Destiny. That's not fair.
Well, I hadn't planned on going out there at all unless I was going to do the like 1v20 myself. But I happened to be so close because I was in Santa Barbara, and there happened to be another guy who was there who was going I could catch a lift with. So it was kind of silly
Why
not
not?
to go ahead and
Yeah,
go.
it'd be
Yeah.
stupid not to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll head over and do it. But it's not really a format which is very conducive to debate, that's for sure.
Are you what you call it? Did you just insinuate that you're setting up a 1 versus 20 debate? Are they talking with you about doing one?
No.
John Doyle just set one up. Dude, you've been crushing it, dude. You've been crushing it with the debates lately. But
Oh yeah. Yeah, we do well.
But John Doyle he set up his own 24, and then Charleston White, my friend, he does one. There's like that Black Show 20 verse one where they like talk to 20 hoes. Do you know what I'm talking about, Andrew?
Yeah.
People love that. People love that format. You can just set it up yourself. You don't even freaking need Jubilee, but it is nice that they do all the legwork.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, I mean, the thing is though, is they only gave you $600, bro.
No, 400.
400 for a flight?
For a flight, and I flew Spirit.
I was gonna say that's a Spirit flight.
It is Spirit, and it was under. My Spirit flight was like 280 or something. But yeah. That's all they gave me. It was 4 versus 4, and that was with Emily Wilson. She's blowing up too. She was at yours, or no, she was at a different one. They just had one that was like 30 versus 30. I saw. Jubilee's insane. Yeah, I should have probably been nicer though, because I don't think I'm ever gonna get to go back.
Ah, to hell with them. I don't get invites to things like that. Maybe I'll start to break through, but
we can get you on there. You can get on there if you want to get your ass to LA. I'll send you the casting director's information. They're looking for people to debate. Andrew knows if he knows what their kind of operation they're running. It's like a content Ponzi scheme house. They got just a big warehouse they rent, and they just put people in it with.
Dude, this whole thing happened in South Central, dude. In the
airport.
Yeah, in the ghetto,
dude. It's in like
Compton. It was in the
LAX.
ghetto, dude.
Not in between LAX and like the water, which is kind of decent. Like
no,
LAX
it was in the industrial area of South Central. Like you roll through and you're like, man, there's gonna be chalk outlines of men any minute, dude.
And there's a bunch of homeless people who broke down RVs back there. Did you see those on those streets back there?
So bad.
Yeah, so many RVs just cracked out.
Are they like trying to intimidate you? Like, here's the guy that lost the last debate. There's his fucking chalk outline right there.
No, it's just because they're cheap as shit because they're a YouTube production company. So they got the building in the worst neighborhood they could get it in.
They could afford, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, LA's insane. Oh, how's whatever going, Andrew? You're on there all the time, dude. Is that fun? Why don't you get me on that show, dude? Tell them to get me on it.
We can get you on whatever.
You should. I'll fly out there. Dude, you've been crushing it. I mean, obviously, I'm not kind of your type of debater. I'm probably gonna go on there and simp out. I'm worried. I have to go on there and be a.
No, you can go on there and be a simp on a blimp, bro.
I know. I end up simping out. Then my girlfriend kills me. I can't do that. My girlfriend will cut my balls off if I simp one bit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm sure Brian would love to have you out there. Yeah, you're still with the Blaze, aren't you?
I am still with the Blaze.
Yeah, how's all that going over there?
It's going good. I'm actually going to DC to cover Kamala's rally. And so I need to wear like a disguise, and I'm kind of worried. We're staying in Capitol Hill, but DC's like rough, and I'm going there on election night, and
but you're like 6'4", dude.
I know, but dude, there's just so many crackheads and drug addicts. I don't want somebody to rob me from my iPhone, you know?
Yeah.
And dude, I just went to Portland. I don't know. Guys, this is going to make me sound racist. I'm not racist, but Portland, it rains a lot, but it's one of the best states I've ever been to. Every single person there is a white guy. And like even like the Dunkin' Donuts everywhere. It is the nicest place I've ever been in my life. Probably because it's so gentrified. It's the nicest I just was blown away.
He's Alex.
How nice.
You're getting canceled, Alex. You're gonna get canceled.
No, but I'm just saying. Like, have you ever seen the show Portlandia? I might move to Portland. It's so nice. They call it the Switzerland of the Pacific Northwest, or the Switzerland of America. It's just so nice. Have you guys ever been to Portland? Have you spent much time in Portland? I'm blown away by how much I liked it.
Nobody wants to go to Portland. Nobody wants to go to Portland.
Opposite. You go to Capitol Hill, it's very dark and scary. Portland, I went to the roughest area in Portland. They said this is where Antifa did all this stuff. Chinatown. Dude, it looked like a movie set. I mean, there were some people that was rough, but it was like beautiful building. It looked way nicer than New York City. I'm like, this is the roughest area. And then so I start searching. I'm like, roughest areas in Portland. Of course, I get multiple Reddit things. 2 different people. I'm an Uber Eats driver. I've been driving for 4 years, and I'm still curious. Are there any places I can't deliver that are too dangerous? Because I've delivered all over the city, and I can't seem to find any terrible places. And literally, there's like 10 other comments like, yeah, Portland's actually pretty safe, even in the rough areas. Just watch out for the Antifa every once in a while. So, and Antifas are all pussies, dude. They're actually not really scary. I'm not really that worried about Antifa necessarily.
Well, I mean, there's rules they have to follow, like all police officers, right?
Yeah, right.
right, Alex. There's rules that they have to
probably
follow.
are feds. Do you think the Patriot Front, are they all feds, Andrew?
Yes, of course.
They are.
Yes.
Well, I don't think Nick Fuentes is a fed. Do you think Nick's a fed?
No.
I don't think so either. I really don't.
But I think that those guys, yeah, of course, yes.
The Patriot Front is.
Yes.
They're too well toned.
Absolutely,
you're not going to find
so.
a bunch of races that are that built. Like it's just
because it's like a fraternity. A lot of guys, like Fight Club was kind of like a documentary in a way. Like people want to feel a part of a group and have their it's our social bug that we have. And I mean, I don't know if you want to be a part of a group where you have to wear a mask, but people do fraternities and they pay thousands of dollars to spank each other and like do like pseudo homosexual stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me that people like to put on a white shirt and wear a white mask and walk around. I mean, I do believe there's people in Patriot Front that are earnest and just want to be a part of something.
Well, listen. Do you know the thing that's really funny, right? Is that if you say, are they feds? Right. I think that what messes this all up is that basically every group, any established group in the United States of any kind, which is external to any government power, is going to have federal informants in it. All of them. If they're in any way, shape, or form related to any type of political activity, they're going to have informants in there. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one there
they'll
is.
infiltrate anything. What do you think's going to happen? Sorry, I'm taking over, Rob. I just wanted to talk to Andrew.
I've been doing this for 16 hours.
I haven't talked to Andrew. It's such a privilege, Andrew, to catch up with you. But what do you think's going to happen? I think I went to that Kamala rally. I just said this to Rob and to Carlos. Dude, every sign was reproductive rights.
Yeah.
They had 4 different people come up there and say, I want to have an abortion. More women are voting. People are stupid. They're gonna win this election because of freaking abortion, and that's why they say there wasn't a red wave.
I also think that this is a very I've gotten a lot of shit for my opinion on this, right? I'm gonna be doing. You should come by too. Tuesday, I'm doing all day, all night election stream until they shut it down.
Yeah,
you should
I'll hop on. I'm hopping on a bunch, but I'll be in DC. But I'll hop on from my phone
hop on at least for a little bit so you can show us the signs and shit. But anyway, I think Kamala's gonna take it. I do. I think Kamala's going to take it. And the thing is that I think that even if she really shouldn't take it, she'll take it anyway. So,
yeah, they're going to fortify.
They're going to take it.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, they let Philadelphia get like an actual drug den. They probably do that on purpose because they know that it'll be corrupt and they can pad the votes. Like this is bigger than you and I. The deep state, FBI voting, whoever does it, whoever is the quote unquote deep state. They know this is a perfect example. I just went, and I'm not trying to brag. I spoke at Oregon State. I was just in Portland. You can tell I'm in Portland. I'm in Oregon High. I never buy a shirt when I go to a city. I bought 4 shirts that said Portland. That's how much.
Why are you trolling anyway? Portland's a shithole, bro.
It's
What
not.
are you paid?
Such a shithole.
This dude's paid by Portland City Council or some shit.
I had no idea how beautiful Portland is. It's built on a river and it's got 6 bridges and the mountains and the clouds. Forget about that. But Oregon has
it's filled with garbage.
No, they got it clean. They got it clean.
They got it clean.
Yeah. Imagine a commercial for Portland. They got it cleaned. Imagine 2 million white people. You think it's gonna be that dirty? But listen, go back to what I'm saying is Oregon was always conservative, and then they make it where even on election day, you're not voting, you're filling out a mail-in ballot. They had mail-in ballots before. Some states do only mail-in voting, and Oregon's one of it. I think Washington's one of it. So when you go and vote on election day, you're just filling out your mail-in ballot and dropping it off at the election spot. And they said ever since they had mail-in ballots, it's been consistently liberal, Democrat. So they've been cheating elections in this for a lot longer than probably since Bush and Al Gore. They probably just decided to give it to Bush, I think. I mean, you guys probably all remember that.
That was a contested election.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how young you were, Rob. I'm sure.
But
Carlos,
that was a contested election.
Yeah. Well,
what do you mean?
They fought it out in court.
that when you have the establishment Republican and Democratic Party, that there's not that much greenery or scenery between, yeah, they don't really give a shit. To them, it's like, as long as we have control over this, people like Trump, and even back in 2016, Bernie Sanders scared them a little, because I don't think they felt that they were controllable. And that's what all of the, Bernie sold out. He's got his second lake house. I'm here once more asking you for more money to shill for the Democratic establishment. So he sold out, but Trump's still like the last bastion. Then you see people like RFK. So yeah, they'll happily, when it's those two, they don't give a shit. Give it to Bush, give it to Gore. We don't give a shit. But yeah, they're definitely putting the thumb on the scale now.
Rob, did you just get 50 gifted memberships?
Yeah, I was gonna read. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Didn't say anything. Shit.
I'm a
Dude,
piece of ungrateful shithead.
Gifted? That's like $250.
This dude's, well, I think my memberships are only $3, but this dude's like, can I get a refund? You know what I mean? Let me read these real quick. Psy Guy for $4.99. Thank you so much, as this is literally the best live stream on right now. Thank all four of you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Intel Wild for $20 says, Rob, thanks for doing the 24-hour stream. I learned a lot from you. I learned of you from Andrew. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Nick with 50 gifted memberships. You psychopath. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Psy Guy, $2. I've heard rumors of this. I don't know what the exact are. He says Andrew's going to lose $2,000. You got some sort of bet on the election? What's that about, Andrew?
Okay, so maybe a stupid bet on my part. We'll see, right? So I'm chatting with Destiny, and I'm like, well, you want to put some money on this election? He's like, yeah. So, but the problem is that we both think Kamala's going to win. So he's like, well, I'll do it, but it has to be double or nothing then. And so you're betting that Kamala wins. So basically, if Kamala wins, I get $1,000, but if Trump wins, he gets $2,000 from me.
It'll be well worth it.
Yeah, you gave him odds, but I mean, I still think Kamala's going to win. I mean, I just don't. They're not going to let. And if Trump wins, they're going to try to assassinate him within like the first.
By the way, my whole chat's giving me L's for this bet. They're so pissed off about this fucking bet. But the only reason I think that they're pissed off about the bet is because I told them, I was like, well, because if I lose, I'm going to be like, guys, I need $2,000.
Yeah, let's get those super chats rolling.
Guys, I need $2,000.
Well, I'm about to. I laid a bet on Kelsey for $50. I'm about to lay a bet on 200 on Kamala or whatever the fuck her name is, because I'm such a bad sports bettor. I need to reverse jinx it, right? Because I bet on Trump. Trump's gonna lose because I bet on him. That's how OCD I am. So I need to go put money on.
Trump's gonna lose because you can't pronounce her name.
Whatever. I just need to Kamala. I need to reverse the jinx. So we're fucked, dude. We are just
get on fucking Poly Market right now, or Kalshi, or whatever the hell it is.
I just went over to Poly Market earlier. I think that they had Trump at 53, Kamala at 46.
Yeah, definitely. It's it was very.
Or it was 50. I'm sorry, 54-46. So. Yeah. They had a 54-46, and what was really interesting, I looked at that and said, well, this is quite the drop. Well, on X, one of my followers sent a screenshot which showed that it was two guys who bought up like 50,000 shares each for Kamala. And that swung the odds market over to Kamala just off these two guys. And I was like, well, that's fucking sus.
That shows you how it's all fake. It's all fake. That's exactly how the odds work. And more people just put money on Kamala, on Trump, because those companies have been better advertising to conservatives to get on there. I mean, that's the only reason. And conservatives probably have more money, because that's all fake. That's not a real representation of how the election's going to go at all, the poly market betting.
And then for me, this is like, people were like in my chat.
But hang on, Alex, though.
You think it does?
Wait a second, because, well, kind of. If it was being done fairly, perhaps, because when we look at the betting markets when it comes to futures, they're pretty correct. Well, futures is really correct. Like if they're betting on a technology or something like this, it's usually that technology does become emergent. So just saying,
Well, again, I guess this is different than sports betting, but I'm thinking of the sports betting where the line just moves on one big bet, because it's just the book, changing the lines to predict their odds, just financially.
I think it is more akin to that. Yeah.
So that's what I think it is, because if you have one big whale in Vegas, even I think the Super Bowl, because they get so much, it's hard for a whale to move the line. But like, let's say it's the Eagles versus Lions or what, some random game, and somebody goes in there and bets $100,000, it will literally move the line a half a point in any direction. So I know whales can move that, but the only reason I don't trust those sites, they're trying to make money. I don't trust any casino, and I like to gamble. I'm pro gambling, even though it's a terrible hobby. Do not suggest people doing it. I do enjoy going to Vegas or wherever, and I like the risk. Am I going to win? Am I going to lose? But you never trust a casino. and everybody, if you guys want to go have fun, go gamble. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but I don't know if I trust
Well,
any casino.
Here's the things with this shit, right?
Hang on. This guy said gamblers, though, Alex, don't make bets if they think they're going to lose, except Andrew.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. People, because a real gambler, you make long shot bets.
That's right.
I disagree. A real gambler, like a inexperienced gambler, you always bet on.
By the way, fuck
favorite.
that chatter. What a dick.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
You're out.
But it's better. You get better odds on the long shot, So like a real gambler, you kind of bet on something knowing that you can lose, and that hey, it's $20, it's $100 or whatever.
Well, for me, I say great, right? This Iowa poll that came out that said Kamala's winning by 3. The poly market's shifting now. Good, because if Trump does have a shot to winning, we're going to have enthusiasm, people going out there. The worst thing that happened in 2020, I can't tell you how many panels I was on where people are like, Trump's going to win 48 states. And I'm like, what are you smoking? Right?
That's
and that
insane.
sort of idea of complacency. So I say, great. Let them put every poll out that says Kamala's winning every single state. Poly market goes 70% to Kamala. Great. That'll motivate people, in my estimation, to do even more to get out to the polls. So I don't give a shit. If they want to manipulate that Iowa poll is so laughable. The poly market, you have 2 people that are basically swinging. great. I don't give a shit. I'm going to do, even though I think that Kamala's going to win, the way I motivate myself to work best is to always think anything in life, you're like 1 point away, that you're losing by 1 point. So you just got to have that edge, to kind of have that chip on your shoulder to do more. So I say, fuck it. Leave them go out there. Hey, if you're listening, you're a Kamala fan, look at that poly market shifting. Might as well stay home. It's in the bag, right? No need to get out
That's
there.
the worst mentality.
She's winning Iowa, so Kamala fans, stay at home. No need to get out there. So
I'd like to ask Andrew. We asked this earlier. As content creators, as debate bros, is it better though if it's a liberal in there ruining the country? Does that give us more stuff to talk about?
No.
Content wise, no.
No, because
I don't think so either.
because
I don't
it's
think so
either
either.
it's either
I'd rather
offense or
Trump win.
defense, right? So
Right.
if it's a person who's representing our worldview, then we're on defense. And sometimes being on defense is 10 times more brutal than being
It's
on offense.
way harder to be
right?
on defense.
Yeah,
Come
so I think
on.
in many ways having your representative government that you want in office actually for a content creator is better because if you're on defense, often they can't get at the politician themselves, but they can get at people who defend that politician, right? And so basically you're under siege in a lot of ways.
yeah, totally. Can read a couple
Very
super
good
chats here.
observation.
You got a super, yeah.
Alder Void for $5 says, I just noticed I don't want to donate to Destiny, so Robert, take my money instead of Andrew. There you go. Already taken $5 less to Andrew's $2,000.
You're taking money out of my kid's
There you
mouth,
go.
Rob.
That's right.
Andrew, were you trolling? Did you sit down purposely right in front of Destiny? Did you do that right? Because you had to just look at him that whole time. I thought did you pick that seat or did they pick that seat?
Well, I mean, that was it. That's where everybody sat.
No, not when you moved up, but weren't you sitting like right across from
Oh
him?
no, that's
And-
where they told me to sit. Yeah.
Yeah, and the third, I'm talking when you were in the ring. So you
Yeah,
just sat
yeah.
there for an hour and a half and didn't even talk to him, just stared at him for an hour and a half.
Well, mostly I was staring at the back of the person who was in front of me because Destiny is really, really small.
He is
So
tiny.
basically, everybody sitting in front of me blocked out my view of Destiny.
That's a shame.
So-
You missed a
Was
lot
he
of
sweating
exciting
bullets?
mouth movements.
Was he sweating bullets? Like, are you guys on good terms, or what is your?
I mean, we've always been adversarial, and we're always going to be adversarial. You know what I mean? But so I'm not sure about good terms, but like I'll deal with the guy, and he'll deal with me. That's about as much as at good terms as we can give
for each other.
Yeah, I mean, he's got me blacklisted, but he ignores his own blacklist all the time. So.
I too am blacklisted.
I'm
It's what a
blacklisted.
terrible a terrible thing. I've been put on notice by a left wing
You're on
streamer.
notice,
I'm
right?
blacklisted. Holy shit!
Are you on notice by who, Rob?
Pisco, he put me on
Pisco.
notice because I put the word lawyer in quotation marks, and he said it was an affront and an accusation that he was violating the law by illegally practicing law.
Yeah, but in Pisco's defense, I think that Destiny keeps people around him who are 10 times more insufferable than he is, so
that's what Rob said.
so that people are more likely to deal with him rather than the insufferable orbiters.
Yeah.
There's probably some truth. Andrew, what do you think about the Steel Toe Morning Show, Nick Rekieta, wife swapping drama?
Yeah. Oh man, that shit's been wild. The internet's made up of multiple sides in the political spectrum. The troll side Rikita was in an interesting spot, right? Because he's between the legitimate legal side and the troll side. He was between both of those worlds. So he was dealing with the Ethan Ralphs of the world over on the troll side, the drama side, this and that, while simultaneously dealing with really legitimate law tubers who were covering these massive trials. And this guy was making, $100,000 a day doing these massive trials. So he was between these two worlds. Unfortunately, though, he started on that other side, right? On that other streamer side, the more trollish, content creation side. So it actually didn't surprise me. They had known in those circles for years that this guy was essentially
hedonism and all this stuff.
Yeah, that he was
Do you think
essentially
that he
a fucking
abuses kids?
degenerate.
I think he just neglected them. If we're gonna get in the woods, I don't think that he actually abused them because they went to a small school. And I'm not even trying to be a janitor or sweep for them. I listen to Kino Casino. Those guys are so hilarious. But they bash Nick. And I'm not even trying to defend Nick. I just really don't think that.
Well, those guys all, but those guys all know Rikita. Like, they were dealing with Rikita before you were even on the scene, right, Alex?
Exactly. I didn't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm new to the scene. I
Yeah,
didn't even know
they were dealing. All those guys were all dealing with each other before any of the other kind of internet personalities were even emergent.
Coach
These
Red
guys,
Pill was
yeah,
all
these guys
involved,
were all fighting with each other in their own circles, and so. Like Ashton and Warski and all those guys, they all know each other. So these guys, they all have dirt on each other. They're always talking shit about each other. And it's like they have a long history, and I stay the fuck out of it, dude.
I try to. I really
stay out of that
to.
shit.
It's dark, and then Ethan Ralph pulls me in, and I don't even hate Ethan, even though he said disgusting stuff. It's just you try to just comment, and now this is gonna get clipped. I listen clips for sure. This is gonna get they're gonna clip this, but it is a dark corner of the internet. But dude, this steel toe Nick stuff, because I didn't even really watch Nick.
Well, it's not. I don't know if it's a dark corner, but it's a different corner. Like these guys were all around long before any of us were. And they were doing all sorts of different content creation and this and that. And they were all working with each other, and they were all pretty good friends at different points. And just over the years, man, they've had so much interpersonal conflict that once it explodes, then it's like everybody has everybody's skeletons, everybody's fighting over all these skeletons. But my understanding is that people knew that this was going on for a long time. And at least Ethan Ralph says that he knew that something like this was going on the DL for a long time. And it's like, I can't even keep up with it. I thought it was an interesting story. I never weighed in on it. I stay completely away. Other than maybe like going on the kill stream for a debate or going on Kino Casino, chopping up with those guys. I really like those guys. I really stay kind of clear of that side of the internet.
I just want to say this. I'm not even trying to defend. I don't think Nick really is an abusive guy. I think he probably neglected his kids, probably got a little strung out on alcohol. Then when you're drinking a lot, then all of a sudden cocaine is kind of like it's a synergistic high, it mixes. So I don't know. I don't think he's as bad as they say he is, but obviously he's got some demons that he needs to really address.
I've never actually talked with Nick Rekieta even once, and I've never had any interaction with the guy. Yeah. And I just don't know anything really about him. So
his like law content's very good. Like the dude clearly knows what he's talking about. He's entertaining. I watched many of his streams or when he would be on other shows, and I like this content. But yeah, to have a foot in either of those worlds, listen, sometimes it's nice to just be like me and be just a boring dude.
But Rob, it's not even about boring. It's what you do because they'll make uninteresting people. It's like
these guys. Listen, Rob, these guys are like, you think that there's their little drama and shit on Twitch and stuff like this. That ain't nothing compared to what these guys are in. I mean, they do the
PPP.
They do the most
one
insane.
Of the best funny. He's one of the funniest guys.
But I mean, this stuff has led to swattings and like these guys
Lawsuits.
are real. They really go the fuck at it. Like it's not a joke that side of that side of the internet, and so it's just kind of better to.
I'm happy.
Generally, to steer clear of it.
Yeah, I wish Moel, as long as it's mutual combat, have at her. I don't give a shit. More power to him. A couple more super chats because some of them are directed to you guys. Thanks so much. Robbie Heck Music for the membership says God bless. Really appreciate it. Crucible Ghost for $10 says Andrew is the GOAT. I don't know that he's that unattractive that he looks like a goat, but
what a fucking jerk, dude.
We
what a
appreciate
jerk.
the money. We appreciate that. Crucible Ghost also for $2 says, Alex, please fan the very real fireplace. There it is.
Oh, I can see
There
the
you go.
flame moving. Yeah.
I believe it. I totally believe it. Then we have Mike Alvredo's TBE for $5 says, you guys need to see Christian Prince destroying Destiny in a debate today. It was brutal. He got cornered, went to sarcasm, and Destiny rage quits. I saw a brief portion of it, but I didn't get to the bulk of what would make that debate good. But always
Does
nice
Destiny
to
quit
see.
a lot of debates? Probably not.
He rage quit with me.
Oh, he did.
Prick,
He did?
yeah.
And me.
Yeah.
Legendary.
And then
Legendary.
blacklisted.
Okay, so then yeah, he does. He does.
Yeah, it seems to be a pattern. And then I saved this one for last. I don't know what this is about. I must have missed this, but let's get it. Handyman Jack for $5 says, Rob, ask Alex about Marshawn in Vegas when he chased him.
Marshawn Lynch almost beat me up in Las Vegas. He assaulted me because I tried to get a selfie with him, and he hit my phone out of my hand, and I grabbed it. And he went to beat me up. He has like major CTE. He was so mad, and the video went really viral. It's on my Instagram. You can type in Alex Stein, Marshawn Lynch. But I had to run behind. You know how they have little red.
Hang on, was that with the elevator?
No, but it was in the lobby of a casino.
Yeah.
And you can see an elevator in the background, but you see, I'm running away from him, and I have to run behind a blackjack table. They're like, "Sir, you can't get back here. This is the pit."
What was the one where there was the black chick who was like?
Oh, that's Barstool Sports.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that where that girl cut her finger on my face. Oh no, I'd like to mend the fences with Dave. Well, dude, I just wanted to hop on for a little bit. I wanted to talk to you, Andrew. I'll leave, so I know you debate bros got to talk about some stuff, dude. You've been killing it, Rob. You have too. Carlos, nice to meet you.
Hey, thanks, Alex. Hey, I hope things are going real good over there at the Blaze, man.
I'm on the grind. I'm covering the thing. I mean, dude, you know how hard it is, though. It's like I feel like this is my problem is I constantly need to either go to like a new protest or go to a new.
Let me ask you something while we got you here. I've just always wondered about that. Maybe this isn't even good for public combo. I'm just curious, like you were always such an independent, do whatever I want, not beholden to anybody. Fuck all these people. I'm gonna do the conspiracy castle. I'm gonna do my own thing. How the fuck did you end up in that Blaze contract anyway, Alex?
You have a good point because I'll be honest, and I love the Blaze. I don't want to leave the Blaze. They pay me and they
just resigned them.
For a year, just a year, but they gave me creative freedom. But I had a really rough part of the year where I went to a Nikki Haley event. They wouldn't let me in, and it was bad what I did, but it wasn't that bad. The staffer that escorted me out, and this was live, I go, "What are you going to do when Nikki's campaign's over in a month? What are you going to go do, OnlyFans?" Just a joke. And that clip got shared by all these conservatives. Look at this sex freak telling a conservative, just because she didn't work for Trump, it's all the DeSantis people went after me. Like, this is what MAGA is, telling girls to join OnlyFans. And dude, Chip Roy.
You remember the when you told AOC she had a nice ass?
Well, they didn't care about that.
That's
Everybody
okay.
Like that. That's different. The optics of that's not
All
a big
right,
deal.
back to the story.
Because
Back to the
I did say
story.
big booty Latina, and she said big juicy ass. You're a very good debater. My point is, it got me in some hot water. Luckily, the Blaze did not want to cancel me. They stuck with me, but there is that because I didn't even think that was that bad. But yes, that is a trade-off. And you know, if I was on my own, could I do edgier stuff? And would that probably be more well-received? Yes. But I mean, at the same time, I like the credibility and the security and the support, and I like the Blaze. So I have zero complaints.
Well, I'm not saying that you have anything bad to say about him. I was just always curious because you were such an independent person. Like I remember the early days of the Crucible. You come on and do blood sports, man, and we'd be tangling it up.
You know, there's another thing people don't realize. This is that the Blaze is at, and you've been to the Blaze, right, Andrew?
No.
Okay, I gotta fly you out. We're gonna get you on. And I know you're busy as hell, but we'll fly you out. I want you to come.
I'll come out.
I'll get you on all the shows, and we'll fly you out. But the Blaze is at the old Paramount Studios where they filmed RoboCop, JFK, and when they did RoboCop, Dallas was supposed to be like the third coast. So they built this huge movie studio, like they have like the new ones they built in New Mexico, or like the ones they have in LA or New York. Big movie studio. RoboCop, they blew up a gas station and caught a building next door on fire. So the city council made it really hard for movie productions to get good tax credits. So they all went to Austin. So this building stopped getting used. Every episode with Barney was shot there. But when I was in middle school and high school, you had to go on a field trip to there to see movie props because it was an independent. It was a huge studio, but you could rent it out for independent production. So they take schools there to do a tour, and they'd be like, "This is how you do special effects makeup. This is a camera. This is a grip." And it's like I went on that field trip twice, and I was like, I want to work here. I want to work here when I'm older. And then what do you know? I'm working at the Blaze, and I go on Sarah Gonzalez's show. I'm like, this is where you should tour. I was like, I want to fucking work here. So, I like working there. That's part of the reason that kind of kismet thing. That was one of the main reasons I was like, I really like it here. That when I was a little kid, not that little, but I was like, I want to work in this building, and now I work there. So, it's
Well,
crazy.
here's the thing, though, Alex. If you ever go independent again, I'll be interested to see what happens. You know what I mean? I'll be interested. That's all I'm saying. I'll be interested to see what happens. I remember some of those early Conspiracy Castle episodes. Yeah, they were such high energy shows. They were a ton of fun to watch when you had your stupid little suit on. You know what I mean? And that
You've
was
been
a
watching.
lot.
You've been there. You're an early adopter,
Yeah.
Andrew. Look at you.
Yeah.
I've been an early Andrew Wilson adopter. I was
Yep.
on the Crucible. Now
Yeah.
you've blown up. I was
You were on
there
the Crucible when we were at 1,000 subscribers debating.
I was there when it was
yeah,
42 people. I remember
Yeah.
exactly. But we broke 100. But I'm just saying. I remember sometimes we started off 42 people. Now you have 3,000.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Regularly.
that's when there's nothing going on.
That's what
you
I'm
know?
saying.
And
That's
then
what
we
I'm
got something
saying.
going on. It's
You
5,
just have
6K. Yeah, we
That's
do
probably
pretty
like
good.
your average. I mean,
Yep.
that's insane. The numbers. That's really strong numbers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Killing
It's
it.
really the Crucible does very good. We
If
have
you're getting 5,000 live viewers on your show, that's insane. People don't realize how insane that. Even
It
1,000 is good. Don't
Yep.
get me
yeah.
wrong.
Wait till you see.
100 is really good. 200. I'm not even. Don't even hate. I wouldn't stop making content, but 5,000 is strong as
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
a lot of
and
people, man.
we do it pretty regularly. The thing is but I'm a very good entertainer, very skilled entertainer, and you know that this business is as much about entertainment as it is being a skilled debater, you know.
Mhm.
So, but
You're
Alex,
a good debater. You're a good debater.
yeah,
So,
Alex, I really appreciate talking with you, man. It's nice to see you again.
It is always good to catch up. Well, I'll catch up. I'll hit you up again, but we're
All
gonna
right.
link up. I'm gonna bring you to Dallas. I want you to check out the Blaze.
I'll be
Rob,
out there.
You're the man. I need to have you on my show too. Carlos, great to meet you guys. I gotta go.
Same here.
I'm going
By
to
the way, the gang-
DC. I'll be in DC all week, and then Reno, Nevada. I'm speaking at UNR, University of Nevada, Reno. So I got a busy ass week.
I'm sure you'll
Follow-
crush it, man. Thank you
You guys
for
will.
doing it. It's
Follow
always
Alex,
entertaining.
yeah.
Anytime. See you guys.
Take it easy, Alex.
Take care, man.
So the guy that ran against DeSantis is Gilliam, and I'm sure
Oh, that's
that
it,
he-
Andrew Gilliam. Yeah,
And,
that's-
I'm sure he
The
has
meth
an
head.
OnlyFans account, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, why not at this point? Join my Gilliam's OnlyFans. Join us
Great
for
to
the meth
meet you.
fund. I barely lost to Ron DeSantis. It'd be a hell of a selling point,
Great to meet you, Andrew.
Oh, hey, it's
Welcome
nice
to the show.
nice to meet you too as well, Carlos. Are you the gentleman who said your son converted over to Orthodoxy?
Dude, you are the center of almost every single conversation I have with my son.
Really?
Dude, so, his name is Christopher, lives in New Jersey. He's on the job, and he's also a member of one of the county SWAT teams, ex-Marine scout sniper.
Well, I won't hold the fact that he's a Marine against him. Tell him I called him a fucking window licker, though.
He's probably watching now. So he saw a debate that you and Rob had, and he went down a wormhole, and dude, he just immersed himself with information, loves to buy books and read and just immerse himself. And then I guess about a year ago, he joined a Orthodox church in Wyckoff, New Jersey. It's a Greek Orthodox church.
They have the best food.
He lives in North Haledon, New Jersey, so it's close. And he's going through the catechism right now. And 3 weeks ago, we were out to see him, and we went to our very first Orthodox service. And
How did you like it?
There's a lot of standing.
Yeah.
Um,
How
but-
how dare you stand while you pray to God? Right? I mean,
That's
that's
too much to be done.
that's
Right.
a lot to ask, you know.
But it only because a lot of other denominations don't have that.
Yeah.
And
That's because they're phony.
but they are they are some of the nicest people I've ever met. Very welcoming, and they're growing. There's construction and I knew that you would be interested in this. There's construction all over the church.
Hang on.
because they're
Before you
expanding.
continue with your story, okay? Somebody in my chat said Marines eat all of the different kinds of crayons because they want to taste the colors.
That makes sense.
Anyway, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So there's a lot of construction at the church because they're exploding. And but I've never seen him so excited about any single subject because he loves movies and is obviously in on the job, but he is just fascinated with everything you and Jay Dyer have to say.
Well,
So
Dyer's the theologian. I'm
right.
I am an Orthodox Christian, but I'm a political debater, and I keep everything kind of within the realm of politics. Though religion does come up from time to time, and I end up eviscerating people on that as well. Unlike Dyer and many others, I don't have a ministry. And I'm actually I'm very surprised how many people move to Orthodoxy from my content, but nonetheless, I'm very pleased with that result. It's incredible to me. Tell him I said that I'm really glad that he found the path. It's very narrow, but it seems like once people's feet get put on it, they never go off of it again.
Oh yeah, no, he loves the fact that it's narrow. He loves that, so we have a lot of fun. Listen, I'm blessed, Andrew, because I get to talk to my kids every single day, and it's not a chore.
Wait, that's a blessing?
It is. It's the proudest thing I've ever, that I was telling the audience earlier this morning. It's the proudest thing that I have is the fact that my kids love me, and they talk to me every day. So I love that. I love that he found something that he can chew on, and he says that he owes it all to you.
He doesn't owe it all to me at all. He would have found the path anyway, because if you knock, the door will be open to you. So he was looking anyway. He just probably happened to stumble across me anyhow. But if it hadn't been me, it would have been somebody else. But I'm very happy that his feet have been planted firmly on the path. I was very happy when mine were as well. So but
so
tell
he
him,
owes it all to Uncle
what's
Rob,
what's his name?
Christopher Saldivia.
Well, Christopher Saldivia, I'm glad that your feet found the path, and I'm glad that you watched Crucible content. From all of us here at the Crucible to you and your family, sir, I hope that you continue with orthodoxy and make it down that path.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Means
I
a
think
lot.
when you say that, like, you're not really, talking about ministry on here, I think the reason that so many people would be converted to orthodoxy from that is the one thing that comes across from your content is that you're having fun. And that's infectious.
Yeah.
People could tell when someone's a happy person, and people could tell when someone's lifestyle is leading to positive outcomes from them. I talk to you a lot about this, Andrew. So many of these lefties we argue with are just, it oozes out of them that they're miserable pricks. And no matter what people might think of our political message or something like that, people can't help but tell that we're having fun. That we love being parents. We love being husbands.
No. My content is always super serious. There's no edge to it at all. I've never cracked a single joke, especially at the expense of a beautiful woman. I will never do anything like that. Always straight and narrow in my political takes, Rob, and I will not have any of your Coomer degenerate talk on this fine program.
It's certainly
Sick
true.
of it. It's ridiculous.
I have been
And he
actually...
definitely doesn't ignore people or laugh at them when they're ridiculous
Right.
at
No.
all.
No. What happens is I laugh at a thing a chatter says, and I have a hot mic moment, and suddenly it coincides with whatever ridiculous fucking thing the other person said, and somehow now I'm laughing at them. And I can't beat this rap no matter where I go. It's a couple of hot mic moments, and suddenly it's like, oh, Andrew just laughs at lunatics on the internet all the time. And it's like, I don't do that. I'm laughing at a thing the chatter said. And by the way, anything that the chatter said was a nice, wholesome joke.
Right.
Very wholesome and very funny because of how wholesome it was. That's what made me laugh. I just happen to be in a hot mic, and I just can't beat these raps. It's ridiculous.
Well, listen, I feel now's the appropriate time to announce much like our friend Connor.
You stop accusing me all the time, Rob.
I'm sorry. Much like
Why don't you stop with the accusations? The
me and my friend
accusations,
Connor,
Rob.
conservatives that are now paid by Progressive Victory to bring you down a peg. So I've sold out for a couple, a couple rubles as well, so that I can come on the Crucible and just bring you down a peg, like all of my great, wonderful masters at Progressive Victory. Like, my goodness, what?
Well,
what
I have a
shit
debate. I have a debate with Connor tomorrow. So
I
this
like
will be,
Connor. If I'm
this
honest,
will be my last debate, a Kamala versus Trump debate before the big election stream on the 5th. I hope you'll pop in for that stream. I'll be streaming all day and all night. One of the main reasons I wasn't going to stream today because I have such a long streaming day tomorrow between whatever and then this debate. But Rob, I just couldn't leave you hanging on the 24-hour live stream. So
listen, I was talking shit on you with Alex. I was like, when the fuck? Actually, it's 25 and a half hours because daylight savings going to roll back. I was like, when's Andrew going to do a 26-hour stream? I want to see a 26-hour TikTok invasion. Your head will be mush dealing with these lefties fucking for 26 hours.
I'll tell you what. If somebody sent me a Bitcoin over on the Crucible.video, so if I wake up and there's a Bitcoin in there, I will do a 24-hour TikTok invasion. That would be some of the most amazing fun on planet. 24 hours of TikTok invasion.
It's the virtual beaches of Normandy that you'll be streaming doing that. Like, holy shit. Talk about wading into the past. I was telling Alex, I would love to set up like a virtual Jubilee that's debating 24 different people an hour apiece for 24 hours straight, one-on-one. Like, just bring them on one after next. What topic you want to debate? Let's go. Fuck it. Let's do it. I would love to do something like that, but the TikTok invasion's a different beast.
Somebody said,
I'd produce that for
somebody said, okay, but well, here's the thing, right? That's my price because doing a 24-hour stream would be brutal, especially to keep it high energy for an entire TikTok invasion. But I would do it for the right price. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how you raise. It's how you raise money for your show.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, I do this. The point of this stream was to drive people out to vote, particularly here in Pennsylvania. But I love doing these every 2 years.
Somebody called me a greedy old man.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, greedy old man.
That's the point. Yeah. So, it really, I think like gimmicks like that as well. Like, it encourages people to participate, to donate, and it also is like, there's nothing better than a good fucking gimmick. It's sort of what Jubilee has going for it. It's a nice gimmick.
I've never felt like we were very big on gimmicks. The invasion, it is true that we have the feel with Starship Troopers and stuff like that because it's a lot, it adds to the fun. But we do have a very concise mission, which is to go on there and wreck these liberal progressive scumbags who are all over TikTok, who essentially get to walk around unopposed all day long in their echo chambers. And we just kind of come in and ruin that for them. And it's not only a great amount of fun, but it has a very precise point, which is when these people are challenged, they fold like cheap chairs.
Well, the gimmick part of it's the 24 hours. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's amazing. By the way, I saw one of the best the TikTok streamers have to offer is Dean Withers. I was watching live when he came on your show there a couple weeks ago, and you had a very cordial conversation sort of outlining this debate that you were going to do on whatever.
Dude, wait a second. No. He tried to Sheev Palpatine me, okay? He came on to a TikTok stream during an invasion, and he did like a video message. He's like, Andrew Wilson, I know that you're watching this right now. Right, blah 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 blah. He did a whole call out, and I was like, "Fine, we'll meet with the white flag, right? We'll meet. We'll settle this. We'll get it all set up so that we can do an in-person debate." So he agrees. He comes on. We settle out all the details. He broke the agreement within 30 days.
Yeah, it was pathetic, and I witnessed it. I witnessed it live. And again, you weren't being a prick. It was a very cordial conversation. He had some discussions. He wanted to debate the guy that runs whatever, and you were explaining he's not a professional debater, and you're like, why don't we do a one-on-one thing? Or, if you're going to, he wanted some professional.
By the way, hang on. By the way, I just got to throw this out there. If somebody actually did donate a Bitcoin for 24-hour in TikTok invasion, I would also give half of that to charity.
That's awesome.
Just so you know, I would give half of that to charity, and I do direct charity, so it would be like paying 6 people's mortgage or something like that. So just so you know, yes, I am a greedy old man, I suppose. When I bring out excellent entertainment, I know that people don't mind funding that, but I guess I'm just not quite that greedy.
A couple super chats real quick because I'm greedy. Stu K for $2 says peanut or Ruby Ridge, which is worse? Ruby Ridge was just humans dying. Squirrels dying lasts forever. So I think the answer is evident. Crucible Ghost for $10 says the Crucible crews always show love. Shit. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah. Rob, let's hear it. Okay, from both of you.
Okay. From The Wire, man. That's good stuff. As that series went on, the shits got longer too. That's great.
Right.
Crucible Ghost for $5 again says not one step back. Awesome. Thank you. And Christopher Scott doesn't leave a message. I always crib this from Andrew. Favorite type of donation, favorite type of message, $20. Thank you so much.
Says absolutely nothing. Just wanted to show support for the streams. Very kind of him.
Fantastic. So, yeah, I mean, I think you're doing great work. And I did. I saw Dean, like, he changed the
I will. I'll even buy a Marine a pack of crayons.
How much? I have no fucking clue. How much is one Bitcoin worth at this point?
I think $70,000.
Oh, shit.
70, yeah.
Yeah, you can do 24 hours for that.
Yeah, well, I would do 24 hours and then I would give half of that to charity.
It's awesome. No, it's fantastic. So one of the things I think, like, I don't know how much of this I could say, but one of the things that's always impressed me with you is sort of your game planning for the future and what you want to see happen, not just through your channel, but sort of the way you want to see culture and politics move in this country. I remember talking to you like a couple years ago where you had the eye for strategy to see how insane some of this LGBT shit was going to get.
Yep.
And you were basically like, listen, man, no one's talking about this shit. My goal is I'll take the fucking libertarians. I'll take the paleocons.
Yep.
I'll take the neocons. I don't give a shit. Pushing back on this is the single biggest issue. And I think you've been so effective.
It was a single biggest issue of our time at that time was the agenda which was being rolled out for the trans ideology. And I was way ahead of the curve on that, way ahead of the curve on birth rates, way ahead of the curve on all of this, and forming a coalition in opposition. And I would like to take some credit, though I hate to do this, I have to, in a way. I'll take some credit that it was a lot of the arguments that I put out in the ethos against the transgender ideology that changed a lot of the way that people argued that issue. And I think that it did shift at least the online goalpost a bit. Now, people, I'm sure, will refute that because you don't want to give me credit for fucking anything. But definitely, I introduced arguments into the ethos that had not been heard before.
Yeah, I mean, and I will admit, it's one of the issues that I was wrong on in that, you know, a lot of people like me that don't have quite as conservative views as you on some of these social policies. I was like, I like Andrew, and I agree that there's some sort of worry, but shit ain't gonna get as radical as he's suggesting. Boy, was I fucking wrong.
Yeah, boy, were you wrong. You took the L on that one for sure.
Yeah,
you know?
Christopher said the same thing, by the way, Rob.
Yeah.
Uncle Rob.
Yeah, it's really is. It's mind blowing how fast. And when it's difficult with terms of service and stuff. I won't use the exact words, but you can imagine where things go from here. If you could choose your sex, why can't you choose your age? And what's that mean? The logical extrapolation from that. And that is where we're heading.
Yeah.
And that's some scary shit. We had some people on earlier that came.
And it's going to get worse.
Yeah.
Listen, it's going to get worse because what's happened with this particular weirdo phase, you have like goths, that's a weirdo phase of American culture. This weirdo phase of American culture is now moving to the next weirdo phase. And what's coming that's worse than that? That's the question.
Right.
And we had a couple people on that lived in Canada and moved to Mexico, and they were talking about how radical the Canadian government is. One of the things they said was they found this doctor that there's now reporting from conservative outlets up there, though it's very sparse. And this doctor was targeting kids in foster homes, and they've targeted over 5,000 kids for trans drugs and trans surgery, because what they realize is if you don't have parents there to sort of advocate for, it's easy to go into these vulnerable kids that are getting lost in the system and target them for this crazy batshit ideology. So, I mean, it just goes to show, like, they're not going to stop. Like, they're never going to stop until society just repudiates them in the strongest way possible.
Well, and the thing is, though, is that in some ways, the T ideology was one of the biggest blessings to the right wing and to Christianity. It was one of the most horrible things, but at the same time, one of the greatest political blessings, because it actually stalled that agenda out. Even people on their side were like, okay, wait, wait a second here. This is, you had radical feminists who were, flipping on a dime, becoming TERFs, right? The trans exclusionary radical feminist groups which have become emergent in order to protect women's rights and to keep men out of their circles, right? It actually threw into disarray the entire LGBTQ flagship. And it was the first time that the agenda in my lifetime had stalled out. Now, it didn't stall out for long before they started to get their shit together, but it did stall. And that was enough for conservatives to kind of recover. And they've been able to kind of fight back against this plague a bit. Though we're going to lose it like we do everything in culture, in many ways, it backfires and moves people more towards, again, the more traditional outlook. And so, kind of all evil God uses for good, as they say.
Yeah. No, totally cool. Let me get some super chats. Alder Void for $5 says, "Invasion is bug, boys. Can someone send a Bitcoin? Hashtag non-Destiny fund." Yeah, that too. That money will not go to the Destiny bet fund, I assure you. Guy for $2 says, "Please speak louder, Rob. I just cut my ears off. Did you? I saw you reviewed that. I didn't. I wanted to let you know that when I was suggesting, like, dude, you got to see this. It was that ridiculous guy's fucking poem for his intro. The rest of the debate's just normal lefties that don't understand any argumentation or facts whatsoever. But man, that opening statement that guy had.
Oh, I mean, but me, I love debates. So I was going to watch more. I was like, well, where are we going to go from here? And then he just turned into it. That dude had the worst voice. Rob. Listen, Rob.
They cut their ears off.
Yeah, Rob.
In praise to the yellow man.
The Lollipop Kingdom you'll never defeat the Lollipop Kingdom, Rob. Never.
I didn't notice until I went back and when you were watching it. You watched that dude's face when I start making fun of him as soon as I come out. It hurt him. Like, he actually thought he was onto something. He thought people were going to go, oh, shit, this. And, like, when I came out and just started reading some poetry, one of the things I love, though, like, it's so rare to hear someone I respect review a debate of mine. So I'm driving at work. I work in home health care. I got a guy in the car, and my buddy's like, "Rob, is that you? Who's this guy?" I'm like, it's my boy Andrew. So you're sitting there talking about me. It's amazing to me how many times you'd be like, well, here's what's going to happen with this argument. Rob's talking about these crime statistics, and they're looking at two different sets of data, and Rob's going to explain why his set of data is preferred. And then, like, as soon as you start the video, it's like, that's immediately where I go. Yep. It's so interesting to see people that understand argumentation and where it's going. And you compare that to these, like, dumb shits on the left. That dude still has no clue what I was saying. And I'm trying to dumb it down for him, like, as stupidly as possible. Like, we're looking at two competing sets. So which set? If you're looking at two boards that you're going to, what type of lumber am I going to use to build this house? There are pros and cons to each other. They can't understand it. They're so fucking.
But Rob, he had the FBI statistics. That's all that matters.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's surreal.
No, Rob, stop, Rob. All you're doing is trying to erode faith in our institutions.
Why did you cut your ears off?
Rob, all that matters is that you're trying to erode faith in our institutions by using alternative data sets, which have not been approved by some nebulous institution that I can't name that needs to approve them so that I know that they're credible, Rob. All you're trying to do is you're just trying to panic monger and make everybody believe that the FBI is not credible. That's all you're trying to do. But this is the thing, right? It was very clear to me that you had a teammate who was not a skilled debater. Mm-hmm. And it was very clear to me that you were debating people who didn't even understand what the fuck you were talking about. They couldn't even engage with it. And so it was very easy for me to break that debate down because I've been in that position, I don't know, 100 times. Yep. Right?
So that dude, Josh Cedar, that was my partner, he got sent through Alex Stein. Modern day debates, like, I think you're blacklisted from there right after your Dillahunty debate.
I was, but it's interesting. James contacted me after seeing me discuss your debate, and I had mentioned I was blacklisted. He said, he DM'd me and was like, nope, you're not blacklisted, and I don't hold grudges. And I was like, well, that's highly convenient, of course, now that there's a huge audience I can bring over there. Because when I debate, I usually have about 5,000, 6,000 live anytime I do a debate. Now, suddenly you want to reach out. But I also am not going to hold grudges. I'm not going to do it. The space is too small, and there's too many people who I like to tangle with. So I'm not going to hold grudges either.
Yeah, I totally agree. And let me say it, like,
that doesn't mean I have to be happy about it.
That's right. I understand modern day debate, sort of their position on the whole Dillahunty thing, but I reviewed that Dillahunty debate, and for anyone that hasn't seen that, they need to go back. Yeah, you look like a prick to the person outside, but you're making a point. You forced Dillahunty to literally collapse on his own argument like that. It's one of the most impressive things I've seen. Everyone wants to focus on, like, was what Andrew said rude? Fuck all that. Dillahunty's being rude well before that and well after it.
There's this guy. Bro, there's this guy. He's spurging out in my chat because I clowned Marines, right? Just so that all the Spurgs know, nobody talks shit about Marines more than Marines. Nobody.
Yeah.
They pride themselves on it. It's one of their biggest pastimes is to laugh their ass off at each other.
And
I don't
unites
know,
them
but
more
there's
than
always
anything.
there's always a Spurg, right, who thinks that they're going to whip up a frenzied offense mob, right? How are you going to whip up an offended mob of Marines? You can't offend Marines.
Yeah.
Right? They're laughing their asses off, you stupid fuck. But anyway, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, save your offense for yourself. Don't speak on others' behalf. But yeah, I was going to finish
Rob,
Go ahead, Carlos.
Tell me about this debate. Give me the 30-second overview of this debate.
So
I'm not familiar with it.
Dillahunty's an atheist, right? And I forget the exact term he uses, but he has this sort of ethical worldview. Do you remember what he called it? Like
secular humanism.
Secular humanism, right? So that's what he's going to. And the debate, I don't understand how he doesn't know this. The debate quite clearly is going to come down to a question of, well, where do you get your ethics? Where do you get your sense of morality? And so Andrew's correctly pointing that out. And one of the things that Dillahunty says, who's this big time, like, atheist, secular humanist, supposed to be a big man in the debate sphere. So they're in person doing this debate. And Dillahunty makes this argument where he's like, well, where we get ourselves is through rational debate. And in the system I'm advocating, we'll get a system of morality because when questions occur, then we'll have rational people be able to discuss these issues and we'll be able to come to the best conclusion. And Andrew basically makes the point like, your husband's or your wife or husband or whatever is a man. Right? Because he is a trans husband or boyfriend or whatever the fuck it is. And he loses his shit and like storms out. And it's like, blah, 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 and starts screaming at Andrew. Literally, he's been paid to appear here. This is a debate that's being put online that hosts have set up to be paid. And this dude who just got telling you that his entire worldview is that we could get a sense of morality by two people having a rational debate literally loses his shit at the first mention of, dude, you think men could be women? And he's just like, that's beyond the pale, blah, blah, thus proving his entire worldview is fallacious. Because when pressed in the slightest possible way, he proved that no, you are incapable of having rational debate. Instead,
and
you are
Andrew is the
emotional
first
mess.
person to point this out to him?
Yes.
It was surreal. And everyone's focused
because I need you to understand why, though, Carlos, just so you understand. Christian apologists are notoriously terrible at debating politics, and political debaters are notoriously terrible at debating apologetics. I exist somewhere between these two worlds, mostly on the political side, but I do at least dabble a bit in apologetics here and there because I'm forced to in order to defend my worldview on politics.
Right.
So the thing is that I'm happy to take those types of debates on because this was a mixture of the political and the idea of defending the worldview of Christianity versus secularism as well. So as we dive into this, you need to understand that most Christian apologists are actually sissies, and they refuse to give any sort of condemnation, thinking that they can win the other side over through niceness, while the other side completely decimates everything they love, care about, destroys every symbol that they care about, destroys the very life that they want to try to leave, and they think that being nice is going to solve that. And so they're treated notoriously like dog shit and treated horribly, and they just kind of take it. And it's like, you don't actually have to do that. You don't actually have to take any shit from this little fat bald gay dude. You don't have to take his shit.
There's no high road.
That's right. And he's given, and he's just everything that he's bitching about Andrew about, he literally did in his opening statement. For example, he's saying, well, we're only going to talk like in the abstract. We're not going to talk about individuals or people's individual personalities. And yet he spent his entire opening statement talking about something that like Dan Crenshaw or Mike Johnson.
Yeah. He spent the entire opening statement bringing up that
shit that Andrew had nothing to do with.
It's due to Christianity that LGBTQ is discriminated against. So I brought up, well, it's due to secular humanism. So he's saying Christianity comes to absurd moral conclusions. My criticism back is no, actually secularism comes to absurd moral conclusions. And here's why we know this, because you can't even tell that you're dating a man. Right.
And why would this be something that he would get emotional? And obviously it gets Matt then takes the opportunity, or Dillahunty, whatever the hell, he takes the opportunity to raise the temperature and be a prick and start yelling, and people in the audience are, clutching their pearls and getting offended. But what they're doing
bodied all of them too.
Yes, right. And what they're doing is they overlooked the sheer brilliance of performatively, without saying a word. Andrew didn't have to say a word after that. The actions that Dillahunty did, when pressed in the slightest way, performatively destroyed his entire argument. And I think 90% of the people in that crowd were Dillahunty fans. None of them got it. None of them got, like, you dumb shit. You know, it was like the other day I had Hutch call in. I'm doing this stream and I'm talking about these Gold Star families. There was this big story a month ago about Trump disrespected Arlington Cemetery and blah, 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 blah. So the Gold Star families that invited him there came out and was like, basically, keep our family's name out of your mouth. He actually respected our families. He came there at our request. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden won't even talk to us. They don't respect Gold Star families. So once more, the Democrats are taking an issue that they're weak on and trying to go on offense by saying Trump doesn't respect Gold Star because he was in Arlington. So I'm playing through the comments of like 8 of these Gold Star families that put messages up on X. And the streamer Hutch wants to call in, who I've also seen Andrew destroy at a time. He wants to call in.
I drug him for 4 hours straight because of how bad faith he was to Rob. What happened with Hutch, I was so enraged by this debate because Rob came on and I did a review of it and I was like, this is a trap. This fucker's saying he wants to have a conversation. This is not a conversation. This is trying to lead him into a debate trap. And people who are notoriously bad at debate do this often. I don't want to have an adversarial debate. I just want a conversation.
He told me that he wanted to talk about my appearance on Tim Pool. That's what. So I was on Tim Pool. I didn't know who Hutch was. So I thought, it's just a guy that wants to be like, hey, what was it like being on Tim Pool? It's fine. I debated him and I did fine. But he was, that's certainly what was going on. It was an attempted.
So that pissed me off because I've been wise to this tactic by the left forever. They have attempted to do it to me forever. So Hutch is like, I'd like to have a good faith conversation with you. And I said, well, sure, Hutch. So he came on and I was like, well, just so you know, I'm just going to go ahead and dispense with the pleasantries. And since this is obviously actually a debate disguised as a conversation, I'm just going to dive right into why you're wrong about everything on plan. Just drug him for hours till he actually begged to leave. He's like, I just want to leave. Can I just leave? And I was like, nope. We're not done yet, Hutch. Right?
He's so unimpressive. It's a miracle. So he calls into the stream, right?
Where
I'm literally playing the comments of these Gold Star families. My entire argument is the Democrats making this a political issue don't give a shit about Gold Star families. Hutch calls in. I'm like, hey, man, I got 15 minutes. I'm supposed to be doing an interview with another stream. What do you got? And he's like, well, I want to talk about this Arlington story. And I was like, do you give a shit about Gold Star families? Sure. I'm like, did you, in any of the content where you stream almost daily, did you mention what these actual families have said? Have you listened to them? Have you yourself listened to them? He's like, nah, I haven't done that. So we go back and forth for a second. It's starting to get a little heated. And I'm like, will you just admit that you don't give a fuck about what these families think and you're just using it for political rhetoric? And he literally says to me, I'll admit whatever you want as long as we could talk about what I want. Performatively, he has just proven my entire argument that people are claiming to give a shit about these families, but they don't give a shit. They're just using it to say, look, Trump, bad man. And so when he comes on to discuss it, he says, I'll say whatever the fuck you want to not talk about what these Gold Star families are talking about. And then he whines like a bitch where I get a little heated, which, by the way, he deserves after the way he treated me the first time.
I got to go a little early tonight. I got to get some sleep this evening because I have a really long streaming schedule tomorrow. And I got to make sure I get plenty of rest for it. But I didn't want to leave you hanging. Mr. E set up the raid over to Mr. Noor, and Crucible crew, keep him company this fine evening as he goes through his 24-hour live stream, and make sure that you donate heavily. He's got a little son at home, right? This guy works his ass off. He's working 70, 80 hours weeks. It's insane. I talk to him all the time. He's often streaming. Well, it's just insane. His schedule's insane. I would most certainly appreciate it. I'm going to jump out of here, Rob. Jake Rattlesnake, if you know who he is, I would definitely have him on this evening. He's on Australia time. He is the king of Australia. So,
he asked me, I'm going to do his show in a couple days, but I'll message him right now. I was just talking to him.
See if he'll pop on. As the king of Australia, it's necessary that he come on the Rob Noor show so that he can be vetted for proper conservatism.
Also, I hear Noor's how you say no in Australia. So
yeah, no. They say no.
Let me say, like, always appreciate it, man. You're one of my favorite people to talk to. I know we're going to be working on some things soon, so much appreciated. Thanks for coming on tonight, and can't wait to talk to you here after the election. Hopefully, you owe some money because Trump wins.
I hope. It'll be the best $2,000 I ever spent. Thanks a bunch, Rob. You have a great night.
Thank you. So I'm going to get to
Thank you, Andrew.
I'm going to get to some super chats that's people are going to be pissed about now. Crucible Ghost says, $5. Can you tell Andrew to give me a hat? I would, but he just left. Russell Russ for $5 says, by charity, when half Bitcoin would go to charity, says, are you referring to another cuck streamer with a girl's name? Who could you be talking about? Intel Wild for $10 says, Andrew, can I get a Crucible hoodie? Sorry, he just left. Gizmo Fisherman for $5 says, please, Trump 2024, please. Totally agree. Crucible Ghost, $10 says, hoodie for me too. Misspelled too, though, so none for you. Aftershock for $5 says, question for Andrew, do you think Trump loses, but how do you think the election unfolds until we know the winner? I'm sorry, Aftershock, I didn't get to it in time. Crucible Ghost for $5 says, instead of joining another person's stream for a debate like Dean, I'm joining for some merch, Andrew. And Ed Tolkien for $10 says, only thing dummies have against Drew is the unkind criticism. Obviously, he knows grace is useful for persuasion. When someone's not willing to consider a perspective, you need to bully the shit out of them. Yeah, the irony is, I think, despite what a lot of people say, what's up, Rattlesnake TV? Despite what a lot of people say, I think, Andrew, if you get through a veneer, that you actually see that he's one of the more kind people and one of the more charming people in his own way that's on the space. So, yeah, it's often the low-hanging fruit to just be like, well, you're rude. I think it's a bullshit argument, and everyone can understand it. Andrew and me are incredibly, by normal parlance, fucking rude to each other when we debate each other. But none of us give a shit because we're men. We're not going to sit here and clutch our pearls.
Right.
That's how guys talk, and that's how passionate people that are advocating for real positions they have discuss shit with each other. And if you can't handle that, and you're someone that's getting blown the fuck out, then one of the easiest things in the world is to say, but you're being rude. Now compare someone like Andrew debating, or even to a lesser extent, I think Andrew's probably got more of an edge than me, but people accuse me of this as well. Look at how we debate compared to someone like these people you see on the left, like Destiny. And you could see that we're having fun, that it oozes that we're having a good time, and that people could throw barbs at us, and we're not going to take it like hostile and like spurg out or anything like that. Look at these people on the left and how they treat. So oftentimes what you see is fans of the very people that do this shit like spurging out and stuff like that will then accuse the other people that they see of sort of being irrational, getting too passionate, being triggered and shit. And we're almost always having a great time. Crucible Raid, thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate the raid. You guys are fantastic. Andrew's fantastic. Thank you so much. Crucible Ghost for $2 says, I'll take the L tonight. That's okay. We've all taken it from time to time.
He was that was a fun hour and a half there.
Yeah.
With Alex and Andrew. The question I have for you is, why is it important for you and Andrew to continue to debate people that are outwardly people that will admit and are bad faith actors?
Because
why is that so important for you guys? Can you just, because a lot of people in the chat and a lot of people in general, when we talk about you and Andrew and stuff, they say we don't understand why they debate people who are obviously bad faith actors. Nobody believes that you're trying to convince them and to convert them. Mm-hmm. So can you talk a little bit about why you and Andrew do these things with these people?
Yeah, so there's some super chats. I promise I'll get to them after I answer this question. So the reason for me is so much of our political landscape and our cultural landscape is made up of people of what we would call bad faith. Or to put it more specifically, people that hold with contempt our worldview. So for example, if you're someone who grew up as a conservative in rural America like me, you turn on a late night comedy show, every single one of them to a T can't stand conservative. They can't stand people from my way of the world. They say we're in flyover country. They say we're racist. They say we're uneducated rednecks, etc. That is almost universal in so many institutions in this country. The entertainment industry, the academic industry, corporate news, etc. So the average person out there, one of the things that I started to get an affinity for when I started to see some sort of conservative content on YouTube in 2016, one of the things that it did for me was I was like, holy shit, I'm not alone. Because the people I'm dealing with in real life other than if you're like going to church with or you're having some sort of periphery discussions, you're not really talking politics in these rural areas much. Like you're hanging around talking about other stuff. So you kind of feel like you're on an island. You have these opinions, but everything you see from all these people with the voice out there is horseshit that you don't agree with, but no one's pushing back on. So if I could debate someone that I think's garbage, that holds me with contempt, that I think's not being honest with their rhetoric, that I think's being bad faith, and I could show how to eviscerate them, like the people that watching could see, yeah, this is how these people are. They can't stand up to scrutiny. They can't stand up to someone that's on an equal playing field with them, or many times we're on a better playing field than them, that's able to push back against their shit bad faith arguments with logic, with tact, and to also be charming and entertaining while doing it. And so the point isn't to convince the left winger I'm debating. Sometimes you could get some slight inroads. The point is all of the people that are watching. And slowly, over and over, what you realize is even people that originally came from their, like, not to bring up specifically, but to like bring up Destiny. I have so many people now that watch me that are like, actually, I was a Destiny fan, and I can't believe how crazy he's became with this election, blah, blah, blah. But when I saw you argue against him, I thought that that was something that really appealed to me, etc., etc. I know Andrew could say the same thing. So many people were preconditioned to hate Andrew because of what they thought his political worldview. Oh, he's a Christian nationalist, he's a Christian populist, this guy's a scumbag, blah, blah, blah. But once you actually sit down and listen, and you join a community and hear someone that's actually having a good time, that's making articulate arguments, and to able with ease push back on people that are being the most bad faith, like curmudgeon-y, like obvious miserable people in the world, it illustrates to people, it oozes through. That's why someone like Andrew has grown by leaps and bounds, because when he enters this arena with them, right, what comes across to the audience is, here's a dude that's having fun, that's skillful, that's able to push back on this, just like everyone that's watching is able to push back on this bullshit from bad faith people they see in real life. And I think that that really is a metaphor for what me trying to do. And I don't know, Andrew probably has a slightly different answer, but that's what it means to me. It means showing people that we're not intimidated by these people. We're not going to cede any ground. We're not going to give up on these spaces because they're traditional left-wing spaces. We're going to wade in, show that we're more fun, we're happier, we're more articulate, we're able to dispense with these arguments, and we could do so in an authentic way. And as long as we keep doing that, every time we do it, slowly, we're turning the tide. And I think eventually what you'll see is even younger people that are getting fed up with so much of this woke shit, they're going to start to see that there's people like that. And you know, Carlos, I've talked about Republican events we've gone to. This stereotypical image of like Republicans are just like some guy who's like very stuffy, some old white man who's got like, you know, a tie on and doesn't know how to have a sense of humor and other stuff like that. The events we go to, it's like, what are people doing? Target shooting. They get all kinds of guns for you to go shoot, you know, professionals for you to set up targets and help you at the range. You have people like bluegrass bands and shit like that playing. People are bringing their families. Everyone's having fun. It's that same mentality. The reason that it works for someone like me and Andrew is because we're good at it and because we're having a blast.
Right.
That's why it works. And so that's why people do ask me that all the time. They're like, why are you bothering to debate Pittsco? Why are you bothering to debate Destiny? That's the reason. It's not because I'm trying to change their mind. It's because I'm having fun, because it shows, and because I'm doing a damn good job of it, which means that people that are watching that, slowly but surely it cracks. You have to understand, many of the people that are watching those streamers that we debate, they're in a bubble. They haven't heard people that maybe in their whole life, they haven't heard someone from the opposite side make an argument that's articulate. And certainly they haven't seen someone do it that's having a good time. They have to
Well, no, what you said about, you know, the Destiny converts is extremely powerful.
So let me get to some super chats. I got a lot coming in.
Oh my gosh,
you're thank you. The Crucible crew, man, always just on fire. So Sensius, thank you so much for becoming a member of Nor Nation Warrior. Really appreciate it. Dan for $20 says, I was going to give this to Andrew, but I can't let my hard-earned money go to Destiny. Great point. Hey, Crucible crew, if you're ever considering donating thousands upon thousands of dollars to Andrew, just know that that money may end up in Destiny's pocket, and then who knows where it goes from there. So happily we'll take the money. Nicholas Clinton for $4.99 says, found Rob because of Andrew. Keep it up, Rob W. Thank you so much. A lot of people have found me because of Andrew. I'm always appreciative to him. Crucible Ghost for $2 says, hey, Panelverse. Somebody was arguing with in chat. Thank you so much. Mr. E, great supporter of my show. Helped me. I used to do a show called The Arena that was a panel debate show that was on the Crucible. And Mr. E helped me produce and set up that show quite frequently. Thank you, Mr. E, for the 10 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Joseph Newton for $9.99 says, great show today, Rob. How closer are you to my goal? I think I probably passed the goal with all of the shit that came in from the Crucible. We were trying to raise $500 to put back in the show today. I think I was at about $280 before talking to Andrew, and I think that I've surpassed that. So thank you all. Tiki, it's hard to keep track. I was going to do one 24-hour stream, but because of some foul language that a guest said for terms of service, I had to quickly end the stream and start another one. So I don't have a complete list of all of the chats that I've got today. Tiki Tack for $10 says, justice for Peanut. We're getting there, baby. We're going to have justice for Peanut. K5 gifts 10 memberships to the channel. Thank you so much, K5. Paul Meyer for $5 says, is this a place where I could say, yeah, and retold? I don't know what those words mean, but thanks so much for the $5, Paul. Really appreciate it. Silent for $100. Thank you so much, man. Doesn't say anything. Really appreciate the support from the channel. It means a lot. The Crucible Limited gives 50 memberships. Thank you so much. Really means a lot, Crucible. You guys are the best. I'm going to start getting some membership-only content out after the election. I got some things in the works, so thank you so much, and I'm sure everyone appreciates the gifted memberships. I know I do. Really do. Ultra Void for $10 says, I was taught in school because I grew up in Philly. Watching people like Rob and Andrew has changed me from being in the middle to more conservative and fleshing out my views on life. Yeah, that's absolutely it. When you see people, I think most people that end up sort of along the lines politically and culturally where I are, they felt it before they could articulate it. And when you see someone else that's able to articulate that worldview, and you can see that they're not evil people, they're fun people, they're having a great time, I think it helps put a voice and like the words to the contextualization of what a lot of people feel deep down. Crucible Limited with another 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. You guys are wonderful. I really appreciate it. Garrett Link for $10 says, Destiny getting beat back-to-back on January 6th debates against me and Andrew completely melted his mind. Oh my goodness. I'll talk about that in 1 second, Garrett, but thank you for bringing it up. Really appreciate the $10. Lastly, Nicholas Clinton says, get Jake Rattlesnake on. Y'all would make fantastic content. I'm messaging Jake right now, so we'll see if he's on Australia time. Maybe he'll be someone that's game for coming on in the wee hours. D. Grizz, thank you so much. Really appreciate it for the 5 gifted memberships. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. Nathan Slippy, what is going on? What is going to be the next D-Gen push? Wide acceptance of, I don't know, terms of service, wide acceptance of sort of inappropriate relationships with children, religious child deletion, or something else. I think that the former is what we're likely to see coming down the pipe next. But yeah, I mean, it is not out of the realm that it'll go further beyond that. There are some disgusting things that it's hard to imagine that you could see them putting. Real quick, I wanted to talk, Garrett Link here said about me and Andrew debating Destiny and back-to-back on January 6th. So I watched Andrew debate Destiny on January 6th, and I was very interested in that debate. And Andrew made the correct argument, which I don't give a shit what the definition of insurrection is. Destiny doesn't give a shit. Andrew doesn't give a shit. What we give a shit is whatever you want to label something, a term like insurrection, what do we do as a society with that? And so if we say everything's an insurrection, as Destiny's definition seems to suggest, damn near everything's an insurrection, fine. What does that mean? Right? Like, it would be the idea of if you choose to define the word tall as meaning everyone over 3 feet, then yeah, I guess based on that definition, I'm tall. But the word loses meaning. So what do we do with that? You can't be like, I think tall people are very impressive. What, people over 3 feet? It means nothing. The same with the term insurrection. And so the position that Andrew argues is actually the correct position, where he is open right out of the gate and says, I don't give a shit. If you want to say that January 6th was an insurrection, but you're willing to admit that that definition would be so all-encompassing that it means a lot of the actions of Black Lives Matter that was supported by Democrats were also insurrections, fine. I'll concede that January 6th was an insurrection. Now the question is, why do you support different actions by our government against one group versus the other? And Destiny's incapable of arguing that. Right? Destiny needs to be like, no, I need a target. I need you to define insurrection, because he needs to argue semantics to obfuscate so that he could confuse people with semantics, right? And then just make a big hullabaloo at the end that says, January 6th, literally an insurrection to try to kill Mike Pence, try to overthrow the government, blah, 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 blah. That's what he's going to try to do at the end. And so Andrew nips that all in the bud. And you can see that Destiny flounders and doesn't know what to say, even to the point of admitting something to the effect of his definition would encompass 2 hippies getting together to protest marijuana laws. If one of them shoved a police officer, that would be an insurrection. Now, anyone can see that that would mean that there would have been thousands of insurrections in this country in the past 100 years. Why has never one of them been charged? Why have never one of them we suggested keeping elected officials off the ballot because of it? And it's clear to see that there is a clear double standard that people like Destiny and people like the Colorado court that was keeping Trump off the ballot are employing. So when I'm at work, I'm at a long stretch, I have all these people that are Destiny orbiters that are trying to set up this very technical debate with me where they want to make it more specific now. And the debate they're suggesting for me is, what is the standard legal definition of the term insurrection? Right? And I'm arguing, I'm like, I'll do this debate, but the problem I have isn't the legal definition. The problem I have is the double standard and how it's employed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In the midst of setting up this debate, Destiny reaches out to me while I'm on like a 14-day stretch at work. And he's like, hey man, do you want to talk with me about January 6th? I say, when I finally get home from work, I'll reach out to you. Day I get home, I reach out. Destiny says, sure, let's do it tonight. Fine, great. What my agenda was, I was not going to give him the out of, you didn't give a definition of the term insurrection. So I said, fuck it. I'll give you a definition of the term insurrection, and then you can spend all the time in the world interrogating that definition, and then we'll look at your definition. However, if you watch that debate, the agreement was, I am willing to do this insofar as you're willing to provide time to argue the problem with the double standard. Because I've already articulated, both me and Andrew and everyone else with sense doesn't give a shit about what the definition of the term insurrection is. We give a shit about the disparate treatment from the FBI, from the courts, from the Democrats, from elected officials, and how they're treating these different events. He says yes. Needless to say, 5 fucking hours we talk about roughly 5 hours we talk about the definitions of the term insurrection. I let him go with the fine-tooth comb through my definition that I just came up with on the top of my head, needle by needle by needle by needle. Then we go through his definition, and once we move on to the double standard, we were there for about 10 minutes before he rage quit. And so that, in both ways, in 2 different ways, Andrew not giving him what he wanted and just being like, I don't give a shit about the definition, and debating in that way and winning. And then me saying, I'll give you exactly what you want, and him still failing and having to rage quit is just chef's kiss and an all around beatdown that he knows. Now, keep in mind, this is the issue, the offensive issue that they're arguing, that he claims to be an expert on, that he's writing a manifesto or a dossier about or whatever, and still was unaware of the most important documents where he's deriving his definitions from, such as the Colorado court case. That's why he got so pissed, and that's why he rage quit, because he's pretending to be some expert on this, but he hasn't even done the bare minimum of understanding what the court cases says and how they're defining the term insurrection. So I'm glad you appreciated that, Garrett. And I'm glad that it showed through that that's exactly what happened in 2 different styles of debate, both on how Andrew did it and then how I did, how he was incapable. And the truth is, me and Andrew debate in different styles, right? Andrew is more of someone who's going to look at sort of the definition of terms and not leave people wriggle out, sort of like almost a Socratic method. And he's going to argue like where you get your values and your ethics from, and argue from more a philosophical point of view. I'm arguing from more of a normative point of view. And it becomes difficult for one person to debate different times. I'm not saying combined like me and Andrew tagging up, but it's 2 completely different styles of debate. And it's clear to see that a lot of people struggle in both of those ends. It was a pleasure to do. And both of us ended up getting blacklisted as a result of those debates on January 6th. You see, Destiny's more comfortable arguing with sort of no-name people that he thinks aren't able to push back on him than he is with people that he knows can put up a front to what he's doing.
Right,
So
or that he can try to, or that he can run over. Right.
Right. So with that, with Andrew Wilson, he refused to debate the debate prompt. He's bad faith. He won't even engage what the prompt was. With me, it's 2.5 hours ago, Rob used ChatGPT, so I left 2.5 hours later, and now I'm blacklisting. All cope. Rage quit, cope. That's what it was in both circumstances. That's why he's talking about blacklist. And here's the thing. Destiny, Andrew's absolutely right. His blacklist isn't something that he'll follow that much. It's not something that's permanent. As soon as election season's done, he'll go through this arc where all of a sudden he starts to appear more reasonable. He'll be arguing about red pill content or some other shit. And then he'll be like, oh, yeah, we can have you on. We can debate something of that. I'm like Andrew. I'm not holding a grudge or anything. I just find the whole thing silly. That's all. I find it silly. And I find Destiny's audience to be some of the most low tier, like uninformed people that they just are like repeating seals in their parasocial relationship they have with their streamer buddy Destiny, that they'll just repeat verbatim anything he says. Like they'll accuse me over and over. They'll be like Destiny said one time, like 2 years ago, he's like, after a debate where he got blown the fuck out with me again, debating Biden versus Trump. This is what he said after the stream. He's like, Rob's very good at this thing where he'll concede a point, but then immediately move on to some other point, and he's very slippery with that. And I've seen Destiny fans say that to me. I'm not shitting you 200 times. And it's completely, you go back and watch that debate, it's like, that's literally the exact opposite of the
so
truth.
they're just parrots. Yeah.
That's right. And now it's, well, Rob uses AI, but I don't give a shit. I think it's hilarious. If that's all you have, then more power to you. Bring it on. So for me, it's fun.
Oh my God.
I don't wish them ill. It's like, whatever. I get it. Most of them are young kids. Destiny's their champion or whatever. They like his content. I don't give a shit. I'm not wishing ill on them. I just find it funny. It's people that are inarticulate, that they're unable to make the argument themselves, and so they ride sort of Destiny's coattails, and it almost always ends up unimpressive. And go ahead.
So it's 12:24, and Sumo is still in the chat.
How about that? It's very impressive. Yeah, we had
I love that guy.
For those, so I know we have a bunch of people that came on the Crucible. Let me explain a little of the stream. So I started at 7:30 a.m. this morning. The point is, every 2 years on the eve of the election, I do a 24-hour stream here in Pennsylvania, where I live and where Carlos lives, trying to encourage to get out the vote in Pennsylvania as a swing state. Most of the time during the day, we have, unlike, disreputable clowns like Andrew Wilson, we actually have real reputable. Now, I love Andrew, but we have so far we've had 2 sitting congressmen on. We've had former ambassador under Trump on. We've had state reps on. We've had county chairs on. So there's a lot of people involved in politics, whether as congressmen or involved in the POGOP that we've had on, talking about the ground game, what's going on, what they're seeing, how the enthusiasm is, what sort of preparation they have for legal challenges to the shenanigans that'll no doubt come out. So that's been the majority of the content earlier today. Then, in fact, at 9 o'clock, the last guest that we had from that sort of group of people was my representative from District 15, Glenn Thompson, who's the most senior Republican in the House of Representatives out of PA. And then we transition into Alex Stein comes in. Then we have Andrew Wilson. We might have some other streamer type people going into the night. So now it's more like the Wild West sort of fun streamer and more F-bombs, more dick jokes, things like that now that are coming in here, as we go from I think it's funny though, we went from GT Thompson to Alex Stein. I could see someone clipping that being like, isn't this the guy that told Nikki Haley to do OnlyFans and GT Thompson was on right before him? What the hell's going on here?
Yeah. They're going to be talking about it.
I can see something like that, but no, it's been a lot of fun.
Before you do the super chats, what's worse, rage quitting or setting up a debate and not showing up?
Setting up a debate and not showing up. To me, that's worse because that wastes your time from the outset. I think that one of the things I try to do is always try to meet my commitments, even if it's something that seems like it's not a big deal. So if someone reaches out to me and they don't have, they have a channel with an average of 1 or 2 people watching, and they say, will you do this show with me? And I say, yeah. And then let's say something in life comes up and I can't do it. I feel terrible. I really do. And I want to make amends. And I'm like, what can I do to make this up for you? Because I think that my reputation is one of the most important things. And my reputation as I'm going to come through when I promise to do something for someone, to me, that's very important. So someone that doesn't even show up for a debate, that to me is always going to be worse. The rage quit scenario, hypothetically, you could say, well, there are things that occurred within the debate. You showed up to try to be in good faith, and then you got pissed off because you were losing and you left. But you still meet that, I guess, initial benchmark of you showed up and did the bare minimum. But yeah, rage quitting sucks too. There are times when I'd quit. What's the definition of rage quit? There's times I've quit because for those on the Crucible, I don't know if this was years ago, but Andrew Wilson was moderating a debate between me and a trans individual named Polly People, and it was on the pandemic. And you could ask Andrew about this. The next time Andrew's streaming, ask him about it. To my knowledge, this has never occurred in any debate prior or since Andrew's moderated. He literally, like a referee in a prize fight, stopped the debate because it was such a beatdown. Polly was so out of their league. Andrew was just like, it's not even worth continuing. It's just that bad. Goodbye. And it was literally that. And that's how we ended the debate because no one was, it got so bad. I'm just like looking, I'm like, I don't know what to say. It's like I'm talking to someone that doesn't speak the language. They're that uninformed. And it's not just a matter of being uninformed because if you're someone that understands like argumentation and discussion. Even if it's a topic that you're not super informed of, you're able to have a discussion that's entertaining and at least following the patterns of an argument. But sometimes you'll run into these people in debate. They can't even do that. And so you're struggling to try to get something out there for the audience because, and like I'm doing this show for my friend Andrew Wilson. I don't want his show to be a bust. So I'm muddling through like, okay, I'm trying to find some sort of engagement here so that there's content. And at some point, Andrew's just like, in that world, I guess Paulie could run around and say, Andrew and Rob rage quit. Okay, more power to you. That's not what happened. To me, rage quit means something very specific, but there's certainly been times...
Yeah, it was not a rage quit. It was a mercy rule.
Yeah, and that there are times where you just have to realize, like, you know what? This just ain't worth it. See you later. Thanks so much. Whether it be something like that or it be people, you'll get people that intentionally violate terms of service trying to get your channel banned and shit like that. Those things are different. But yeah, the rage quit shit, it really is. People want to throw that term around. Like I've had people accuse me of rage quitting because I'll be like, hey man, I got to be done at 9:00. Like I got something I got to do. And then someone will be arguing with me at 8:59. I'm like, I got to let you go. And people are like, rage quit. It's like, right. I just argued with you for 4 hours. But you're right. I told you for 3 hours that this was going to be something. Andrew, do you mind? Go ahead and speak to the audience for a second while I go to the restroom.
You're going to go to the restroom again?
Listen. I've been here. What are we on now? It's
what would Andrew say? What would Andrew say to you right now?
I don't
You're
give a shit.
Friggin' pussy.
I don't give a shit. I'm not going to sit here and piss my pants. So I'm going to the pisser. I'll be right back. So I'll be back in a second.
Well, we want to welcome in all of Andrew's people. We're very thankful that you guys are here. And we're very thankful to Andrew Wilson for coming on. As you might have heard, my son became a Orthodox Christian because of Rob and Andrew and their discussions online. And I love my son, and I know that he has some passions, but seriously, in the last year and a half, I've seen something in him with respect to the effect that Andrew has had on him. There are very few things beyond his family where there is more interest. He is genuinely excited to talk about religion and to talk about his faith. And, we owe that to, like we call Uncle Rob, Uncle Rob, and Andrew Wilson. It just, it's a debt that we have to Andrew, and I'm very thankful. And I'm very thankful for the people that are, supporting Andrew, that are supporting our live stream today. I don't know if you know, but Rob has been doing this for, years, doing the 24-hour election night or election live stream. And it takes a lot of energy. And you have to pace yourself. But we count on you guys in the chat to keep us on the straight and narrow and to give us ideas. And man, Sumo Negro is just unbound.
Yeah,
okay,
still
he's still out there.
He's gonna make it. He's gonna go the 25, the full
he's gonna
money,
go the
distance.
25.
So for those that don't know, like it's a 24-hour stream, but in reality, I just started I had a half hour early. I had to start because
25 and a half,
immediately with a guest, and our first guest was Congressman Dan Muser here out of Pennsylvania, District 9, and so I had to start a half hour before he came on, and then it's daylight savings time here in Pennsylvania. So from 2 to 3, we'll reset the clock back to 2 again. So we'll have the hour from 2 to 3 twice tonight. So it's actually a 25 and a half hour live stream. But we'll get some super chats here real quick. Manny Fresh for $4.99 says, FBI already says it's not an insurrection. I don't know why Destiny keeps saying it is. It's interesting. I saw Destiny make this same argument on the Jubilee where he said that it can't, or I'm sorry, on Piers Morgan show where he told comic Dave Smith that Obama couldn't be guilty of war crimes because he hasn't been charged. Isn't it interesting when how the argument suits Destiny? He says, well, if there hasn't been a charge for that particular crime, then the crime couldn't have existed. Intel Wild for $20.
Unbelievably cynical.
Yeah, Destiny is a 19-year-old stripper's name and a blue-haired woke coomer. No disagreement here. Rob, Jake Rattlesnake TV is asking for a link if I'm not mistaken. Oh, shit. I'll send him that link now. I just messaged him. So I know it's one of the things that's difficult. It's difficult trying to set up guests, communicate with people, give the guests that you have on at that time the benefit of, hearing them out. And
just shut up and stop your crying.
I'm so good that I wear all these hats at once, but I'll message Jake here in a second. Galil Dowdy, thanks so much, man. Always nice to see you. For $10 says, we cut off our ears for eating them. That was better than eating nothing at all. Namaste. Yeah, I came up with that poem off the top of my head, right? Pretty good. Intel Wild for $10 says, I say hello in chat and lets me, but if I say W Jake, it won't show it. WTF. I don't know. It's not me. It's crazy YouTube moderation. So me don't know what to say. Let's see here. 1 second. I'm going to send Jake the link. EOD, Alex Custa, I see you guys are on. Jake's going to come on in 20 minutes. Alex, if you'd like to come on here for those 20 minutes, that should be cool. EOD, if you're up late, I promise I'll get to you, man. Let me find the link and send to folks. We're using Zoom. Because we're boomers, and turns out that politicians don't know how to use Discord or any of that stuff. One second. All right. Let's see if anyone jumps in.
So tell me a little bit about this guy from Australia.
Jake Rattlesnake. So I've never interacted with Jake. I know he moderates debates, and he's been involved in some debates himself. But first I've ever seen him even mention me was when I did this ridiculous debate in Modern Day Debates. I know he's a friend of Andrew's, and he comes highly recommended from Andrew. So I didn't know he was Australian, though. So I kind of assumed once you hit like the 10, 11 o'clock mark, the point that asking new guests to come on, what are the chances someone's going to be up at 3 a.m.? But I always forget different time zones. Like someone's overseas, it's like, well, shit. It's completely different for them because you always assume that like the wee hours of the morning doing something like this, you're basically going to be on your own. So, be happy to have him come on.
Let me ask you, did you talk to Bartley today?
Yeah, I did. Todd Bartley, our journalist friend here. Yeah, I talked to him.
Was he on Zoom or was he on
He was the first Google Voice chat, which is where my audio was shit on. But he called in. And we spent a lot of time talking about Josh Shapiro. I'll tell you what, no one will be happier than Todd Bartley if Josh Shapiro wins the nomination for the Democratic candidacy in 2028. That dude is going to be on cloud nine. He's got so many stories down the pipe of the corruption and bullshittery of Josh Shapiro. Those don't know, Josh Shapiro is the governor here in Pennsylvania. Todd Bartley's a journalist that's working in Pennsylvania that did a radio show with Carlos and I. And he's a sports journalist who ends up finding out that basically no journalist is worth a shit in Pennsylvania. And so he actually starts doing all this reporting on state level stories during the lockdowns and the pandemics, but also on sort of stories locally in the town of Williamsport where he's at. And he's breaking this story of basically this heinous sexual assault that occurred to this student of color, but because it was done by people that were sort of connected to powerful people in the town, it was all swept under the rug. And so Todd's doing reporting on this for years. He ends up getting his car firebombed. He gets death threats sent to him all the time. It's totally sounds like out of a movie. Totally true shit. Yep. Ultimately, it makes its way to then the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, who's running for governor under the promise of, I care about victims of sexual assault. I care about people of color. And so Todd Bartley questions him in the middle of this rally of like, I care about sexual assault victims. Like, but why have you done nothing against this case? And he's like, we don't talk about specific cases. And it's really a black mark for someone like that that's claiming to give a shit about this stuff. And Todd's just been doing yeoman's work on this shit forever. And, a lot of stories like this, it's so weird, right? Where it's like, well, what is the interest of this nationally? Well, you never know. You get some story about some state level politician. All of a sudden, they're the front runner in the future for sort of chance to be president. And now that story, now they're going to get vetted at a national level, and all of a sudden that, reporter that's
Pops up,
busting his
yep.
ass for that story, all of a sudden it becomes a big deal. So, kudos to Todd. But yeah, we talked a lot about that. Todd's ever the eternal optimist. Like, you talk to Todd and he's just like, oh yeah, man, Trump's winning fucking Virginia. Trump's winning New Hampshire. Trump's winning Omaha. He's going to crush it all. Like, I love that about Todd. He's the eternal optimist.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's always great.
But his real stock and trade, just so you know, is he's a play-by-play guy in baseball, football, and basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he was doing before he came on. He was doing a college game today. So, he used to work for Fox Sport. I don't know if he still does. I think Fox Sports defunct now, man. Now it's something else. But a couple super chats. Old School for 199 says, have I seen the Seltzer Iowa poll? Yeah. First off, great. If you legitimately think that Kamala Harris is winning Iowa by 3 points, great. Then if you're a Kamala fan, it looks like you don't have to get out and vote. She's cleaning up, right? If you're a Trump fan, you better get your ass out there if he's even losing Iowa. Now, when you look at the crosstabs of that, it's a bullshit poll. There was a poll released by Emerson today that literally shows Trump up by 11 in Iowa. So that's a 16-point discrepancy. When you look at the crosstabs, which it's very difficult to find on the Seltzer poll, it's amazing the top issues that the people that were polled said. 50-something% said the top issue was democracy being under threat. Then the following, 24% or something like that, said abortion. So that means that 74% of people said that their big issues was democracy or abortion of the people polled. Does that sound like they polled a lot of Republicans? Doesn't to me, but that's fine. I don't give a shit. The polls mean nothing. Polymarket means nothing. Intel Wild, thank you so much for another $50. Says, just doing my part. Incredibly generous. You guys are
really,
the best.
Really generous. Thank you, Intel Wild.
But yeah, so it sent an invitation. Jake's going to join us in 20 minutes. Haven't heard back from Alex. He says he'll be jumping on. We can have him come on until Jake joins us. And then if you stick with me, people, throughout the night, even once we lose the ability for people to call in and be guests. Oh, I forgot. At 3 a.m., my editor, Black Elk's going to call in, and he's going to be my co-host for a while. We're testing out a new format where he's going to... What I'm looking for is like an Ed McMahon, right? So I want to be... Oh, shit. Here we go. See if you know this character. We got someone coming in here, Carlos. Look at this guy. There he is. I told people you weren't a troll. You never have your camera on when you call. I was like, he's not that ugly. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, my God.
Look at you. What are you doing there?
What are you doing, Bartley?
I'm in an undisclosed location, man.
How's that?
Finished one game and then get another game. I'm watching it on replay right now, by the way.
Oh, Ohio State.
Absolutely.
Oh shit, man.
He texts me, right? He texts me and he said, hey, do you know that Franklin makes $7 million a year?
He's right. But half my audience is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Penn State, Ohio State, huge rivalry. The coach for Penn State, James Franklin, right? Like $7 million a year. The dude can never beat Ohio State.
And
ever.
Did you know that the Sandusky victims' average payout was like $2.5 million in the settlements? $2.5 to $3 million average settlement. He's making $7 million a year. I don't think they gave those people enough.
That's unbelievable.
I so love you.
Sorry, just facts, man. Just facts.
Sorry, not sorry. So we finally get the troop back together again, huh?
At least for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Or at least for 5 minutes.
Yeah. I told Alex. Hopefully, Alex is able to stick around and maybe come on after Jake. I feel like Alex Custa. He's a streamer. Him and his brother stream. They've had me on their channel. Really cool guys.
Okay.
I feel like the prettiest girl on the ball. All these people want to jump in. Isn't that amazing? It's a very nice feeling. But yeah, Todd. What do you think? We were talking about your eternal optimism.
Trump's winning Hawaii, Carlos. Trump's winning Hawaii. Come on, let's go.
Listen, my friend Andrew Wilson.
Right.
Was
the Tulsi
Gabbard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And my friend Andrew Wilson was just on bet $1,000 or $2,000. He's bet that he thinks Kamala Harris will win, so he has to pay out $2,000 if Trump wins, which he'll be happy to do.
I don't know if you guys just saw this tonight, but she channeled her inner Stuart Smalley on Saturday Night Live. Did you happen to catch this tonight?
No.
I've not yet seen the video.
We've been working.
I've seen the still shots. It's her looking at Maya Rudolph in a mirror. It's supposed to be a mirror. And she's like, "Well, do I laugh like that?" Myra was like, "Kinda,
Jesus.
just a little."
She's so unfunny. I mean, my goodness, the Al Smith dinner where she had like, listen, I used to love old SNL. It's obviously garbage now, but it's like of all the characters you could have picked that you want to do an SNL skit because you're incapable of showing up to the Al Smith dinner and being even remotely personable, and you pick that bullshit Mary Catherine Gallagher skit that's literally always been one of the most unfunny things. You couldn't have picked anything else. That's what you went with,
It's Rob. It's not just unfunny; it's uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really is. It's so cringe. It's so stupid. And it's one of the things. Like, it's so ironic to me. Again, it's always projection with these people. They claim to be the party of joy. They're the most miserable sacks of shit that you've ever seen. Like, they
by the
can't
way,
hold it.
Rob, Carlos missed the earlier story that
Go ahead.
that I opened with. Carlos, I don't know if you heard about this, but Wendy lives in a very interesting neighborhood where there are a ton of Harris Wall signs in the neighborhood.
Oh yeah.
And there's a guy named Earl that's on the show. She's like, "Hey, Earl, come here." Well, apparently Earl went to the neighborhood with his plastic trash can and challenged one of her neighbors to like a boat race and said, "If you bring your your screen door, and you bring your oars, we'll go down to the river. We'll see who wins this thing." Well, Earl, being as prepared as he was, had to throw the life ring to the guy with the Harris Wald sign to get him out of the water. And hey, that's not the worst part. Now he's got to replace his backdoor screen.
The Harris
Oh
Wall
my
screw.
God.
Hey man,
That's
their bread and butter.
gold.
It is what it is.
Absolute gold.
I
So
missed
how is-
Fetterman on Rogan today. Did you guys see any of that? We've been
Oh
streaming all
no.
He didn't open with "Good afternoon, good night, everybody."
Yeah, that was, dude.
He didn't open that?
You know what I mean, though? Fetterman had to be the happiest at Joe Biden's debate performance because that just brushed his shit performance right
off
under the rug,
Yep.
Oh, that was brutal, though, from Fetterman. I remember that.
Well, that was like Joe Biden's performance after Tony Hinchcliffe. I mean, the happiest guy on the planet was Tony Hinchcliffe after Joe said what he said about, supporters.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
what, like, imagine that. Like, if there's, of all the schadenfreude that could happen, the people that made a big deal out of that Tony Hinchcliffe joke, if they want to make a big deal about sort of rhetoric and shit like that and use that as the grandstanding point, if it turns out that somehow cost a close election because Joe Biden comes out and steps all over the Kamala campaign 2 days later, boy, wouldn't that just be the most perfect schadenfreude that you ever seen? That particular argument is what moved the needle a lot. These people, like, my goodness, it just oozes the inauthenticity and like the humorless scolds that they are as they sit there and they try to tell you, but we're the party of joy. We're the party of having fun. Oh my God, I'm offended at what a roast comic said. It's such shit. I'm so tired of pretending that they're legitimate when they do stuff like this. Oh yeah, I shut you both up. How about that?
No, Carlos looked like he was leaning in for a question. He had that
No,
look on his face.
I'm looking at the chat. You got some super chats.
Armaic Discourse for $5 says 1.2 million names removed from LA County voter rolls. It's been slow going, but perhaps one day there'll be less BS.
Those were just the Yankees fans. That's all that was.
That's right.
They removed it. Boy, what do you think about that? I don't know who your baseball team is, Todd. You're not a Yankees.
Not the
guy.
Yankees. Hey, not the Yankees. I'll tell you what. I did call a game yesterday, and it was everything in my being that one of the receivers for our team that I cover on a regular basis happened to drop the ball. And I did not use this in the game. I wanted to so badly, and I didn't want to do it against the opponent because it was a very one-sided game today. But I said, that was not as bad as a drop as Aaron Judge had in the fifth inning of the game the other night, up 5-0.
Yeah. Oh, pulled a Judge. That's brutal.
I didn't use it. I wanted to use it, didn't use it.
It's very brutal. I have a friend that's a Yankees fan, also a Jets fan, so he's got a nice double whammy this week of New York sports.
And then Mania opts out of his contract with the Mets. The METS, Mets.
Crazy stuff. So what do we got? So we got Jake Rattlesnake. It's going to be coming on in a couple minutes. Like, what do you got? Everyone's talking about this peanut story. Did you guys hear this story?
So as I understand it, there was two guys that had a pet squirrel
and a raccoon. Yeah.
And somehow somebody reported them, and New York State came in and forcibly took the animals, euthanized them under the aegis of the fact that they were causing disease and, in New York City, by the way. Okay. where there's more rats per capita than anywhere
Pizza
you
rat. You remember that? Yeah.
Right.
You're talking about
and
the actual rats, not the politicians, right? The
Correct.
actual rats.
the actual rats.
Okay,
Yeah.
just
There's
checking.
dad jokes
Yeah.
over here with Ty.
So and so they went on the internet, and everyone's interviewing them now, and it's a big deal. That's what I understand it to be.
They're more worried about that than illegal migrants.
Well,
It is one of the guests said earlier today flew cross country on our dime.
Well, here's the deal, right? Yes.
Yes,
And here's
exactly
why.
right.
Well, here's why, right?
By the way, was it Turkish Airlines they were using? I'm sorry, was that too soon, Rob?
Yeah.
Carlos, was that too soon?
Yeah.
Here's the point, though, right? This is what these stories happen all the time, right? Where why was it that Trump went to the eating the dogs and they're eating the cats? Because there's something about humans that when you look at like animals that you view them as somehow more innocent, and it pulls on your emotional strings oftentimes more than actual humans being negatively affected. And so the real story that Trump could have been talking about instead of talking about eating dogs and cats is sort of what's happening to those communities, such as drunk driving incidents that are killing actual people, abuse of our welfare system, which is meaning that actual people are losing services and causing. But that doesn't pull on the heartstrings as much as this. Just like Peanut is going to pull on the heartstrings more and be more of a story that more people consume because it's got this sort of meme magic. It's like Harambe. That's what it is. And it illustrates the absurdity of our government where they claim to protect life, they must take life and euthanize life. And
Well, excuse me, but it's true.
What do you mean?
They are eating the cats and they are eating the dogs. It's true.
It's debatable. It's not worth getting into.
It's not. I don't hate Haitians.
There's all kinds of equivocations. Yes, it's true that they found someone that was eating a cat. It turns out they weren't a Haitian immigrant. Yes, it's true that there were people that put videos up. It's difficult to tell whether or not that was a dog. Yes, it's true that people have reported this, but there's not video evidence that people have brought up things like this at town councils. But to even engage in the debate is to give an optical victory to the other side. The argument is you people don't give a shit about these communities and the actual real harm that's being done to the people there. And so instead you focus on some bullshit meme because you'll do everything possible to not talk about how the disastrous policies of the people that you vote for are screwing over actual hardworking Americans in this country. So it's not even worth getting into the debate of it's true because then they'll say it's not, and you have a 4-hour debate as to whether or not they're eating cats and dogs.
I just can't believe you guys are caterwauling and barking about this. I just can't believe it.
Listen.
Dad jokes.
Listen. How big is this community? And how many people did they inject there? And did they ask these people that they were going to do this? It's all trash. So you know what? I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's but that's what this story is, right? Well, you could say with this Peanut story, it's like, well, wait a minute. What about the fact, hey, they just arrested someone that they're telling us was someone who was let in through non-vetting processes through the Afghanistan withdrawal that sought to have a mass casualty event on Election Day. Imagine if that would have happened. How isn't that a bigger story? Or how about 300,000 kids missing, right? From the disastrous policies that you see with the open border and sort of, ICE and the other agencies that are Department of Homeland Security, right? Like, it's sort of like the old sort of Soviet phrase where the bigger the lie, the more people believe it. Sometimes the scale of this shit is so immense that it takes one singular story to illustrate because it's almost abstract. What does that mean, 300,000 children? It's almost hard to wrap your head around that. But when you could say, this particular child, this particular person that was killed by an illegal immigrant, right? That... rationally, you could understand how that's an appeal to emotion, and maybe we should be more fact-based and should look at this in a broader scheme. But that's not how humans work. Humans are going to get motivated by things that have emotional appeal to them. And the Democrats are excellent at this, by the way, of taking things that they see. Oh my gosh, here's some woman who died because of abortion policies and the healthcare professionals couldn't give her healthcare because they were afraid because Roe v. Wade's been overturned that they would be sued if they treated this woman. And then you look at the story and you're like, oh, The woman took the morning after pill and had complications, and she passed away, probably
Yeah,
because
horrible
ineptitude of the
story.
doctors. It's terrible. You feel terrible for her family. You really do. But they're able to, they know they're pulling that story to pull on your heartstrings. Same with
Yeah.
the Tony Hinchcliffe story. Make it about one person. It's easy to digest. Republicans so many times make it about this grand scale of thing, which factually they're right to do, but it doesn't have the same resonation. So the story like Peanut, it resonates, and it's sort of the same sort of meme magic that you saw in 2016, because it is true. It does show the ineptitude and the corruption of these government institutions and sort of big government and how they're interfering in people's lives. And it shows how callous the very people that tell us that we need big government are to protect us from ourselves. And so because of those
Yeah.
reasons, I think that it's actually an effective story.
Right, and it doesn't hurt that it happened in New York, a blue state.
Of course.
You
New
know?
York. Well, Peanut, this is for Peanut, baby. We're going to win this election for Peanut. We got some more super chats to get here.
Yeah.
Peanut related to Corn Pop?
I don't. They're second cousins. Blue Skittle for $49.99. Thank you so much. Says justice for Peanut. Damn straight. See, say what you will about Peanut, but he just got me $50.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, thanks, Blue
thanks so
Skittle.
much. We
Now,
really
now
appreciate
listen. You have heard what the narrative's going to be Tuesday night, late Tuesday night, and into Wednesday morning from Tim Waltz.
Say it again.
Have you heard what the narrative is that they're already developing Tuesday night into Wednesday morning when Trump is
next
declared
week?
the winner? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already know this, right?
No.
Tim Waltz is going to say he was at the victory party.
He was there.
He was there.
Stolen
He was
valor.
there.
Listen, man, we not only do we have Tim Walz with arguably stolen valor when it comes to sort of his military experience, we also have Kamala Harris with stolen valor of being a McDonald's employee. At this point, I feel like there's a theme that's running through there. But by the way, great job for Trump patrolling it. I mean, again, think of how effective that's
Rob,
been.
Rob, by the way, she's also claimed she's been the vice president the last 3.5 years, but there's going to be a brave new way forward. We're
Right.
turning the page.
None of it makes logical sense. It's always been the case with these lefties. None of it has to logically make sense. It never does, right? There's no standard that applies to them. But yeah, I mean, for me,
None.
a disqualifying argument is the most anti-democratic thing that I've ever seen in a national election in this country is the fact that the Democratic Party didn't screw me over. They screwed their voters over by lying about Joe Biden's cognitive health, then causing him, because he's the incumbent, to de facto win the primary, and then forcing him out and installing Kamala Harris, who no one voted for. I don't give a shit if it's legal or not. That's not the question. The Democratic Party can do whatever the fuck they want as far as I'm concerned legality-wise, but it is certainly an anti-democratic maneuver. It doesn't represent the will of and again, I'm a Republican. I don't care. I wasn't going to vote in the primary of the Democrats, but they didn't trust their people with having a decision because they may have chosen someone that wasn't a puppet of them. They may have chosen RFK. And so they couldn't allow the risk of having the people have a voice. And to me, the fact that we had to deal with that gaslighting, probably the biggest gaslighting campaign in the history of our country, in that how blatant it was, how extensive it was, straight from the top of the Harris-Biden administration on down through every media outlet to every moron that I debated. Everyone had to pretend that what we were all seeing every day in front of our eyes with video after video of Joe Biden wasn't real. The emperor had no clothes. Nope. You're mistaken. It's cheap fakes, etc. Hey guys, Todd, is it all right if I bring on my next guest here? You cool with that?
Man, this is your show. I'm in your world. I'm just living in it.
Oh, okay. Well, hey Todd, if you're
What kind of question is that?
Call back. It's a question. It's a
Do you have to
polite
bump me
question.
off? Is that what you're saying? You got to bump me
I don't
out
have
to
to.
bring
If you
him
want-
in?
If you want to stick around, you can stick
Oh,
around.
I'll stay for a little while.
Okay.
I mean, it is after 1 o'clock. I mean, it's not like we're putting a lid on it at
All right.
2:30 in the afternoon. Certain
Listen,
leaders of the free
be
world.
ni- you guys got to be nice, though. Jake, thank you so
What's up,
much.
fellas?
For my audience, this is Jake Rattlesnake. Met you through, this is the first time we met in person, but met you through the Crucible and Andrew Wilson. Saw you hosting debates, reviewing debate content. Loved it. Andrew recommended that we talk. Thank you so much for joining me in my 24-hour live stream. We're on like hour, I don't even know. I can't count this high. We're on, we got 7 hours. So like 17, we're on hour 17 here. So thanks so much for joining us.
No, it's my pleasure, dude. I think the longest I've ever gone is about 8 or 9 hours on the whatever podcast. And by the end of it, I'm just totally brain fried. So I had to come and lend my support and force my way onto this stream by invading the chat.
I'll take it. So these are, I used to have a radio show, and these were my two co-hosts. This is Carlos Saldivi up on the top left here, and this is Todd. He's a political consultant. He claims to be retired, but it's bullshit. Todd Bartley at the bottom, who's a journalist. One of the best journalists I've met. So it's great for all you guys to be in a room. I think we'll have a good discussion here.
Yeah,
well,
dude. I've been
welcome to the King of Australia, which is
that's
how
what-
Andrew defined you.
Yeah.
That's what I like to be referred to as now. I appreciate that. Thanks, fellas.
Hey,
I've been watching. Go on.
As a journalist, I got a question for you first, Jake. How in the world did you get the last name Rattlesnake? We need to know the backstory on this.
Well, actually, it's Lord Jake Rattlesnake because I was recently given a plot of land in Scotland for my most recent birthday. For my 29th birthday.
Outstanding. By the way, if you couldn't tell from the face and the hair, my people are from your neck of the woods there in Scotland, so that's good stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm actually not from Scotland, but I've commandeered some land.
No, you got some land, brother. So
you're
you're from there now. I mean,
That's
you're gonna.
right.
We can talk about residency and domicile later, but if you got land in Scotland, that's awesome.
Yeah. So those are my people now, up in the Highlands there. I'm pretty happy about it, but yeah, I'm a lord now. So I don't know. Can I put it on my passport?
I think so.
Awesome.
I don't see why not. We were just talking about people saying stuff that never even happened. I mean, at least you can say, I've got a plot of land in Scotland. That's actually for real in a lordship.
What do you need a passport? If you're coming to the United States, you don't need a passport. Just pronounce your love and unadulterating fealty to the Democratic Party. They'll let anyone in. They don't give a shit.
They'll show you an app. They give you a free phone. They'll put you on a plane. You'll cross country. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently I can just come across the southern border. I'm actually in the process at the moment of trying to get a visa, like a working visa. It's not easy. There's so much bureaucracy. It costs so much money. But apparently if you just go across the southern border, it's all good. You can just waltz on in. Me and Andrew spoke to a Russian girl on the Whatever podcast who literally just got into Mexico and walked across the border with all of her luggage. And yeah, she had anal WHORE tattooed on her arm there. So I don't know, maybe that could work. I could do that.
A classy lady. Yeah. Like, God, I don't know how you guys look, I couldn't do the whatever. It's not really my shtick, but man, do I appreciate how you guys could try to deal with these people. I mean, that woman probably will have a kid someday. I'm assuming with her.
She has a kid.
Yeah. Can you imagine that?
Kid.
Can you imagine that kid, that poor kid, man? Man, you feel so bad for those.
So what you're saying is, Jake, it's happened. We can confirm it's happened at least once.
Yeah, it has happened. Unfortunately, she's made a spawn. So yeah. I mean, we need more of them apparently. So it's all right. But Rob, I saw you. I've been watching you recently, absolutely eviscerating some lefties, and I must just say that I have been a big fan of your work recently. The slam poet that you debated the other day was one of the most entertaining things I've ever seen in my life. I was watching it live and I was almost crying with tears of joy with your reaction. And then today I reviewed it on my live stream and I started zooming in on his little face as you started insulting him and as you started going into your slam poetry. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. His face just went from I really just did something to just crushed.
Yeah, I saw Andrew reviewing it a little. I was at work and I was telling Andrew this earlier. Like, it was the first time I saw his face, and it really does shock me that you could see in his face, like, oh shit, I thought I just did something. Like, he literally thought with that poem, it was like, man, this is gonna blow them away. And then, the poor guy that's his partner, like, he tried to put a strong face up, and he's not a strong debater anyways, but can you imagine if that dude's your partner and you're like, holy shit, what is this guy doing? For those that missed it, I don't know what to say other than this dude for 8.5 minutes read a poem about the evils of Donald Trump. Like, if I could do an impression, it'd be something like this. And lo, they found that need not they listen, for they had cutten their ears so that they could not hear. And you're like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, my opening statement was, listen, these guys ain't going to talk about policy. All they're going to do is bitch about Donald Trump and his personality and stuff like that. And then the dude proves my point in the most spectacular possible way.
But you know what was so funny about it? I was watching it and I was watching the whole Orange Man bad sort of meme come to fruition. Like, it was like the whole arc had happened and there was someone in front of my face who was doing an Orange Man bad slam poetry, and I was like, this has to be a parody. It reminded me, have you guys ever seen 21 Jump Street when he does the slam poetry? He's like, Julia Roberts. It reminded me so much of that. I couldn't believe it wasn't a parody, but it's just like, this is actual TDS brain rot.
I think one of the most underrated, hilarious lines I ever heard is when the moderator's like, and time. And he says, well, I had more, but I guess I'll stop. It took everything I had not to piss myself laughing. Like, holy shit, this guy would have went on for hours. Like, he was ready, man. And apparently
the best part was when he said, was when he said, "You broke him, Rob. I think you broke him."
Yeah, he apparently people were telling me that, like, on his chat he put the whole poem up so that people could read it for themselves. And he then, like, I don't normally follow this sort of shit, but I couldn't help but notice someone pointed it to me. My editor put that video up in like little portions, and he commented that dude came on to my video to comment, and he was still butthurt about it. He's like, listen, people are upset at me because I took a chance and did something different, but Rob lies about crime stats. And it's like, one, you were wrong about crime stats, but second, you're still like, take your L and your shame and just crawl away.
Hold it.
Change your damn name, your alias that you're going by, grow a mustache or some shit, and pretend that never happened, because there is no coming back from the cringe of that level. And to act like that, like somehow, like, well, I was just taking a chance. You wasted everyone's time except for the humor value that you provided. But hey, man, bring them on. Bring on these lefties. That's the best thing. It's either that or you get the spurging out people like Destiny. Whatever, dime a dozen. Go ahead, Todd. You get some.
Is it true the guy that you were debating about the poem, was he reading from Liz's diary?
I have no clue. It could definitely be but now Liz, who are you talking about specifically with Liz? You mean
Liz Cheney?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you meant Ashley Biden's diary. I thought maybe her middle name was Liz. I was like, no, that shit's not terms of service friendly. Talking about what Joe Biden did to his daughter. Yeah, Liz. I don't know.
Can you just see her sitting by the nightlight? Just. Oh, thee, this thou. Oh, George, if you'd finally jump in the deep end of the pool and endorse Kamala.
Oh, January 6th.
Go down with the Titanic with me. I mean, come on. We're all in this together.
It is absolute insanity, the people we deal with. Let me ask you this, Jake. As someone coming from across the pond, what's the impression of Donald Trump over there? Like, what do people feel in general?
Well, one of my favorite things to do is to have dialogues sometimes, though, because it's so tiring, with people from Australia about Donald Trump and watch the reactions, because people absolutely hate him over there. Because Australia, you have to understand with Australia, is that we don't really have the Christian core that America has, that I think is where the sort of conservatives, the big conservative bases are in those sort of red states where they're kind of based. In Australia, we don't really have that. Like, our population is pretty much concentrated in the big cities, and then we just have a massive desert in the middle. You might get some base people out bush, but yeah, people really hate him because the sort of media caricature that they've painted of him is just the way that they see him. And the media in Australia is unbelievably liberal. So I love to just sort of ask people what they think about Donald Trump sometimes and watch them implode and say, I actually really like Donald Trump. I had a really, really funny one where there was this feminist at like a lunch that I was at, and she goes to me, "You're not one of those Trump supporters, are you?" And I said, "Yeah, no, I actually am. I really love Donald Trump." And then she started losing it at me, saying, "How can you like him? He's a racist, misogynist pig." And I was like, "Hey, listen, I'm happy to have this dialogue with you, but you're getting a little bit emotional here. And if you ever say that to a feminist, it's just lights out." And she just lost it. But yeah, that's pretty much the way it goes. I lived in London for 3 years as well, in the belly of the beast in terms of wokeness. And recently I've been putting a few Trump things on my Instagram. I don't really normally post political stuff on my Instagram. And I had a bunch of people who I used to know who are real, like, sort of wokey, non-binary types, all messaging me about it and commenting on my photos and everything. And so I've made a few phone calls recently just for a bit of fun. But yeah, just they despise him.
It's real. Some of the clips that I see from, like, little snippets you'll see of some of the media performances on Australia is amongst the most insane shit. I remember, like, just off the top of my head, I remember watching this clip of someone on, like, some morning show or something in Australia. This fucking lady explaining how if you're changing your baby's diaper, you have to ask for permission. Otherwise, it's like tantamount to your child hasn't given you consent. And I'm like, they're like literally approaching this, like the host of this show, like this is a real argument. And you're just waiting. Like, my impression of Australia, and I'm sure this isn't fair to you, but my impression of Australia will always be one of my favorite movies, which is Crocodile Dundee. So I'm just waiting for, like, a man's man to come in and be like, what the fuck are you talking? What is happening here? Like, and it's just, nope, it's not there. It just continues to go,
That person may have just walked in the background of Jake's screen.
I saw that.
I saw
someone.
Yeah. That's my brother. That's my brother, producer. Maybe he wants to come and join in. No, he's shirtless. He's got his girlfriend around, hasn't he? So
we got to keep it TOS friendly here. But yeah, it's like
but Australia. The biggest problem with Australia, unfortunately, is the apathy, because Drew, I don't know if you saw that thing that happened in 2020. You know, people got the sniffles. Australia was the most authoritarian place in the world. I mean, besides Cambodia, people don't really hear about this. But I went to Cambodia, and I was asking them about what it was like, and the king just clamped down and said, "Everyone, you're going to jail if you don't stay in your houses." But you know, we don't really hear about Cambodia. Right. But anyways, the problem with Australia is just pure apathy, because we've always just had it so good in Australia. We didn't really get hit by the GFC in 2008. We haven't had any major wars on home turf since maybe the Japanese bombed us. It bombed the port of Darwin, but no one really knows about that, cares about it. The Vietnam veterans, who are all like sort of much more, the Vietnam veterans have a much better grasp of what it means to be Australian and Australian pride, etc. But otherwise, it's just pure apathy because things are just so good in Australia. But it might not last that long. Like my brother and I were at a funeral a few years ago of a Vietnam vet, and it was just like they were all doing the Australian songs, and there was this camaraderie. And then you look around now in Australia, and it's like there's no sense of identity anymore. So maybe one day I'll go back and be prime minister.
It's crazy. You see the same problems in the UK, right? And you're seeing problems in Canada, where you have these countries that strong men have made good times, like the saying goes. And then when the times get good, it's like people are so, you can understand it. I understand people wanting to have a big heart and being open. That I understand. But you have to remember, there's a reason that national identity matters, and that people ended up in the countries that they're at, and they're a collective of people that have a shared set of cultural values. When you give that open and you're just like, no, we'll accept everything, things are going to fill that void. And the people that are filling that void aren't going to be as open and generous about your beliefs as you are there. Who is it? There's Frank Herbert, that wrote Dune, right? One of his famous quotes is, "When you're in power, I ask for freedom because it's adherent to your principles. When I'm in power, I take away your freedom because it's adherent to my principles." And that's exactly what I think you're seeing in all of these sort of first world Western countries, where people have had it so good for so long that their generosity and openness have made them weak. And by the time they wake up, it's too late. All of a sudden, you're seeing the shit like we see with like the grooming gangs when it comes to the UK, or we had guest on earlier that's talking about the insane shit that's going on in Canada. And I think Australia, sadly, over the sniffles, like I remember seeing these videos, it blew my mind. They're like bragging like, "Oh, look at these camps that we've built. They're actually not that bad. Look, we have flower pots outside." And I'm just sitting there like slack-jawed, like, what the fuck? Like, people aren't rising up.
Shocking.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was how I got my in with activism in terms of political activism, because before that I didn't care. I was like a liberal atheist coomer, and then that whole thing happened in Australia, and I started going around to the marches, and there was big protests of people calling those that weren't conforming with this. They were calling them fascists, and they were doing counter protests to the fascists. And so I was going around and interviewing them, and I was like, "Hey guys, what does it mean to be a fascist? Can you tell me why these people are fascists?" And obviously nobody had an answer for it. And we were doing these like global freedom rallies where we were getting people from all around the world with their expertise. But in Australia, people were cheering those camps on. Like if they honestly lined them up and said, "Hey guys, we're just going to get rid of all these anti-vaxxers," a lot of the Australian public would have honestly cheered it on. Like they had riot squads coming in and like using really like brutal force to beat the shit out of these people who weren't complying with the lockdowns and were just going out on the streets. So it's a real problem. And the UK, I think is in a much where they're much further down the path. Like the dilemma, the feminist dilemma in the UK, or the liberal dilemma, if really in the UK, of being tolerant at all costs, but then allowing mass migration of people who are like the least most tolerant to your views that you can possibly imagine, it's almost staggering to think that these people hold this sort of cognitive dissonance over there.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And one of the things about that, I'm sure I can't speak for Australia, but I bet it's the same, because although I don't think it was as drastic in many places in the United States, what you see is the rewriting of history. So when you bring up, do you see the animals you became? You accused us of being fascist for not wanting to be locked down through government authoritarianism. Like, how can you live with yourself? And they're like, that never happened. It's time to forgive and forget. We just need to move on. We were all doing the best we could. And it's that level of bullshit where you can see there's not going to be any accountability. The people that did that, they'll move right on to the next absolute certain belief that they need to totally control your life, and you're going to be a fascist and a monster, whatever the next issue is, climate change or terrorism or whatever it is, free speech, disinformation being bad. It doesn't matter. They'll just move right on to the next cause. where for people like me, I might be wrong. There are things that I've been wrong about, certainly, but I'm not saying that the government should put their boot on your throat so that you have to adhere to my beliefs. And they'll never apologize for that because they always assume I'm the moral person. I know what I'm doing, and those that disagreed are immoral, and so it's okay. If I make mistakes, it's okay.
Yeah, no, Australia is honestly a pretty shocking case of this, but this is why I like American politics, because people kind of have a bit more skin in the game in America. In Australia, we went through a period where we had like 6 different prime ministers in the space of 2 years. It was just this sort of house of cards going on. But in America, they actually care a lot more about politics. And that is absolutely ground zero of the fight, because everything that happens in America, culturally and politically, Australia tends to be sort of downstream of that. And I just like how much more engaged people are. Like, there isn't much of a scene in Australia for people who are alternative voices, who actually have a platform and that people listen to, because no one really cares about politics that much. But in America, it's very different. People really sort of live and breathe it. And I love that, because I think that in a sense, we kind of have a duty to be somewhat involved.
Yeah, I completely agree. Go ahead, Carlos.
I'll
be right back.
I don't really know a lot about Australia in terms of the government. We have an advantage here in the United States because we have the Constitution to protect our rights. Can you and we had guests on earlier, and there are YouTubers, and the name of their channel was Nat and the Guy. So he's Canadian, she's from Mexico, she went to Canada to study, and I guess they got married, but because of the conditions that are going on in Canada, they moved back to Mexico City, where they are now. So I asked them about, what is freedom of speech look like in Canada? And he drew us a really bleak picture. There's really no way. There's no tools for the people to fight back. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like in Australia?
Yeah, so we don't have freedom of speech. We don't have that enshrined in our constitution in Australia, and people can be held liable for all sorts of speech in Australia, whereas in America it's actually very protected. And in the UK we have a similar sort of like parliamentary system. There's been thousands of people arrested every year over the last few years for speech, for making Facebook posts. And in Australia, especially during the 2020 time, it was the exact same, where people were going to prison. There was all of these videos of these pregnant women being arrested, having the police come into their house for making a Facebook comment or a Facebook post. And also Australia is very much a testing ground. I'm not sure if you guys are very, very sort of in the know about all of the WEF stuff, the World Economic Forum, and all of their sort of dystopian plans. But Australia is kind of a testing ground for that, for all of these sort of digital smart cities and digital passports and online IDs. And I think that, to be honest, it's the apathy that's the big problem, because people don't really have a necessity to fight back against it, because why would you when you earn really good wages and we've got such good natural resources, our economy is always booming. They don't see the slippery slope. They just think that things are so good and they just trust government so much. Whereas obviously in America, you guys are always perpetually skeptical of government, which is a very positive thing.
Well, you stole the land. Go ahead.
Jake, what's the charge? What do they charge these people with when they come into their homes for Facebook posts, or these women that were pregnant, talking online? Do you have any idea?
I'm not 100% sure what the charge is exactly, but I remember during that time it was more of a mandate. There wasn't like exactly a law against it, but the government had mandated this and mandated that, so that people were getting in trouble for this. But it was kind of like this blurry area where it's like you can go to jail for it, but it's not necessarily illegal. It's like a mandate. I remember one time I was just sitting outside in beautiful sunny Brisbane, and there was no one for hundreds of meters around me. I was just reading a book in a park, and it was the most Orwellian thing I've ever seen in my life. These cops came up on their little buggy, and they were just patrolling to see if anybody was on the street. And they came up to me and they're like, "Hey, mate, you need to go home." And I was like, "Brother, there's no one around me for hundreds of meters. I'm sitting in a park reading a book. Like, can we use some common sense here?" And they were like, "Yeah, sorry, buddy. Like, we don't want to do it, but it's the mandate." And I said, "But why don't you grow some balls, man?" Like, yeah. But it was shocking time.
That's unbelievable.
Who's it? Jordan Peterson talks about this. The book, I think it's called Ordinary People. I don't know if you've ever heard of Ordinary Men, right? And it's about sort of these Polish police force that, just to be as quick as possible, this is a Polish police force that sort of, when the Nazis took over, they sort of went along with them, and basically they weren't bad dudes. They were ordinary men, and what ended up happening was they started off really sympathizing with the Jewish people, etc. And then by the end of it, they're taking Jewish ladies out in the field that are pregnant and shooting them in the back of the head. And incrementally, they were led down this path. And when they were asked, like, why did you do it? The number one reason they gave was, I didn't want my friends to have to do it. Someone had to do it. We were ordered to do it. And I didn't want it on their conscience, so I did it. So they make it an act of altruism. It was an act of sacrifice on their part. And I think you see that with law enforcement in a lot of these countries, like you're suggesting there, Australia. I know we've seen it in the United States, where you'll see people that are like, yeah, police officers are like, yeah, we really don't want to enforce this. You know, and here it was stupid shit like, you know, you saw in California where Newsom was sending the police to beaches. You know, you'd see a surfer and someone's filming from their window and there's surfer running from like cops that are chasing him down, like all this insane shit. And I'm sure if you talk to those people, they're human beings. I'm sure they'd tell you, well, shit, we didn't want to do it. We got better shit to do, but what can we do? That's what we were told to do. And what you realize is by the end of it, you end up like you're seeing at the UK. They're kicking in grandma's doors because some dank meme she put on Facebook or some shit. Meanwhile, you have grooming gangs that are just doing the most heinous shit possible that people are like, well, you know, we don't want to be offensive. We don't want to speak up. Instead, we'll go after, you know, someone like Tommy Robinson because, oh, he's a bad guy. He has foul language. So we have more hatred for them. And it's so amazing to me, particularly when I look at the UK. Like, what has been confirmed in the UK is, for decades, tens of thousands of girls were groomed in the most heinous ways you can imagine. And the police knew about it, and the local politicians knew about it. And none of them have been held to account. But you couldn't get the British people to rise up in anger over that. Instead, though, they'll flip their shit when Tommy Robinson has a rally to complain about that.
The British government is serious about this. Like, I interviewed Tommy earlier on in the year. I went to London and I set up a studio and we did like a chat. And I have a podcast channel. And after those riots happened, they demonetized my whole channel because I had that interview. But just on the point of Ordinary Men, one of the fascinating things about that book is that they were never really forced to do anything or coerced to do anything as well. Is that like at every step along the way, they sort of said, okay, guys, well, you don't really have to go along with this, but they went along with it anyway. And they were just ordinary men. So it's like Hannah Arendt's The Banality of Evil. It's another interesting case study when it comes to sort of totalitarianism. And it's just like, people don't really understand that. You think that it's going to be these sort of like armies with their black boots walking through, but actually it's very banal. And you've got people who are sort of writing the forms for the trains and sort of loading up the trains and doing all of the bureaucracy and everything, and all of these sort of politicians with glasses. And it is very sort of banal if you look at it sort of on the micro level. But if you can take a step back and actually look at what's really happening, it's such a slippery slope.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think, you know, like you said, I do think that there's something unique about the United States. And I think that's one of the reasons that we see such an attack on the concept of like national identity in the United States. Because to me, it's sort of the last bastion against what I consider to be like this sort of globalist agenda, where they want to erode national boundaries and sort of have, you know, it's not even like people in smoky rooms drinking blood out of skulls. That's not what I'm saying. They understand for business and for leadership purposes and for control purposes that if there wasn't this problem of all of these national identities and people that have pride in their unique cultures, if we are all monolithic, then it's far easier to control that. There's only one set of rules that you have to go. And so it's going to be a return to neo-feudalism, where you'll have the haves, you'll have the Bill Gates, you'll have the political leaders in countries, and they'll be the decision makers, and they live on the shiny buildings on the hill. And then there's the have-nots, and they'll give us bread and circuses. They'll keep us alive as long as we're remotely useful, as long as we promise not to be critical of them. And I think that the United States stands as sort of the last bastion, particularly like the middle class, small business owners, the working class, sort of the American dream where you could work yourself in to being someone that was very successful, and you have like and love and adherence to what it meant to be a United States citizen and the founding fathers and our Constitution, our Bill of Rights. That's why it's being eroded by every single policy. That's why the borders are open. That's why the concept of nationalism is being attacked. That's why it's considered racist to say, make America great again. All of this is an attack on national identity because they realize once this domino falls, that's it. There's nowhere else where you could point to that has what we've enshrined in our foundational documents, the First Amendment, the 2nd Amendment, that will be able to stand up against the attack that they're levying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely of the mindset that America is not only ground zero, like I said before, of the discussion and the debate, but also America is the last bastion. It really is the city on the hill when it comes to this sort of thing. And coming from Australia, great country, thriving country, and also living in the UK, I fully see that, and I understand why Americans fight for it so much. But fellas, I've actually got to dip out. I've got to head to bed. But I really appreciate you having me on, Rob, and it was great to meet both of you guys as well. And if you want to come and jump on stream Monday, if you're free, Rob, then just message me.
I will talk to the wife. Thank you so much, Jake. I really appreciate it. We'll be happy. Hopefully, I can do it Monday. If not, we'll talk soon. Go ahead, Todd. Todd's muted. The classic boomer Todd. Dad joke Todd muted.
Sorry. Final question, Jake. What do you plan to do with the land in Scotland? What are you going to develop on there? You going to put a house on there? What are you going to do?
It's about this big. It's only so I can be a lord. So I don't know. I'm probably going to visit it one day. Might plant a tree.
Vertical space, baby. As long as you build vertically, it doesn't matter how horizontal.
There's a guy he's a heck of a real estate developer. And it's vertical real estate. He could probably help you out there because he builds
I'll build one of those Saudi Arabian cities, hey?
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
Exactly.
Where can we find you online, Jake?
Rattlesnake TV on YouTube and Jake Rattle SNK on Twitter and Instagram.
All right, man.
Fantastic.
Thanks so much, Jake. We appreciate it, man. We'll talk soon.
Great
See you
meeting
later,
you,
fellas.
Jake.
Thanks for calling, man.
Take care.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that's great. So
what we're learning
You're literally
today,
bringing the world together on your show, man. That's awesome. He's from the other side of the globe.
We are the world.
What we're
We
learning
are the
today.
children.
What we're learning today is that none of these countries have any protections to be able to fight for themselves.
We heard about Canada. I wish we had a Brit calling in. It would be nice. Yeah, we heard about Australia.
I did want to ask about the Canada-Mexico thing. Is that Trudeau or not Trudeau?
You're on a roll today, man.
I'm sorry. It is 1:30 in the morning.
I see every time Todd tells a joke, I see another 20 people leave the stream. So
That's awesome.
We're crushing it. Todd's killing. We need to send you to a Kamala rally. It'll be
so you got to do the
just say your own name.
chats.
Just say your own name. Just say your own name.
All right,
You got to do the super chats,
get 'em.
and then I'm going to ask Todd to stay on for a couple of minutes. I got to take my first break. All right, Rob. 16 hours later.
Listen, you left for some hours. Don't bullshit. But no, I hear
but
you.
that wasn't a break.
That's true.
That was business.
All right, let me read the super chats real quick. Thank you so much, Robbie Heck Music. I know you've been donating a lot tonight. Thank you. For Tupac says, Jake, please say no, because he's gonna say Nar, which is my last name. I know we should ask him. Justin Martins for $5 says, Jake, please say Rob Nor's last name and then say no. Shit, we missed it. Sorry, guys. Intel Wild also donating a tremendous amount tonight. Thank you so much, man. Intel Wild says, we heart Jake. And then a bunch of emojis. That's what my son, Hank, he calls them emojis. Thank you so much, Intel Wild. And Joseph doesn't say anything. You have donated many times tonight, too. Thank you so much. $10. Thank you. So, go ahead. You got some points for Carlos is going to take a break, so he wants you to stick around with me, as if I'm incapable of talking myself.
So Rob, here's what's funny. I thought you said there's terms of service to this channel, right?
It is true, yeah.
So how is Carlos allowed to use the yearbook photo from his 7th grade hockey season as the screensaver?
Yeah, I know. Like, can you imagine 7th grade Carlos there?
That's what it is.
Yeah, look at him. There he is, hockey player Carlos. That's from it, like... I don't know what Carlos's age is. I'm assuming that picture's from 1920, 1930, some of that effect. Back when he was a real killer on the ice at right wing and center. We were talking. People were asking what positions he played earlier. I knew he played hockey, but I never went through the stage of asking. I could have guessed. He said he started off as a goalie, which I could have guessed. Carlos
Bruiser.
Says,
From the stories, it's Bruiser.
Power forward. He says, big guy forward, which I could see that. You don't see a lot of that in hockey anymore. Like the skilled power forward. Now it seems more of a less size-oriented thing. Of course, what do I know? I only listen to the Penguins, and they're shit, so...
I just watched the replay of the game from earlier today that happened in State College.
I've heard of that.
And their goal-to-go calls are atrocious.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's right out of the Tim Walsh playbook.
I don't know, man. Franklin, I've never been impressed with. I'll be honest, I don't follow Penn State football that well. I'm actually more of a Pitt fan. Did they end up that game still going on?
I think they got beat too.
They were losing.
SMU handled them, I think.
Oh, no.
I have to double check the score.
Let's see here. I'll check this real quick. Well, a banner day for Pennsylvania football, huh? Let's see.
Yeah.
Pitt football. Oh, yeah. 48-25. Woo! That's a whooping.
Yeah, because, you know, when you think ACC football, you think SMU.
Hey, man, you know, I'm old enough to remember all those stories about the payment scandals at SMU way, way, way back in the day when it was illegal to do so. And you had Southern Methodist all of a sudden come out as some powerhouse.
And you remember when they were going to give him the death penalty or gave him the death penalty, and then Penn State said, "We'll hold our beer."
Oh, Joe Puff. What are you doing, buddy? Listen, you can get me in trouble with my brother and some other people in here. There's still Joe Puff fans, so I'm getting some shit here. By the way, I love, like, all these people are tuning in from channels like the Crucible that are like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? They don't know the intricacies of college football here in Pennsylvania.
Well, there's a reason that Trump didn't show up to the game today. It had nothing to do with the college football game. It had everything to do with State College Airport's not big enough.
Yeah, absolutely true. So, yeah, I saw a friend of mine, for what it's worth. I mentioned this earlier on stream. It's from Pittsburgh. He claims, I haven't looked into this, but both Trump and Kamala are doing rallies in Pittsburgh on Monday, I think is the case, before the election. He claims that he wouldn't be surprised if Pittsburgh goes to Trump, that's how, like, the momentum he's seeing. Hey, Alex, thanks for joining us. So I want to introduce my friend Alex here. Generously had me as a guest on his show with his brother. It was a great time. I think he's one of the best streamers out there. It was great to talk to you. I'm honored that you can come on tonight. I know it's short notice, so we always appreciate it. It's really great to hear from you. How you doing this evening?
Doing good. No, and I think X tried to sabotage it because you sent me a link talking about this yesterday, and it didn't say anything to me until earlier today. So no, I appreciate you inviting us on. David may be joining us at some point, but
bump your volume. If you could bump your volume up in your mic just a little.
How's that?
Better.
Nice.
Yeah. You can join at any time. So I don't know what I have planned here for the rest of the evening.
That's okay.
I don't think I have. I think you. Black Elk, my editor's coming on at 3:00, so we have at least an hour and a half. But you can stick around as long as you like, man. Yeah, it's fantastic. So remind me again, like, what neck of the woods you're in. How's your state looking? Sort of what you see on the ground with this election. You see in, like, you're in.
I'm in Poughkeepsie, New York.
Yeah, New York. Like, what are you seeing? Are you seeing more momentum than 2020 for Trump? You seeing more momentum for Democrats? What do you think?
In my area where I'm at, Dutchess County, Poughkeepsie area, there's a really good blend of both. There is a blend of Harris signs. There's a blend of Trump signs. Trump has a ton of momentum here, but I mean, he's pushing for it, obviously, with the Madison Square Garden stuff and everything like that. Him winning New York is a very outside thing. But one of the things that I've been pushing on our channel, and we're going basically trying to go live as often as we can after 9 p.m. Eastern. You're always invited. Todd, it's nice meeting you. You're invited to come on too.
Shit, my bad. I should have introduced you.
You got a great name, man. My son's name's Alex, so you got a great name.
So that means you're just a smart man. That's all that means.
I try. And by the way, my wife has a different story for the naming choice. I said Alexander the Great.
There you go.
I mean, if his name is Alexander, then it is the Great. So that's all that matters.
Well, she went Alex P. Keaton. So
I mean, I like that too.
Bump your mic a little more, Alex, if you can. Just a little. It's pretty good, but me and Todd are loud people. So
how's that?
There we go. Now we're
Boom.
talking.
Boom, we're in. All right, but yeah, so it's been fairly even. But one of the things I've been saying on my channel is, I don't care if you're in a super red, super blue area. What you're voting for is not only the federal. You're voting for your local and your state, and those are often more important than your senator, your representative, because your councilman, your school board, whatever the hell, and all your propositions. Pay attention to those, because over here in New York, we have Prop 1. Prop 1, basically, they want to put everything that they push for in terms of the trans issue and, making illegal immigrants and the criminal aliens, making them legal. Basically, all the big things that they run on, they want to now make it into a protected category and legalize it in New York as a protected category. So make sure you are paying attention to your propositions and your voting, regardless if your spot's like a foregone conclusion, because your local could be a buffer from a real shitty federal. So
Yeah.
if Kamala wins, but you have a good local government, a good sheriff, make sure you have a hell of a sheriff, because then they could be a buffer for all the bad things in the federal.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Also, something like here's something that I would implore people like take New York. Like, yeah, it's a very long shot that Trump would be able to lose New York, but you should at least trust in the fact that the people that are running this campaign like are intelligent people and they know they're spending time and energy in places for a reason. Why do you think Trump went to New York? It's not just necessarily about winning New York. It's about setting the stage for future victories as well. So we were talking to my Congressman Glenn Thompson. He's talking about District 8 in Pennsylvania here. This is an election where it is the most expensive House race in the country. It's considered one of the most competitive races. You have this incumbent Alex Cartwright, who's like spending tens of millions of dollars on this race, most of the money coming from the DNC and outside the districts. What that does is the war chest that the Democrats have that they're now forced to spend there for that district is less money and energy that they could put elsewhere. So if you set the signal, let's say you're in California, you're like, zero chance California becomes red. I'm not even going to go vote. If you go make your voice heard this time, and maybe instead of losing by 17%, you lose by 12%, then all of a sudden next election, you get someone who's a great candidate that's able to put some pressure. That forces the Democrats to say, oh shit, things are starting to change in this state. We now need to put focus there. So you're still doing your part. And it's certainly true that's on top of the most important reasons to vote, which are the popular vote still important, but more importantly, those local elections, the propositions that are on there, that's obviously the most important reason. And if it is, we all focus on national politics, but the truth of the matter is your local government will have more effect on you when it comes to sort of politics and sort of laws and such than the national government by a long shot. If you got a good sheriff, if you got good law enforcement, it smooths so much stuff out. If you got a good school board, you don't have to worry as much about your kids when you're sending them to school. All of that shit matters more than, a lot of what you see at the national level.
And on top of that, we have the douchebag named Mitch McConnell and another douchebag named Mike Johnson that controls the purses of where the money's going out to their candidates. So I know for a fact where I am in New York, our candidates are getting a grand total of zero from both of them. Any support that they're getting is groundswell, maybe some directly from the RNC because they have better leadership, but they were still put in pretty late. So all the things that Rhino Rana was doing are still very hard to get past for this cycle. So it's really important that if you still have the time, go out, call a campaign now, because they need you more now than they did a month ago, because they're still making calls. They're still doing all these little things. So what the left has is that machine that's always willing to do that. And they know they have them in their back pocket, where a lot of conservatives are like, someone else will do it. And we got to get out of that mindset. Early voting numbers have been encouraging because even in a spot like New York, I think we're at like 30%. That's huge in New York, because New York early voting, we're usually in the teens compared to where they are. So it's like there is a big bump, but overall, you got to play like you're losing. Always play like you're losing and keep on getting out there. So that's what I'm seeing in my area.
I agree. And that's the same thing I've been telling people. Like, to me, it's all smoke. All the polls say this. They say, I don't give a shit if you think Trump's up 10 or Trump's down 10. Yeah, nothing, no matter what your prediction are, none of it will matter if you don't convince people and get yourself out there to go vote. So, people today, oh my God, what do you think about this Iowa poll showing Democrats up 3? Good. I hope they put out and say that she's winning all 50 states by a landslide. Great by me. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to bust my ass. I'm driving everyone I can to the polls. I'm doing everything I can to get people to vote. And it just motivates me even more. And maybe if they're overconfident, they say, we're going to take our foot off the gas. So it doesn't matter. It's all smoke. I don't care if someone's telling you I'm the most intelligent person in the world. I'm reading the tea leaves. Trump's going to win by exactly, this electoral college bullshit. Get out there and vote. Anything could happen. Anything. And so you got to play till the end, right? And you know this, as someone who
100%.
who's someone who's like, has an interest in sports. How many times have you seen the same story over and over again where you see people that let up at the end of the game at the
funny.
0?
You said you have a friend who's a Yankees Jets fan. I thought you were talking about me, because I'm a Yankees Jets fan. I'm also a Devils fan. So it's like, I know the worst about you're set up to be good and you suck. Like that's just how it works. The Yankees in the World Series, the Jets every
Aaron
single
Rodgers,
year of my
baby,
existence.
yeah.
The Devils this year not playing defense, even though they've been better as of late. So it's like you're right with that. And I just want to ask you, do you remember the 2020 election?
I do. Yeah.
So the basement campaign was going on, and there was we're talking about vibes in this election, the Kamala vibes. The vibes were all there for Trump.
Yep.
Despite COVID, the rallies were massive. The numbers were massive. I was as confident in 2020 as I ever was. And I remember I am driving home from work election day, and I'm going to go. I voted earlier because I was in construction, and they were like, hey, go vote. So they let us go vote. And I'm driving home, and for whatever reason, I still listened to Hannity at the time. And I was listening to Hannity, and you can hear him like, okay, it looks like Trump might lose this area. And it looks like the poll numbers are not coming. And it was like positive in the morning the whole way. And then as it kept going down and down, and it was surreal.
Yep.
I think that's the best way to put 2020. Where like 2016, there was that high of him being the upset king with Hillary. 2020 just felt like the opposite.
Yep.
And we're getting a lot of that now. And I think people need to realize this is a very similar track to what we were seeing in 2020, where to the end, it looked like Trump had it because the rallies were huge. Polling was looking more positive, blah, blah, blah. We can't take that for granted again.
No. And even you can even go further than that. You go to 2022. Remember the giant red wave that was coming?
They need to stop talking about these wave shit because it happened with the blue wave and the red wave. They convince voters to stay home when they talk about that.
Yeah, that's why I say like it's all just smoke. Don't pay attention to any of that shit. It doesn't matter. Like I explained this earlier, but we still have the polls are dog shit anyways. But even outside of that scope of it, we have no idea what's going on. We massively changed the way our elections were done in 2020. And now this is the first national election since then. So trying to be like, well, if the polls were off 6% in this direction last time, then we could understand that means this time, that means Trump's going to be. No, that's all shit. That's all shit. You have no clue. Well, but the early voting numbers are saying, and therefore we could. No, it's all shit.
Nope.
Like, it's going to come down to who has more people that have energy that get out there election day. And one of the things you could say about Democrats is that machine they have is well oiled. They, in the places that matter, are so down to a T at getting out the vote, particularly low propensity voters, and getting out there. Now with ballot harvesting, it's even easier for them. And the only way to combat that, even if you're saying, but they're going to cheat, it doesn't matter. The only chance you have of winning then is to overwhelm it. And the only chance you have of doing that is to do everything you can to vote and convince as many people as you can to go out and vote as well.
And I also want to say right now, there's still about there's 500 people watching right now, something like that right now.
Mm-hmm.
If every single one of you guys watching right now decided after this election, whatever, go find your local Republican committee and join it. You will have an incredible impact. And I get it. Listen, I vote Republican. I'm a conservative. I dislike most Republicans. And I said this in committee meetings and they kind of look at me sideways. I side with Republicans because they align with more of my values. But overall, most Republicans in Congress suck. If we all get involved in just the group that's watching right now, if you go in, start infiltrating your committees, because I know your audience is a smart audience, is a conservative audience, is one that will like more of a populist, like a Donald Trump, like a why am I blanking on his name now?
JD Vance, like
JD Vance, and the friggin' governor of Florida.
No, DeSantis.
Yes. And that's the type of people that we want in, Matt Gaetz and that type of stuff. You won't get those candidates unless you're involved. If you join your committee, you're now going to be a part of your county committee by default because they all blend. And then you guys get to vet candidates. And if you find candidates that way. So I don't think people realize how important it is. And it's boring. That shit's boring sometimes. And you have to go and get signatures and you have to go do the groundwork. But these are all things that they have college kids doing on the Democrat side. We have to put in that work.
Yeah.
And if you just go join and do something like that, you will not understand the impact you're having.
Well, and it's like when I ran for Congress, right? Like I'd been involved in the county level politics, when I could, and I was pretty prolific in showing up
Yeah.
every week, or every once a month, every month we'd show up, go to the events, go to the dinners, things of that nature. I decided to run for Congress, and the big impediment to me running was there's this sort of barrier to entry that everyone sets up in their own head, but it's all bullshit. Once you actually do it, you're like, oh, there's this, like, I have this idea, like, let's imagine that you get invited to dinner with like 10 of the world's top brain surgeon, and you're gonna be like, holy shit, I'm gonna go, it's gonna be so intimidating, they're gonna be
You get
so
to meet Ben
intelligent.
Carson.
Yeah, and then you go and it's like all dick jokes and people like shotgunning beers and
Yeah,
stuff, and you're
yeah.
like, oh, right. There's this mentality that I had, like, these are going to be some very impressive people, and I don't know how to be involved with these. It's not like that at all. You would be shocked many times, even at the local, like at the county level, at your GOPs and shit. It's literally someone that has the position because they had to beg anyone to do this shit. So it's not like, oh, this is the most qualified son of a bitch that we had in the whole county to do. No, it's like literally like, dude, we need someone. Someone please step up. And if you actually go in there with energy, we were just talking to a state rep in here, Jamie Flick, earlier.
Yeah.
Jamie Flick, we asked, like, how'd you get involved? This was Jamie Flick's story. He's like, all right, here's what happened. I went through a shitty divorce, and she took half of everything I had, right? And I just wanted half custody. And despite the fact that I was considered like a custodial representative for all sorts of foster kids and shit, they argued in court that I wasn't capable of being a good enough custodian to have half custody of my child. And so I said, fuck this. I'm running for office, and I'm going to write legislation that says this is horseshit. Right? And he literally started at that point, based on that one thought, getting involved in his local county politics, which led to like 2 years later, him winning a seat as state rep, where he is able to write that bill. And he said, tragically, Harrisburg's so shit, it's going to take like 8 years for that bill to hopefully get passed. But that's how it was. This wasn't some guy that it's like, oh, he was some wealthy businessman that got involved in this field, years of greasing palms and stuff. That's not how it works. Like, it sounds daunting, but it's really not. A lot of it's boring. A lot of it's like you were saying, like getting signatures and shit like that. But it matters, and it's not intellectually difficult. And what you'll see is the relationships that you build and the people you're able to meet. The next thing you know, like me, I have a stream where I have 2 sitting U.S. congressmen came on, a former ambassador,
Freaking
state
awesome.
representative, and you get, it's like, who the hell am I? I literally just showed up, I'm like, okay, I'm running for Congress. And it was amazing. I knew that I was an incredible underdog in this election. It's an open primary, and so there's 24 people running. So I was like, well, shit, I got to get in front of people every chance I get. Start showing up to these rallies. First rally, our first conferee dinner I went to, it was the only one where all of the candidates sat in a room together. And so it's in this diner, and you got it's just Joe Schmo, regular people. They're like, yeah, we got some questions for you that are running. And like half the people I'm in this room with are state reps. They've been involved in politics 12, 16 years, business owners. Here am I, like former drunk fucking home health care worker. Like, just like, who am I? And like every single question they asked, they're like, if you want to answer. I raise my hand every time. I'm just I'm just speaking off the cuff. Here's what I think about this. And like the next thing I did, my wife came with me there. She's funny. She's affable. The crowd's laughing at her. She's kind of ribbing me a little. And like when we get in the car to leave, my wife's like, Rob, they're scared shitless of you. Those other people that are running. I was like, what? She's like, they are literally scared shitless.
They don't
like,
know how to be real.
That's right. They're like, when they hear you talk, they're like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
Who is he? And it's not, like, I think I'm a good debater. I'm a reasonably intelligent person, but I'm nothing
Would you call
special.
yourself a master?
I would. I got a story for you. if you like, so.
Debater?
I got a story. So the master debater, it's something you hear all the time. So this is a true story. So I went up to Central Michigan for this different style debate tournament once. And the reason we went up there was my roommate, who wasn't my debate partner in the regular style debate we did, he wanted to partner up with me for this style debate called parliamentary debate. So we were going to Central Michigan because there was this girl that he kind of was pseudo dating that went up there. And so her sister was our coach. So our coach was like, yeah, let's go up there. I'll get to hang out with family. You guys go up. Now, I was the only one of this equation that wasn't 21. So when we get up there, all the adults go do adult shit, and they're like, Rob, we're going to leave you with some of these debaters at Central Michigan University. Tomorrow's the tournament, blah, blah, blah. So it was kind of like wink and nod. As soon as they left, the debaters are like, hey, we're going to a party. You want to come? I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. So we go, and we're drinking, and I'm just telling stories and shit, and people were like, oh, debate team, blah, 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 master debater. And I was like, yeah, my joke's always been, I wanted a shirt that said Clarion Debate, we're master debaters. And on the back it says, and we also jack off a lot. That's what I wanted my shirt to say. So the next day, sobered up at the debate tournament. And I end up talking through our coach to a bunch of professors in this hallway at Central Michigan University. So it's like a Friday, there's classes. I'm standing in this hallway talking to a couple professors. Class lets out. People start walking the hall. I'm talking to this professor with my assistant debate coach, and someone walked by and goes, "Hey, it's that guy that likes to jerk off a lot." And I'm like, "Oh," and I have to try to explain this story. I'm like, "Oh, it's a clever twist
So
on
what
the
happened
joke. Are you a
was-
master debater? I wasn't actually jerking off like in public. Yes, I've only been here 24 hours. I
I've
haven't
only
been
done
going on
that 5 times.
yeah, come on. It's been a reasonable amount of self-pleasuring that I've told. But yeah, that's the story I always like to tell. So I never did get my "we like to jack off" shirt. But yeah, you heard that joke a million times, and I was like, well, I'm glad that it blew up in my
the chat
face.
knows what to do. The chat knows what to do now.
There we go. Hey, the wife's got a cricket. I guess I could make one.
Absolutely.
But the next time I run for Congress, that'd be the picture that went viral. I'd be like, yeah, I'll own it.
That needs to be your campaign slogan.
Yeah. Also,
There you go.
My dad.
Carlos, nice to meet you.
Oh yeah, Carlos. This is
We
Alex.
never met.
Yeah, you're gonna love Alex. He had me just.
Is Alex the guy that's been on the chat for the last couple hours?
Yeah, I've been messing around there.
Yeah.
How are you? Nice
I'm
to meet
good.
you, Alex.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thank you for coming on.
Of course.
Politics aficionado and sports junkie. So I know
and nerd and everything.
Yeah.
Overall.
Love
So
Carlos.
what's your favorite sport?
Ooh, football probably. But I ran track in college, so I pay attention to track. One of the rare ones.
Oh, fantastic. So interesting side note. My grandson is 8 years old, lives in Malvern, New Jersey.
Mhm.
And at 8 years old, he's been participating for 3 years in a row in track.
Yeah.
So Malvern has like a track rec league.
Which we need more of.
And I never heard of it. It was
it's
like,
awesome.
wow, awesome. And he is at 8 years old, the 3-year reigning champion at the half mile.
That's awesome. I was a half miler.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's really cool.
That was 3 weeks ago that we went down to see him and we saw the race. It was the first time in 3 years that we saw him race, but very cool. Very cool.
So on that note, I'm gonna give...
and the thing is, at 8 years old, he's still agile enough. I'm not sure if that's the word, but he gets out to these huge leads and then maintains a certain speed to the end. It's instinctive. It's intuitive.
Yeah, and he'll learn how to
that's-
race as he gets older.
Yeah. But very cool. I thought it was great. So
Yeah.
That's my track story.
So I'm going to give a plug to my other show, which is a track and field show called
Oh, really?
Tracking in Ovals, where me and a former coach of mine, we interview some of the greats in track and field, some Olympians, some gold medalists. So yeah, no, if anyone's a track fan in the chat, Talking in Ovals, go take a look over there.
That's awesome.
But
Carlos
great
also
name.
didn't you say, Carlos, that you used to drive limo for some of the New Jersey Devils? Is that not true?
So before I went to Hollywood,
Mhm.
In 1990, I divested my whole entire life and went to Hollywood for 5 years. But before I went to Hollywood, for about a period of 3.5 years, 4 years, I owned a limousine company in North Jersey. And I had, I had a lot of corporate accounts, Warner Lambert, AT&T.
Nice.
And I had the Chinese embassy. So I'm a puppet of the Chinese, Rob. And
Look at you, you CCP supporter.
And Siba Geige, a lot of private
Siba
accounts.
Geige got in some trouble.
Yeah, I know. And then I had a friend of mine who owned another limousine company, but worked part-time at yet another limousine company. And that company needed drivers for an event for the Devils. And I brought my limo. I had a specialty limo. I had a Lincoln Town Car, but it was unique because it was extra wide. So instead of fitting 4 people comfortably in or 6 people comfortably in a limo. I could fit 8. And I instantly became friends with Kirk Muller,
Nice.
who at that time was the captain.
Yeah,
and then went on to be the captain of the Montreal Canadiens, and then won the Stanley Cup in 1993.
Which, interestingly enough, the Habs are my second favorite team because my last name is Cuesta, and when I was young, that C looked really cool.
Ah.
It does look very cool. What's your first favorite
The
team?
Devils.
The Devils.
That's why I brought it up.
Right, no,
I grew up in Jersey. I grew up right next to Seaside Heights, and it's interesting because what were the other 2 companies for limousines? Because I actually had a family friend who owned a limousine company.
What were the actual what? Say it again.
What was the names of any of the other companies, if you remember? Because I had a friend who owned a company named Statewide Limousines.
Yeah, Statewide sounds familiar, but
And they did corporate events
as
well.
So coincidentally, I go to Atlantic City to the limousine show. And I'm walking around, and it's got to be 11 o'clock at night, Alex. And, you know, these casinos and these hotels have so many hallways and stuff. And, and I'm just walking down one of the hallways, and these are spacious hallways, very wide, and they have couches there where you could stop and just. And there's a guy, as I'm walking, there's a guy sitting on a couch, and I walk by them, and it's just absolutely bizarre. It's Dave Schultz from the Flyers.
What?
So Alex, I have to stop, right? And I said, "Excuse me, my name is Carlos Saldivia, but if I didn't know any better, you look a lot like Dave Schultz." He says, "That's because I fucking am." And he stands up and he puts his hand out and he shakes my hand. It's so approachable.
That's awesome.
Do you know that this man has the same exact car that I did?
The limo?
The same exact limo.
Yeah.
So we got into this rambling conversation, and we started to figure out that, you know, for some weird reason, I got a lot of jobs out of the Philadelphia area, and he's in Cherry Hill with his company, and he's getting a lot of jobs out of the New York area. So we decided to kind of partner up, and anytime that we had calls from Philly, I'd give them to him, and anytime he had calls from New York, he'd give them to me.
You basically sub each other out.
We subbed each other out.
Yep.
What completely a polar opposite persona than his on-ice persona.
That's crazy.
Just one of the finest men, and thrilling because, you know, on Twitter, okay, and almost on everything online, my handle is Hockey Nuts, HOCKEYNUTS. So I just, you know, life is so funny, right? It's just such a small world.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
But so I got the Devils account because I became close with Kirk. Kirk was the captain, and he knew all the other guys, you know, Joey Sorella and, you know, McLean and Kenny Danico, you know, and George McPhee and Brendan Shanahan was a rookie the year before I got the account, and, you know, I used to drive him a lot, and what a great guy he was.
I feel like hockey guys have to be some of the more down to earth guys. Because when you look at that sport, it's still perceived as very much of a blue collar sport, just in the way it is, because it doesn't matter if you're the pretty boy on the team or you're the bruiser, the enforcer, you're all getting hit. You're all skating. So it's like, you got to have some sort of blue collar toughness to hockey. I never played it. It's an expensive freaking sport. I played football instead. I did football, track and that. But hockey is just, they're just so down to earth, it looks like. And even when you hear them talk, like they just seem like a bunch of nice dudes all overall.
Well, and you get all that aggression out, beating the shit out of each other, so they can afford to be nice, you know, once they get out of the real world.
Darth Maul in the chat is like,
fuck it, yeah, definitely. So, go ahead, Carlos.
Just one more thing. So you became a Devils fan living in New Jersey
by default. Yeah.
by default. Okay. So did you follow the 1987-88 season? Were you too young for that, or you too
I was
old?
being born in '88, so
Okay, yeah. That was a glorious year, the 87-88 year, where they went to the semifinals and lost 4-3 against Boston. What a fabulous,
See,
fabulous
I
year
got
that
to
was.
enjoy all of Martin Brodeur, though, the
Of
greatest
course,
keeper in
yeah.
the history of man.
Of course.
So that reinvented the position, and there's a reason why there's the goalie crease is because Brodeur was too damn good on his skates.
Yeah.
He is the
Yeah.
reason why they invented that. But
The trap ruined the Penguins and a bunch of other high skilled teams in the '90s. I remember that shit.
it is crazy, but it's like the heyday of the '90s goalies, and even like it's ridiculous what they had between like Dominic Hasek, Patrick Waugh.
Oh my gosh.
Even Richter on the Rangers doesn't get the love he deserves, but I thought Richter was fantastic as well. Luongo, we could just go on and on and on about the great keepers of the '90s, and it's like these eras.
You got
we've
to
had
add
lately-
Tom Barrasso, or else Rob will get upset.
I love Barrasso
Barrasso.
growing up. Yeah.
I mean, listen, Barrasso was good on Power Play '96. Okay, I played.
There you go.
On the PlayStation 1.
He's no Marty. He's no Brodeur. I'll admit that fully. Right. That's a different class. You know.
And the thing is, though, like even that second class group in that generation would have been the best goalies in this generation.
Yeah.
I really believe that because they were a very different stand on their head type of group then.
Yeah, Hasek was.
Dominic
Wow.
was incredible.
So let me ask you this, Alex. Like getting to the politics shit. When you're talking to people, right, and you're trying to convince them to vote to Trump, what do you think is the easiest sell to people? Like that you're saying why it's important to vote for the Republicans and vote for Trump going into this election.
So it's been so difficult because if they're a low information voter or even just a regular person, they've been seeing so many headlines.
Yep.
And the headlines that they see are from the leftist media. So they're never going to paint anything Trump says or does in a positive light. So a lot of the ways that you kind of have to sell it is first, the memes of Kamala actually help because normal people do like memes. And when you're highlighting just how much of a moron she is, that kind of reflects on normal people because you got to shift away a little, because if you start talking about Trump's economic plan and what he did foreign while he was president and this and that, they're going to go back. But yeah, he said this and he made fun of that person. Those things resonate. And I think also the important thing is you just have to sit there and try and tug at the sympathy too. Sometimes he got fucking shot.
Yeah.
Like you got to remind people that anyone that they're willing to try and assassinate is probably worth it. Right. So it's a hard sell for people that aren't inclined to Trump already. It's easier to kind of get some of those never Trump Republicans to come back into the fray because they might have been conservative at one point. I really think most of them are leftist, but some of them maybe. But it's, for me, it's more about consolidating the Republican base and getting their lazy asses out to vote. Because if the people on the right went out and voted like they should, if more Christians got out and voted, which is probably the most disappointing demographic every single freaking election, that Christians feel the need to not go out and vote. And I think it's insane. But if we could just get the Republican bloc, there is significantly more of us than there are of them.
Yeah, totally agree.
And especially now where the left has pushed everyone that isn't a Marxist to the right, it should be easier than ever. So I feel like it's more of consolidating than trying to get new ones in.
So I don't know if I introduced you. Maybe I did. It's been like 18 hours. This is Todd Bartley.
Hey,
this
Todd.
is Alex. Todd is a sports journalist who midnights as an actual journalist. He used to do the radio show with me and Carlos. So yeah, Todd, I think you'll really like Alex. He invited me on a show with his brother a while back. It was a great time. One of my favorite people to talk to about politics and about sports. And I think he's got his finger on the pulse exactly in the same way that we try to articulate it's sort of what's going on with the country and the importance of getting out there. So wait, you got some questions, Todd, or is it just going to be more dad jokes? What do you got for us, sir?
I'm actually we've never addressed this, and now he just put it back up again. I'd like to know from Alex your thoughts on Carlos's 7th grade hockey photo that he just put up again and then disappeared. I don't understand, after all these years and the pandemic and everything else, how he's still allowed to have license to use that photo.
So I grew up with AOL chat rooms, okay? And AOL Instant Messenger. And you were never who you said you were, okay? And on the internet, you can be exactly who you want to be. You are an avatar. So you know what? To get a little bit leftist here, Carlos can be whoever he wants.
Now we know where
Live
Tim
and let
Waltz.
live, baby.
Now
Live
we
and
know
let
where
live.
Tim Waltz got the idea. He got it from
You got to
Carlos.
come in there
Now
like
we
one
know.
of these if you're Tim Waltz.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we're not allowed to make fun of Tim Waltz. We can
Right,
make fun
right.
of Elon.
I'm not making
Elon can
fun of
get
Tim
made fun.
Waltz. I'm just stating facts. The guy said he was certain places that he was never there.
What's the name of the guy that owns the Clippers?
Ballman.
Microsoft guy, right? The
Steve
weird
Ballmer?
way he waves his arms. That's what it reminds me of.
I mean,
The
no
good
one should
news
be a
is,
wacky
as of-
inflatable arm person.
The good news is, as of Wednesday, Coach Waltz can go back to being Coach Waltz.
He's really good at running those pick six plays in the final quarter. Like, everything that guy says is so inauthentic. It's like, holy shit, have you ever watched a football
Did
game?
you guys see what the Marvel people did for Kamala? That little.
Oh my god!
I
was-
put it on my show
You're talking
earlier
about
today.
Zoom?
Yes,
The
yeah,
Zoom
it was
with
like
all
a
those-
Zoom
yeah,
call
all
from the
the-
Marvel.
yeah.
Here's the thing. I don't know. I can't tell if they all filmed it separately or if they were actually on a call.
Yeah.
Because number one, it looks like some of it's filmed separately, but some of it's not. But then for a bunch of A-list actors who I actually like a good majority of their
Sure.
work, they fucking sucked.
Yeah.
There was no direction. They were terrible.
No enthusiasm.
Especially Robert Downey. Robert Downey was the worst on that thing.
Yeah, and like you could tell, like it's phoned in. Like
Oh,
I think
100%.
even celebrities are starting to understand. Like, holy shit! Even the people that are voting for the candidate we want are tired of this shit. They're tired of the pandering. And then the message that they're saying, it only makes sense in an ironic sense if they're not doing what they're actually picking on when they're saying down with democracy. Oh, down with democracy. And then like Don Cheadle's like, I don't know that that's the message we want to send. No, we're down with democracy, down with democracy. It's like, hey, dumb shits. One of the most anti-democratic things we've ever seen is what the Democrats did to lie about Joe Biden so
And
that he
to get
gets through the
Kamala in.
primary and then put in Kamala Harris, who's zero. And again, what I'm trying to stress is to Democrat voters, you're watching out there and you don't like Trump, fine, whatever, right? Do you understand that the Democratic Party, they didn't fuck me over. They didn't screw over the Republicans. They screwed you over. They lied to you, the Democratic voter, because they don't trust you to have a voice. They think they know better than you and that your voice is a damage and a danger to what their agenda is. So they said, eat shit. We're going to lie to these people because we
But,
don't
Rob,
respect them at all.
They're stopping Hitler.
Of
If you
course.
had noticed, they're stopping Hitler. So in order to stop Hitler, it doesn't matter. You have to stop Hitler, and the only way to stop Hitler is to vote for Kamala.
Let me give
you another perspective on this.
Real quick. Let me read this super chat real quick. Alter Void for $5 talking about Carlos' picture says maybe he identifies as if he was there. So there you go. Okay. Sorry to interrupt there. Go ahead,
Tim
Carlos.
Waltz is going to be identified as in this. He's going to be
Alter
here.
Void, by the way, if you saw in the chat, is a Pelly Lindbergh fan.
Oh, okay.
Another guy that I loved. And listen, Pelly, I think, is probably the only flyer other than LaRue that I liked or respect. So let me go back and give you a little perspective on these actors, and tell me if you agree.
Sure.
Just in my experience, specifically with casting and dealing with actors, these people, I don't think I've ever met a segment of people that had such low self-esteem. And I think that they do these things, Rob, because they're terrified. They're afraid. And if they don't do what the regime tells them, they'll never work again. So the fear, it's kind of like an inverse fear, you know? And yeah, there's a couple of actors out there that are, you ever see Die Hard and Agent Johnson and Agent Johnson?
I've seen Die Hard.
The one guy, the white guy is a conservative.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And
we have
obviously
Kevin
Clint
Sorbo. We got
Kevin Sorbo's the man.
Yeah, he's great.
Right.
John
So
Voight.
those guys
Vince
are not
Vaughn.
afraid. Okay, there's a small number of people that aren't, but the majority of them are so reliant on being liked by the regime, includes the Hollywood regime, that they'll do anything. They'll be talked into anything. And if I want to think that if you got them privately, they would probably tell you different than what they've done.
I don't know.
And I'm not including Robert De Niro in this. I don't think anything.
Or Mark
anything.
Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo sucks. too.
Right. Well, no,
Mark
I can't
Ruffalo
stand
made a
him.
movie.
He doesn't have a body of work like
they made a
that-
movie
that-
about pedophilia, basically. I don't like
Right.
Mark Ruffalo
Yeah,
at all.
exactly. But he doesn't have the body of work that De Niro has, and
No.
the disappointing part of it is that you just stop talking. Stop talking.
No, keep
Don't
talking, 'cause
say
he makes them
any-
seem like lunatics.
I know, but I mean, as a lover of film, which is my core love is film. I've just had 40 years of a great political gig being a filmmaker doing political media.
Yeah.
That being said,
Until you retired.
until I
Allegedly.
retired.
Yeah.
I did retire. They're terrified, and I know that fear because and my go-to play in convincing actors to feel good about the fact that they didn't get picked was the movie Forrest Gump, and my pitch was this: Wendy Finnerman carried that script under her arm for 10 years, and they didn't make it because they couldn't find Forrest. That man was born to play that part. Look at it from that lens and don't feel bad that you weren't Forrest Gump, because only one person could be that, and that was Tom Hanks. So
So from my perspective, and I think from someone that's worked in that sphere, I feel like this is kind of a similar connection to when you're thinking about politicians and athletes, where we put them on this pedestal and we want to think that they're these, we want their opinions because we like them. And we tend to think they're smarter than they are. And I just think that, for every 5 smart actors, there's 50 morons that just are, and not necessarily morons either. They're more focused on their craft than doing anything else. So it's like anyone else that's going to work every day. If you're some 20-something-year-old hot chick and your shtick is you're good looking and you're semi-decent at acting, you're going to go to your acting classes, you're going to go to the gym, you're going to watch what you eat, you're going to do all that. And on the peripheral, maybe you might catch a quick story about Trump said X, Y, and Z, Kamala is going to do this for you. And that's where your worldview gets shaped. So I feel like we put these individuals as high information people that are in this. And so we should know what they're saying, where everyone sitting here pays attention more in a week than they probably have their whole career.
Yes.
So I think that they might not necessarily be dumb people because, remember, a lot of your actors and actresses were the nerds in high school. They were your drama kids and things like that. So it's not like they're dumb. But I just think that, like everyone else, like a lot of normal people, we're in such a small section with being on social media, being on YouTube. We're 5% that actually pays attention. I think actors and actresses are no different. And in a way, you're kind of correct, Carlos, because they just kind of want to do what they're told. Their agent goes to them, hey,
apathy.
Don't go against FAG, the Film Actors Guild. Don't go against, and that's
the name.
YouTube. Right. I didn't say the word YouTube. But don't go against them. Don't go against anything that the union wants to do. Play ball. And I think that's kind of their mentality is whatever. I'm just playing ball. It's just another role that I got.
And I think a lot of it is, I was going to say, I think a lot of it is this too. Like, you see this in all areas of life. Like, you see this in the streaming world. I see this. People get into a bubble And people particularly like that a lot of people are looking to, whether you be an athlete, whether you be a streamer that a lot of people are watching, whether you be an actor, there tends to be a lot of like celebration of you. And you start to basically get insulated and you believe your own bullshit, right? And it turns out, like, I don't give a shit what your career is. Chess seems to be an activity that you would be like, wow, only the smartest would participate in chess. One of the greatest world champions in history is Gary Kasparov. Look at that dude's X feeds and the dog shit political takes he has. Some of the dumbest baseline shit you'll ever see. And this dude, quite literally, is top 3 chess player in the history of the world.
Multiple world champion.
And you listen to him and you're like, this is just the most basic bullshit CIA talking points. Every single thing that comes out of your mouth. Every single thing. And we're supposed to be like, oh, this is some deep shit because this guy was this fantastic player. Like, the problem is this perforates throughout all of these sort of activities where you're in this bubble and people keep feeding your ego, you're great, you're great. And then all of a sudden it culminates in this weird shit you see. Like, when you see Ben Affleck on Bill Maher's show back in the day, where, you know, Sam Harris, who I have no love for, you know, is making this point about, like, Islam and sort of people that are connected that are violent. And Ben Affleck just looks like the biggest fucking idiot you've ever seen. It's like,
well,
that's
Sam
so
Harris
gross.
wasn't always a moron.
Right?
He got TDS and he went insane. I didn't agree with all of his takes, but there was a time where during, like, right before his TDS, when him and Jordan Peterson did their series of debates, they were interesting. Jordan kicked the shit out of him, but at least he had a semblance of a streamlined thought.
Yeah,
so
and
Sam Harris wasn't always a moron.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And so you see, and like Ben Affleck's just like, that's gross. That's racist. And you're just looking, you're like,
yeah, as the guy is sitting there on Harvey Weinstein films while his female lead is getting raped in his fucking room, Ben Affleck has any room to talk about anything.
That's right. And so then, like, so you're like, how does that
He
shit
lost
happen?
his shit on the show.
Yeah, and then you're like, and all of a sudden you see, like, here's quite maybe the like most physically gifted athlete in a generation, LeBron James. And he comes out and he's reading a book by like Malcolm X. He's on the first fucking page. And he's starting to talk about like he's some like political guru. It's like, dude, no one around these people are like, hey man, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. You're phenomenal at what you do. Look, I'll tell you right now, I don't know the ins and outs of writing screenplays and shit like that. I enjoy Ben Affleck as an actor. I think he's had many good roles.
He's the best Batman.
Yeah, I'm not here to shit on him as an actor.
Ben Affleck's the best Batman.
Oh, now we're gonna have a drag down about. I haven't even seen that Batman, but I am saying I enjoy Ben Affleck. Let me finish my point, Todd, before you're willing to go to war over this, right? Like, and so like,
Todd's like, I hate this guy.
I don't hate you. We're gonna have a really robust debate about this whole Batman thing because the Batman.
But anyways, to finish this point, so you see this sort of stuff, and the last thing is, it's almost like I think a lot of these entertainers, it's almost like an article of clothing, like, oh, everyone has Louis Vuitton bags, I'm going to have a Louis Vuitton bag. It's a status symbol. It's something that's easy. No one gives a shit. How many people in Hollywood really give a shit about the exact suit they're wearing or the exact dress or the exact...
No, they get told what to wear.
They get told what to wear, and that's the safe option of shit that's popular. Very few people are actually trendsetters. Most are just going along to get along. Well, it's easy to do that with political opinions, too. Here's the safe political opinion. This will help your career. Go out there and say this point, and we know that's what you're supposed to say, and everyone will clap like seals, and that's okay.
And they all line up and do it.
Well, the problem is the pendulum's starting to swing. And they're always, because they're not trendsetters, they're behind the 8 ball. So now they're getting clowned on because they have these vapid opinions, and people are like, well, wait a minute, what the fuck are you talking about? Where did you get that? And they don't know what to do. They're just like, but that's what I was told to say. Like, that's what everyone says. That's just the truth because that's what everyone believes.
Well, most of them are listening to Matt Damon. And as much as I disagree with Matt Damon, the guy's at least articulate and research. I've always said, if the left was smart, they would start grooming Matt Damon to be a politician because he speaks really well about his topics. And even though I'm not a fan of his, he's actually really well spoken and he would be dangerous. So
maybe. Where did you hear him?
Totally agree. Real quick, super chats.
What did you hear that impressed you?
With Matt Damon?
Mm-hmm.
He is constantly involved in like the environmental stuff and things like that. And he is, again, I don't agree with a lot of it, but he's well known on the stats. And it's not, you can tell it's not just regurgitation because he gets very deep. And he's obviously someone that actually gives a shit about the topics and researches. And even if it is fed, he's very well spoken with it and he sounds believable. So maybe
That's-
he would be a great politician.
Yeah. Real
Because
quick,
he sounds believable.
some super chats. Damien for $2 says, I heard the time switch happens at 2 a.m. local time. That is true. So we're almost at, or wait, does it go for shit? I thought it went from 2 to 3 and then back to 2, but maybe it goes from 1 to 2 and then back to 1. I guess we'll find out here in a couple minutes.
No, it's we're back to 1 again.
Okay. All right. So
We need to get rid of this shit. I'm so tired.
Me too. It's horse shit. Last super
Russ
chat real
Diamond
quick.
has the legislation, by the way, to go regular 24/7.
Get him, Russ.
And just end
Yeah.
it.
Super chat, one last one. Alter Void for $5 says Ben Affleck looking like Forrest Gump because of J-Lo. Super simp. Yes. What a weird crew, right? Like man, that Kevin Smith crew, you know, with Ben Affleck, with Matt Damon and stuff. Man, there's a guy who's like fell off this fucking
Clerks
rocker.
is such a classic, and Chasing Amy is so freaking good. And it's sad that Kevin Smith sucks.
Yeah, Mallrats.
He went from being just like a fun nerd to, again, someone that started telling us his political opinions, and it's like, go away. Just keep on being a nerd and having a cool comic store in New Jersey.
Now it's just about taking beloved characters like He-Man and Batman, and anytime he writes for either, boy, is it dog shit. Like, I read the one
It's
Batman
so
comic he
bad.
wrote. It was so bad. It was like 6 pages of just like basically graphic sex scenes with some woman that Bruce Wayne just happens to be. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
It used to be cool.
yeah, it's sad to watch it happen to these. But these people, like, you shouldn't be out there. Like, even like someone like us, I think we are more involved. We're looking at shit. You shouldn't be intimidated by anyone's political opinion. Fucking do your own. Come to an idea. Look, you may have just different core beliefs than us, and that's okay, right? And just stick to your guns. You don't have to be a dick about it, but stick to your guns and don't be intimidated by people. That's half the battle. You think that you're alone and that people don't agree with you, or that you need someone else to nod their head with you to have an opinion. You don't, man. You don't
Like
at all.
like Andrew said, you know, the first second that you show up any defense, they crumble.
Absolutely.
It's
You
absolutely
know?
true.
So tell us about your show, Alex.
I'll be right
So
back. Go ahead.
my show, the Alex Questa show, essentially, it started off as us just bringing in people to interview once a week. We had Rob on. We would love to have either of you guys on, Carlos or Todd. You guys are always welcome to jump on. But we've kind of evolved now. That was a show where we would have a guest on. We would talk about what they wanted to talk about. Me and my brother, pretty confident in all of our universal knowledge. And we would kind of talk about what they want to talk about. So a little different. We didn't come in there with the agenda of asking them questions about our things. We want to talk about their stuff. We've evolved. We're going as many nights as we can a week. We take nights off here and there. But basically, we talk about kind of news of the day, topics that interest us, anything like that. We talk politics, sports, nerd culture. We're both big like superhero, anime fans, all that type of stuff. So we have a wide range, which YouTube hates us for that, but that's okay. Yeah, that's what we do. So we're on generally nightly, sometime after 9 o'clock, and because that's when I put my daughters down for bed. And then once a week we try to interview someone, bring them on, and it could be political, it could be sports, it could be anything. We just
What's
like
your
to talk to
proudest
people.
moment in the show?
Ooh, proudest moment. That's a lot because we've talked to a lot of real cool people. Proudest moment. That's a tough one. I mean,
How long has the show been running?
probably 3, almost 4 years now.
And how did you and Rob hook up?
I saw Rob and I messaged him because I've never had any fear about messaging people. If they don't answer, they don't answer. They tell me to piss
Right,
off. That's fine.
right.
But you know, I saw Rob. I thought he was interesting, and I messaged him, and he said yeah. And then we did the show, and we've been cool since. I like Rob. I like what he does here. Try to check in as often as I can. Jump in, say hello. But I've been podcasting for almost 8 years now and things like that. Did a sports show to start, and did a similar thing there. Interviewed people. And that's when I realized. And anyone out there watching that does a channel or anything like that, have no fear messaging anybody. Because you'll find out there's a lot of normal people, even in like, they could have like 20, 30, 40,000 followers. Like most of the time they're just normal people. I messaged Michelle Tafoya. Michelle Tafoya came on.
Oh, wonderful.
That's
the
cool.
Alex Questa show. And she is the nicest woman. And I still can message her today and she'll say hi and things like that. And she's doing awesome with her show right now. But it's like, you message these people, and I found out doing my sports show early on. I messaged random people. Some of them were my heroes growing up and things like that. And some of them came on, some of them didn't. But the craziest moment is when you message somebody that's like a pro athlete or a former pro, and they message you back and they're like, sorry, can't come on for X, Y, and Z. And it's like, what are you saying sorry for? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's that moment, but it's just, um, so yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing now for a little while is just, I like talking to people. And when it comes to our show, I was doing it with my brother and we were just kind of shooting the shit. And the moment when I told him we were crossing a pantheon into basically being on a list is we had Billboard Chris on the show. I don't know if you guys know what Billboard Chris is.
With some people on earlier that have worked with him. Nat and the guy worked with Billboard Chris, yeah.
And Chris is a freaking great dude fighting for the right cause. But I said to him, I'm like, hey, once we have Chris on,
that's a Rubicon. Yep.
We're on a list. They know who we are. Whether other people don't, there's a group of people that now know who we affiliate with.
Right.
And he was like, yeah. And then from that point, we've been all gas.
So what's your brother's name?
David.
And tell me a little bit about him.
He lives in West Virginia. We both grew up in Jersey, right by Seaside Heights.
Okay.
So a small little town called Manchester, who they just won their first home playoff football game ever, first playoff win in history for football. So I'm from my alma mater there.
We got a super chat that might be relevant here. Alter Void for $5 says, question for Alex, man check. What's the weight on your bowling ball behind you?
Awesome.
Oh, that's not a bowling ball, actually. That is a soccer ball from my older daughter's U5 rec team when I first coached them. The team actually liked me enough that they signed a soccer ball and gave it to me, and it's one of my prized possessions because now, 3 years later, I'm still coaching them at U8, and we kick ass, and they're learning the game of soccer. So
that's awesome.
And this also came from that. My Yeti, Coach Questa, came from that. So
awesome. If you were bowling though, what weight you using?
It fluctuates. Depends on how I'm feeling. 14 or 12.
What's your average?
Depends on my average. When I warm up, I float 150, and I'm feeling real good 170.
So I'm gonna show you guys something here. Right now, don't get freaked out. So here's my hand. You can see that, right? Here's my other hand. You see this little half thumb nub I have here?
Yeah, what'd you do there?
I could tell that's just it was born like I guess Megan Fox has a similar thumb. Now it's wider than a regular thumb. So my entire life I'm right-handed. It is incredibly hard to find a bowling ball that matches my fingers. And
I don't use my thumb.
Oh, see, that's what people have told me.
I do two fingers, and you kind of simulate it, and then you just add English to it.
Yeah, see, no one ever showed me that was. So
no one showed me. I just started doing it because I couldn't do the thumb thing. I would bowl like a fucking idiot and gutter ball it every time.
Now go back to your coaching thing with your daughter. Okay, so let me just speak from the heart for just a second. I remember like it was yesterday, coaching my daughter and those kids, and then they go to the co-ed thing, and those weekday practices, the Saturday games, the travel stuff, it goes by in a blink. And I say that because I went to dinner earlier tonight with my 20-year-old sophomore college daughter, and I'm looking at her across the table going, I wish you were U10 again, and we were doing the youth soccer thing again, instead of this beautiful grown woman across the table from me, well on her way, in life and just crushing it in life and everything. I told the kids, and I say this to them all the time, and they're graduating high school now, and they're going to college. And I say to that group, and there's a very special group of kids for those years, and they say back to me, they're like, Coach, we gave up soccer when you stopped coaching. Like,
isn't that the greatest title in the world, Coach?
It is.
Yeah, it really is.
Great.
I mean, they're like, can we just like bottle it, go back in time, and just the undefeated seasons and the memories and the practices. Those are the greatest practices, the greatest days, the greatest interactions. It's awesome. And I would not trade that. You are in such a great place right now.
I'm coaching both of my daughters. I'm coaching my older daughters now in U8, my younger daughters in U5. And it's so fun now because like I'm now racing because they're like 8:30 and 9:30. So I'm texting the 9:30 coach. I'm like, hey, I'm going to be a little late. I have to run up because the older fields are at the bottom. Or younger fields are at the top. The older game's a little longer. So no, it's a great time. I've been coaching for a pretty long time. My brother, David, that Rob knows, is 8 years younger than me. And I was coaching because I played football and he played football. I coached him from flag football all the way up to midgets. Pop Warner had Mighty Mites, Junior Pee-wees, midgets. I coached my high school football team for a little. I coached track over at my alma mater, Marist, where I ran. So coaching is just something I enjoy doing. And I've never had more fun than watching kids that I coach succeed. There's nothing cooler than that. And I was an athlete my whole life. I had success being an athlete. Like that's whatever. My successes are nothing compared to watching one of my athletes succeed. And now I'm watching my daughters do it. It's so freaking cool.
And you know from competing, time goes by
Too fast.
in a blink. 15 years, I'm thinking, oh, where did it go? Where did
I'm
it go?
convinced I could still get on a track and race. And I know if I got on there and I tried to do anything, I would just like curl over into a ball in the corner and just be like, every muscle in my body would be pulled and instantly.
See, I'm in many ways, I'm like, I was 36 when I had my son. Well, I only have one kid right now, and he's 3. He'll be 4 here on January 9th.
Nice.
And like hearing you guys talk, it's like, oh shit, I got all this awesome stuff to look forward to. Every age that he's had, I was like, I don't want this to change. Like, you know, infant Hank, I'm like, this dude's the best. And then 1-year-old Hank, I'm like, awesome. 2-year-old Hank, now he's 3. And it's like, you know, it's just each stage, like just the changes that you see and sort of like just how new everything is to him. Like just to see him, like everything's exciting. Everything in the world is exciting. It's new. I'm so in for it. I can't wait. We'll be doing T-ball. Will be the first sport the next year.
It gets
4 years
harder,
old.
but it gets funner at the same exact time.
Yeah. That's what I've heard.
Let me go back to the Batman thing with Alex, and then I got to jump because later today is going to be great. I know you got to do the thing to, you know, another 7 hours, and I just later today is going to be
Rob,
crazy.
you're
like
Iron
Monday.
Man. I freaking love it. And Carlos, you've been with them for most of this too, man. This is freaking. You guys are mad men.
But I want to kind of do the Trump weave if we
do it.
can, or if I can. But for you, Ben Affleck's Batman to you is the best Batman. Where for me, Christian Bale's Batman in the trilogy is the best Batman for me.
Oh, he's fantastic too. Don't get me wrong. Christian was amazing.
Where Man of Steel, I checked out after that one with Cavill, and I couldn't follow Zach's progression through the next couple of movies. But it was Man of Steel hit me at the right time. A lot of stuff going on. The trilogy was great. That for me brings me back to Trump and why he's the best candidate that we need now. Everything's going on in the world's on fire. The economy's in the dumper. He's going to turn it around. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. He's the right guy for the job, just like Christian Bale was the right guy for the Batman at that time in my life, in that trilogy for me. As for you, as you mentioned a moment ago, it was Ben Affleck. Guys, tell me if I'm getting any of that wrong.
Oh no, the thing is with Ben Affleck, being a comic book nerd, I thought he brought it to life the best. But I do love Christian. I don't think there would have been a better person to play Batman in whatchamacallit, Christopher Nolan series.
Chris Nolan's, yeah.
I think he fit it real well. There's some very memeable and funny moments in those as well. But I'm also the person that says out of that trilogy, Batman Begins was the best movie. So I'm on like the outskirts of a lot of these opinions.
And we can also agree that Michael Caine is the sleeper in that trilogy, by the way.
Michael Caine's incredible. He's a sleeper in everything he's ever been in. He's amazing.
Listen, what if I
He is.
I'll go with the trendy answer. Go, actually, Kevin Conroy's the best Batman from Batman the Animated Series, right? Which, by the way, he did do a phenomenal job.
He's up there.
He's great.
Mark Hamill, as much as he's a douche dick, is the best Joker.
Oh, he's great.
Heath Ledger gets it from a lot of people. Mark Hamill is my Joker because I grew up with the animated series. Just like this Margot Robbie Harley Quinn is bullshit. The Harley Quinn from the animated series is the greatest one. So.
Isn't it weird? Like you animation back then, like for being geared, it was accessible to children, but very like, I don't want to say adult theme meaning like sexual. That's not what I mean, but adult theme and like there's serious shit going on in Batman the Animated Series. It's not just like mindless like Power Rangers. Like, hey, we're just gonna punch the bad guys. Like, there's real shit. Yeah, I think that.
And there was serious stuff going on in the Flintstones. What are you talking
about?
Oh,
well, that was your time, Todd. Us youngsters that are only 40 years old, we were growing up on Batman the Animated Series. Like a lot of those cartoons.
Back in Carlos's day when they were actually flipping the pages so you could see the cartoon come to life in Carlos's day. You know what I mean?
Which one of you guys remembers the Herculoids? Which one of you guys was your time was the Herculoids?
The Herculoid? I don't even know what that is.
My dad's 64. He used to like the Herculoids and He-Man and all those.
He-Man, I had the action figures. I had all the action figures of He-Man, and
I knew who He-Man was. I never watched He-Man.
X-Men and shit. I had all the X-Men action figures.
Spider-Man, Thundercats.
There's
so they're
Ultron.
They're coming out with the Thundercats movie in 26, I believe. And
Gonna be like Cats the
in
movie.
yeah, in December, I believe there's going to be an animated film about Lord of the Rings, The Ride of the Rohirrim.
I know it's gonna be so.
Did you
I
say
am so
animated or
tired
is it
with
live
them.
action?
Animated.
No, animated.
Riders of Rohirrim is gonna be animated. Now, they're busy butchering everything that has to do with Lord of the Rings, and I'm a massive Lord of the Rings nerd.
You're what?
I'm a
So what do you
huge
think of
Lord
the
Rings
Amazon
nerd.
series?
It doesn't exist.
Really?
Are you a gamer too?
It's the most bastardization. They took the Second Age because there was very little writing about the Second Age of Middle Earth, so they took that because they knew there was nothing there, and what they've done with it is they made it awful.
Right.
I mean, I can get into the lore with Galadriel ever picking up a sword makes me want to kill myself because she has no business to ever pick up a sword, and kill myself in Power World, everyone. Not
Are you a
really.
gamer too?
I've fallen out of gaming. I pay attention to it still. I still enjoy it. But when they started making me pay to finish games that I already bought, I kind of told them all to fuck off. And I don't like the downloadable content and everything. I think it's all a scam at this point. But there's still some really good games being made. It's just they're not.
I mean,
from the big companies
role
anymore.
playing gaming. Do you play D&D?
I played a few campaigns when I was younger. I like D&D. I like the concept of it.
Yeah.
I wasn't a big D&D person, but I'm not someone who dislikes D&D.
So I've been in a game for so the summer, July of '79. So I've been in the same game since July of '79.
That's amazing.
And it's a homebrew world. It's a homebrew system, but our world is Middle Earth.
So you also have a fantastic DM that is just continuing that script.
His
and
name
everything.
is,
amazing.
there's two of them. One of them is Carrie Solomon, the director of Nefarious and Unplanned.
Oh, I didn't know he was involved. I knew
Okay.
you were involved in that, but didn't know
Dude,
he was.
no, listen.
So do you guys have a YouTube series? Because you guys need a YouTube series of you guys playing this. People
we're
love
trying
that
to-
shit.
We're trying to put it together. The problem is that Carrie and Chuck are going to launch a streaming service called Believe Plus, and they have a distribution company, of which, believe it or not, Alex, we're in discussions to try to bring Rob into the fold.
Hey,
to make him national and distribute his show.
hell yeah.
So
I didn't know that was the first time.
yeah,
Breaking news here.
I'm allowed surprises, right?
Wow.
24 hours.
He deserves
So,
And the great news is the hair and makeup budget goes through the roof when they do that, by the way.
But
it. So he'll get that beard filled in.
Yeah. They got the little patchy.
So I've been in the same game since July of '79. That's a long time, a lot of years.
Incredible.
I've got characters that I rolled up in 1985 that are still alive today.
That's
So
amazing.
it's like 40
That's
years,
so cool.
45 years of real time.
Yeah, they're Gandalf's children.
Listen, we got a super chat. One more on this theme of Batman. Ultra Void for $5 says, "You're wrong. Best Batman we all needed, but was stolen from us. Nick Cage." We got a little snippet of it in that Flash movie, right?
Nick Cage is the best at everything.
Yeah.
So let's be honest.
Or he was Superman, right? And Nick Cage in the Flash movie. I didn't
didn't
see
watch The Flash because I don't support people that belong in jail.
Yeah, right. Like,
Ezra
hey, it
Miller.
doesn't matter.
Ezra
they
Miller's a piece of
talk
shit.
about backfiring, right? Like, oh,
my
well,
God,
we're gonna
thank
stick
God
with
it did.
Ezra. How'd that work out? You know,
Ezra's just a bad human. They freaking kidnapped somebody and then got a restraining order against him. I'm gonna say him. Fuck you, Ezra.
So tell me the story there real quick.
What Ezra?
Ezra Miller was in Hawaii, if I remember correctly, and was basically grooming a child. And when the mother tried to get said child away from Ezra, Ezra basically, I don't know if there was a weapon involved, right? Was it a gun
I
or
believe
something?
so. I don't remember.
And essentially held them all up there and was attempting to kidnap the child, had a restraining order put on them. And essentially nothing, I don't think anything ever came of it. After all that, Ezra just kind of came back to acting.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Are we sure that case wasn't adjudicated in Lycoming County?
Come on, Todd. We're going to get that story out in the national level. Glenn Lawrence presents Production of Men. I know Glenn's going to be calling into the show here shortly. $2 super chat says, how many hours left, Rob? Oh, well, we're rewinding back to 1.
6
So
at
once
least,
we
right?
rewind back to 1, then
At
we have
least 6
7
hours.
We're on the day choice.
Yeah, 7 hours, 24 minutes left. So, by the way, I don't know if people noticed this, but the proportionality of how tired I'm getting to how many curse words I'm using is directly proportional. So
I always have them out
by
there,
the end of
Sailor,
this
so I'm
stream,
sorry.
it's just going to be a series of Fs, like just come
So,
7:30 a.m.
If he had a quarter every time, he'd hit that budget, man.
Don McClure, poor Don's going to be calling in like, hey, Rob, how's it going? I'm going to be like, fuck! He's just gonna be like, what?
So, Alex,
Yes.
and Todd, before you leave, can you give me the over/under of how long it's going to take the United States to find a winner in the election? Over/under day-wise.
2028.
I think it'll be at least a week before
it'll
it's confirmed.
If it is Trump, it'll be protested until the next election.
Mm-hmm.
If it is Kamala, we'll be angry about it. We will grunt, we will yell, we will rant and rave like Republicans do, and then we'll continue to go about our day and watch the world go on fire around us.
I said this earlier.
Yeah,
I'll say it again. I have a theory. The guy that got shelled the most, that did the first actual network interview with nominee Harris, was Brett Baer, who got shelled the last 4 years for calling the election early. When Arizona got called early by Fox News, was Brett Baer. He's going to bring it full circle when they call Arizona for Trump, and that clinches it for him Tuesday night at about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
Well, it was 10 o'clock last 4 years ago.
It would be hilarious if Fox News does not call a single state until Arizona gets called and calls Arizona first.
Yeah, that's good.
Refuses to call anybody else. And then once Arizona's in, that's when they call, and then they start calling everyone else.
It's awesome. I'm looking forward to, though, staying up until the wee hours of the morning, just like last time. Be like, great, we live in a first world country that's supposedly the most advanced in the history of the world. And unlike third world countries, we can't count our votes tonight. So going to bed disappointed. It'll be exciting as it was last time. I'll tell you what, though, people didn't understand what was happening. I remember I was doing a show last election 2020, and I was on with, like, Let's Be Frank, you know him, Carlos, like, good guys, and they're like looking at Pennsylvania like, shit, this is wrapped up, Trump's up 500,000. I was like, yeah, he just lost. And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, you wait and see. I was like, you wait and see the votes that come in the middle of the night. Just telling you.
So here's the other thing too that Elon is not letting out of the bag. The world's smartest man can see everything in real time. You understand what I'm telling you?
Mm-hmm.
He's already done this whole big like TED talk about if you have it plugged in and it's on the internet, we can see it.
Yeah.
In real time. Any machine, your phone, anything.
Well, we had Jamie Flick. We had Representative Flick on earlier, and he said that there is no technological reason for us not to know the results of the election within 1 hour of all the polls closing.
Absolutely right. Now, he and I disagree on certain things. That we agree on that. And here's my question. How did we go from knowing same night, decades before 2024, and now we're waiting weeks? When did that happen?
Yeah, well, Jamie said one word to define it. Fraud.
No question. What are we waiting on?
See, the only fortunate thing for me is I will be in Disneyland on Tuesday, over in Disney World in Florida. So if it's positive and Trump wins, I'll be happy in paradise. If Kamala wins, I'll at least be starting the true downfall in sunny Florida.
There you go. So I was going to ask you what you were doing election night to see.
Tim Waltz will also be there too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll go hang out with Timmy. Let's do this. I'll go bounce around with him. We'll be wacky inflatable arm people together.
So is this the first time that you're taking the girls down there?
Second time, but my little one was only 18 months and she just basically hung on my shoulder the whole time sleeping. So they'll both actually remember it this time, and we'll see if they shape up, because this might be the last time, because I'm not going to indoctrinate them if they make every single princess a trans boy. So
yeah, no, I hear you.
But yeah,
so how do you reconcile? And I asked this question often to like friends of mine. How do you reconcile how so many specifically in the professional leagues. How do you reconcile their support of Black Lives Matter with spending any money, time, or effort in following the sports? So let me bookcase this for you.
Yeah.
Since 2019, when was the taking the knee stuff, Rob? 2019 or 20?
19. I don't. I
No,
thought it was the
18.
year before.
18.
Yeah, yeah.
18. It
Yeah.
was 2018 because that's when Kaepernick lost his job and then
Yeah.
decided to get back in the media.
All right. So I would say about 6 or 7 months after that, I don't know what's going on in sports.
You watch NHL. You watch
I do.
Pride jerseys that come out in NHL, don't you?
But they fought back against
don't
those.
watch.
The NHL players decided once they stopped wearing them, then the NHL was kind of like, all right, we're not doing this anymore.
Like to answer your question, Carlos, there is not. I deal with
my boycott is that I boycott all sports, baseball, football, hockey, and I don't follow basketball at all. I don't watch it.
All baseball?
I don't watch it. Well, Little League baseball I do.
Want me to talk to you about the problems with the Little League World Series?
They went all in too.
Here's the thing, and here's my answer for that, Carlos. If I were to boycott the things that have the differing opinions from me, I would just sit in my house and never listen or watch anything, or I would just do what leftists do and only stay in an echo chamber. I would only watch you guys. I would only listen to the Blaze, not Fox News. Only a few people there, only probably Jesse Waters and Gutfeld there. But I would not be able to consume any entertainment. I would not be able to consume anything because I've been able to separate the person and what they're entertaining me with and opposed to what they do, right? I've been an athlete my whole life. I enjoy sports. I am not going to let what the league stands for, what they say, get in the way of their jobs, which is entertaining me in the end. That's the way I put it. I don't have to go to the games. I don't have to buy the jerseys. The TV deals, they get them anyway, whether I'm watching it or not. So that's the way I kind of parse it, is I can separate the opinions, the companies from what value they are bringing me in terms of entertainment. Now, again, I'm a Jets fan, so I don't know what value I'm actually getting. I'm a Brooklyn Nets fan, so I'm always hurting there as well. So, but in the end, I've always been able, it's like you look at actors and actresses, right? You could be a Christian and still enjoy Elton John, even though he's been openly gay forever, right? Mm-hmm. You can do certain things where maybe that person isn't living your personal values, but they're really fucking good at what they do, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't agree with LeBron. LeBron has been the greatest basketball player in my generation, and it's not close. I watched Kobe. It's not close. Again, I wasn't alive for Michael in his hay. Maybe if I was alive for Michael in his hay, I would say that. But LeBron is the most skilled person I've ever seen touch a basketball. And but do I agree with LeBron? No, I think he's kind of an idiot. But I will appreciate watching his greatness. So that's the way I separate it.
You could take this out, because I have people ask me this all the time. Look at it this way, in just a simple thing like streaming. Someone will say this to me. They'll be like, Rob, I'm watching you on Twitch, and I would donate money, but I hate Jeff Bezos, and Amazon runs Twitch. And I'll be like, cool, yeah, totally get that. So I'll donate to you on YouTube. And someone will say, YouTube? That's ran by Alphabet. They intentionally throttle sort of conservative voices, and they censor. But I'm not going to give money to Alphabet. It's like, fair enough. We'll go to Patreon. Well, you can't do Patreon, because here's the deal with Patreon. They censored conservative voices as well. And you can't do, like, GoFundMe. You can't do that. Well, what about PayPal? Turns out PayPal was working with the government to censor voices for people that they thought were radical Second Amendment people. So you can't use PayPal as well. Well, then you can go to Cash App. Turns out a lot of the investors can't. And so it's like, if you try to live your life saying, listen, I'm going to reject every single thing that is ran by people that are antithetical to my worldview, it is so pervasive that you won't be able to consume any entertainment. You can't play any video games. Almost the entire industry is dominated at this point. Even like Carlos, I know from just being on the periphery of this and looking in, there's a lot of accusations of shit like D&D becoming woke. right? Like you had the big scandal with D&D here recently where they were going after all
It
these
is.
streamers like Critical Role and places like that. And we're saying, no. We're not going to leave them use this. Goblins and things like that. They're doing the treatment
Even
that
something
you
like Warhammer 40K.
Yep. And so
I
it's
think
like,
Games
what are
Workshop
you
missed
going
that.
what are you going to do? And like at some point, yes, they're absolutely, we should be embracing content, material, etc., whatever it may be, of people that come from a worldview like us and are trying. That's true. We should be trying to support that. But I don't know what, and like, to me, where it gets sort of personal is I can't tell you how many times, because I do this show and people that sort of know me from it but know me in real life will give me shit like, oh, you let your son dress up as Bluey for Christmas or for Halloween? What's with that shit? What about this one episode? I think that promotes LGBT shit. Oh, you let your kid watch the Buzz Lightyear movie? Well, that promotes LGBT.
Oh, hey,
What, you're
I
bad
will
parent.
fight anybody who fucks with Bluey,
Yeah, I
because
love Bluey
Bluey is awesome. Because Bluey actually shows, number one, good family, and number two, your dad isn't an idiot.
Right.
It is the one rare places where they respect, they love their dad, and their dad's actually a really good role model for them. When you have other kid shows that do the sitcom Dad's an Idiot, Bluey's dope.
Yeah,
I will fight for Blue. Yes, they have some off-color things I might disagree with, and I just tell my daughters, hey, that's bullshit.
And I get the idea, and the culture war is important, and I'm not disputing. And to each their own, right? Like if you're like, I'll never consume anything with the Disney label, more power to you. But for me, I choose to reserve, like you talked about Ezra Miller. That's shit that goes to a different level.
Yes.
And it's almost like this is how stupid I am in real life, right? I always try to tip very well, like 30%. And then if I get shitty service, I'll tip like 10%. And I'm like, I showed them. And my wife's like, hey, dumbass, they don't know that you normally tip 30%. But that's how I feel. It's like when something goes above and beyond, then I'm like, okay, that's too much. So in the hay of the Kaepernick shit, yeah, fuck it. Like my dad and me bartended at a bar in New Bethlehem that's basically a bunch of blue collar dudes that want to watch football all day on Sunday. And my dad risked his job to be like, fuck that. There will not be NFL on in this bar. I don't give a fuck. Fire me. Not happening while this shit's happening. And for that year, for a large portion of that season, they didn't watch the NFL there. Now it's sort of slowly but surely gone back to like, okay, people have let it go. And, there is a fine line, but I feel that you don't want to let your righteous anger at sort of how these cultural institutions have been infiltrated make you a miserable sack of shit that's incapable of ever having a good time, ever watching a movie, ever reading a book, ever playing a game. Like, for me, it could go too far. And, I see that with a lot of people that they're driving themselves crazy by being like, we could never have fun. We just got to, so, I don't know. That's my take.
And you got to support Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa with the MAGA hat. Jumping in there, got to support Nick, and there's a lot more based people than playing these sports as well. So,
yeah, and for me, what football
it's
is
personal. It's personal to me because for 50 years, Alex, I bought tickets for the Redskins.
Yeah,
I rooted for the Redskins. I bought paraphernalia. I went to Washington D.C.
I agree with you.
I saw the Redskins play at other stadiums, and 50 years of my life dedicated to this team, and they changed the name, and I feel discarded, and I'm pissed off. And
I agree
it's not for everything. Listen, it's not for everything, but I promised myself that I had to take a stand, so I don't follow baseball, hockey, or football. When we have more time to talk, you'll get to know what kind of rabid fan I am.
And I actually didn't know you were a Skins fan. You have a legitimate reason to be fucking pissed. And here's my thing with the Skins and the
I feel
Indians.
betrayed.
If
I
they
grew
had
up a
better
Cleveland
names,
Indians fan.
if they had better
Same.
names, but here's the thing: if they were Indians and the Redskins, if they picked better names than the fucking Commanders and Guardians, then maybe I would not be as mad. They picked these shittiest names for those two teams. Like, pick better names that people can connect to.
Why hasn't the left gone after the Royals?
Leave the Royals alone. They're my second favorite baseball team.
I'm just saying, if they're going to start picking
Why?
up people, you know what I mean?
Why? Because I like the crest. When they had the crest on their hats,
Oh, okay,
it was
that's
dope
good
looking.
reason. Yeah.
When I was, again, this is younger me that wanted to pick two teams, and I didn't know that they were both in the AL. My Yankees
You're
and
a
Royals.
Yankee fan or a Met fan?
Yankees.
Yeah.
I like success.
So I know that the Dodgers won. I mean, I have a Twitter account.
X.
I did not follow a single minute of the World Series.
Dead naming X. But see, here's the thing.
We do this all the time on the phone, man. It's unbelievable. It's what we do every day.
I did follow a lot of it, and I didn't follow much of the baseball season because it's too much of a freaking commitment. And Aaron Judge had one of the greatest seasons in the history of baseball, and then pulled a fucking Peyton Manning in the playoffs and disappeared.
Yeah.
Because if people remember, for the first 8/10 of Peyton Manning's career, he sucked in the playoffs, but he
Right.
was the best regular season player.
Right.
Aaron Judge pulled that, and it
you
sucks.
saw they didn't. You saw they didn't pick up Rizzo either, right?
They didn't pick up Rizzo, and Cole opted out, but they can bring him back if they tack on a year and 36 million to the 4 that they have.
We'll take you back at the Pirates. You don't have to cover first base, Garrett. You'll still be better than what we have.
No, Garrett, they better sign him because he was a fucking dog in Game 5, and they betrayed him with those stupid errors. He gave the 5 unforced runs. Don't get me started with the freaking Yankees.
Well, see, for me,
Did you see the walk-off bunt in the Little League World Series?
It was a walk-off bunt. I don't watch the Little League World Series.
Oh, okay.
That's where Carlos is from Williamsport, where the Little League World Series is housed. So he's there personally.
If I was there, I'd probably watch it. That's pretty dope.
That's where he resides.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, if I was at Williamsport, I'd be there.
Well, it's for me.
Do you domicile there, or do you reside there?
Oh yeah. But for me, like football, I don't watch much sports at all anymore. I'm shit to do. I'm busy. I'm working, or I'm streaming, or whatever. Like, my hobby is streaming. That's what I do for fun. It also happens to be something that I hope is doing some good, but that's what I do. But for me, football is unique because of fantasy football, which I could give two shits less about. But literally, I have a group of friends. My wife is in a fantasy football league with me. My friend and his wife, and my other friend and his girlfriend. And so it's literally an avenue for people that I don't get to see that often to just shit talk each other all day, Sunday and Monday. That's it. I don't even watch the games. I'm just like, I'll casually look at the score and be like, oh, look at this dog shit tight end I had. He only needed 3 points to win and blah, blah, blah. And then you're just talking shit. But that's it. It's a communal activity to me. I used to diligently watch every Steelers game. I watched football all day Sunday. I watched every Monday night football game for years and years and years. And now I just don't give a shit. But I'm not actively boycotting. It's not like, oh, I'm going to go out of my way to
Have you guys seen the viral video? It was posted the last couple of weeks where the kid is just bawling his eyes out in the backseat of the car, and the dad's like, "What's wrong, little Johnny?" And little Johnny's like, "Dad, my fantasy football team is terrible. My quarterback plays for this team. He threw
That little
3
kid was actually
interceptions."
26.
Yeah.
Oh, it was hysterical. And he's going right down the roster. He's like, "I just don't want to do this anymore." And the dad's like, "It's okay. There's always next week."
And the thing is, I think the big difference with sports too is, Rob, you're not alone, because now, if I have something to do on Sunday, I'm going to go do it. Younger me would have been like, no, from 1 to 4, 4 to 7, whenever the Jets were on, I'm done. I'm in. Now it's kind of like, though, our smartphones and all the updates we get. If I want to basically get every single play, I could put the ESPN with the Gamecast on, and it'll show me the play after it happens, basically. I'll know exactly what happened. You don't have to watch the games to be up to date. Where back in the day, you either needed to walk into a bar that had a game on and look, what's the score? You needed to see it in order for it to be a thing. You don't have to watch it anymore. So you could still be a sports junkie, know every single stat, who did what happened, and then watch highlights on X later.
Yeah.
You don't have to actually get it, because you're not getting highlights from SportsCenter anymore. They're just showing 5 teams that they like.
Well, unless you're a Penn State fan and there aren't any highlights.
Well, one of the other things that why I sometimes the most I watch sporting events is actually when I'm at work. So I do home health care with adults with disability, like autism, and the guy I work with the most is such a cool guy. He wants interests that the people around him have. So, for example, before my coworker started working with him, didn't really care for fishing. Now he's an avid fisherman because someone that took an interest in that showed, and it turned out to be a hobby. Sometimes things hit, sometimes they don't. He is now absolutely loves watching hockey, baseball, and football. And so he loves to watch Monday Night Football no matter who the team. And he likes to ask, he likes the Steelers, so he'll always root for the Steelers. But other than that, he'll always ask who do you want to win? And whoever I say, he'll pick the opposite. So it's fun because and it's just interesting because again, it's someone that you see looking at it through the pure joy of the game. Like asking questions like, how many points is that worth? How many points was that play worth? Or, is that a home run? Like, and to watch someone who's like still viewing it in that pure of a way, like to me, I find that entertaining and it's still good for me in that sense. So, and it's the same with movies and shit, right? Like there's movies that, you know how it is now. There's a lot of these streamers that I like that are sort of cultural streamers like Nerdrotic, other
Love
people,
Gary.
critical, they're great, right? And they'll be like, this show's shit, this show's woke. And then I'll go into work and my man's like, I want to watch Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. I'm like, okay, man, let's suck it up. Let's roll, and you just plow through it. There's a bunch of shit that I watch that I'm just like, oh my, how am I watching She-Hulk right now? But that's the job. You're there to help other people support their interests. And if that's what's like, let's roll. So it is like, I see the shit and sometimes, I roll my eyes. It's sort of the wokeness that's put into everything. But for me, it's just, I try to separate, like you said, Alex, you can't go through life without any entertainment options whatsoever, but it's not the same, man. And I don't know how much, I'll tell you this much, I don't even think the majority of me changing is because like I got tired of the woke shit. I think it's literally just being a dad. It's literally stopping and realizing like, oh shit, yeah, football on Sunday's not that important. Like it's just not. There's other shit that's more important and it's like,
I've known some dads who it's still like that was their whole life. Every Sunday they had their man caves dedicated to it. And I just think too, it's like when you mentioned just all the content and things like that. There was, and I've said this before, leftists always put shit in all of their stuff. But the difference was it was a little scene here, it was a little thing there. Now we're getting whole shows dedicated to it, whole episodes or strings of episodes dedicated to it. So it's very
Dern
different
has
where-
a black wife.
Yeah. They would write a show and put a little bit of the message in it, where now they're figuring out a message and trying to find out how to make a show that fits the message. It's a very different way of creating now, because there were always things that I would watch and I would roll my eyes at, but it was a little thing. Didn't care. Throw away. The rest of the content was good. Now you don't get that anymore. Now you have She-Hulk. Now you have Echo, which nobody fucking remembers existed anymore because it was awful. We have all these things. Agatha All Along is going to be an all-time terrible bomb because it's miserable. But it's like, if we could just get back to letting leftists be extremely creative, putting their little shit in there randomly, but ultimately making good stuff, go keep being crazy in Hollywood. Stop raping people, but go be crazy.
Yeah.
And then
have
we'll
your
be
little
good.
have your little non-Diddy parties, right? Stay in your little bubble, have your award show, pat yourself on the back. But
I'm curious what we're going to find out about Nashville, because all the cultural centers for all these things are getting popped. You have the New York City, you have LA. Nashville's had country for so long. What's going on down there? Who's the ringleader down there? We're going to find out eventually.
They all know, man. That's the frustrating shit about this. They all know. And that, like, I'll tell you a little story that's sort of tangential to this. There was a debate tournament. I shouldn't even tell the story. I don't give a shit. There's this debate tournament. I was
It's too late in the stream to care.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. It was after 2016. So Trump won, and a bunch of these people in the debate community are losing their fucking heads, and they're screaming at me like, "Oh my god!" It's like literally 2 weeks after the election. And so after getting scolded and all this shit, I'm sitting with my wife in what they call the tab room. And the tab room's sort of where the people that are running the tournament, that are setting up the brackets and all that shit. Yeah. And largely what happens is in policy debate in college, the head coaches don't really do much judging of debates. They hire judges out so that they get just lounge around with friends or strategize, whatever. So I happen to have this round off from judging, and I'm sitting in this tab room. And it's the left of the left. And you have these people that start talking about sort of weird, interpersonal situations occurring in different programs in the debate community. And one of them mentioned, I won't mention the school or the name, I will forgive that. Did you know that this one coach at a high-powered school is literally sexually assaulted like several of his students? And like they're talking about it, and I'm like, maybe you heard a rumor, but you don't literally know. And they're like, oh no, we've seen like the text messages, we've seen like photos or whatever. We know that this happened, and they're going off about it. Now these people just got done lecturing me almost en masse about what a sack of shit person I am because I voted for Donald Trump and I hate women and I hate black people and I hate gay people and all this shit. So here we are, like 2 hours later. And I pause and I'm like, so wait a minute, you, without any shadow of a doubt, you've seen proof that these girls were sexually, not just harassed, sexually assaulted. Yes, we've seen the proof. And I was like, well, did you call the police? And they're like, well, Well, no, because you don't understand. That guy's really high powered.
Oh,
Like, we
rules
don't
for
want to
thee and not
jeopardize.
for me.
And I lost my shit. My
Yeah.
wife Courtney was there, and I was like, "Fuck you." I was like, there is nothing on this earth, any career opportunity that I would take at the expense of some innocent girl that was sexually assaulted because I thought it would hurt my career options. And how dare you motherfuckers sit here and lecture me about what an immoral person I am for how I vote. If you know this shit is going on and you're silent, then you're fucking complacent in this. And I don't want to hear you ever on a high horse again. That attitude pervades Hollywood.
Everywhere.
It pervades the entertainment industry. Like all this shit you hear. They all knew what Weinstein was doing. They fucking know. They know what's
all
going on
knew.
in Hollywood. They
They
knew
all
what
knew.
Diddy was doing. They all knew it. They knew it. And they deep down they said, it ain't worth rocking the boat. It ain't worth ruining my That's why even though I thought it was a little overboard, I'll always respect someone like Rose McGowan. You know, say what you will about the Me Too movement. She came out there when it was denigrating to her career and said, fuck this shit. I'm not going to be silent. I'm going to call all of you fake pricks out. And to me, that's something that's admirable. Even if I think it goes too far, she at least stood on principle. It harmed her significantly with her career. And that's something that I could respect. At least someone speaking up for what they think's right. Not people that, you know, are going to browbeat people on their moral high horse. And to me, that represents exactly what so much of the entertainment industry is. Denigrating average working class people. Oh, you're all misogynist. You're this and that. Ricky Gervais nailed it at the Oscars that one year when he did it, right? Where he's just
called them
roasting
all the
these
fuck out.
people. He's like, he's like, Epstein, oh, we know he's your friend. He's like, if ISIS started a streaming service, you'd all work for it. But you all claim to be woke, right? And that's absolutely true. They're not in a position to lecture anyone. And, I feel bad because I know there are probably people in it that are like, holy shit, I don't know what to do. I'm in this conundrum. And it's different between knowing and just suspecting. But they know. They all know.
How many athletes playing in these Saudi Arabian leagues are big time talking about LGBTQ anymore?
Isn't
None
that
of them.
interesting?
Not
Isn't
a single one of them that probably would have changed their logo. Cristiano Ronaldo in the last few years, has he said a single thing about gay pride?
Well,
and not that I've seen.
How's the NBA doing with, criticizing abuses in China? Oh,
yeah. Oh,
mum's
nope.
the word. Remember the Hong
Nope.
Kong situation where it was like, oh, we can't do that. What a crock of shit. And like for me, it's like I don't think there's a problem. If
Well,
you're
John
just,
Cena apologized for that in the WWE,
That's right.
and I happen to like John Cena with all the shit he does with the Make a Wish Foundation. I think the guy's like Mother Teresa with that right now. He's awesome, but he apologized because he basically said, "Hey, Hong Kong is sovereignty." They made him apologize.
and it's like there's nothing wrong with silence. Right? Like, obviously, there's something wrong with silence if you know
is violent.
if sexual assault's occurring and you know it. That's one thing.
Yes.
But just to like, hey, you know what? I'm an entertainer. I'm not going to weigh in culture and politics issue. Like you hear people like Denzel Washington. Over and over, I've heard like people interviews like, what do you think about race relations, whatever. He's like, hey, I'm an entertainer. Like, I don't have any specialty to talk about these
And
other
you want to
things.
know
I'm
why?
just-
That's because Denzel's actually fucking based.
Yep.
And doesn't want to get any shit.
That's right. That's exactly it.
Like-
but kudos to him. Just like, the old Michael Jordan phrase, when they asked him, about politics and he's like, Republicans buy sneakers too. It's like, dude, you don't get involved with that shit. And there's no shame. And if you have some sort of brand of being like, it's not incumbent on you that you have to go out and say this shit. And once you do, what a sack of shit hypocrite you look like when you're going to accuse other people of things. And then it turns out that you're
Famous
involved
people need to shut the fuck up more. Go ahead. Sorry, Todd.
Sorry, Todd.
James Franklin, I've just heard for the first time one of his post-game comments. He popped off after this loss today with a Kamala Harris word salad that he led with, college football has changed. James, what has changed beyond the fact that you have to score more than the opponent to win?
Did you see he was fighting with the fan?
Oh yeah, I mean it is totally
What happened?
totally off the
I guess a
rails.
fan said something to him and he started arguing. I didn't watch it because I was like, it's another high horse athlete coach on their high horse. And, the fan probably said something disrespectful, but to lower yourself to argue with the fan, aren't you an adult? That's a college kid. Here's the thing. Franklin, I give him credit for dealing with the death penalty and doing a pretty good job during that time. But since they started to get recruits, he needs to get the fuck out of there because he sucks right now. He's a terrible coach. Hey, that's me. I like Rutgers, and Greg Schiano should be on the hot seat. The guy can't develop a quarterback for his life. I think Schiano should be out. That's just
Alex,
me.
I don't know if you knew this on background, then I really got to jump.
Okay.
I don't know if you knew this or not, but when Bill O'Brien was there right before he left to go to the Texans, literally his last request as they're coming out of the scandal, he said, "Listen, these guys stuck with me when they could have left. This is all before the NIL, the transfer portal, the whole 9 yards, right?" He said, "These kids that stuck with me through the absolute worst of the worst of the worst, they deserve, if they get bowl eligible, they deserve to go to a bowl game." And leadership said no. They had already picked Franklin in their minds to be the guy.
Penn State leadership has been bad for
It is the biggest
long
slap in the face to Bill O'Brien, who was the handpicked guy to come in and clean up the mess. And talk about cleaning up the guy
Did a great
won
job, too.
games.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a whole thing with the whole Joe Pa and Sandusky stuff. I don't know how well you guys know John Ziegler, but I had him on early on in my podcast, and he did in with the benefit of hindsight the whole podcast series, and he's convinced that Jerry Sandusky was innocent. If you guys haven't had a chance to listen for with the benefit of hindsight, it's a really good series. John does a really good job there, and I don't care if you come in there thinking Sandusky is the most guilty guy of all time. You'll at least have doubt after listening to that. You'll at least have some doubt. So I'm not here, but yeah, John does good work there. Todd, I don't want to hold you up forever with me yakking. I know.
No,
I
but
can talk forever.
if Ziegler would have represented Jerry at trial, maybe he would have gotten a juror or a judge for reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
But when
John
they
really
had
did
the level of
incompetence,
legal representation that he had through the whole thing, and they're still appealing. I think it was a
I know.
month ago or something.
They
There was
he
an appeal that
lost
just
an
got
appeal.
kicked out. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had both him and Liz on. Liz Habib's awesome too.
They took 6 days to make a statement.
That's crazy.
6 days.
Yeah, but come
the
on, Jennifer-
university took 6 days, paid millions of dollars for PR, and it took them 6 days to respond.
But Carlos, listen, when you juxtapose that against Jennifer Lake, Williamsport School Board member, taking 28 days in the aftermath of George Floyd to make a statement, and 19 months while she's on the school board to make the Myrtle Beach statement, I mean, 6 days is not a lot, right?
You know what I'm saying.
You
You know what I'm saying.
I gotta say, man, you're a pit bull, Todd. Like, you get onto his story. So you got anyone who wants to stick around is welcome to stick around. Supposedly, my editor Black Elk was going to come on at 3. Now, I have to say, I was reliably informed by Carlos that we went from 1 to 2 back to 1, but all of my clocks are saying 2.
It's 3 to 2. Yeah, it's 3 to 2.
It's 3 to 2. Okay.
So now here's the problem. My editor Black Elk is like, I'll join you at 3. But
which 3?
Which 3? Right. Like, so I'm like, I don't know. We'll roll the dice here. We'll see what's going on. But Todd,
Bob,
I know
I'm actually going to get out of here too myself. Yeah. I have to go. If I don't help my wife clean the house tomorrow before Florida, I will be divorced, and I still like her. So,
Alex,
so one more question.
Conversation.
One more question. So is Cuesta a Latino name or a Spanish name from Spain?
It is, the roots of it are from Spain, but my family's from Ecuador. It's branched off the Costa name, but Cuesta actually has roots actually in Spain as well.
Where in Spain, anyway? Do you know?
I don't know the exact location. I just know that I traced the lineage, and I actually have a legitimate coat of arms, a Spanish coat of arms for my last name.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
So, Alex, I put your link up there to your channel. Can you tell people, like, if they're looking to catch you, like, on a regular scheduled stream, what's your regular week schedule look like?
So we try to be on every single Wednesday at 9 p.m. with a guest. If not, sometime after 9 o'clock, we will be on just shooting the shit. We're not always the most organized with our dailies, but it's the beauty of being a YouTube streamer. You're not always the most, but 9 o'clock Wednesdays is when we will try to have our guests on and do our regular show. But then, yeah, every day after that, make sure when you subscribe, put notifications on so you can know when we're coming on.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for being. Oh, go ahead,
do you have
Carlos.
an X account?
We do. It's if you just go search the Alex Cuesta Show anywhere, you'll see it. My logo's a bunch of little white arrows in a circle. You'll see it there. It's at the Alex Cuesta Show on X, Instagram, Truth. I'm one of the rare people that has a Truth. It's there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're everywhere there.
Yeah, I got your X link put up there too. So thank you so much, Alex, for joining. We'll have to work more together. I was going to ask you if you're around election night, but yeah, you got more important things to do.
I
So
mean,
we'll
we'll
talk
see
soon.
if I'm sitting in my room and we're not doing anything election night, and I can go step out on the balcony. I got my phone, I got headphones, I could jump in for a few minutes.
All right, man. Well, hey, have a great time with your family, and hopefully next time we talk, we're celebrating a Trump and Republican
Hopefully,
victory.
Todd, Carlos, if you guys ever want to jump on the show, Rob has my information. He can pass it along to you guys. I would love to have you guys on.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thanks,
Great
Alex.
meeting you.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, great guy. Alex and his brother are both great guys. I thought that it was one of the more fun times I had doing a show. I didn't know anything about them. They just reached out. I said, sure, I'll do the show. And it was, you know how sometimes you do a show and it's like pulling teeth. You're trying to get through to the end of it. Like them, it just felt like you were having a conversation. And it's right up my alley, like talking about old school sports, talking about politics. I thought it went great. Todd, you got to get out of here too?
I do.
Well, Todd, tell us where we can find your YouTube channel. Todd's actually a real journalist. He doesn't have to just be on YouTube like me.
Good luck with that.
Look forward to talking to you soon. Maybe we'll talk Tuesday night or sometime therefore. And hopefully you're telling me that I was a dumbass for being more pessimistic than you. And you'll be one of the first people that called Brett Baer being the very person that first calls the election for Trump in Arizona. I think that would be quite the badge of honor to wear if you're right about that prediction. So
I think he's going to be. I think it's, I mean, we talk about this all the time. Back in the day and then the pandemic, I mean, it was art, imitating life type thing. I mean, I think we're all watching a movie.
Yeah.
A lot of the time. I mean, it's crazy how stuff is going on and what's being regurgitated by the media and elected officials and what we're being fed. And we covered it like nobody else did during the pandemic. And we're watching this going, this is not real.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable what we're watching. And now here we are, years removed, and we're still living it. We're still living it. I think the first thing, if PA goes the way it needs to go at the state level and these guys ever get the House back and the Senate back, first thing they need to do is repeal Act 77.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, what a mistake. But hey, maybe next time they'll listen to people like me that were calling that out for the stupidity that it was.
But what was hilarious is we talked to several of our folks that were on the shows during the pandemic, and they were like, well, it was pitched to us by the other side that this was going to fix this and fix that. I go, have you heard the story about the Trojan horse?
Right. I wonder. Yeah, because they're interested in pitching you stuff that will harm them. That's what their interest is. Yeah.
And then when it didn't pass the way they wanted it to pass the first time, they sit there and go Republican, Republican, Republican. And then the thing we talked about with Josh, his whole speech on the Capitol steps before he wouldn't answer my question was he was blaming the Republicans, how the statutory window they were trying to pass was being blamed on the Republicans. And then who jacks it up to not get it on the ballot for the state? Book for.
Yeah.
Who's now got a great teaching position after she resigned.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
How is she not removed from office? Why was she not impeached?
There's never accountability. There's never accountability.
Never.
I mean,
Now,
look at Levine. Fails upwards. Now he's an admiral. After one of the most disaster. Oh my goodness.
You always know how to trip my triggers every single time. How quick after Trump gets elected, takes the oath of office, does Admiral Levine leave the administration?
Oh my gosh. Has to be like, first off, the picture, like when they were all like, frumpy during the acceptance speech, like in 2016, imagine Levine's just frumpy ass. And then what, you give it 6 hours after that? Tubbs?
Well, no, or are they being told, hold steady, because he's never going to take the oath and we're taking the power back?
Yeah. Or like stay in there, force him to fire you so that we could claim, see, he's being a dictator. He's just installing his own people. That's what's likely to happen.
And then we'll sue you into court and you're doing this and you're being discriminatory and everything else. It has nothing to do with the ability to do the job or the job description.
Yeah.
Well, here's how you get around that. You just eliminate the department and or the position.
That's right. And Vivek talked about this. So there's all sorts of sort of legal protections to firing individuals in the executive agency. So what do? You just sort of do the old Roman theory of decimation. You're like, we're just taking out 80%. We'll draw them randomly out of a damn hat. There's nothing illegal about that. We're just shrinking the size.
I mean, Elon's talked about $2 trillion out of the budget. I mean, you're talking about taking out complete departments and agencies off the books.
Wow.
From the jump. 2 trillion?
Hey, man, Millet did it in Argentina. It seems to be working out just fine there. I think the fact that our government, as big as it is one of the biggest travesties that we see. But yeah, I mean, it's weird because you know damn well every government employee, which there are many, is going to be going out there voting Democrat, because if the selling pitch is like, listen, you basically have a wasteful job that's a burden on the U.S. taxpayers, you know.
But to your point, the great majority of that in the federal government is encapsulated Fairfax, Loudoun, and the collar counties into Maryland that are, you know, the top 10, top 12, highest per capita home prices, income in the country.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So the impact is DC, Northern Virginia, and Maryland.
Yeah, totally agree. So, all right, Todd, we'll get you out of here. Get some sleep. Don't get in trouble. Looks like you're holed away there in a nice, cozy hideout. So,
yeah, the next couple of days are going to be this week is just going to be crazy. I have how many games in how many days? It's just crazy.
Plus the election. How about that?
Well, that's the Tuesday's the only day I don't think I have an event or in a game that I have to cover. And of course, election night is like a game in and of itself.
Oh my goodness.
It's like the pandemic. You're keeping score and it's a marathon all night. Well, hopefully we're out of here by 11:30 midnight on Tuesday night.
We'll see if you're right. Yeah. But all right, man. Well, hey, thanks. We always appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
You got it.
Thank you, brother.
Well,
take it
See
easy.
ya.
Thank you.
All right, Carlos, how you feeling?
So,
how's the energy level?
It's okay.
I'm doing all right. I'm
So-
gonna have to go to the restroom again, but that's all right.
Here's a question. What is the best argument to make for Republicans not to have fixed election irregularities like Act 77?
Corruption. They're okay with it. Those irregularities go against people that they see as a threat to their hegemonic power. They would rather be in league with someone like Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or Kamala Harris than have someone usurp their power from within their own institutions. So people like Mitch McConnell that are running the show, they don't give a shit. They're happy that Trump gets screwed over, and they're not going to be concerned about solving those irregularities until someone like Trump's no longer a threat to them within their own power. And then the secondary reason's incompetence, because they're incapable. It doesn't, they don't know what to do about it. And it doesn't help them in their individual races, et cetera, et cetera. They're happy for the system to be. And so I'm going to use the restroom real quick. And then our next guest is ready to go. So let me use the restroom. I'll be right back.
No worries at all. So, there's a couple of super chats. Let me just scroll back here. I'm not sure if Rob has updated them all, so I will take the liberty to thank Damien. $2. U.S. Surgeon General said Rachel Levine is a female. Thank you very much, Damien. Thank you for being here at 2:20 in the morning. Very much appreciated. What's going on here? Where's my buddy Sumo? Is he still here?
Right.
Just asking the chat if Sumo is still here.
I think he left.
Did he?
I think so. So, Damien for $2 says U.S. Surgeon General said Rachel Levine is female. Well, there you go. That ends.
Yeah,
Right.
I just did a shout out to Damien, thanking him.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, Damien. I know you've been donating a lot. Thanks so much. All right, let's bring on our next guest.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Sumo.
He's still there. Good stuff.
Amazing.
All right. Next guest coming on. I think the audio is ready. Thank you so much for joining us, Glenn Lawrence. Now, I'll fully admit, I've never met Glenn, and actually I had someone reach out to me. He said, you were on the Jubilee with Andrew, and you're a friend of Andrew Wilson. Any friend of Andrew Wilson's a friend of mine. So thank you so much, Glenn, in the wee hours of the morning here for calling into my 24 hours show.
No, man, I'm actually normally streaming at this time, so it's a pleasure to be on with you. I've heard of you through Andrew and other people that me and Andrew have like cross. Well, I get a lot of viewers from Andrew.
Yeah.
So I'm sure same with you. So
Yeah.
that's how your name came across, and I was like, okay. I checked you out. I'm like, I like this guy.
Thank you, man. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so I was the guy on the Jubilee video that called Destiny a Coomer Gremlin to his face. Yeah, and then reminded Destiny that like he likes to suck penis.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
But were
That
you
was me.
did you get a little intimidated with his like impressive stature, like pressing up on you when he said that?
Yeah, because when he stood up, I realized he doesn't even reach my knees, and I got really scared. I was like, well, our gremlins are small. They are small.
For someone like, listen, I'm not making this stream just shitting on that. I actually enjoy the conversations and the back and forths I have with Destiny, and I think he's talented in some of the things he does. I just think he has dog shit arguments and is incredibly biased to the point of being bad faith. That's ridiculous, etc., etc. But one of the things is for someone who has such a bravado, like behind the screen. I know he was accusing Dave Smith of this the other day, like you weren't such a tough guy in person. It's like, come on, man. Like you're gonna keep that sort of edge about you. Like I don't see him pressing up on anyone like you in real life when they meet.
Did you see like? So when I stood, if you watch the video, I stood up. Everybody sat down. It was the only time I stood up and tried to get to the chair during that whole thing. And as soon as I stood up, everybody's like, "All right, the big guy's standing up. He's gonna sit down." And like I like leaned into Destiny. Like I didn't like sit back. I didn't shake his hand because I didn't know where his hands been, or where they've been on. And I was just like, "Look, I don't want to get a bump or anything. And so I'm just not gonna touch him." So I just like lean into the desk like this, like I'm like leaning over him, and I was like, "So, here we go," and it was just kind of funny because like the stature, like he was too small. He's not a tough guy. He like, and he doesn't even pretend to be one. So that's good.
Right. I agree with that. And I think, there are things about Destiny that are certainly unlikable, but that's one thing. I will say to his credit, he's never made things to me in a personal level, like talking about my relationships, and I've never done it to him. So I'll joke around and certainly.
Oh, I totally did it to him.
Right, well, that's just it. There's sort of a mutual combat phase to this. If you're willing to get into that phase, no problem. No hard feelings, no crying when people reciprocate with that energy. And I'll give Destiny credit for that. I know he's got a lot of shit for people that delve into that area of his life, and most of the time he just gives it right back. So I'll give him credit for that. Doesn't mean I don't think his arguments are dog shit and he acts like a child.
No, Destiny's a guy that if we were not talking about anything that him and I disagree on, I probably could get along with him. Like, I could get along with pretty much anybody, but I could have a conversation, hang out with them, have a beer with them, whatever. I could see myself being able to do that because he's likable. He's a likable guy.
Sure.
It's just his politics and his dick sucking thing just bothers me too much.
Well, and it's, that's something, there's a lot of these kids. I think that a lot of the people that you see in the streaming space on the left are just poor imitations of Destiny, right? Like they're trying to do what he does. You even hear the cadence in which people talk, trying to be very similar, trying to have the same arguments. I talk to this guy Pisco all the time, who's this lawyer. When I talk to him, he's kind of just trying to be like a normal person that sometimes has some good arguments, etc. As soon as he's around Destiny, it's the same like rage bait, and just like talking shit to people. And I'm like, it just comes off as phony with you. With Destiny, I believe that's who he really is. But with you, it's just coming across as like, dude, you're trying to play a character because you're sort of talking to his audience. And I don't think it suits you, which whatever. I don't give a shit. You don't have to listen to my advice. I'm just saying, like,
well, it's funny though. What's funny is like, as much as there's those guys, like I would have people come on my panels and they try to like Andrew Wilson me. Right, and they think I have a beef with him or something, or that we don't like each other. Little do we know, like we're friends. Like like we every like the last 2 times he's been out here in California, I've gone down to Santa Barbara, either to see him or I picked him up and took him to Jubilee with me when we did the Jubilee video. But so they do like the Andrew Wilson like debate tactics on me, and like the cadence, the tone, even the same words, like the phrases, and I'm just like. bro, I get it. You're a fan of the Crucible. I appreciate it. Like, but stop.
Yeah. Well, it's like that's to me. I talked to. By the way, Carlos, my co-host here for the evening, political consultant here in Pennsylvania, Williamsport, Pennsylvania. We used to have a radio show together with the guy that just left, Todd Bartley. Let's be honest, Todd's the dead weight. We got his ass out here. Now we have a good show. Now Todd's a great guy too.
Welcome to the show, Glenn. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure to meet you.
So, like what you were saying about that, like I think that the advice that we're always talking about, I don't give a shit what you do. It could be, anything you do when you're interacting with other people, but it's particularly true of politics or streaming. The number of people ask me all the time, like, what's your, but I don't have it. Like, dude, I've been streaming for 5 years and I barely for years and years and years, barely cracked like 5-10 people watch it. So I don't have any advice. And even by the standards of the average lefty political streamer, I'm pretty small time. So the only advice I have that's worth a shit is so benign that it's almost worthless, which is, dude, just be authentic, be yourself.
Yes.
Don't try to pretend to be something you're not, because eventually you'll get found out. You're going to be exposed.
You're going to expose yourself.
And an audience respects. And you will find your niche audience. It might only be 5 people. It might be 100 people. It might be thousands of people like Andrew's now found. How did Andrew grow his channel? Because he was him and he was busting his ass. That's it. And if he tried to pretend to be a right-wing version of Destiny, or he tried to be Ben Shapiro, or he tried to be Charlie Kirk, it would have fell flat in its face. And so, like, yes, I understand people like Andrew, people like Destiny, but when you're just doing a poor impression of them, all you're doing is reminding people, well, shit, I could go watch them, right?
Or you're just all you're doing is showing people how well you are not at this.
Right? That's exactly it. So
like,
you got to be yourself. You just have to be. And sometimes
you have to be yourself.
So like, and I tell people this, like, I love when I'm on a panel with this, or with Andrew, like we did this hippy dippy panel a month or so ago. And it's so funny because like Andrew intuitively realizes he doesn't have to really do the debate that night because I'm going to be good on the factual issues. So Andrew's just going to like basically talk shit to the people the whole time. He's doing it in a way where he's making arguments and they're just like off kilt. And then I come in and I'm like, actually, that bill you're talking about would have left in 2 million people. That wasn't pushed until blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. And they just don't know how to handle it because it's like they're being hit from both ends of it.
Yeah.
And if I sat there and tried to do the same thing Andrew was, it would just be like, wow, there's some guy that's just Andrew's sidekick that's just dog shit that's just pretending to be Andrew. Why doesn't he shut up and just let Andrew talk? So
yeah, like just trying to be a bad stunt double.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
so that's the advice. If you're out there listening and you want to stream as a career or you want to stream as a hobby, the best advice I give you is to just be you. Fuck, you want to be a musician? Be you. You want to be an artist? Be you. Like, that's it. Most people are just like, this space is inundated with so many fake people.
That's what makes streamers or content creators worth watching, is because they're authentically them. Right. They're genuinely them. Like I work in Hollywood, so I've worked on films as an actor. I've done, production work. And so when I'm at work, I'm not me. I'm a character.
Right.
I'm playing a role. So when I'm here, this is me. This is how I think. This is how I talk. This is what I say. And, this is like the genuine me. Like, it's the time I get to be me on film, on camera. So, and like, I'm not a debate bro. Like, I love having conversations. I love watching debates. Like, I love learning debate tactics and all the different things that go around it. And I love being a student of that, but I'm not a debater. If you want to argue with me, I'm going to start calling out your mom, and I'm going to start just ad homing and telling you what I did to your mom last night. And then that you should call me your daddy. And then that's it. Because, I'm not quick like Andrew is when it comes to debates and stuff. And especially with women, I just don't see the point of debating women at all. Like, I mean, if she's not feeding you or fucking you, why are you even arguing with her? What are you even entertaining it?
Now, I don't share necessarily that opinion, but it is funny. I will say, though, here's something that people make a mistake. They think that there's certain things that, attributes that you need. I was talking about this earlier. Like, so if we look at like football, you would say, well, a good quarterback, what are the attributes that makes them a good quarterback? Or a good actor, what are the attributes that make them a good actor? And the truth is, many times there's multiple avenues to go about that. So a lot of people, I think, that are political streamers make the assumption that like, well, you got to be a good debater. That's horseshit. Some of the most effective people I've seen never even engage in debates.
Yeah,
And yet-
I rather like have a conversation. We could disagree on whatever the topic is, but I want to know your worldview and I want to understand your worldview, and then I want to share with you my worldview or how I see it, right? And it's like, in a way, it's like I'm appealing to you and being able to understand. And you're not defensive. You're not like having to feel like you have to argue and win. It's just more of a conversation, and I find I'm able to get through to people a lot better that way than trying to argue with them and win an argument or debate, right? So
yeah, and it's like, there are people that are political streamers that don't even interact with other people. They just come on,
Yeah.
do their show, and it's some of the most informative shit. Some people love that. So the idea, like, I've even told people this on the left, right? There'll be left-wing people that's like, I don't want to debate you, because they know what's going to happen. They know they're not very good at it. And I'll tell them straight up, I'll be like, listen, man, you're not entitled to fucking debate you don't owe me shit, right? Like, just because you don't want to debate, who gives a shit? It's like, you might be really into working out and training. It doesn't matter if you don't want to get in the boxing ring with someone. It's okay. It doesn't make you a piece of shit. You know, it's like you're doing your own thing. And so I think that a lot of people look, some people want to get into the blood sports type debate. Cool. No problem. But some people think they have to do that. And it's like, no, you do not have to do that.
They feel like they have to do that in order to gain some level of credibility.
Yeah.
Right. And debating is your competing arguments, right? Your whose argument's going to do better. You could still do that outside of the forms of a debate.
Yeah.
Like, you could come in and watch my stream and have a completely different worldview than me. And it's as I explain my worldview and why I explain my worldview or why I believe in this, and I bring you a systematic, evidence that shows like this and then this and this, I might win the debate and not even debate you.
Right.
You might be like, you know what? I agree with him now. I wasn't agreeing with them before, but now I agree with them. So, I look at, like, this is where debate kind of loses me. It's like it's a win or lose thing, and it's more about winning or losing rather than changing minds and changing hearts about
Good point.
the message. And I'm more about changing hearts and minds than I could care less if I lose, as long as I lose the argument. But I lose the debate, but did I change any hearts or minds in this?
Right.
That's the more important thing.
Well, for me, I'll straight up admit that like we discussed earlier, Carlos asked why people like me and Andrew debate people, and I have a lengthy answer. But the real truth is, more than any of that, it's because I fucking like it.
Yeah.
Because it's my hobby. I debated in college, right? I like debating. And so that's why I do it. It's the same reason that people might stream Call of Duty. It's like, yeah, some people are doing it as a career. Some people are doing it just because they like it. And that's what it is for me. And so, I like to be cognizant that there are people listening and I could change hearts and minds through how I'm debating. But it's certainly not it's not the reason I got into it. And it's certainly not something that everyone has to do. And here's the thing. Who wins a debate, right? Like, here's one of the things that will forever be frustrating to me. I could literally sit down, let's say me and you have a debate, and I could go through objectively crushing you on the debate. Like, just every single point, I have facts. Like, everyone that's listening is like, objectively true, objectively true, objectively true. But you're funny as shit and you're memeing through it.
Or I just appeal to emotion, right, and then I just win the hearts and minds.
That's right.
And then you're done.
80% of the people are like, yeah, that dude won. Right?
Yep.
Glenn wins. Like, that's like when we talk, like, even when you go into this election, like, people are like, well, what's up with the squirrel peanut? Like, is that really the argument we should be making closing? Yeah. That literally, an argument like that may win. It goes against all of your rational faculties. Like, holy shit, we're talking about all of these, like, dangerous situations in the world. People can't afford groceries, immigration out of control, cusp of World War III. And you're telling me that one of the closing arguments is going to be they killed this motherfucking squirrel. Yeah. It is going to be that, and it's probably going to be somewhat effective. Now, I don't know that it'll change the results, but that's.
PETA is going to get involved. PETA is going to get involved.
PETA for peanut, right? Like, they're coming. Real quick, super chat that I got to get to. So, thanks so much, White Rice, for $10. Says, remember back in the day when $5 got you $3 worth of gas? Thank you for what you do, Rob. Watching for years since Drunken Debates with John Berg. Cheers and keep rolling. Thanks so much, White Rice. I do remember the halcyon days of 2019 when you could afford groceries. Feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? But yeah, hopefully we can get back there.
Glenn, talk to us about your show.
So the production of men. What do we do? Um, so I was a former youth pastor before I got into Hollywood. I have a degree in religion from Liberty University. I'm not ortho, although I lean more that way than anything these days. So um, and since I was also in the Red Pill, I used to be a producer for Rollo Tomasi and a lot of the other Red Pill guys. Um, and so I come at the information from more of a biblical worldview. I don't agree with I don't agree with any of, not any, but most of the prescriptions that the Red Pill gives. Right. The way I look at it, and a friend of mine, Pastor Mike Foster, who wrote this amazing book, right here. It's Good to Be a Man. Right. He was in the Red Pill space too, and he told me, he's like, you know what, Glenn, this is what it is. The Red Pill tells you what is, and then the Bible tells you what to do about what is. So it's like, yes, you get objective truth from the Red Pill about human nature, but then the Bible tells you what to do about our human nature, right? And so my goal is, and my channel is to provide men actionable advice and prescriptions on from a biblical lens on how to navigate relationships, life, how to deal with adversity and problems, and how to overall win. Like every goal I've ever set my mind to, I have achieved. In this, it's not tooting my own horn. I was a dumb student. Like I was dumb, like dumb. You know, I had teachers in high school betting on whether or not I would actually graduate. And then I went straight to the military, right? And I said I wanted to do pararescue. That's a hard job to get into. I met that goal, right? That's very few people could graduate from, becoming a pararescue. I met that goal. And then after I got out, I got injured. I got really heavy set. And I started working out. And I said, you know what? I want to compete in bodybuilding, right? I was like over, close to 300 pounds when I said this. I ended up competing in bodybuilding, got my pro card, became a sponsored athlete. And, I opened up barbershops. I had my own chain of barbershops. And then I got a divorce and left the church because the long story. We can get into that another day. And I moved back to LA. And I said, you know what? I want to get back into filmmaking. I was doing that before the pandemic, or not pandemic, before 9/11. I want to get back into it. Now I know it's been several years, but I want to try. I ended up getting casted for a few films. I was in the film Tenet. I did a lead role in an upcoming film about a crooked DEA agent. I have done music videos. I directed music. So anything that I have set my mind to, I find a way. And so I believe that the only person that can stop you from truly achieving your goals is you. And I try to encourage men and troubleshoot with them how to execute a goal and how to get what they want. So it's really like just, we lost men. We don't have good men anymore. Like we have a bunch of Mitches. All right, we have an epidemic of Mitches, a bunch of male bitches running around masquerading as men, and they're cooming everywhere. All right, they're cooming on the floor, on the ceiling, and we just need to get them to stop. And my goal is like to bring back that era of masculine men where you are allowed to be. You should be proud to be a man.
Yeah.
And it's even better if you are a godly man on top of that. Like if that's what you are, then that's even better. And that's really what I try to do with my channel. And plus I talk a lot of shit.
That's awesome. No, I think that it's, you're going to know this better than me. Like it's amazing how little sort of role models there are for young men that are growing up, where you just feel everything you see in life, we pick up so much through culture, even if you're not intending. And you see all this shit, the depictions that you see of fathers, the depictions you see of men, the denigration that you see that's offered basically in every one of our institutions. And you can see how it's just like proliferates through people. You see these particularly young people. And I think that like, I'm lucky when I was 40, like I grew up in rural America, men were fucking men. They're working
Yeah.
on cars. Like I wasn't even good at that shit. I wasn't good at any of that shit, but I looked at guys that was like, I remember situations in my life. I wasn't a particularly tough guy or anything like that. I remember times where it's like, dude come knocked on my door in high school and was like, oh, I heard you wanted to fight me. I'm like, nah, man, that's not true. My dad was like, who's that? I was like, so-and-so wanted to fight. He's like, get your fucking ass out there. You don't leave someone come to your door like, fuck that.
Hell nah.
And those lessons, I'm not saying being gratuitous. I'm not saying go out there,
Yeah,
and start
don't
shit
go
with
look-
people.
Yeah,
Don't look for
that's-
trouble, but
That's not what a real man does. See,
Right.
like, and at least in my mind, like, or at least, okay, so the people that know what they're capable of, I'm not going around bragging about what they're capable of.
Right.
If like, there's something about presence, and I'm writing a book about presence right now, and it's just like when the king walks into the room, the king is not saying, "Hey, everybody, look at me, I'm the king. Look at my crown, I'm the king." He doesn't have to announce that he's the king. Everyone knows. And if you're that guy that can handle himself and knows how to fight or knows how to protect the people that he loves, you're not going around talking about it. Why? Because you're just giving people knowledge that they didn't need to know.
So
right?
Did you see the clip? Like now, it involved. For descriptive purposes, I'll use skin color, but I don't mean anything. But it's at like some ball game, and it's this white guy who's like on a stair below this black guy, and they're arguing back and forth. And you could tell this white guy could throw shit.
Yeah,
like, he just has a presence about him, like he's military or he's law enforcement. And this other dude's chirping, and he just sort of smiles and walks away. And the impression you get's like that guy would have fucked his shit up, right? And he knew. He was like, I don't need this. I don't need to sit here and be chirping and try to look impressive. I'm just going to walk away. Probably there with his family, like, you know what?
Yep.
I'm just going to, like, to me, I think that's exactly what you're talking about. Like, that dude, the dude that's crowing like that, he's the one who, just like two dogs, you see the
the one that barks the most
Yep.
is just all noise. The one that's like quiet and just looking at you, that's the one that's going to bite. You got to watch out for that motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
Like, UFC fighter, former UFC fighter, John Finch is a friend of mine.
Yeah.
And he teaches, self-defense course, and he teaches, he has courses online that he helps guys with. And he was like, look, man, he always says this, the guy that knows how to walk away from the fight is better than the guy that's fighting.
Yeah.
If you know your best way to survive is not necessarily beating somebody up, because every time you fight somebody, you are injuring yourself. You're risking more injury, right? If you could get out of that situation without having to go violent, that's great. But the people that know what they're capable of, they don't want to go violent because they know the damage that they can put onto someone, and that damage is very costly, right? And like Nicolas Cage, like, remember the movie Con Air?
Yeah.
That's how I see things. Anytime like there's a fight or something, if I get into a fight, I'm gonna be Nicolas Cage. I'm going to jail forever, right?
Yeah.
And
one wrong hit, someone lands
Yeah.
wrong, bam, that's it. You're
I've
looking at
known
30
guys
years.
that have gotten into a fight, got knocked out, and was dead before their head hit the ground. And these are street fights, and it's just like, it's not worth it to me. Now I will fight somebody, and I will win, and I will do it only for one reason. If I feel that you are threatening my life, if you want to fight me, then you better be telling me. You're basically telling me I want to stop you from breathing, and I will use the amount of force necessary to overcome that obstacle. That's it. But I'm not going around looking for a fight.
It's the same sort of mentality that I think we should have politically. And it's one of the things I think that Trump, he had this unpredictable nature where the enemies of our country, they're afraid to cross that line, and it ends up in this peace through strength thing where it's like, you don't have to be out there saber rattling, making this threat, that threat. You're just like, look, you know how it is. If you cross that line, that's it. There's not going to be any ifs, ands, and buts.
Yeah.
But that means that we're never going to have to get to that point because you know not to cross the line. Whereas if you allow someone keep encroaching, eventually then you end up having to be involved in these low-level skirmishes because you never exhibited that strength in the first
Well,
place.
you allow these little things turn into a bigger problem because there's no fear of consequence. And it doesn't even have to be violence, right? Like, I mean, yes, if you project, you know, the capability or confidence in yourself that you could, you know, handle yourself, that's one thing. But like Trump, the way that Trump does it, it's not like he's this, you know, I'm going to come over there and kick your ass, you know, type of thing. He's like, don't test me. If you test me, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Right. And nobody wants to, he's already shown them that he will follow through. And it's that like, oh, I'm not going to test this man because he might do something that I don't want him, you know, I don't want to deal with or the consequences of. Right. With Biden and with you know, Harris and even Obama, there's no fear because they constantly conceded. There was the line, and then they would draw another line, and then okay, if you cross this line, and then there was what the red line. Obama had the red line. Like how many lines did he allow them to cross before he got to the red line? Nobody believed him that he was going to do anything once he got there.
Well,
you know?
like people forget there's all of these, all the intelligence said that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help Trump, blah, blah, blah. What people forget was there was actually initial intelligence that was gathered primarily at the CIA that John Brennan basically buried that said that the CIA found that actually Putin and Russia preferred Hillary because they knew how to handle her just like they knew how to handle Biden and knew how to handle Obama. They knew exactly how far they could push that line. It was entirely predictable what the reaction would be. And that sort of, you know, predictability is exactly what an adversarial world leader wants.
Yep.
And so with Trump, his greatest strength, like, I think that a lot of what Trump did, I think it's sort of like he talks about the weave. I think it is less like scientifically planned out and more like a form of art. He does this thing where, you know, it reminds me of a lesson my dad taught me. I remember getting in shit when I was young, and I had all the neighbor kids over, and we did something stupid. I don't know what it was. Threw a baseball through a window or some shit. My dad, like, flips out on me. He's like, you fucking grounded, blah, 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 blah. And he's out there, like, talking to these other kids, hanging out with them and shit. And later that night, like, I'm talking to my dad. I'm like, well, you got all pissed at me, but you didn't say shit to them. And he's like, yeah, because you're mine.
Yeah.
That's why. And I think that when you saw Trump be so hard on our allies, like, why the fuck aren't you paying more for your fair share?
Yeah.
Like, and then he's still taking policy actions that are harmful to our enemies, but he's saying nice things about them. Hey, you know, Vladimir's not that bad. She's a smart dude. Kim Jong-un, you know, yeah, he's doing a good job over there. He still has the policies that are aggressive, but they're like these egomaniacs that are like, oh, they're kind of being placated. That's sort of like keeping people off tilter, asking more for your allies, kind of paying lip service to your enemies while you're still posturing aggressively against them. I think there's a kind of
like he also is showing our enemies that him as a leader, he's not going to even take the bullshit from our own allies. Like, hey, you're not paying your fair share. You need to pay up, right? You need to pay up, right? And he's setting that standard. And so what he's projecting to our enemies is that, oh, he's somebody that will follow through.
Right.
Like, he's somebody that, like, yeah, he may, like, you know, be polite and maybe, you know, whatever towards us, but he's somebody that's going to follow through with what he says. Because he seems to be that guy that's going to call the nonsense out. And if he's willing to do that with his friends or his own allies publicly, what do you think he's going to do to us? And so I think it's just like it established he established a presence, right? A very dominant presence, and said, look, this is the standard. And you either shape up or you ship out. Or we're out. We're not going to work with you. And people were waiting to call his bluff, but he didn't bluff. And that's what made them kind of allies and enemies are like, oh, okay. Like I thought when his 4 years, he established a little bit more respect on the world stage for America than what we have lost over the years.
Are we not men? Super chat for 199 says, Rob's going like 18 hours. Show some support, boys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think we're closer to 19 hours, but we're going till 8 a.m. So thank you so much for the support, everyone. Yeah, I think also talking about sort of, you know, traditional masculinity, like in some senses, and again, there's different ways to look. It's not just one thing. To me, Trump represented that it's okay to be unabashedly masculine in certain ways, right? Like, the things that he said were unimaginable on a political stage just 2 years before him. Like, all of the people in his party were telling him, like, don't talk about the border. That's a losing issue. He's like, no, fuck that. We need to secure a border. That's what it's about. Protecting your family, protecting your interests. And he talked about it in a way that he wasn't ashamed of it. The only time people ever talked about that stuff was like, it was regrettable. Well, we have a big heart, but, maybe we need to restrict a little. Trump's just like, no, man, secure the border. And
he was just unapologetically him.
Yes.
And like he came in with no filter. It wasn't like he wasn't concerned whether or not if he was going to ruffle feathers or hurt feelings. He was just like, look, this is what it is. And it's that authenticity and that like realness that people are missing. Like this whole political correct answer bullshit is fucking dumb. Like, I will refuse. And I worked on projects where I have had to come across this, but let's say there was like a trans there, right? I call him bro. Like, I know what you trying to be. I know what you want your preferred pronouns to be. Dude, your chromosomes are like the same as mine, all right? You gotta, what up, bro? And it's not politically correct. And that's how Trump is not going to be politically correct. He's just going to say it how it is. And that's something refreshing to that. Because when somebody gives you a political correct answer, they're just BSing you and they're immediately meaning something else. Right? Or they rather have another opinion. And I just like the authenticity, even if I didn't agree with him on his talking points. I just like not to be bullshitted. I feel like there was no bullshit with Trump. Like he just said, yeah, I want to fucking build a wall. Yeah, they're not sending us their best. They're not sending us their brightest and smartest. Yeah, crooked Hillary, lock her up. Like, even though it was a joke, but like he's saying like, yeah, she's done some criminal ass shit. She should be behind bars, but she's not. So,
Well, what he told Russia. You mess with me and I will put missiles through the Kremlin.
Yeah.
And
consequences.
Well, in talking about authentic politicians in our neck of the woods, you want to know someone whose stock is raised considerably, even amongst people that don't agree with him politically, is John Fetterman. Now, I don't know how much you know about Fetterman, but Fetterman had this stroke, had a terrible debate performance, then apparently became suicidal. Looks
shows
like
up in the hoodies. Shows up.
And like he's doing Joe Rogan today, and he's just like, it's almost refreshing. He's just sort of calling shit like he sees it. Now, he's still a politician, and all politicians are going to have some level of duplicitousness, but it is sort of refreshing to be like, well, shit, this guy's just shooting from the hip, like, hey, man, this is what I think. Like, he's a Democrat. You can't be talking shit. I don't give a shit what you think on Israel-Palestine. Like, that's not the point. But he's just like, fuck these pro-Palestinian people. Fuck you. Right? Yeah. And it's like, you can't say that. You're a Democrat. He's like, yeah, I can. I don't give a shit.
It's like you have to play the party line. You have to say what we say. No, like, I like it when somebody does not stick to a script or off script. They're going to say what they really feel, what they really think. And that, to me, even if I disagree with you, I have more respect for you. I have more trust in you than, somebody that's going to be regurgitating somebody else's talking points. And I say this when I even talk with relationships to men and women and stuff. I told guys the other day, or not too long ago, I said, I trust a hoe more than I do these like these reformed trad wives, right? These trad wives that are trying to be, all like Betty Crocker and shit. I'm like, nah, I trust the hoe over her. And the reason is I know what I'm going to get from the hoe. This woman that's projecting to be something that she may not be, I'm going to find something out later, right? Like, and because the hoe is authentically them. That's just them, right? Like, they're not trying to persuade you, to make you think that they're less than what they are or more than what they are, right?
But no, I knew this. I knew some, like, listen, I'm going to be honest, like, I wasn't too promiscuous or anything, even in my younger life, but I certainly were friends with girls, and the bulk of them would just blatantly lie, right? That like, oh, I'm interested in a serious relationship. They weren't. They're going around behind people's back. I knew this one girl, she was like incredibly open with it. Was just like, I don't give a shit. This is a one night thing. And there was a weird respect I had for that where it was like, hey, shit, at least she's not playing with people's heartstrings. She's like, this is a one night thing. Fuck up. Don't call me tomorrow. I don't give a shit. And it's like, that's not the lifestyle for me. That's not what I would want my daughter to do or my sister to do.
No, but at least the honesty there.
That's right. At least I put that at a higher level than the person who's going to pretend like, oh no, I'm interested, and then they're sneaking around behind people's back. Yeah, it's also true. It's, in fact, in some ways, it's even more true of men, where it's just like you don't have, like, you don't have an excuse. Be a fucking man and be honest, right? Be
Yeah, just
open
like
with people.
the being authentic is the most masculine trait that you could have, because you're saying, I really don't care what you think about me. I think more about me, and I'd rather be me than be a cookie cutter version or a watered down version of me just to appease you.
Yeah.
Right.
Super chat in from Seriously Shelby, $2 says, like the video if you're coming in to see Glenn. Please do. I'm glad Glenn
Yeah.
can join us in that. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, make sure you leave a like. Yeah, it's very interesting. So let me ask you this. So you're out in California still?
Yep.
What do you see?
I just left an event with former Clippers star Baron Davis. He was hosting an event and he invited us out to it. So it's called Creator Fest, and it was a bunch of different content creators and like filmmakers and stuff. It was really cool. It was a really neat event.
So you're out there, you're like in the entertainment, the film industry. Like, do you see, even in California, do you see that there's sort of like what we're seeing here? I'm not saying that Trump will win the election, but there's more and more people that maybe 4 years ago, because of sort of the industry, would have been afraid to speak up for supporting someone like Trump or the political beliefs. Do you see more of that now, or is that just something that's like a misnomer that, people are hearing?
So I'm glad that you mentioned that. Like, so at Baron Davis's event, they're doing a live podcast, right? And politics came up and the election. And Baron Davis is saying, like, go out there to vote. Now, Baron Davis is a black guy, very predominantly black community there, right? And there was more people than I would expect to say Trump. Like, probably about 2/3 of the audience was like, Trump. And, the other third, the third was like Harris, but most of them were women anyways, but you could expect that. But what I find interesting with Trump is that although they may not like vocally say they're voting Trump, I know people I've spoken with off camera or like in private that are very, I would say, liberal people. But even they are going Trump. They're just like, and being from California, Harris. Like, we know Harris. Like, we know she ain't shit. So we know, like, she was a shitty prosecutor, when she was out here. And we don't have faith in her.
senator.
Yeah. Nobody has really a lot of faith in her out here. But
There isn't a tie-breaking vote that she broke.
No.
That didn't spend tons of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like the demographic that I noticed that are pro Harris are very, very either female or they want to be female.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a big gay community that is very pro Trump. Mm-hmm. And I ran across that at the Jubilee. I did the 30 versus 30 debate as well. And there was we had like a couple gay guys over here. We had a couple trans, we had Hispanic, we had black. It was everything, like the conservative party or the Republican Party out here in California is not what you would think, the conservative party would look like, very much mixed. And it made me think that, one, this is a good thing to a degree, but also two, we have moved so far left culturally that these individuals that would typically find themselves, as a liberal or a moderate are now red because they got forced to be red, just how far left everything went. But it was interesting to see how much of a like a clusterfuck of different backgrounds you find in the Republican Party, which is cool.
No, I agree, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. That what happened is a lot of people that maybe traditionally were more likely to go with what the Democratic Party used to stand for are realizing that Democratic Party's gone. The Democratic Party of the 80s, the Democratic Party of Bill Clinton, it's gone, right? You go back to even, look, I have no problem with gay marriage. Let me be clear. But if you go back even to 2008, remember Barack Obama originally ran on being opposed to gay marriage.
Yeah.
That's only 2008 from some guy like that's as popular in the Democratic Party as Obama. Bernie Sanders famously used to talk about how unfettered immigration was detrimental to the poor and working class in this country. That's a lifetime ago. That's who the Democrats were. And like, you know, it got throttled on X, but you had the Gays Against Groomers account that was on there. And where you had people that like, you know, you're hearing these stories of people that like, look, and shit, I fought all through the 60s, 70s just to be able to, you know, have a partner that I wanted to be with and be left the fuck alone. If I knew that this meant indoctrinating children in first grade, I would have never fought for the shit that I fought for. And it's just disgusting, people, like how radical these policies are coming. And so I hope there's a big wake-up call. I hope people that
I think so. I hope so too. And like, so we had like 3 trans in the Republican section, right? And this, I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw him, I'm like, great, here we go. What the fuck, right? But as soon as, because one of the debate prompts was about trans and trans rights or whatever, and like, you know, transing your kids at a young age and stuff, right? And one of the trans stood up and was speaking and said, we have a mental health issue. We have a mental health disorder. Okay. And that's why we're where we are, you know, why we are the way we are. And they were very much against transing the kids from a young age. And they're like, if the kids cannot vote until you're 18 years old, then why should you listen to your 6-year-old about what gender they want to be? If nobody, you know what I'm saying? Like if they don't have, and they were very much against like the whole transing the kids process or health, whatever that goes on. And I was like, I have respect for these dudes in skirts. Like,
right.
You know, like,
well, here's how I look at it. Like I have people in my life that I love that have mental health issues like bipolar, or, you know, other issues like that. I'm not treating them like shit because they're bipolar.
Yeah.
I'm not at all. But I also don't think the voices are real, right? Like, you can't tell me, hey, it's offensive to say that the voices in my head aren't real. I'm going to say, I'm sorry, those voices aren't real. I still love you. I'm not going to, like, piss on you or make fun of you.
Well, hold on.
Condition.
I got, like, 17 voices in my head. Okay.
Only 12 of them are real, so.
One of them's deaf, all right? I have to sign language the deaf one, okay? No, so I agree with you.
I will tell you that as a younger man, and I want to say it was like in the 90s, okay, early 90s. I'd seen a show, some sort of special on HBO, and it was a show that was telling the story of 3 men that were trans. And I believed them. I believed that they were suffering. I believed that they were imprisoned in their own bodies. And just like in biology, there are anomalies like the 4-leaf clover or whatever, you know, there's hundreds of them. I believed that this is exactly what they were suffering. And yes, they were all being attended. They were all seeing psychiatrists. They were all struggling. But those trans people, the authentic people that are suffering this mental illness, are completely different than the trans people that we see today. And this is just my memory in watching this show and the impression in my mind that I felt bad for these people. These were good people that were trapped, and there was nothing they can do, and they were suffering, and it was horrible to see. Yeah. I don't get that same empathy for the people that are trans today.
I agree.
What the gay community achieved, right? Mm-hmm. All the things that they achieved, and they basically added themselves into that group of people and use it for a political cudgel. And it's a horrible disease.
Yeah, no,
Horrible
because like the
disease.
people I've talked to that are trans, and I know I know this guy by the name of Ali, and the only reason why I know him by his chick name is because, well, that's they were on the call sheet, and that was the name on the call sheet. So I don't know anything else other than the call sheet name, right? And I at first I didn't think Ali was a trans. I thought she was a very older, masculine female, very tall woman, right? Because she got all the work done. She did it, or he did all the works, right? Except the downstairs, I guess. And this guy was a football coach. He said he tried. He got married 20 years. He struggled with it. He struggled. And he goes, I know something is wrong with me mentally because logically nothing makes sense. Right. And so I'm like, so what are you're trans? So do you like dudes or something? Is that what your thing? Is like, no, I'm with a woman. I'm like, oh, so you're just a dude with tits now, a chick with dude with tits. Like all you did was get tits. Like you're still in a relationship with a woman. You still got your thing, and you just wanted tits. Okay, long hair and tits. I get it. Like, tits are fun to play with. I guess why not have your own if you like them that much. But the realness of it was the mental health aspect, because most trans won't acknowledge it. Today's trans will not acknowledge that it's a mental health issue.
Exactly.
And
right.
that's the problem that I have with it, is that I don't care if you have it and that's what you want to do. And that's what you and your doctor have come to terms as the solution or the prescription, the fix for your issue, is that's your all's business. But when you're saying that you're doing this and you're not mentally ill, right? That's the problem. Because then you're trying to make it seem like this is normal. It's normal to want to do this. And that encourages young kids to try to, go down that road. And my thing is like these kids, we have more young men wanting to trans over, and nobody wants to talk about that trans theory was a botched theory, it was a bullshit theory that was made up by John Money, and what happened to David and his brother, because of it. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody wants to talk about that. And it's like the real trans people that I know, they know this is even a temporary fix at best,
Mm-hmm.
because they become the most ostracized group of people. Like nobody wants to be with like unless somebody's crazy in their head, because they know that doesn't make sense.
What these activists are doing, Glenn, is they're hurting real people that are suffering from from this disease, and it's just absolutely horrible. The question I have for you is, we have so many models now for men. You start with Jack Donovan, obviously, if you know about Jack and The Way of Man, and obviously Jocko Willink, and there's a whole coterie of people that appeal to young men to be Andrew Wilson, okay, in his own right. So you're one of those men.
Oh no, I don't tell nobody to follow me. Don't make me your model. I will fuck your life up. Don't do that.
So what I'm trying to get at is talk to me a little bit about the message that you're trying to send young men.
So I'm gonna bring up I have this prepared. I swear I do. I wrote out some qualities, some characteristics, right? Of there it is. Hold on. And like, for example, you want to know what a masculine man's supposed to be. What is the most ultimate perfect example of masculinity? is God himself.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the character of God. Just read the Bible. What is his character, right? Like 1 Corinthians 11:7 says, like, for a man ought not to have his own head covered, since he is in the image and glory of God, but a woman is the glory of man. So if we are the image and glory of God, shouldn't we want to know our creator more? And if we're his image, we should mirror him, right? And that's just not just physically. I'm just talking about just overall. If you want to know what God, like how a man's character should be, look at God. Don't look at me. I will fuck you up. I will make you fail. But God's character won't. If you model yourself after God's character, right?
Right.
So, I know a lot of guys like, Andrew Tate or whoever you want to say will be like, do it like I do, do this if you want. And I'm like, no. Don't do anything like I do. You might, fuck yourself up. But you know what? As I fail, as I try to do things the way God does, how about you try to do things the way God does too? And maybe where I fail, I could watch you and see how you succeeded, and I could learn from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but don't try to be like any man that you try to model yourself after is going to lead you to failure because they're flawed. But if you try to mimic or mirror the creator the best you can, you're going to do way better than you were if you were trying to model yourself after someone else.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
So I'm talking to my editor, Black Elk here. He's going to call in like a
So
half
I
an
want,
hour.
for the record, I want to say something for the record, please.
You got it.
Todd Bartley was wrong.
About the clock. So it goes from
went back at 2:00, just like I said.
Oh.
Okay, you should have supported
Oh
me.
yeah, we just had fall back, right?
Right.
Well,
and Robert Knorr, I'm his buddy. I come on here doing 18 hours with him, and he didn't support me.
That's true. But listen, in my
He
defense,
believed Todd instead.
Now, all of my damn computers, phones, etc., are hooked up online and supposedly have the right date and time. None of them have gone back yet. Which
Listen, don't make excuses,
Actually,
okay? What would Andrew say?
My phone says it's 1:13 right now, and it was
you're
just
3 hours. You're 3 hours.
I'm in Cali,
behind.
so yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about Hollywood.
Okay.
So tell me how you got the bug, and tell me what kind of stuff do you do besides this behind the scenes and crew, other than acting.
So, behind the scenes, like production work.
Yeah. So how'd you get the bug? How'd you how did it all start?
So it goes back to high school. Like I said, I wasn't a smart student. I was really dumb student. But my drama teacher like took to me. Like he knew I was going through like I had like a divorced family, mom, dad, and mom's batshit crazy. So kind of knew I was like going through it growing up. But he took to me and he was like, teaching me a bunch of stuff about acting and stuff. And I ended up doing like Shakespeare and did, musicals and as well as playing sports. And he's like, you're really active and you're really good at this. Like, you plan on going to college? I'm like, no, I barely get to graduate high school. College is no college is going to accept me. And he put a word out and sent a reel to a couple film schools, and I got accepted. And so my goal was to go to film school right out of high school. 9/11 happened. I got patriotic. I joined the military right after high school, and ended up thinking I was going to be able to go back to it at some point soon. But life happened. I got married, had kids, had to do the dad thing, just couldn't just go to school and do things like that on my own, and not worry about things. So, when I got the divorce, I moved back and I said, okay, I'm going to live for me now. Like all my kids now are adults. So they ain't bothering me. They don't live under my roof. And I'm like, I'm living for me. What do I want to do? And I started podcasting. And this is when we weren't doing video. It was all just audio, like And so somebody hits me up and goes, I like your voice. Would you be willing to come to the studio and do a voiceover for a commercial? I'm like, hell yeah, I want to get paid. Well, I did that. That led to me being part of a couple of UCLA student films. And I just wanted to go on the set to really see how movies are made, right? Because as a film, like we all love movies, but how do we love that movie magic too. And I just kind of wanted to know how everything happened. How does it go? And that kind of led to like, oh, music videos, being extra and background in music videos, to, you know, short films, to um full length feature films like Tenet and other projects. But then COVID happened. And so just as I was starting to get like some traction, some like recognizable traction in acting, COVID shut everything down. Like the film that I star in, I'm the top biller in, we stopped production. We wrapped production at midnight the day of when LA got locked down. When they locked LA down completely, we wrapped. And usually, like no matter what time of day it is, like to get home from where we were filming would typically take me about 45 minutes. I got home in like 20 because the freeways were empty. Like there was no traffic. And so when the lockdown happened, I enrolled into Full Sail University online and said, I'm going to learn this because I want to become indispensable. Like whether or not, if it doesn't matter if I'm in front of the camera as a talent, I want to be on the set, like the set, the way that the movies are made and all the little details and all the different departments. It just fascinated me. And I got asked to be a creative director, and this is probably what really got me into the production side. And as a creative director, it's not the head director. I'm helping the head director, you know, coach either the talent on camera or helping them set the scene right, and just kind of like just coaching people mainly. And so they wanted me to be this creative director for this short indie film that my buddy was starring in. And I was like, sure, yeah, no problem. I was like, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing, but I'll do my best. Went there and I just kind of fell in love with the whole filmmaking process. It's like you're telling a story that normally would not be told, and you have to bring it to life. And that's what really got me into the production side, especially directing. I love producing. Producing's cool because you hold all the money, because that's what the producer is. The producer is the purse. But directing and writing projects, that's where it's really at for me. Even if I'm gonna star in it, like actually, anything that I have written, I don't plan on being in it. I don't want to be a character. If anything, I want to be like Quentin Tarantino, have a cameo in there, and that's it. Like I don't want to be a lead role. I don't want to be a main role. I have worked with directors who starred in their own films, and I swore to myself that I was never going to be the actor director because those projects suck, and it's because of the actor director.
Right.
So I always wanted to like tell stories or bring stories to life that most people won't hear of. And you never know what story will inspire somebody and change their life. And we all been saying that for the longest time, like Hollywood sucks. The films that come out of there suck. There's now they're all woke, trans, and feminist, you know, and DEI. And so these are not good films. So what do we do about it? Do we complain about it? Or do we actively do something about it? So my goal is to like, which I love being just in the independent circle. Like I'm not SAG, and I refuse to go SAG and go union, for the simple fact that I like to be able to create the things that I want to create and not be told what I can and cannot do to appease our donors or our investors. I don't want to do that. I rather do films for us, by us, right? Like I would rather my audience and your audience say, hey, you know what? Let's come up with a film that is for our people. We don't have to appease the T's and the L's and the B's, and let's just do our thing, right? And I wouldn't film that. And so like right now we have a short film project that I have in the works. It's called Trad Camp, right? And Trad Camp stars Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson. And they're going to be unfucking all these families or these relationships that we see today. We have like the very boss bitch woman, right? And the very beta husband, right? And then you have the wannabe Andrew Tate guy with the very promiscuous wife. And then you have the desperate housewife, trad wife with the failure to launch husband, right? Like it's so you have like all these different relationships that we see so common today, and they go to this like couples retreat camp, and they think it's going to be this spa day, and it's literally Andrew Tate teaching these guys how to be men, like man camp, and then women going to wife school, and it's just funny the way that it's written, like in the characters, and that's supposed to be a short film, right? Then that's the goal, is to make that a short film. But we got to raise the funds and get the capital ready to do it. And it's fun. It's fun. These are fun projects to do, and it's for us by us. If we make money off of it, great. If we didn't, who cares? But did our audience was entertained? Did our audience enjoy it? That's what matters when you do it for us, by us. You get rid of it's about the money, and it's about the art and the passion. I love passion projects more than I do work that I get paid for.
Yeah, it's great advice. And here's the thing, right? Like, I used to do a show on the Crucible called The Arena, right? Which is a debate show that I had on there. And of course, you can see I don't know if you can see it, the Roosevelt speech, the man in the arena I have behind me. Like, one of the things that's so inspiring about me at that speech, that's sort of a lesson that I've lived by, is the most contemptible people in the world are the people that are critics that never try to create anything themselves or do anything themselves. And when you put yourself out there, sometimes you lose, sometimes you fail, but worse than failing is never failing, because you never tried anything.
Right.
And I think that that's like an important lesson. Sometimes you have to do something that you're passionate about. And more often than not, in any field, I don't give a shit what it is, in the artistic field, in the streaming field, in the political field, you're going to have setbacks and you're going to have losses. And if you operate through life saying, well, I'm never going to take a risk, I'm just going to, judge other people and I'm going to play it safe, like, that's fine. You could live that way, but you're never going to experience the highs that sort of make life living, or the lows that make you better yourself. You're just going to continue to trudge along sort of in irrelevancy. So I really respect people, particularly in the artistic fields, that are putting themselves out there, because I think that too often we've just ceded to, like, look, it's the lefty people that are artistic. They do this stuff. We're just gonna, what can we do? We can't do anything. And to see someone like you that's like, you know what? I'm gonna put my money and my energy where my mouth is. I'm gonna go out and do this shit.
Yeah.
You might never. You may not be the next Quentin Tarantino. You may be, but you may not be. But at least you fucking did it. At least you went out and did something. And I wish more people had that mentality.
And see, like, that was my goal. Like, see, my goal was like, I just wanted to do one movie. I wanted to be in a movie, right? It was just like, I wanted to be in one. I didn't care if I was background or if I was a lead or whatever. I just wanted to be a part of a film. And I met that goal. And then, so now I'm just like, well, what now? What's the next goal? And so now I want to, like, I just, today I was pitching a film that I wrote called Mind Dates. And Mind Dates it's a dick flick. All right. It's like the male chick flick. It's a rom-com, but for dudes. And it really talks about the struggle men are having with marriage and dating today from the men's view, not like some dude needs to go on a journey and find himself. No, he realizes that he's placating to trying to appeal to please everybody, being a people pleaser. And he realizes that in doing so, he's not being true to himself, but also in doing so, he's lying to them essentially. Because what ends up happening is they find out who like that he's not really like that, and then they're like, "Well, I don't know who you are, right?" Like so, like he finds out that the best thing that he could do is be himself, unapologetically, and in doing so, he finds that it's okay, even if people don't like you. And it's a funny, there's a lot of raunchiness in it, like because it's supposed to be a dick flick. You know, we have like the girls throwing up and just a bunch of crazy stuff. Like, but like, it was refreshing to have other industry producers and stuff read the first 10 pages of it tonight, and they were like, why hasn't this been done yet? You know, and it's like they were like, are you afraid like you're never gonna get this done? Because I'm like, yeah, because people that I have pitched it to at the studios, they wanted me to change so much of it. They wanted a strong woman. They wanted me to add the LGBT community in there. Like they wanted us to cast a wider net to appeal to other people. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'm not a strong woman, and I ain't gay. So what do I know about them? Nothing. Right. So let me talk about from the guy's perspective. And so when we got shot down, it was a bummer. But tonight it was really cool to hear other industry professionals starting to get the same sentiment. Like, we need more of this back. And it's kind of like a renaissance, like that masculine man renaissance is starting to take place in the independent circles in Hollywood, which I think is really interesting and fascinating because it was something that was frowned upon just a few years ago.
Yeah. Well, I got a movie pitch. How about this, right? Never wrote a movie in my life. Here we go. So this is based on a true story, but I came up with this idea like 8-9 years ago. So I'll change the person's name on the off shot that they're watching. I don't think they give a shit. Let's call him Ralph. Well, the main character of this movie is called Ralph. It's based on a true story. So the true story is this. My friend Ralph is in the National Guard, and they have training that they have to show up to once a month. In that training, he lived in sort of rural area, but it was in Pittsburgh, right? So he goes out to another friends of mine. He's hanging out with them all night, gets absolutely shit-faced, sleeps through his alarm, runs to the training that he has to do once a month. He's like an hour late. So he gets in line, does all of his training shit. And of course, the drill sergeant's like furious, comes up to him after. This is all true story, by the way. Comes up to him afterwards and is like, what the hell? Why are you late? And he just like spur of the moment makes up this lie. And he's like, listen, man, I just had a bad breakup with my long-term girlfriend. I went out and slept with some hoes, and now I got a weird rash on my dick. And the sergeant's like, oh, well, why don't you go to the infirmary? So he goes to the infirmary, and he meets the doctor there, and the doctor's like, well, did you go to the doctor? And he's like, yeah. And the doctor's like, did they give you like a cream and stuff? And he's like, yeah. He's like, okay, let me know if it's worse. And he gets away with it scot-free, right? Like the excuse worked. But the movie is this. Similar plot, goes, makes the same excuse. But when he goes to the infirmary, they're like, look, dude, the doctor's not in, but he's going to be back in a week. So now he has a week to get gonorrhea. So like his friends are trying to help him like find every dirty hoe.
Find every hoe he can find.
And so like he's just like they're constantly putting him in these ridiculous situations. Sort of like 40-Year-Old Virgin where they're trying to get him laid by the dirtiest possible people.
Yes.
But it keeps falling through. And then the twist ending is he finds out at the end that his girlfriend all the while cheated on him and she has gonorrhea.
She had gonorrhea.
So if he would have just slept with her in the first place, like it would have been good to go. So that's the movie I wrote a long time ago. It's like, you know,
I love it. No, that's
you could use it, man. You could use it. I think
if you have a treatment for it, I need to get that because that was hilarious. Because man, that's so funny because like just the idea of it and like all the women, like all the hoes that he was running across are all like ethically clean hoes.
Yeah,
like,
right. Or there's like situations that they're running in that it just, and then we had all sort of little twists like. I had a friend that worked at a little small town newspaper. And so one of the friend's plan was, dude, we'll put an ad in like the local paper. Like we're looking for a dirty hoe. And then the dude's editor at the paper's like, you can't fucking put that. And he's like, this is fucking America. Free speech. You know, we have this little subplot. It's all about like free speech. This guy wants to bang dirty hoes. He should be allowed to put that personal ad in the newspaper, you know? So he just had all these little twists and turns, but It's kind of a twist on like the idea of like the rom-com where someone's trying to find the right girl, where it's like you're literally
he's trying to find the wrong girl with the
right?
dirty.
And he can't find him. He keeps running in. Oh, that chick looks like and then he meets her and she's like, oh, actually, I'm saving myself towards marriage. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Like just shit like that. I thought it was an interesting twist.
No, that's a really interesting plot. And it's funny because, like, you could go that route with it, and then, or you could go to the route like where he finds out that his girlfriend cheated on him and she has like gonorrhea or whatever, and he is like broken, and he like tells he goes back to his sergeant or whatever, and he's like, she cheated.
Yeah,
and got gonorrhea,
right.
and he's kind of like, well, how else would she's gonna get gonorrhea, right? But then he kind of deals with this this lie that he was living a lie, like by lying to his sergeant, right? And the betrayal that he felt from her lie gets him confessing that, but I never slept with her.
Right. Yeah, you could go that way with it. Do you know who Gavin McInnes is?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen his movie How to Be a Man?
No, actually, I don't think I have.
So I saw it on Netflix. So this is how I knew Gavin McInnes before I knew the Proud Boys or any of this shit. I used to watch this show called Kenny vs. Spenny. Right, it was like this, it was just ridiculous. Like these two friends that were doing all these competitions, whatever. There's an episode called "Who Could Be the Coolest," where they're doing this competition, and they have a judge, and it's Gavin McInnes, who at that point was like the owner of Vice magazine, and that's the first time I ever saw this. This weird, interesting dude. He was kind of funny on there, and then I see this movie years later I think it's called How to Be a Man. It was on Netflix, believe it or not, at the time, and I thought it was funny as shit. The plot of that movie is that Gavin McInnes' character finds out that he's gonna die, but his girlfriend's like pregnant. So he puts like an ad out for like a college student to make a film for him, and he wants to film to his son that's not born yet all the shit that makes you a man, right? And so he's like, I'm gonna show you how to go out and get a blowjob. I'm gonna show you how to drink like a man. I'm gonna show you how to do drugs like a man. Like all this hilarious shit, and it's like, meanwhile, this sort of young kid that's sort of filming for him is kind of learning like to take the edge off and be more masculine and not be like one of these college kids. And there's this subplot where he's kind of like this girl that he's interested in, but he's too much of a coward to say shit to. And by the end of the movie, he sort of grows and is like, fuck that, I'm just going to be myself. But it sounds like very similar. Of course, I'll ruin it for you. The twist ending is like he was never going to die. He just went to the doctor and the doctor was like, oh, we got to do this biopsy. It's probably benign. But he just like Googling and he's like, oh, fuck, I'm going to die. And so he ends up doing all this shit where he cheats on his girlfriend and shit, and she kicks his ass to the curb at the end of the movie. And like, so it's all like he fucks himself over come the end. But it's very similar. And I think that, that's on Netflix. That's before the whole demonization of, oh my God, Gavin McInnes with the Proud Boys and blah, blah, blah. You watch that movie, I think it's funny as shit. It's just like sort of it does have this theme running through it where it's like, it's okay to be yourself and do man shit, but it's just a genuinely funny movie. And now I can imagine that like every streaming platform is probably like distance the shit out of it. And it's a shame because
you can't find it anywhere.
Oh, man,
it's on Amazon, but you have to pay $9.99.
Yeah, it's like there's a scene where they like go like they get, I don't know what happens, they get robbed by this heroin dealer or some shit, so they like roll up to the hood like these two whitest guys you ever meet into this like black drug den, and they're just like, it's go time, and start like trying to whoop the shit out of all these drug. It's fucking fun. I thought it was a funny movie, but that's before its time in the sense that I think that now is the time for like movies.
Oh,
like
it
that.
is. We really need to see a renaissance of masculinity, unapologetically masculine movies, and that to me, that's what our culture needs more than anything these days. We have too many men that are embarrassed or ashamed to be men. They're trying to be a woman approved man, or a woman approved, female approved masculinity, right? Mm-hmm. And all that is just defective manhood, right? It's a retarded woman, and I'm sorry for the R word, but like that's just basically what they are. They're defective women, and now women are like, where are all the real men at? Well, ladies, you have the men that you have created, right? And now you're upset that you've created this type of man, and you don't want him.
Well, look at the trial in New York of Daniel Penny. The guy who's protecting these people from this
I
psychopath.
just talked, man, somebody just interviewed me about that the other day. I forgot where it was. And they were grilling me on it, like, so what are your thoughts about this? What are your thoughts about that? Oh, it was on the spaces, on a Twitter space, right? They're like, so what are your thoughts about, like, I was like, you know what? Like, the sad thing is now men will now think twice about intervening in a female or anybody's need when somebody's trying to do harm, right? They're like, you know what? I should, but you know, prison doesn't look right to me.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
and you're making a like, listen, I am someone from the bottom of my heart that loves this country. I'm someone that thinks that as a man, or even not just as a man, but certainly as a man, that I have a duty to other people in the community. I see my neighbor's kids get hurt. I'm helping them out. My neighbor's going through a tough time. Help them mow their lawn, help them, whatever, right? Like, I am a member of the community in that sense. But if I have to evaluate me possibly going to prison for the rest of my life because I intervened, or just walking away when some crazy shit happens and saying, hey, I'm protecting my wife and my son, I know what it's going to be in most situations. And that's not an act of cowardice. That's a calculation that we in certain, it'd be different if it's here. If it's where I live in rural Pennsylvania, I'm intervening. It's a different system. It's the people that are in charge of the system here are going to operate differently. You know, I had people ask me before, I don't know if you've dealt with this. You've worked with Rollo, so maybe you're on the periphery of some of this like crazy shit like swatting and fucking threats.
Oh yeah, I've been swatted myself.
Yeah, it's fucking, you know, and like people used to ask me, because you do this space and you get people that send you threats and shit. And I tell people from the bottom of my heart, it's like, where I live in rural Pennsylvania, here's the deal. It'd be a fucking huge mistake for someone to try to roll up on my house. Not because I'm some kind of badass, because every neighbor that I have, even ones that hate me, if some outsider comes into the community, everybody is armed to the teeth. And they're going to be like, I might not like that guy, which all my neighbors like me, but even if they don't like you, the mentality here is like, that's one of ours. You don't fuck with them. And if you're coming in, like, you won't see the Antifa types coming and rioting in a place like this, because the entire community, it don't matter if you haven't talked to your neighbor in 10 years. No, fuck that. I can mess with my neighbor, but you can't. And we're not going to leave people. And we live in an area, you know, the way it is around here, it's not just for the sake of collecting guns or just self-defense. Everybody hunts. Everybody owns rifles. Everybody understands the means for self-protection. And the cops, they're going to be right along with it. They're not going to give a shit. They're going to be like, you fucked around, you found out. You want to come barging into someone's house like that? So it's a different mentality than like what you see. Where was it in St. Louis with the McClowskis, where you had Black Lives Matter break into their gated home, and they do what I think is the quite reasonable thing. They give verbal warnings. They're unheeded. Then they brandish a weapon, which they're legally allowed to have, and say, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to use this weapon. And they are the ones that get arrested. That shit, thank God, at this point hasn't happened around here, though maybe we get there someday, but I'm hoping not. I'm still happy to live here, you know?
Like, I dox myself. I'm the type of guy like, oh, okay, you want to find me? You want to fuck around? Come find out. That's fine. I will let you come in the house, and then I'll dispose of your body later. Like, I'm not afraid of doing that whatsoever. I'm not an internet tough guy, nor do I try to pretend to be one. But I do know if you are gonna make threats, then I'll just let you come to me, and I'll give you the address. You can show up when you feel like it, and then we could talk. We'll see if you're really about it, you know. And I do that on purpose, just because I'm not scared. I have enough weapons. I'm protected. I'm good. And I don't think, like, with the doxing and stuff with people, is just, I used to be growing up, I was in the music scene, right? Did a lot of hip hop music, opened up for Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's really cool.
Yeah, I was like the Eminem before Eminem. Well, he was the Eminem before Eminem, but
I talk fast, right? And I can do a little dabbling, like karaoke rap. I'm no rapper. I can't create rap, but I do a little karaoke rap. And from Bone Thugs, Busy Bone, my goodness, right?
I saw Busy Bone so I'm not sure if you know this content creator. His name is Offie Kingdom. He's written like 50 books. He's a friend of mine, in like the dating manosphere area. And me and him went to go see New Jack City live performance, like the live performance of it, right? The musical. And so here you got two like manosphere guys going to see a musical. It was pretty funny. Busy Bone was there in the audience. We run into him, we bump into him in the intermission, and he was like, "You're that youngster from Felly Fells thing, right?" Like he remembered me, and
That's
I was
cool
like,
shit.
I was like 16 when we did that back in the day. But yeah, no, he is just quick with the words.
Probably the most impressive I've ever heard. Right? Like,
Well,
like
I
as
don't know.
far
Have
as
you heard
speed.
Eminem's Rap God?
Oh, it's up there. It is. I mean, there's no denying that there's talent.
Twister too. Twister, like the rapper
Twister's-
Twister. Because Twister and
Twister's-
Busy did a competition.
Yeah.
They did that. I think it was the Guinness Book of World Records. How many words can they say rhythmically in a 60 seconds? I forgot who won, but I remember seeing that.
So what I used to do debate in college, you talk like an auctioneer, and they used to tell us all the time that the human brain can understand 500 words a minute. But the average person, like not the average, the fastest we could get to speaking was something like 200 or something like that. But your brain's theoretically capable of understanding more than that. So like, it's funny now because back then, like I didn't know shit about YouTube when I'm debating in 2004, 2005. Now you could watch a video. Like I could go to a Bone Thugs video right now and put it on 2 times speed, right? And it's like, oh shit, like even if a human isn't capable of that, you could sort of test that theory. Like, can you understand what they're saying?
I listen to
Even at
all
those
my
speeds?
audio books at 2x.
Me too.
You know,
People
like even
bitch, like-
podcasts. I put like I'll put your podcast on, right? And I'm working on something, and I have you going at 2x, and I'm into it. And I get it. Like like you're right. So we can absorb faster than we probably could speak it.
Yeah, but yeah, I that's really cool. I talk about Bone Thugs all the time, like Busy Bone. That was like the first person, because when you're learning to talk fast, right? Like no coaches tell me this shit, but you want to think that you're like some kind of badass, like, oh man, I'm gonna talk fast and be like one of these rappers or some shit like that. No chance that you might be able to replicate if you try really hard, like a bar or two that they have, but to be able to create something and be able to replicate it at that speed is just really phenomenal. Even if you're not into rap, even if you're not into hip hop, you have to acknowledge the skill that goes into that. That's a skill set, and I think
it's not just like rhyming words either. Like like you could just rhyme anything. Bike, psych, dike, kite. Like you could do that, and you could probably do that even pretty fast too if you But it's to lyrically tell a story and rhyme that fast and use a bunch of words. Like it's so many different things. Like, have you ever tried to rhyme any word with orange?
Yeah, I've heard Eminem talk about this, which blew my mind.
You have
right?
to break it down. Yeah, you have to break it down, and you have to porridge, storage. Like it's all about it, and it's crazy because if you try to just think of orange, you can't. There's no word that rhymes with orange without breaking it down.
Yeah, it is. And I remember reading. I don't know if this is true, but I remember reading this once that like the average like rapper that's like made it big name, their vocabulary is something like 3 times larger than the average person's, right? Which you're like, horse shit. They're using a bunch of slang and stuff like that. But if you really think about it, to not be repetitive, right? Like you're gonna have to have, some slang, and you're gonna be massaging words to get them to, pseudo rhymes and stuff like that.
Yep.
But you also just have to have a general large vocabulary if you're gonna be successful at it,
I think Lil Wayne was talking about this. He was saying that after like his second album, he just started reading dictionaries.
Yeah.
Because he kept on recycling the same, thing. And he got to the point where he said, I don't want to repeat myself. And he said he just started reading dictionaries and learning words. And like even like, so I know the guy that played the piano for Eminem's Lose Yourself in the 8 Mile music or the video. My buddy True is the pianist that helped put that song together with M on tour. And so like he makes like almost close to $100,000 a month based off of that song still. He has a podcast in Vegas. And that's how I met him. I met him over there when I was working with Rolo. And he was telling me like Eminem would just read encyclopedias and and just dictionaries, and he can't read. He's not, well, he can read now, but like he wasn't a good reader. And just by expanding his vocabulary, you would think like this guy has like a doctorate in something, but he's a high school dropout.
Yeah, it really, and like it's something that, so for me, the style of music that I listen to the most is probably at this point like classic country. Like I'm talking about like Waylon Jennings. I'm talking, and like
Brooks
I
and
like,
Dunn.
Oh yeah, like that '90s country era is badass too, right? Like there's. By the way, speaking of masculinity, there's a version of masculinity there, right? Like another Gavin McInnes story I heard. I think this is hilarious. I heard him tell this story once. He's going on like Fox for the first time, and apparently, if you go on like a major show like that, they put makeup on you. So he's like, I'm sitting in the chair, and they're putting makeup on me, and there's Clint Black, who's this country musician, someone I actually really like. He did the soundtrack or the theme song for the movie Maverick with Mel Gibson. He was actually had a cameo in that movie, and he said he's sitting there, he's shooting the shit, with Clint Black. He's sitting in his chair, and Clint Black's sitting there, and then the woman's putting makeup on him. She goes over to Clint, and he just says, "No thanks, ma'am, I'm a man." And it's just like, what a badass line. He's just like, "No thanks." Yeah, but yeah,
And the reason why they put makeup on, it's because of the light.
Yeah.
And your skin looks really greasy, so it's to keep the shine off of. Like I have, every time I go on a set, I have to get makeup done, and I'm just like, and normally, like sometimes, like I'm tattooed, so sometimes they want my character not to have tattoos, and then the makeup artist is spending like 4 hours on me, just covering up all my tattoos, and yeah,
that's crazy. I never really thought of that, but I guess you can see, particularly with like people that have super recognizable tattoos, like if a lot of the people, like, you got Mike Tyson with the face tattoo, but anything Mike Tyson's going to be in, he's going to be Mike Tyson, at this point.
Yeah.
So but like people that have like really recognizable tattoos, if you have a character that wouldn't fit them, I guess that's weird. I didn't think of how they were going to have to did they use practical effects, or did they just use CG for a lot of those?
No, so I've had it done two different ways, right? They have like green screen my arms basically to where they just put green paint all over me, right? So then they could just change the color and put whatever, skin tone that that they see that matches. Or what they actually do is they actually apply real makeup. It's called it's cover up makeup for tattoos. And it is like, it's like the closest thing to, like, I would say, like, when I was competing, right? So we had to get spray tans, and it was like that level of texture, very, very thick, and they just cover you up, and then they have to constantly reapply you though, because your body will, just by drinking water or anything, you're gonna sweat, right? And as soon as you start sweating, you're starting to see the tattoos and the skin, so they're constantly reapplying it. Oh, I hated those days. Now I stick to characters that I'm allowed to have tattoos, so that's why I always play the bad guy.
So
and the bad guys always win anyway. Best character.
What's the latest movie that you've seen in the theaters?
Oh, the latest film I've seen in theaters? Ugh. What was the latest film I've seen in theaters? I want to say the last one I saw was probably The Expendables 4. And that was like the most depressing film I saw, because they ruined a great franchise. Like, they were kind of bringing back that pro masculinity kind of vibe to it, and they ruined it by bringing in Megan Fox. And Megan Fox character ends up being like the boss bitch, right? And it just fucking ruined it for me. It's like, just like, I get it, she's sexy, she's attractive, just make her the hot chick, that, like, the video girl. Just make her the video girl, don't make her talk too much, right? But no, they ruined it by, it just pissed me off.
So
but that was the last film.
So one of my favorite actors was Chris Christopherson.
Okay.
And he passed away last month. Did you get to see any of his films?
I did. I've seen some of his work. Damn, what's the name of it? We were just reviewing something. So I have a director friend that I did a film with him called Memories of the Heart. And it just came out in September. It's on Amazon. You guys could go cop it and watch it. I play a small role in there because I was a creative director on the set on that film as well. So I was like doing two jobs. But we watched 2 films of Chris's, and we were like just trying to get the concept of like the characters that he would play, right? Because the film is kind of like about, not about him, but about a guy similar to him, like very like just he just was the closest mirroring image to the character. So yeah, I watched 2 of the his films that were working, so far, but I haven't seen much of his collection.
Yeah, I loved him as an actor, and just The Star Is Born obviously is a great film.
Yeah,
and he was fantastic in it.
Oh yeah,
we're talking about Chris Christopherson, Robert.
Oh yeah, he wrote the song Bobby McGee.
Right.
Janis Joplin's big hit. That was actually a Chris Christopherson song.
Yeah.
But tremendous actor, tremendous writer, tremendous musician. Talk about a masculine dude. There's a guy that just represents like being his own guy, tough as nails. And served, right? He served in the military, I believe, as well. But yeah, really cool guy. Has that sort of Western vibe to him. He's like a guy like Sam Elliott, where it's like Chris Christopherson. Now he was certainly when he was younger, he was a handsome guy, like chiseled guy. But Chris Christopherson felt like my entire life as a 40-year-old. He looked the exact same. Like, he aged up to a certain point, and then he was just graceful after that. Always kind of looked the same. Maybe you have a little more white hair in this movie or that. But that's how Sam Elliott is. Sam Elliott's looked the same way my entire life.
Sam Elliott, he hasn't aged. The guy has never aged.
Great. He looked like he was 60 when he was 30, and he looks like he's 60 when he's 80. He's like, he's still rolling, man. He's like, it's really impressive.
Disappointing to hear Sam Elliott's politics. Never thought anything about his politics, and he came out and supported Kamala.
So this is like my thing when it comes to celebrities and like politics, right? Is that I don't look at them for anything other than entertainment, right? They're in a category that actors and celebrities, they're entertainers. So they're not educators. They're not like my leaders or anything. They're entertainment. That's all they're there for. So I don't expect to take their advice or hear their politics. Like Eminem's probably one of my favorite songwriters and lyricists ever, but he's a liberal. Right. And I don't care because I don't look to him for political guidance or anything like that. To me, he's just an entertainer. I enjoy his entertainment. So I think compartmentalizing it that way, it makes it easier. It doesn't let you get like let down or whatever when you hear something like wild, because and that's where it kind of does, like, people make heroes out of people. Yeah. Right. And that's a huge problem when people start like pedestalizing other men, and then you start thinking that these people are more than what they really are, and then when you find out that they're not, you're just like let down. Well, who let you down, them, or did you let yourself down by creating this idea of them in your head based off the very little that they show you? You don't see as much other than what they show you on screen, right? And we tend to like build a narrative of who they are around what little we see.
Yeah. Well, hey, we're gonna get you out of here. I'd be remiss if in our political stream, right, that I didn't ask you this question here to wrap it up. Have you voted yet? Do you have plans to go? Are you trying to encourage people around you to go vote? And how's that going?
Yes, actually, I'm very much encourage people to go out and vote. I tell guys all the time, like, look, if you want to see changes in our culture, if you want to see things get better, then you have to do your due diligence and go out there and vote. All right. You know, we complain as men, and I talk about this like when it comes to like the red pill stuff. You guys complain about the marriage laws all the damn time, but nobody's doing anything about it. So stop complaining about it. If you want change, you got to do what's necessary to get change. And that is to go out there and vote. So if you don't like the course that our country is going down, then go out there and speak, show that by your vote. Go vote for the leaders that you want to lead us, that you want to see shape this culture in this society. If you don't, then don't bitch about it. Don't complain about it. Don't whine about it. Just endure it.
All right. Well, hey, Glenn Lawrence, thanks for being here. Can you tell people where to find you? Like what times you're normally streaming?
Yeah. Well, typically I'm streaming like right now. I'm going to be streaming in about 30 minutes or so. But you can find me on Glenn Lawrence Presents on YouTube, Mr. Glenn Lawrence on X, Glenn Lawrence Presents on Instagram. Yeah, that's where you can find me. Or you can find me at your mama's house. Either way,
my mom, Mrs. Nora's a saint, but thank you so much, Glenn. No, it was great to meet you, man.
Yeah, it's a
Hopefully
pleasure
we'll
to
be
meet
able
you
to talk
too.
soon. And I don't know, I've been talking to Andrew. Maybe I might get out your way for like a Jubilee or something someday. So maybe
You know
I'll meet
what?
you
Hey, I know the producers there. Like I'm friends with some of the producers there. So if you look on their casting and if there's anything that you're interested in, I could send a word out.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'll check into it and I'll hit you up if there's something I see I'm interested in.
Sounds good, man. Take it easy, Rob.
Fabulous.
Take
Great
it easy.
meeting you.
Pleasure to meet you, Carlos.
All right, bud.
Take it
Bye.
easy, man. All right. No, man, I gotta say, meeting a lot of people for the first time tonight's going very well.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. So, yeah. So,
tell me about your editor.
So Black Elk. See, the problem is we're trying to figure out how to do this because, fortunately, it looks like he might have to use Google Voice, which is sort of, audio issues and you can't hear. So I don't know if he's trying to get Zoom or whatever, but he said maybe we'll do it around 4 or 5. Now, I could be wrong. I don't know what your computer is saying right now. My computer says it's 357. I believe it's really 257.
It's 358. Yeah.
But it didn't roll back. Or did it?
I think it did. Yeah. I think it did at 2:00. It went back to 1 and then,
No shit. Is that true? Everyone in the audience, is that true? Did I skip right through? I've been powering through so much that I already made it through.
Powering through. So, did you know that the kid is 4 goals away from 600?
Sid, yeah. I did know that. I know that because Malcolm just got his 500th. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And on Sid's 500th, it was a single assist. Wow, it already rolled back. Wow, crazy. It was a single assist from Gino. And then on Gino's 500, it was a single assist from Sid. So I knew he was close to 600. I didn't know it was exactly 4. So, wow, it did roll back. I can't believe it. Here, I was talking shit on you, and it probably had already rolled back at that time. I was talking shit on you, saying it rolled back from 2. Man, now I got even more energy. I was like, oh shit, I'm still looking at 5 hours, but I'm only looking at 4 hours. How about it?
That's right.
Now, do we know if Don's going to call in or?
I think he's going to be around 7:00.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be ready. Don will be a good nightcap or morning cap, however you look at it, right? So I'll see if Black Elk wants to call in here. We'll get her done. Unfortunately, it'll mean it'll only be able me that can hear. Black Elk is a cool guy, by the way, Carlos. I think you'd like him.
Awesome. So how did you meet him?
Messaged me from just watching the show. I mentioned before if anyone was ever interested in helping with some like real small editing, I would be interested. So he just like reached out to me from being an audience member and was like, "Hey man, I'm trying to get into editing. So if it's something you'd be interested, let me know." And I said, "Sure." And he started editing videos for me, and ever since then he's done more and more. And no, I think it's going really well. He's doing fantastic. He got into it because his goal was it'd be good practice for him, to be able to, actually working towards something, towards a channel is actually better than just practicing on your own. So he's actually creating something while at the same time, he's hoping to build a skill set that hopefully he could use in the future for like, some career opportunities. So, all right, gotta find a number. I sent that number to Carlos, so let's see if I can find it. Copy. No, I know. Here's the killer. My audience the whole time is going to be like, your audio's screwing up. Your audio's screwing up. Your audio's screwing up. I know. I don't know how to fix it. It has to do with the gain because Google Voice is gonna mess with me. We'll try it out. But I do want to bring him on because he's put in a lot of work to the channel, and it's a thankless job, and so I'd be remiss if on my 24-hour stream we didn't bring him on for a while. So he has. Yeah, you're right, Tristan. Black Elk has gotten very good at what he's doing.
So Penny was found innocent?
Is that true? That's over already?
Breaking Daniel Penny is innocent. The man he had in a chokehold had a pulse after police arrived. It took over 10 minutes to get on the scene, determined there was a pulse.
But that's not that he was found innocent.
No, yeah, I just realized that.
To accept, press 1.
I'm looking through my Twitter feed.
Do you mind if I go ahead and talk to Black Elk here?
Is he? So he's going to call in?
Yeah, he's called in. He's on the line right now.
Okay, yeah. I'll take a bathroom break and I'll be back.
Okay, man. Black Elk, what's happening?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. So the problem will be everyone will be able to hear you. The problem is because there's like a gain thing or something or that there's some automatic adjustment that goes through OBS and Google Voice that my mic will continually peak and then unpeak the whole time. But I think it's hearable by the audience, and certainly we've already done it with 2 previous callers, so we're gonna work with it. That's what we got to work
right.
with
Yeah,
today,
I think
so.
I heard that earlier on when I started watching the stream, like at 8:00 this morning, whenever. Yeah. I think you adjusted something on your mic and then it started doing that. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, I have no clue, but that's all right. The audience will they'll be all right with it. I mean, for gosh sakes, it's 4 a.m. People will deal with it. So how have you been, man? It's good to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I've been enjoying the stream. You have a ton of energy for being on the air. How long now?
So this would have been, let's see, we got 4 hours left, and I'm going 25 and a half hours. So that would put me at 21 and a half hours we've been going.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I'm getting tired like watching it all day, but you're going like a good champ.
It's funny. People always ask me, they're like, oh, what are you on uppers? You on caffeine pills or something? No, I did have a Red Bull. I did have one Red Bull today, but basically I've just been drinking. I had one beer. I've been drinking diet green tea and water. But yeah, that's just my natural energy level. I'm sure I'll crash come 8 o'clock. Hopefully I get a good 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I think the plan is then tomorrow evening, we're going to take my man trick-or-treating. So, it should be good stuff.
Cool. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah. So what do you think? So tell the audience here, something that me and you've been kicking around. We got some different ideas for the show that's coming up. Some ideas that we've kicked around for members only content, some ideas that we've kicked around for sort of like different types of shows that we could do, such as debate reviews and things like that. And then one of the ideas I'd kicked around is, and I'd mentioned it several times on show today, that I think the format that I ultimately would like to get to is having a show that's like an hour, 2 hours, that would be a weekly show or weeknight show where you have a co-host who's doing all the hard work, and then I just do all the easy shit. No, where the co-host,
that's the dream.
Yeah, bringing up like topics and not talking as much as me, but just bringing up topics for me to react to, and then the bulk of it would be me talking and reacting like a news story that suggests this, or what do you think about the peanut story, the squirrel that got killed?
Right. Well, I've been paying attention tonight. I think you've gotten 2 different offers to hook you up with that Jubilee channel. I think you should definitely take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. The only problem with that is, like, means flying to California. And, so when Alex Stein comes on and he's like, yeah, dude, they barely paid for my plane ticket. Like, to take time off, to then, even if they covered my plane ticket, then have to find a place to, a hotel or something in L.A. I'm sure that's not cheap. So it's hard, like, I think it would be good for exposure, but I have to be cognizant constantly that I can't screw over my family and like put myself in debt, take a chance. I already did that
Well,
running
would
for
you
Congress.
be one of the people? Would you be one of the people running towards the debater, or would you be the debater in the middle?
It would probably be the latter. I don't think I have a reputation enough amongst those people that I would be the person in the center. That's who I'd want to be. I find the entire platform of running to the chair and stuff to be pretty ridiculous. But, I don't know if it was for some sort of exposure, if it was the right thing, maybe I'd be interested in doing it. They also have other forms of debates. Like they'll have 4-on-4 debates and things like that. That's not necessarily running towards the table and stuff like that. So I don't know. But
you'd be good at it.
Yeah, there's other things out there, that we're looking at. One of the ideas I was talking about is doing a 24-hour stream at some point where it's just one person debating an hour and me debating 24 different people. And there's going to be some opportunities, I know, to work with the Crucible channel coming up and some things we're going to do with that, which I'll talk to you some of that stuff off air because not that it's like a big secret or anything, but anytime you're having discussions with other creators about possibility things, I don't want to disclose anything on air. But yeah, no, I'm excited. And I think that, after the election, it's going to, obviously the content will write itself for a couple weeks after the election because Trump wins and then we're celebrating and
right.
trying to talk lefties off a ledge. Trump loses and it sucks and lefties are coming on shitting on me and I'm like, it's okay, get it in. And then we're trying to talk righties off the ledge. So that's definitely, for a month or two after the election, you'll have that. And then it'll feel like a big pressure valve's been released and we'll see where we go from there. I'm not going to stop political content or anything, but it'll seem like a good, fresh starting point for trying some new ideas. And,
Yes, so we'll try out that one show with having me produce some of the news stories and kind of feed those to you. We'll try that. And then, like you said earlier, the other thing we're going to try to do is the debate show, which I think people are going to like that since you have so much experience with debate from like a technical perspective, not just as an online political dude. And just reviewing different debates, and they don't even have to be necessarily political too. I think it'd be interesting to see, those kind of Oxford Union debates, that type of thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think it'll be cool to try out, and we'll see. Like we've talked about before, the biggest problem, and yes, I'll probably repeat this 50 times. I can't help myself. One of the things that I do constantly, anytime, like there could be 55,000 people watching me. If one person's like, there's an audio issue, I'm like, whoa, audio issue, and everyone else is like, it's fine. I'm completely aware, unruffled, that there will be audio issues the entire time on this conversation. It has to do with sort of the OBS program not working well in tandem with Google Voice. And so something to do with the automatic gain is going to keep silencing me and then increasing my volume, trying to match me exactly with Black Elk, who's calling in here. So I do apologize to everyone, and I'm going to try to not bring it up again. And I know that someone's going to come in or someone's just going to straight up fuck with me and make the point again. So I'll try to make that be the only time. And if someone generously...
Well, you've never had that issue before, have you? I've never noticed it.
But I've never had call-ins through Google Voice that you've probably ever seen. The only time I remember ever doing a call-in from Google Voice was basically going into the 2022 election.
Okay. I thought you had people call in on Google, because I know you always say it, like, oh yeah, if you don't have... Because I don't have Zoom or anything. I tried to get it working on my phone here, and it wouldn't work, so...
Does Discord work on your phone?
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried. I can give it a shot.
No, we're already in tonight, but yeah, something we could try later. Thanks so much for the follow, Skate Punk. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, audio, bro. We got more people. Someone says, put a text up that says, I know there are audio issues. I can't fix it. So, yeah, I mean, it's something obviously if it becomes an issue more in the future. Someone sent me a plugin, was like, oh, if you install this plugin on OBS, it usually fixes these issues. So something that I could work on in the future. But, just for tonight, I think at this point, we just run it through at this point,
Sure.
and...
one thing I should say to the audience, because you're terrible at this, you're only 180 subscribers away from 10K. So if there's anybody in the audience who still isn't subscribed, definitely do that.
Oh, that's excellent. I knew I was getting close, but I didn't watch today. Actually, I got to say, all the guests have been tremendous, and I've enjoyed all of them. But, Andrew coming on, and then after he leaves and rating me, I had an original goal of trying to hit $500 today. I don't know what I'm at, but I think I'm well over that. And just the generosity that Andrew and many of the people of the Crucible had. So I appreciate that. The most important thing, though, is convincing people. Sumo's like, Robert, you aware there's audio issues? Oh, no. Convincing people to get out to vote. So I hope that everyone that's making an audio joke, every time you make an audio joke, that's one more person you have to bug to get out and vote for Trump and Republicans. So I'll happily
There you
accept
go.
that.
That's how to
Keep
do it.
making the audio jokes and get your asses out there and get people to be able to vote on Tuesday if they haven't already done it. So,
Well, I already voted. I voted on Wednesday, and then here's a question for you, because in my state where I'm at, they had it on it was like a measure ballot, like a measure on the ballot for legalizing marijuana.
Mm.
So is pot legal there in Pennsylvania?
No. So it is like you get your weed card. You know what?
So they have medical.
Yeah, they have medical, but it's not for recreational. It's not. But it's one of those things that no one really gives a shit. I'm sure police wanted to charge you for it, but it's like, I think it's funny coming into the little town that's right like in Clarion, the center of Clarion County. If you come into it from one direction, there's a big billboard that's always advertising local businesses, and it's just this like dude smelling like a weed bud, and it's just like, stop and smell the flowers, blah 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 dispensary. It's just kind of funny to see. It's like, damn, shit happened fast. These dispensaries, CBD shops are everywhere. But no, I don't think it's legal here.
Okay, so what do you think about that? Should it be legal? Should it not be legal? Because I've seen some on the conservative side kind of change their mind on this. Like I know Cernovich on X is going hard against legalized weed.
I see the point, and I'm closer to that than I have been, but I still think that the libertarian in me weighs out. That says that as an adult, if you want to put shit into your body that's not good for you, that you should have the right to put that into your body, with few exceptions, right? And so I guess that I would still be for the legalization of recreational use. I do agree with a lot of the concerns that people say. I think that we're learning more and more that there's more to marijuana and its sustained use than we were led to believe for years. I think that it does affect people in a negative way that use it chronically and habitually, like almost on a daily basis. And certainly it annoys the shit out of me, particularly when I'm out with my son and we're in public spaces where you could just, everything reeks of marijuana. So I get the people that are like, is this what you want your communities to be? Is this it? But I still think ultimately deep down, I'm okay with saying like you can't be in public spaces, just like alcohol, you can't walk around with an open container, etc. But as an adult, I guess you should be allowed to use it. So I would be for the legalization, I believe.
That was my kind of reasoning too, because I don't smoke weed or anything, but my 17-year-old self did. And so I owed it to him when I was a high 17-year-old going, man, one day it'll be legal.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
I'll say this, and
point.
like it would be very hypocritical of me, because I've certainly, not only have I used weed, I've actually done far worse than that, far worse drugs. And the worst drug that I did though was alcohol. It's like, because that was my drug of choice, and I was an alcoholic. And there's certainly problems with alcohol as well. But I think the answer to it is probably legalize it, but then try to do our best culturally as to why, just like with drinking, it's okay to dabble. Everyone's gonna, you're young, you're gonna be stupid, etc. But understand that culturally, it's not like the badass thing that once we, pretended it was. The same's true of weed smoking. It just, for me, there's so many people that make their entire life about it, and it becomes an annoyance, and it, ruins, I think, part of their creative drive or their energy or whatever. So, hey, man, they each your own, though. My rule was always this, man. My house, my rules. So if I say no smoking cigarettes, no smoking weed, no drinking, whatever, it's my house. If I'm in your house and you want to pull out a big old syringe and start shooting up in your arm, more power to you, man. I'm going to leave if I don't like it, but it's your house. So your house, your rules. That's always sort of how I've approached that. I don't try to judge people morally for vices, because certainly I have had and still have many vices. Now, the legality of something's, a little different, but I still lean on those libertarian principles to say that it should be, it should be something that grown adults are allowed to put in their body. There's other questions that come about, like, what if you're a parent and you have, sole custody and you're getting high as shit and bad things happen? Those are different discussions. But ultimately, that's the principle that I rely on.
Yep, that's what I was kind of thinking too. And you said because it's medical there and you smell it everywhere, like people are out smoking all the time, because I haven't seen that here where I am.
Well, it depends. Like on an average day in my town, that's not the case, but there's certain things, right? Like, for example, we had this big parade here which we took our son to, and you could smell it once in a while wafting through. The wind would blow in the right direction that someone was hitting up. You go to any sort of concert or anything, you're going to smell it, but I ain't taking my kid to any sort of concert really at this point. Nash Trucker, thanks so much for the super chat for $20, man. Really appreciate it. So it's not that bad where I live. I know in certain places I've been in the city, I've seen it worse. I'll tell you stories. I think it was at a debate tournament, and in the lobby of this hotel that we are all staying at, all the debaters were staying at, there was a sort of, I don't know how to explain this, a military ball. And so you had a bunch of, my guess is Marines that were dressed up in like the fancy sort of outfits.
Oh, yeah, their suits or whatever. Yeah.
Right. So not your fatigues, not your camo. And it was a very impressive thing. It looked very high class. And as you entered, there was sort of a big, I don't know what you would call it, a big room. What a cool word, room. A big room where they had rented out and put it like it was like a ball. And we're lugging luggage up and down the stairs, going outside for a minute here and there. So we're on the elevator 2-3 times to get up to our room. And the third time we're on with this team from another school that are a bunch of weed heads, whatever. And as the elevator's closing, this gentleman gets on with, obviously in the military, and he's with this woman that's in like a gorgeous dress, and they come in, and we're in this elevator, and we're going up like 4 floors, and one of these dudes from the other team lights up a joint, right, and just starts smoking it, like, trying to hide a little, and this military dude went fucking berserk, and he's like, listen here, you piece of shit, like, if I test positive for marijuana and get kicked out of the fucking military, I'll kill you, blah, blah, blah. And just, like, went off on this guy. And it's like, I'm not sure how much of a contact high you'd be able to get from, like, secondhand weed smoke that you would pop positive for sort of that type of thing.
Yeah, I don't think it works that way. No.
But, like, the idea that you're so brazen that you're just in a elevator full of people just like, I'm just going to toke up right here. I can't wait for the, 30 seconds till I'm in my room. Like, fuck them. Like, I was like, yeah, I got you, military guy.
Well, no, there's a question. Back in your debate days, were there people taking performance-enhancing drugs for debate? There must have been, right?
Yeah, so, like, it was Coke was huge, Adderall was huge, Ritalin was huge, caffeine pills were huge. It was all the norm. It really was. Like, I saw a debate one time I was debating, and the judge had a bag of Coke fall out of his pocket onto the floor. No bullshit whatsoever. Yeah, the judge. I remember one time y'all have ballots and shit, and like, so depending on how many judges are in a particular, normally it's one judge per round, but sometimes you have more than that. We're looking for the judge one time because there's prep time where people are preparing for their speech, and then when the prep time ends, okay, the judge stops the clock, your prep time stops, then the speech, you give an order to what the speech is going to look like, and then you go ahead and deliver the speech. Well, sometimes the judges will leave the room. And so judge leaves the room, and I go looking for him, and I go into the stairwell. There's a judge ripping a big line off the stairs. This guy that's judging this debate that I'm in, it's like, oh, shit. Good stuff.
Well, did he give you points because you caught him?
I did win that round, but I think I legitimately won. I think it wasn't close, which maybe was why he was doing a line to keep entertained. But, yeah, I mean, it definitely, there was a lot of sort of performance enhancing materials that were being used in that sense. And people could believe me or not. I'll tell you right now, like, I've done hardcore drugs. I've done uppers. I've done psychedelics. I'm telling you right now, though, never, ever, ever did I do anything like that in the context of debate. I just didn't. I do remember one time at one particular tournament, I did take a caffeine pill that my debate partner gave me one time ever, but never did any Coke or anything like that, or Adderall, Ritalin, in the context of like studying for a debate or, getting ready to go to a debate tournament. So.
Interesting. So now that you've seen people debating on drugs, do you think Destiny is on Adderall or something like that?
Yeah. I don't judge him for it. Maybe he's prescribed it and he's taking it totally legitimately. But as someone who has been around chronic drug users, he has all the telltale signs of being on an upper. You see it a lot with jaw movement, sort of dry mouth, licking the lips, and things of that nature. Now, again, I'm just giving you my honest opinion. I don't give a shit at all. I really don't. Like, again, for all I know, it's totally legitimate purpose. Destiny's prescribed something for ADHD or something like that. But it is undoubtable, in my opinion, that it matches up exactly with what I've seen of people using those sorts of uppers. There, someone says he admits that it's prescribed. That could be it. I have seen people taking prescription levels of sort of uppers like that have similar characteristics, and they're not doing anything that's illegal. They're literally prescribed the medication that's causing that. So,
right.
But yeah, there's
it
definitely
explains
some
his behavior. Yeah, it explains his behavior during debates and then outside of it, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, it certainly can be something that, anytime you're talking about something that increases intensity and sort of energy and things like that, it could certainly explain a lot of like outbursts that come in short periods. Now, again, people ask me this shit all the time, like, oh, you seem to be very energetic, you get very animated, what are you on? And all I can tell you is oh my goodness, I couldn't tell you the last time that I've done an illegal drug, like for real. I mean, it's probably been 5-6 years. Not that I'm bragging. I'm just saying, like, I'm not really doing that shit now. That's something that younger Rob did. So this is all me,
How much caffeine are you on today? I saw you drinking that Red Bull earlier.
A Red Bull, and then this morning I've had 2 Red Bulls. I had a Red Bull at about 8 o'clock this morning, and I had one probably about 1 a.m. there. So that's it. Unless there's caffeine in these green teas, which I don't see that. They're diet green teas, but other than that, yeah, that's it. Also, I've drank other than that.
You're still doing great. Like I said, I'm amazed you're still going after this long. I thought you'd be like kind of like half dead in your chair, one eye open, but now you're still going, man.
Carlos was looking like that early, right? But Carlos is reading, and like the angle of which he had his camera set up was like sort of like if I didn't have a hat on like this, so it looked like you could only see his eyelids. I was gonna be like, Carlos, you all right? It's like 4 p.m. What the hell's going on, buddy?
Carlos is cool, man. I haven't seen him on the channel before. I haven't been watching forever, but you guys used to do a radio show, you said, right?
Yeah. So we were out of Williamsport. We did a radio show, him, Todd Bartley, and me, and it was a lot of fun. Radio's a different beast. Like you're talking different formats. Obviously, you're going out in public airwaves, so you got to be a little more careful about how you're talking. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fun. All of the guests I have, like from the political world here in Pennsylvania, that's all through Carlos. And so, he's been a great guy. Met him, like I said, when I was running for office in 2019. Met him there. He was working for Maria Montero, who was another candidate that was running, who was a very impressive lady. And he came up to me after the election was over and started to chat me up. And we started talking a lot on the phone after that, just about politics. And then I got to meet his family, and we would go to events together, Republican events, particularly out towards Lycoming County a lot. So
cool.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and I think we share a lot of political instincts, but we also are both to the ability where we could argue with each other, and it's not a big deal. Same with Todd. Give Todd shit, no big deal. Like he gives me shit, no big deal. So it's always fun to deal with those guys. It just feels like old days of sitting around on the porch bitching about like the local GOP or something. So sort of a lot of that, but it makes it feel, that sort of thing. Some of the best political conversations, like my brother is on the in the chat here right now. Some of my favorite conversations are shit like that. It's never going to make it to stream. It's not recorded, but it's just bullshitting to someone that in real life, sort of like the ins and outs of like, political issue or something that's going on that day. Sometimes I think that would be the most interesting content, but it's hard to replicate that in a pre-planned, like, oh, let's set up a stream and do this, because most of that stuff
Right. Well, speaking of, what are your plans for election night? You said you're going to be streaming a little bit, right?
Yeah, so I'll probably join Andrew's stream for a while. I think Drone Tech will probably be doing something, Sparky and those guys. So my plan is I'm going to stream. Probably start streaming 7, 8 o'clock, maybe before then. We'll see what's going on. I'm going to make sure that I get everyone that needs a ride out to the polling place. After that, probably have dinner with my family and then come up and stream. I'll probably bounce around. I don't plan on having guests on my stream, but I plan on probably traveling and floating around to other streams and then talking a lot on my own stream when I see fit. That's usually how these things work. So the last sort of election nights, it's just like everybody's having a stream and like everybody's inviting everyone on. And I thought that it just became easier instead of being that person trying to bring people to me. If I just go to the people that I feel like, then I could leave when I feel like and kind of do my own thing. So that's sort of the plan going tentatively that I have. Now, who knows? Maybe I get on with Andrew and I decide to stay there all night, or anything's possible, but nothing written in stone. I'm just kind of planning on sort of winging it, but I'll definitely be streaming. So.
Got it. Okay, cool. Are you prepared for any shenanigans? Have you been listening to Alex Jones and Naomi Wolf
I haven't been
go
listening.
off the rails?
I have not been.
They're going insane. They're going to cut off the grid, and they're gonna activate the army of Chinese agents that are in the country. They're going insane. I'm really worried about those people.
Well, I mean, I guess that's always a possibility. Or aliens could invade, or the simulation could end. I guess all those
No,
things.
you're joking, but I
Yeah.
swear to God, I think Alex Jones was talking about how they're going to simulate an alien invasion.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
as a possible false flag around the election.
Who knows? Maybe he'll be right. I think the things you're likely to see, like, you're going to see like you saw in Bucks County, where it's like the intentional dragging of feet. Oh, we don't have enough paper. Oh,
Yeah, we saw some shenanigans like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's going to be like deploying the Chinese military or aliens or shit like that. That seems a bit far-fetched even for me. Even for Alex, that seems a bit far-fetched. But, I don't know. The truth of the matter is, no matter who wins, the other side, or a huge portion of the other side is not going to accept it. Probably rightfully so. There's probably is bullshit going on either side. I think it's worse with the establishment.
So a more realistic scenario might be some left-wing violence. Do you think we're going to see that?
If Trump wins, absolutely, it's guaranteed. Absolutely. There is no doubt in my mind that if Trump wins, you will see days upon days of left-wing violence sporadically across this country. And you'll see it largely be defended or ignored, or just the most simple lip service. Oh, we condemn this sort of violence. Meanwhile, Trump's Hitler. He should be taken off the ballot, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that's absolutely. I mean, there's a reason that businesses in cities boarded up their windows in the 2020 election. And it wasn't that they were afraid that Trump was going to lose. It was they were afraid he was going to win. And we saw the results of this in 2016. And I'm sure the violent lefties, which, let me be clear, I know I've said this many times today, but truly from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. I'm not talking about my normie friends that are Democrats, that are good people. And many of you think that's bullshit. How could you be a good person? But I'm telling you, they're good people. They have disagreements with me. I think they're making a terrible decision voting for Kamala Harris. Or I think they've been duped into thinking that Donald Trump's as evil as they think that he is. But they're not lunatics that are going to go out there and like put black bloc gear on and start, beating the shit out of your family or anything like that. However, those people do exist. They're a fringe group, but when you're talking about violence, fringe is all that matters. And, I'm afraid that just like we saw in 2016, that you're going to see those groups be sort of all of a sudden that have been so quiet for so long. If Trump gets back in office, oh boy, it's riot season again. Now it's okay again,
So Pittsburgh is like the biggest city kind of near you. Did they get any of that leftist violence during 2020 or 2016?
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as Philly, but definitely there was some of that. You even saw it under the George Floyd, going into 2020, you saw some of that. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't like you saw in like Atlanta. It wasn't that you saw in Philly. It wasn't that you saw in DC. But yeah, there was a little bit of violence that occurred there. And, sadly, Pittsburgh, it's always been considered one of the like up and coming hospitable cities. There's been some areas around it's kind of a little bit going in the dumps. So much so.
Yeah,
that,
well, I mean, because you're pretty out there, kind of in the stick, so you're not terribly worried about violence yourself.
No. My community, unless shit gets real hairy, unless there's an alien invasion or some shit. Like, no, I'm about an hour and 45 minutes northeast of Pittsburgh, so we're living basically in the middle of the forest here, and we don't see a lot of that shit. It's not to say it couldn't hypothetically happen, but I would be absolutely shocked. I can't see anyone that lives in the area doing anything like that, and I don't know why someone from outside would want to come to this area. I don't know what's spectacular that you would come
Well,
here
that's
to
what
do.
the sleeper cell Chinese agents are for.
Right.
Bob. They're going to come first, and then the aliens. You gotta
Right.
get it right.
Well, there's the old theory that if you're a foreign nation or even if you're domestic and you want to harm the United States and attack it, of course, the conventional wisdom's like, go after the heart of the country, D.C., New York, etc. But then there's a counter theory that's like, no, what you do is go after a completely random small place because then no one feels safe. If you hit this little county in rural Pennsylvania, well, shit, now everyone from New York City to every small county all across the country is going to be like, it could be us next. So I guess
Right,
the aliens or the Chinese army could come for us. I guess.
Well, God, I heard Jordan Peterson on a podcast like a couple years ago talking about how he had a discussion with somebody about our electrical grid and how like it's really sensitive and it could be taken down pretty easily by somebody if they were coordinated.
I'm sure that's
So
true.
so it's not out of the question, I guess.
Yeah, EMPs, things like that. I'm sure that sort of stuff's a possibility. Oftentimes what I say when it comes to the like, let's assume that you want to be as conspiratorial as possible. You also have to ask yourself, like, what is the end game for some conspiracy? Like, so let's assume for a second, I assume Alex Jones would say these are corrupt people, these institutions are like globalist, and I believe he believes in like interdimensional psychic vampires or some shit as well. But what's the end game to sort of completely show their hand in this one election? Like, for example,
right?
Like that's sort of okay. This is it. We're showing our hand. The aliens are coming. The Chinese government is coming. So that's it. That's the point of no return, right? In some ways,
right?
Are you taking that step if you're a corrupt institution, or are you going to try to placate and pay lip service to Donald Trump while slowly leak against him, while slowly having weaponization of all of these institutions, while working with rhinos that don't support him to assure that he can't get any of his serious, reforms passed that would actually drain the swamp? It seems to me that would be a more prudent way to go,
Yeah, the Chinese agents, like, that's pretty ridiculous, and the aliens and stuff, but there's a lot of weird stuff around that Ryan Ruth character. You got to admit that. So maybe they don't have to go that far with, like, the agents, but I think there's definitely something going on.
Who's that? I don't know if I know. Who's Ryan Ruth?
Oh, that's the dude who was hiding in the bushes at Mar-a-Lago for Trump.
The second assassin. That was, okay.
Yeah.
So you had Crooks and then this guy. Yeah, man, there's a lot of shady shit there. Now, that's different. Like a straight-up assassination attempt, that's in the realm of believability, of course. That's different. You understand there's a difference because there's plausible deniability. If an assassin shoots someone, they could always throw up their arms and go, wasn't us, and you can't prove it, right? But, like, the Chinese military mobilizing in communities all across this country, it's sort of hard to be like, what? We didn't see that, or aliens or some shit. That's sort of like, ripping the Band-Aid off at that point. So, yeah, I mean, that second, even the first assassination attempt had problems, but the second one, incredibly shady, so they're kind of like putting a pin in it until after the election. They're not releasing documents to the public. They're admitting that he sort of had some contact, so it seems like it would have been necessary to have some contact in the U.S. government at some point to have the context that he had to be able to get in and out of Ukraine like he did.
Yeah, he was going to Ukraine. He was working with Afghan nationals to try to bring them to Ukraine, and he had no money, yet he had all the fancy gun equipment like they all do,
Yeah, it's definitely, and it is weird. That seems to happen so often. You see these people that are unemployed, that are living sort of lives that are well outside the means of sort of what you would have an average, or well beneath the means that you consider an average person. Yet somehow they get their hands on all of this like expensive equipment, expensive guns. I'm not saying it's impossible that there aren't legitimate explanations for this, but certainly
unemployed, mentally ill, and $10,000 worth of gun equipment, I think was pretty much the profile for that Ryan Ruth character.
It's crazy, and like when you look at these sorts of things, right? Like it's amazing to me how the lack of curiosity that like our mainstream media has about this stuff, because if the shoe was on the other foot and this was an attempted assassin of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, you absolutely 100% know it would be the biggest story in the country. But with this guy,
yeah,
the Crooks guy,
and they would go deep into conspiracy theories too, while calling us conspiracy theorists.
That's
I mean, they've already invented the Trump didn't get shot conspiracy theory, or that and some of these people believe that like he took a shot at Trump and intentionally missed. It was like a coordinated shot. Yeah, they're just hypocrites.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, what can you do? Of course that they're hypocrites about it, but yeah. Oh, watching you back, thanks so much, says, your mic is shit, it comes in and out, please fix it. Sorry, dude. Anyways, right, like, what you can see is they know that it's something that will harm them politically, so they just don't give a shit. They don't give a shit to even pretend to care. Like, oh yeah, maybe it's something we need to look into. So, when you're good at controlling the flow of information and picking and choosing and having sort of the air of omission where you're not talking about certain stories, one of the things that happens is all of our lives move on. Even someone like me that's looking at this stuff in real time and talking about stuff 4 months from now, is this going to be pressing on my mind? So when you 4 months from now release a couple, documents from the DOJ, it's like, oh, okay, plead guilty, it's going to be a trial. It's like all of a sudden you're on to different shit. And it's like, oh man, there was never really any accountability for this. There was never really any explanation for how this crazy shit, what were the connections that this person had to Ukraine? How were they able to afford all of this shit? Were there other government entities that were in talks with him that thought that he could have been radicalized, et cetera, et cetera? You just never get to that level of it because they know if they don't talk about it in real time, by the time they get around to talking about it and burying it on page 11 of the New York Times, it's going to be months later and people's minds would have moved on.
Hey.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how they do it.
Carlos, what's up, man?
You're still on with
Yeah, I am. I'm still on with them. We'll probably go for another 25 minutes till 5 if that's cool with you, Carlos. You cool with that?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, you guys can't hear each other. Apologies for that, but this guy wants
people in the chat are going nuts about the mic.
Yeah, it's great. Just that one guy on Rumble. It was and Kick. Anyways, yeah, I mean it's really insane, and I wouldn't put anything past sort of within the realm of believability of all kinds of crazy shit happening from here to election night. You see that they're running wild with the Jeffrey Epstein story that came out today. Did you see this?
Well, I saw it on the Twitter feed, but I didn't read it because I've always thought if they had anything on Donald Trump about Jeff Epstein, they would have released it already. So
yeah,
it's probably nonsense.
So first off, you have Michael Wolff, who's a charlatan who does this shit all the time and has unsourced stories. Secondly, even if we are to assume that the audio that they present is audio of Jeffrey Epstein, basically it's Epstein being like, Trump's a huge prick. I was his best friend for years. The dude could barely read. There's nothing likable about him. He's incredibly immoral, and he slept with his friends' wives. Okay?
Well, didn't Trump kick Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago? So they had like this big beef. Like he wasn't even friends with him, right?
That's the claim. So then I'm interested, when did this recording happen? It was clearly after Trump was president. So think of how this would work. You have Jeffrey Epstein, who is like persona non grata even before the FBI decided to look into him. He's not a fan of Donald Trump, probably because we know that they had a falling out, right? He understands that all of the circles he runs in, right? Like, for example, we know most likely he was working with U.S. intelligence to sort of gather intel on people that they could then use to exploit. Those organizations hate Trump. So you send this dude like Michael Wolff, a journalist who also hates Trump, and it's like, hey, Jeffrey, don't worry about sending me proof that like Trump was with underagers or Trump sexually. So don't worry about any of that shit. Can you tell us some hot tales about Donald Trump? Oh, Trump treated his cabinet like shit, and Trump could barely read. Trump was he slept with his wives, his friends' wives. And it's like, okay.
Well, if this is supposed to be the October surprise, I'm like really disappointed. We didn't get very much of that this election cycle. We didn't get any like fallacious dirt on Kamala. I mean, I guess her dirt's kind of out in the open. And then if this is the big October surprise from the Democrats, it's not very impressive. I was hoping for more this year.
Yeah, I mean, they just hope, to them it's a real simple calculus. Epstein, Trump. That's it.
Right.
Those two names juxtaposed beside each other. That'll be enough people to swing enough votes that'll be like, Epstein, Trump. And forget about the characters that are involved. Thanks so much, Josie, giving me a rate. Now, to those that just rated, let me preempt you. Yes, I'm talking to my editor, Black Elk. And yes, because that is through Google Voice, there is something that's going on with sort of the auto gain function that's screwing with my audio that you all hear. So I apologize for that. But thanks so much, Josie. I appreciate the raid. We're going to be talking to Black Elk for about another 20 minutes. Then we're going to go back to Zoom, which will fix all of my audio issues. And I'll be talking to my radio show co-host when I had a radio show, Carlos Saldivia. So, but yeah.
We really should have coordinated this before I called in.
Well, I mean, at this point, I didn't know there was a problem with Google Voice at all. So going into this 24-hour stream today, Google Voice was the backup for people that may not be able to call in. And I didn't realize no one used Google Voice until well into the day, till Todd Bartley at like 5 p.m. And by that point, it's like, what are you going to do? Shut down the stream for an hour or so while I troubleshoot what the problem is? Nah, no one else is going to use Google Voice. And then, of course, we've had 3 more people use it. But, what can you do?
Right. Well, I suppose it's my fault because I don't have any of this Zoom or Discord or anything set up.
We'll get it set up on your phone. Like, Zoom and Discord should both work on your phone. They work
I
on
have
mine.
an ancient phone is the
Oh,
problem. I refuse to update my phone and get a new one. I got like the cheap $100 one from Walmart like a couple years ago.
Oh, well, see, there you go. Okay, well, maybe
So
that's...
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Maybe we need to do a fundraising stream. Get Black
The
out the
fundraiser for
phone
me to
from
get a
this
phone.
millennium.
I need to get a new phone anyway, so I should probably do that and get everything set up. But I could probably get the Discord and Zoom and all that stuff set up on my PC. It'd be better anyway.
So if you're just joining, right? We normally what I would do, I'm doing a 24-hour stream. It's actually 25 and a half hours to get out to vote for Trump and Republicans, right? Normally the way that you would work when you're dealing with streamers and call-ins and things like that is use the platform that people are used to, like Discord, or use StreamYard. The problem is many of the people that were calling in as guests to my show were like sitting congressmen and business people and Republican chairs of different committees, and they basically only know like Zoom and calling in with a cell phone. So like it's so difficult to be like, let me talk you through Discord, or here's a StreamYard link. Like it's just so much easier to use Zoom. And so that was the process. Because I know it was funny. Some of the people from the streaming world are like, you boomer, you're using Zoom. It's like, yeah, that's what people are comfortable with calling in. So.
From my perspective, because I have to edit the videos, that looked a lot nicer than what you were doing before. Like just the quality of the video coming through OBS looks great. It looks a lot better going through Zoom.
That's interesting. I always wondered that about Discord, if there were sort of video quality issues when you're going through Discord. So. But yeah, that's interesting. Max says, hey, nice to see you, Max says, Black Elk can dial into your Zoom call just as any phone, including a landline. I don't know how to do that, so I don't know what the number would be that he would be able to do that. So we only got another 15 minutes anyway, so I think we'll just power through here. But it's
the middle of the night. This is like the witching hour when everything goes wrong. It should return to normal, right?
You know what's funny? Probably the way this game works, if I would intentionally talk softer like this, it would probably come out as louder through my microphone. I don't know. I'm looking at the levels of it. But let's get back to talking about issues that aren't audio related. What are you seeing where you're at? Like, what state are you in? And do you see, like, enthusiasm on the ground?
Yeah, I'm in North Dakota. So we're deep Trump country. Of course, it's just Republican, definitely not a swing state. So, everybody's going to vote for Trump, of course. There's really not much happening here in terms of politics or in terms of anything else, really.
Yeah, it's funny. I see it where I'm clearly in an area in Pennsylvania, swing state, but I'm in rural Pennsylvania, and it's clear that Trump's going to win, like, my county. So the question becomes, well, how do you evaluate it compared to, say, 2020 or enthusiasm in 2022? And I do think that I see more enthusiasm. However, I have to ask myself, is that because there's enthusiasm for people to actually get out there and vote, and so there's going to be a bunch of new voters? Or you have to remember in 2020, around this time, we were like peak COVID lockdowns. And so how much enthusiasm would I have seen? How much was I really out? My wife was pregnant, so how much was I really looking for it? All of these things are things that's like, oh wait, was my wife pregnant?
Well, because I would imagine in a place like Pennsylvania, it's very different than where I am. Because like I said, we're not a swing state, so we don't get political ads, we don't get political texts. You don't see a lot of signs. It's kind of like more normal, but I would imagine it's like a whole circus out there in a swing state like Pennsylvania. Probably the most important swing state.
Yeah, it's crazy though. Like, we talked to candidate for congressional seat in District 8, Rob Bresnahan, and he said the very first bill that he would pass if he gets elected is to stop sending political text messages, which will resonate well here in Pennsylvania because I probably get 4 or 5 a day at this point. Make sure you get out to vote. A lot of libertarian ones I get too, because at one point I was, in the Libertarian Party, so I get a lot of Chase Oliver shit. My favorites are the ones
They're still pushing Chase Oliver.
Oh yeah, here in PA. My favorite ones though, like they sent these. I got this one in the mail and I got it by phone, and it's like I forget what the name of it is, but it's clearly a Democrat message here that's being sent out. But it's trying to be like, the theme of it's like this. Hey, we're sort of nonpartisan and everybody should vote. We just want to inform you of where each candidate stands on the issues. So, let's just talk about a couple issues. And it's like Kamala on one side, Trump on the other. And it'll be like, police, and it'll be like Kamala was a former prosecutor that worked with police, and she helped arrest criminals, violent criminals, help secure the border, blah blah blah, when she was a prosecutor. And then on Trump's side, it's just like he's a piece of shit that like punches police in the face, and he's just the fucking worst guy ever, and all the police ever hate him. Just an even-handed look at both of their positions.
Just a nice non-biased look at the different candidates. You can make up your mind.
Now
Whatever.
let's go with abortion policy or tax policy. It's all like that. I'm like, it's so funny. They're trying to have this veneer of like, oh, we're just laying out the facts, nonpartisan. Feel free to choose the option you think would be best for you. If you'd like more information, you could go to this website and we can give you more information on where each candidate stands.
Right,
It's
right,
like so funny. I'm
right.
like, does anyone actually follow this? Like, oh, this is some official shit. It's not from either campaign. It's sort of calling it balls and strikes right down the middle. It's just so funny.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't have to deal with any of that type of stuff. I just hear horror stories about it, especially the text message. Like, I've never gotten a political text message. You said you get like 4 or 5 a day.
Yeah. Like, so, like, I don't know. Let me see how many I got. I got yesterday 1. Hi, this is former model Stacey Williams, Donald Trump. This is literally so. Here, I'll show you. So you can see this is a text I got. It says, "Hi, this is former model Stacey Williams. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein groped and berated me when I was 24. Even though it's hard to talk about this,
They sent you a text about Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm not alone
That's
in being
amazing.
treated by Donald Trump. Dozens of women." So that's the one I got today. Then I got, "Hi, Pennsylvania Republicans. This is Scott Pressler with OE Vote Action," which Scott, I'll take his call. And I got from earlier. Then I got, "We know it's a big contest taking place in PA right now, and we're not talking Penn State versus Ohio State. The future of our country is at stake to take action to vote for Donald Trump." And then, let's see, I know I got a bunch more. "Voting for the same two parties of more of the same big government. Vote Chase Oliver, paid for by Civic Truth Action." It's just, it never ends. "Sheriff Ott here. Election day is going to come down to your vote. Vote Trump and McCormick by 11:15. This is all shit that I've just got in the past 2 days. So I average probably 4 a day. I'm not in Discord. People are telling me to turn off the auto gain. I'm not in Discord. I'm through a Google Voice call, so I can't find the auto gain feature there. So
Yeah. It was my governor, Doug Burgum, tried to run for president. You remember him?
Yeah, I do.
Or maybe even not, because he was so unimpressive.
I remember him.
He has an interesting story because he was a software developer down in Fargo, and he sold his company to Bill Gates, and he's like a really good friend of Bill Gates to this day.
Oh, okay.
So that's where all that was coming from. And then when he started being pushed nationally, I was calling him out on X. I was calling him Burgum bots, but you could see him. They were really pushing for Burgum, and that was all Bill Gates is doing.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? How these people sort of crawl out of the woodwork, and all of a sudden, people that you've rarely heard of are big on the national scale, and it's like
right.
It's so...
and you kind of wonder where they came from and what happened. Yeah, that was him. He is like these big. He's still friends with Bill Gates, and then I just saw him. Vivek took some pictures with him today, so he's still kind of scurrying around the RNC somewhere.
It's so interesting. Maybe if I do this, let me try. No, I can't do that. I was gonna say if I set up here. See if you can hear me. Can you still hear me here? Does it sound different to you?
It sounds different, but I can hear you.
Okay, this might actually solve the problem because now I'm talking to you through the microphone in the camera, which means that the microphone that I'm using to stream is going to sound better. So as long as it's accessible for you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, shit, why didn't I think of this earlier? That would have been the thing to do. There you go, everyone. I solved my audio issue. I'm not using the same mic through 2 platforms now. So there you go. Sorry about that. 5 a.m. I finally figured out how to solve that problem in my own dumb way. So
we'll wait for the chat, see what they say if it's the.
Oh yeah, you're
like
loving
I said, you sound worse, but I can hear you.
Yeah, so I only sound worse on your end probably. Finally better, they said. Send in those super chats. The super genius just solved the problem. Hurrah! Tune in to watch
Rob figured it out on the fly.
24 hours of watching some old man struggle with technology. You know, we're rounding into the early hours. I wonder how bad it was, like on their end, if it was like completely unlistenable. I hope not. I hope that they could at least hear some of what I was saying. So, yeah, so right now I'm talking to you through the camera microphone. But what'd you think of this? What do you think of the Peanut story? What do you think's the bigger October surprise? The Jeffrey Epstein Trump or the Peanut? Yeah.
We're going to try to activate the Chinese sleeper agents to get justice for Peanut. Yeah, I don't know why that story went so viral. Like it's just a dumb squirrel, but at the same time, you really had to go kill a dumb squirrel.
Well, I think it's like, I was mentioning this earlier. I don't know if you heard me, but, you know, emotional stories like that appeal to people. And when you're talking about, Harambe thing, I know it was a meme, but that sort of thing like takes off. The eating the cats and dogs thing. Why was that even something that you would potentially say? It's because, saying, oh, they killed, this criminal killed this woman. Sometimes that's less effective than they're hurting people's pets, and in this case, this story just represents the absurdity of sort of the democratic vision for governance, which is they know better than you. They're going to be authoritarian, and that bureaucracy is so stupid that it ends up breaking into someone's house, treating them like a career criminal, basically marauding through their house with, I think, 10 officers, questioning their immigration status, and then taking these animals and euthanizing them.
So I have a
someone's
question.
pets.
Why did they have warrants for that house and everything? Like, I don't think we've gotten to that part of the story yet. Maybe they were doing some weird shit to that squirrel. Like, do we even know?
Well, I think that it was the reason that they were at the house is because allegedly, just from granted, I've been streaming all day, but the little I've read of it seems to be that someone reported it in. That they were like, there is a wild animal at my neighbor's place. Someone needs to come take care of this. Maybe it was this wild animal.
So somebody
is
called
harassing-
in, that guy has an illegal squirrel.
Yeah.
And then they showed up with like 10 officers and warrants and stuff.
Apparently that's what happened. That's what's being alleged. Now, I will say this. Not to that level, but my father has had the police called on him for having an illegal animal. That is an absolutely true story because my father had a pet skunk. Now, this skunk was descented, but it is considered in the state of Pennsylvania an exotic animal, and you have to have a specific license to be able to have it. And someone somewhere in town became aware of this. My dad was like this weird local small town celebrity because he would take this descended skunk to all sorts of events. The local pumpkin chunkin' and,
Right.
And so it was like
What was the skunk's name?
Gypsy was the skunk's name.
Gypsy the skunk. Okay.
Yes. So they actually had one before that too, and it tragically died pretty young. But Gypsy, I remember, and so I don't think the police did anything, but it was one of those things. Then another crazy incident with my dad was this time the township pulled money together and bought swans to put in the local river. Now this was above board; they bought it from a dealer and they had a license to do it, but the swans kept sort of going away, and so there was this crazy manhunt to like go find these swans. At least one of them male, I think, that swam away. Inevitably, what happened was some dumbass was like kayaking or something in the river and decided it would be a cool thing to go and like try to pet these swans, and they like beat the shit out of this guy. And so then he threatened a lawsuit and this and that. And so that was the end of the swans. Like the town had someone come pick them up and take them to somewhere. But yeah, cause some dumbass ruined it because he was going up and harassing them. And so, but yeah, so I'm
So
slightly
did you grow
familiar.
up? So did you grow up with like a pet skunk instead of like a pet dog? Were you like jealous of all the other kids
No,
with like normal pets?
So I have a sister that's 20 years younger than me, and my one brother is like 14 years younger than me. So by the time I was growing up and out of the house, there were no skunks in the house. We had dogs.
Okay.
We had a parrot at one point, but no
But they grew
skunks.
up with the skunk.
They did. My brother and sister grew up with a skunk. That is absolutely
Is a
true.
skunk a good pet?
Yeah.
Can you like train it?
Yeah, it was a very good pet. It was like a dog. Hung out with the dogs. It ended up like they spent thousands upon thousands of dollars for the skunk at the end of its life because it collapsed a lung somehow. And it was like this crazy thing where they took it to like the local animal vet, and the local vet was really cool and was like, we'll treat it for free, but we don't have the equipment necessary. So they ended up having to send it to State College and like to ship this skunk to State College and to try to give it like all of this emergency care. It ended up costing like thousands of dollars. But yeah, when it was alive, it was a very good pet. They're nocturnal, so it liked to play around at night. It would play with the dogs and stuff, and it liked to. It likes dark spaces, so like when you held it, it would cuddle up and like nuzzle into your arms or into your elbow or something. But it'd let you sit there and pet it. Now, it was descented, but I will tell you, it faintly smelled of skunk. So I don't know that it would.
Oh, of course, yeah, it would have to, right?
Yeah. So it's an interesting situation. All right, Black Elk. I think we're supposed to have Don McClure and Doug McClinko call in. What message would you give to people here before I let you go today? What do you think's the most important message going into Tuesday here?
Okay, the number one message is to get out and vote. Vote early if you can. Still, I already did. Because something might happen on Tuesday. You never know. That's message number one. Go out and vote. For Kamala Harris, of course.
Yes, right.
Ha!
Got you.
Message number two is Rob's only 180 subscribers away from 10,000. It's possible to get that today during the 25-hour stream, but if not, possibly before the election. So subscribe if you're not subscribed. And message number three is for anybody who's been watching the 25-hour stream, if you have any clips you think would be interesting that would be clipped out, leave a timestamp in the comments of the live stream. That would help me out a lot.
All right. Black Elk, thank you so much for everything you do. I really immensely appreciate it. People were even saying they could tell just with your editing thumbnails. I still got to get those pictures to you, I know. But with all of that shit, that your quality of work's just been awesome. It's been like getting better. You can tell you're getting more fluid with this stuff. And
I get a lot of supportive messages from people, so I really do appreciate it. So thanks, everybody.
Well, I should say thank you more. I really do mean it. You do awesome work, and you've really helped my channel grow. And hopefully we keep growing, and we're able to do more shit like this and get more type of stuff out there. Because I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, and I think we have a unique opportunity. So thank you for everything you do.
Awesome.
And thank you for calling in tonight, even if it took me a while
you
to
got
figure
it.
out the audio.
Yeah. No, I'm glad we got it figured out. Good luck with the rest of the stream. I'll keep watching it, and good luck.
All right. Thanks so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
You got it, buddy.
Yeah, all right. We figured out the audio. Let's go back. You're going to lose me visually. Let's see if my man Carlos is still on. Carlos! Oh, shit. I shouldn't yell. My wife is sleeping.
Hey.
All right. 1 second, Carl. I'm coming. There we go. Yeah, I figured out that audio stuff. It took me until 5 a.m., but we got her done.
Been with you 20 hours and now you're yelling at me?
I can't help it. It's just in my nature. So,
what did Black Elk say?
Oh, he's doing great. We're talking about some of the stories of today, talking about where the channel's going. He told me, I didn't even realize this, I'm only 150 subscribers away from 10,000 on YouTube. So he was like, maybe if we could convince people to subscribe on YouTube, we could possibly get there tonight. If not, hopefully at some point this week or next week. So people are saying my audio is still going up and down. Yeah, well, I'm not going to worry about it now. So, but yeah, no, it was a good conversation. And I think we got a lot of things sort of in the chamber coming up here that we're going to try some debate reviews, some other things that we have, working with some other channels and stuff. So I'm excited to get out there and the way I was looking at it, and I'm sure you sort of feel the same way. The election is sort of a nice ending, but starting point, right? Or more aptly, the election and the immediate aftermath of it. You have the crescendo and then what do they call it? The falling act or whatever. Like that's like at the end of that though seems like a good beginning point if you're going to try to do like a different format and stuff like that. So I'm sort of excited, to push through the election and put the pedal to the metal as much as I can, have the aftermath of the election, and then regardless of what happens, see where we go from there, sort of doing debate reviews, slightly changing up some of the content and things like that. So
very good.
Yeah.
Very good. So how'd you find them again?
You're losing your mind here? No, he was just someone who was on the chat. I'd mentioned to people on the chat, was like, if anyone has experience editing and would ever want to edit a video or two for me, because I understood the importance of not everyone's going to watch a live stream. So if I clip 5 minutes from my live stream, it would make it more accessible. He reached out to me. We started talking to each other. And that's basically it. So,
oh, fantastic. Is he Pennsylvania guy?
No, North Dakota.
Oh,
yeah.
So Black Elk is she's Native American?
No, I don't believe so. I think that's just the name of sort of the name he came up with, just sort of his YouTube persona, and then sort of going forward as a possible business as someone that's editing Black Elk House. I'm not. Maybe he told me how he got that name. I can't remember. But no, I don't think it has anything to do with him being a Native American or anything. Maybe he is. I guess it didn't come up. I never asked him. So, but yeah, I don't know. But Yeah, North Dakota, it's
Very
certainly
cool.
a possibility. You know, at one point, I almost took a teaching job in North Dakota, teaching on an Indian reservation. When I got my grad degree and I was considering, options, it was something that I thought about. So, yeah.
Teaching, what were you going to teach?
Well, I have a speech comm degree, so I would have probably been teaching like debate and speech comm type stuff.
Oh,
If
okay.
I went out there.
Is this at a high school or a
It
university?
would have been a university, so like a university specific for Native Americans. So
why did you walk away from that?
it was just something I looked at, and ultimately, it wasn't going to pay much, so it would have been a big change in picking up and leaving and going away from our families for something that would have been at best a lateral move. But it was a possibility that I was looking at. I think if I wouldn't have been with my wife, I think we were just dating at the time. I think I would have considered it. No, we were married. Shit, we were married at that time, so maybe I would have considered it. But being married, it's tough to do that. It's tough to just pick up or something like that.
So, how'd you meet Courtney?
Let's see. So the first time I met her was actually through my former roommate's girlfriend, and they would come over. We sort of had this. We were drunks, and we sort of had this house that was like basically an open door policy, and so people would show up, and there was always a perpetual party going on, and I was sort of this, I don't know how to explain this. Like, I was the only one that was paying rent in this damn place, but of the like 3 or 4 of us that actually lived there, oftentimes they'd be doing things like bringing over sorority girls or bringing over this group of people and that group of people. And I would have like I was friends with those people, don't get me wrong, but oftentimes what would happen would be there's like a party going on. Oh, we're listening to, whatever the modern music is. And there's me and my friend like sitting on the couch in the living room watching the baseball game. And there's a party going all around us, and we're just like kind of, So one particular evening, one of those big pet peeves I had, it's funny, we were talking to Glenn Lawrence sort of on masculinity and male issues. I had a lot of problems with women in college, and people are going to say, what? Let me explain what I mean. At one point before the story that I'm telling you here, where I met Courtney for the first time, I lived with a guy who was a good friend of mine who happened to be in a fraternity. And sometimes his fraternity brothers would come over to our apartment, and they were remarkably respectful. They weren't like they would ask like, hey, mind if I change the channel? Mind if I put this CD on? Hey, I saw beer in your fridge. You mind if I grab that? Whatever, some food item. You mind if I have that? They were very polite. But then one of the things they do is they would have mixers. And so there was like their sister sorority that would come over. And they were some of the most entitled assholes I've ever seen. They felt like because they assumed that you were trying to hook up with them, that they could just do whatever the hell they wanted. And so, like, it would be the rudest shit where, like, you would be sitting there watching a movie and they would just come in and, like, we don't want to watch this and turn it off. I'd be like, who the fuck are you? Like, I pay rent here. I'm watching it. Fuck off. Or they would get into your fridge and just start eating your food and drinking your beer. And I'd be like, hey, man, what are you doing? Like, I would have gave you something if you asked. And there was always this, and I wasn't trying to hook up with them, so I didn't give a shit. And I would just tell them, like, you don't have anything over me, because you're not going to hold over me like, oh, you're trying to hook up with me tonight or whatever. It's like, no, I'm not. Stop being an asshole. It's nothing against you being a woman. It's just like, can't you just be a normal person and be respectful? You got to come into someone's house and treat it like it's yours. Or, it'd be like little shit. We'd be like, hey, please don't smoke in the living room. Guys would adhere to that rule. Girls you'd see sitting there puffing, dropping ashes, burning your carpet and shit. So it was like, it wasn't all girls, but that was sort of my buddy that would always bring these girls around because he was in a frat. That's the sort of shit that was occurring. So this particular evening, we now live in a different place, and that guy's not my roommate, but he's still my friend. And I'm playing Wii golf with a friend of mine, and these girls come over. Now, unbeknownst to me, Courtney came over with another girl with a separate crew. But then these other 4 girls came over, and they come in the living room, and they sit on the couch. The first thing they're doing is like pissing with me because I'm older than them. So at this point, I'm probably like 24. 23, 24, and they're like, I don't know, 19. So like, how old are you? I'm like, 23. They're like, oh, he's some old guy doing here. I'm like, yeah, I pay the bills. I'm the only one who pays rent here, so it is what it is. And we don't want to sit around and watch you guys play Nintendo. We don't want to watch you play golf. I'm like, okay, kindly fuck off then. It's my house. Go do something else. I don't give a shit. And they just kept fucking with me till finally I was just like, okay, every girl out of the fucking house. Out. But I'm like, get the fuck out. I don't care. But see ya. And unfortunately, my now wife happened to be in the kitchen that wasn't connected to these girls, but I didn't know that was just like, everybody get the fuck out. I pay the bills here. Bedtime. See you later. So that was the first time I met my wife, kicking her out of my house when she barely knew me. And then the next time I met her was at a Halloween party. And, you know, nothing exciting went on or anything, but I bullshitted to her for a while. And,
Did she remind you that you're the guy that kicked her out of the
No,
house?
I don't even know if she knew at the time. If she recalled that, I think we pieced it together later. But her friend that had brought her there, I was friends with. She had dated my roommate before, and so we just were bullshitting. And then, like 3 weeks later, her friend was like, "Hey, did you like that Courtney girl? You should give her a call. You guys should go out sometime." And that was it. So the first time we went out was. It was literally Courtney's 21st birthday. We didn't go out as a date, but I happened to see her out at the bar on her 21st birthday, and I would have been 26. And then a couple nights later, we went out to dinner. That was it. That's how we met. So, but yeah, that was about it. But yeah, it was an interesting story.
So she was a student.
Yeah, she was just like her final year. She didn't graduate, but I think that she technically was still a student. At that point, I think, though I don't know. Yeah, she certainly was. She certainly was, because once we started dating, she actually went to a debate tournament or two. And I was actually her coach for a tournament or two, but we were already dating before I became her coach. We just needed an extra person to travel. I think she went to 2 debate tournaments. But yeah, it's a pretty average story, but that's how we met.
So I got a chance to look at my Twitter, and this peanut story is everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, it's huge. It's so funny because you weigh that towards the Epstein story that they're trying to break, and it seems like, at least on social media, the peanut story is breaking through more. It's really interesting. And again, it goes back to the meme magic that you saw in 2016. And the thing is, like, we talked to John Ward earlier today, sort of about the importance of humor and things like that. Like, I think people underestimate stories like this, and people's, like, again, it doesn't make sense in the rational sense of if you're evaluating which policy would be better for you, but it makes sense in an enthusiasm sense. And, you remember John was talking about that. I think it was a good point. It's not that people are stupid. It's that people are apathetic. You have to garner people's interest. That's the most important thing. How do you motivate someone to do something? The first step is they have to be interested in something. And like a story like this drives people's interest. The absurdity of it, that there is a kernel of truth to it, to just how corrupt and inefficient the government is, that this is sort of what you get in these Democrat policies. All of it's going to resonate with people. And so, I don't know that at this 0 hour here that it's enough to move the needle one way or the other, but it's interesting the traction that it's gaining. And it does feel like 2016, where you saw so many of these sort of memes and things that were like, people were saying, like, what is this shit? What, I don't get it. Haha, but is this moving the needle? Yeah, it did, to some extent. What Trump represented was this, like, sticking it to the man, this sort of, like, playful FU that, people coalesced around, that was like, we're tired of this shit. We're tired of the fact that, like, Hillary Clinton's been anointed, that it's her seat, it's been guaranteed to her. That's it. She's got a 99% chance to win. This other guy's a joke, and we're going to give a big FU to them. And it seems like, Peanut's got some level of that enthusiasm with it.
So I don't think that these type of stories carry any weight, large scale like you do. But why would anyone go into somebody's house and take their pet? I mean, well, like you said something earlier today, and you brought up haram, and how people look at their pets as not people, but more important than some people in their lives. How can you not understand that, this was a pet that was important to these people.
Well, they did,
just,
and they don't give a shit. That's the point, right?
Yeah,
the point is they don't give a shit. Again, go back to that concept of the banality of evil. We're just checking the boxes, man. We're just doing what we're told.
Mhm.
The box says you can't have a squirrel, and your neighbor called, right? And so we're just here. We're doing what we're supposed to do. We heard you were going to be difficult, so we showed up. We're going to take the squirrel, right? And each step along the way seems like, well, it's not that bad till you fucking killing the pet, and you're in there and you're being like incredibly authoritarian, and it comes across as callous and heartless. And for the people that are there, it's sort of, I'm just following orders. But to me, the heartlessness of it is the point of it, right? It's the same glee you saw with them doing things like filling in skate parks with sands during the pandemic, right? It wasn't just, oh, this is regrettably something we have to do because we're in this tragic situation. There was a glee to it. There was a glee to telling people.
There was a delight.
Right. You're not necessary. You're non-essential. There was glee when Tom Wolfe says, you're a coward. We'll take away your license to operate a business. It's that same sort of intoxication of power. And it's weird because I see it at the lowest level possible. So, you ask yourself, like, how could police officers ever be convinced to do really terrible shit? Or how could government officials? The only amount of authority I really see in my life in a professional setting is at my job, which I do home health care with adults with disability like autism. Now, the majority of my job is one-on-one. It's me, and it's a guy who has some sort of disability or a woman that has some sort of disability, right? And a lot of times that the nature of that sort of disability, autism, other developmental disabilities, means that the way we traditionally communicate, like through language and other things, is either not possible or it's done in a way that it's hard to really express through words exactly what's going on. So it makes people very vulnerable because if you treat them like shit, if I treat you like shit, let's say that you become paralyzed, but and I come into your house and I treat you like shit, you're going to be able to articulate, look, Rob stole my shit and he punched me in the face, right? But if you're someone that doesn't have that capacity to be able to communicate in that way, oftentimes what happens is those people are taken advantage of. And you have, in my position, as small of a position of authority as you can imagine. You have some slight authority over someone with a disability, and you wouldn't fucking believe how I've seen people let that go to their head and take advantage of that. It's like, my God, imagine that you were a guard at a camp. Imagine that, you're some Stasi set in to shut down your neighbors or something because the party told you to. I can only imagine what some of these people would be capable of. By the way, I'm capable of it, and so are you. But it's something that you always have to remember that's like, man, under the right circumstances, all of us can engage in what we would objectively call evil. But to see how quick some people fall into that, well, now you understand. The glee in taking someone's pet squirrel and pet raccoon and treating them like a fucking criminal and sending it in like, they're going after Pablo Escobar or some shit. Meanwhile, in New York, we know that there are violent thugs that are running around doing all kinds of heinous shit, and they're being released with cashless bail by prosecutors that don't give a shit at all. And so
wasn't there a psychological experiment back in the 60s where they had a group of people that were prison guards and other people that were playing the role of prisoners?
Yeah, the Stanford
Does
prison
that sound? What is it?
Stanford prison experiment.
Right.
Now there are people that say that there are problems with that, but there certainly is. I mean, that certainly
they had to stop it in the middle or something, right?
That's what they claim. Right? I've heard repeated, but that's the official story of what happened. There's all sorts of experiments like that when you give people positions of authority and sort of occur. There's been studies that they've done with kids, like I was watching, where sometimes it works out positively, sometimes negatively. But yeah, I mean, it's really amazing what happens when you give people a perceived position of authority, or when you give people orders. I forget the name of the test. There's a famous study they did. And there's a name of this, and I know the audience will probably know. But the gist of this test is they told people there was someone on the other side of a screen that you didn't see, and that was an actor, right? And so let's say it'd be you sit down and you're the actual study of the experiment that we're doing. You don't know that though. And what you're told is, I'm the scientist and I'm going to ask that guy that you can't see on the other side of the room a question. And if they get that question wrong, you hit button 1, which provides a small jolt of electricity to them.
Right.
And then the next time you hit 2, then 3, then 4, and each time it increases the amount of electricity that goes, right? That's what occurs. And they would do it to the point where the people were screaming like, it's killing me, screaming like Bloody Mary, the Milgram experiment. That's it. I knew someone would know. And it was shocking how many people went along with it, because they'd panic and they would look at like the scientists, and the scientists would just like calmly be like, keep going. It's okay. And when a position of authority told you that it was okay, well, then you went along with it. And you could tell that these people were freaked out that's issuing the shock. But as long as that position of authority was like, go ahead, we give you permission, they went along with it. So it's sort of two different experiments, right? There's the experiment of when you give someone a position of power and authority, and then there's when someone that you view as a position of authority gives you permission or gives you an order to do something that you know is against your better judgment. So how do you send police officers like at a clip of 10 to raid someone's house to take their squirrel to euthanize it? Well, that's how. Because some some vindictive neighbor got pissed about it and decided the best way to get back at a neighbor, to be, someone who wanted to be a busybody is to report it, which led to some official that wanted to feel important to go in and order the police to do this, which led to the police following orders and taking this, which they could then compartmentalize and say, well, who knows, maybe the squirrel will be taken care of, which then led directly to the euthanasia of the squirrel and the raccoon. All in the name of what? Protecting the squirrel, protecting the raccoon, protecting the people? And, I was reading just a little bit. I was reading. It talks about, one second. I was reading that, apparently they did all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, they isolated the other rescue animals that were at this particular place. It's really, really, really crazy shit. And again, it's just representative. It has all of the right parts of a story that's going to go viral, where it's like got animals, like cute animals that are a little quirky, squirrel and raccoon. It's got like the kernel of truth, like I was saying, of sort of government authoritarianism and the ridiculousness of bureaucracy. And so, it's got Trump tweeting out about it, who put a statement out. He did. And so it's like, man, it's just the perfect cavalcade of sort of all these factors that are reaching up. It was a TikTok star squirrel, probably was an internet troll. I don't know what you mean. Maybe oh, I see. But you're not claiming that it's a troll that this happened. It certainly happened, but you're saying some pissed off internet troll. I saw supposedly pictures of the account of the woman that allegedly reported this, but that's always a dangerous game to jump to conclusions and say this is the woman, because a lot of times people end up getting smeared. Here's the picture, here's the picture of the assassin. And then they put some picture up and it's like, dude, that's not him. You're shitting on some guy. You don't know. So I always hesitate to put people's names and pictures out there when a story's just breaking like this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So. But
I think it was 2 times today that we heard this. What do you think about the slogan, too big to fix? What are your first thoughts?
So
is that today that you heard it for the first time?
I don't know. Maybe. Now,
too big to rig?
Too big to rig. That's different than too big to fix. Too big to rig, I've heard.
Too big to rig. I meant
okay,
too big
but that's
to rig.
a completely different thing, because too big to fix means there's nothing. I've heard too big to rig a lot.
Okay.
And I think that this, the idea that what's being said there is, if you assume that there's some level of corruption going on, that corruption will only be able to be achievable at a limited scale. So, for example, if you look at this in the easiest possible terms, this can't happen. Let me be clear. There's no remote possibility that this would happen in today's world. But let's say hypothetically that you would say Donald Trump would win 95% of the vote and Kamala Harris would win 5% of the vote. There is no amount of cheating when it comes to ballots that anyone would be able to do to change those numbers so that Kamala Harris would actually win. Hypothetically, they could. So, for example, they could say, oh, if 20 million people voted and 95% went with Trump, we're just going to say if 200 million people voted and 95% with Trump, we'll just say another 200 million voted. But at that point where you're like, we're a country of 350 million people and 400 million voted, you can see that that's impossible. You can also see it doesn't have to be that stark. You could see at some point there would just be a watershed moment where it's like, this is too much. Like, enough people would be talking. But you could see how it would be possible to rig an election that's 49 to 51. You could see that. You could see if it's 50-50 and it's only being decided by 500 votes, how it would be much easier to cheat. And we heard, Representative State Rep Jamie Flick, we heard him talk about, right, you mean to tell me in an election decided by 4 votes, I couldn't find 4 people willing to cheat? Of course that's possible. So the idea of too big to rig is, there is a point to where for them to cheat, it would become a higher chance of it being evident. And so it would be too risky for them to try to cheat, because if they get caught and enough people see the obvious nature of it, then sort of the jig is up. And so if you're winning by 4% in Pennsylvania, can you make up those hundreds of thousands of ballots? Probably not. If you're winning by 4% in Wisconsin or 4% in Michigan. And so to me, that's what it means when people are saying too big to rig. You have
I'm
to
sorry. Let me retract that. I know what it means. My question to you is it something that's effective for Republicans to be rallying around?
Yes, because the counter to it, unfortunately, the result. Let's look at it this way. Let's take the election out of it. Let's say that I was to tell you and you were to seriously believe, I say, here's 3 examples of police brutality and the law enforcement system railroading someone for their political beliefs, right? Let's say I was to say that to you, right? You would then, theoretically, what could happen is you would lose all faith in law enforcement. I don't give a shit. Someone breaks into your house. Fuck it, I'm not even calling the police. They're all corrupt. I'm not even calling. Fuck it. Done. Not doing it. And therefore, even if good police would have shown up that time to help you, we'll never know, because you've checked out. The problem is the very nature of calling out things that are corrupt demoralizes people to thinking that it's such an uphill battle that it's not even worth fighting anymore. So we have told people, whether it be intentionally or unintentionally, that there was corruption in the 2020 election to the point where it has demoralized many people. I see these people on my channel all the time. No sense even voting. They're never going to leave Trump win, so what the fuck's the point, right? And the easiest thing, that's a victory, a psychological victory before the voting even starts. Then they don't even have to cheat. If enough people just throw up their hands and say, oh. So it is a message. The way I've been trying to explain it is as follows. If you think that there's not going to be cheating and Trump's down 5%, go out and vote for Trump. You think there's not going to be cheating but Trump's winning 5%, then go out and vote. You think that there is going to be some cheating, then go out and vote and beat the rig, make it too big to rig. So you make it a multifaceted argument to say you're also talking to those people that are black-pilled that are like, nope, the system's corrupt. I refuse to participate in the system. When you're saying it's too big to rig, what you're saying is, even if you're right that the system's corrupt, there is a victory that's achievable by outpacing the margin of cheating. Much like you could say, you're at halftime in a football game and you think the refs are bought and paid for by the other team and you're losing by 7 points. You could say, well, fuck it, let's not even take the field, right? Because we think the refs are going to screw us over. Or you could say, let's beat them so bad that it doesn't matter how many times the refs want to interfere. And we'll make it so that we're winning so much, they're going to have to call back touchdown after touchdown after touchdown to the point where it's obvious, right? And sometimes that's the mentality that you have to have. You just have to embrace the mentality of, if you think that it's corrupt, then you have to outpace the corruption. And so to me, I don't think it's a bad message to have. Now, I understand why it could certainly be off-putting to people that think, I haven't seen proof of cheating and this reeks of conspiracy theory, but who gives a shit? At this point, I think the most legitimate reason to vote for Trump is because he has better policies, that he's someone that's outside sort of the institutional corruption and the establishment orthodoxy. He has a great team that's assembled around him. We have a record that shows that his policies were far superior to Kamala Harris's policies. But if part of your reason to vote is, and I want to stick it to them because I want to outvote the rig, then fuck it. Yeah, I'll make that argument too. Sounds good.
So, what would be, if you were the president of the United States, how would you start in deporting illegals? What would be your quick and dirty strategy?
Well, the first thing is, and I think Vivek's talked about this, you have to have like a tiered strategy, right? Look, it's not going to be overnight. There's just not the capacity to deport. We have no idea, by the way, how many illegals are here. Like, it could be anywhere from like 20 million to 30, 35 million. Like, we don't. So I guess step one is.
So my question to that is, how can we not know?
Because it's been intentional that we don't know. That's why. Because the institutions in our government that are supposed to be keeping track and keeping our borders secure don't give a shit. Because it's part of their agenda to change the landscape of this country and to erode our national border. So
does that include the Border Patrol, do you think?
Yes and no. Not the agents that are on the ground, and probably not even a lot of the people in the brass of the border control. But the problem is they can only do so much, right? Like they can't tell you how many people came in 10 years ago and are still here, etc. So they might know how many encounters they have, and I believe them when they talk about those encounters. And they might know how many gotaways, but they don't know how many people they don't know. They don't know how many people that have been left in that's been lost sight of. You know, do you think their records are good enough that they're keeping track going back 30 years that they'd be able to say, this gentleman came through and he has this scar under his eye and we would recognize him to see his picture. He came through 26 years ago. Do we have a record of when he went back? Probably not. And so there's this sort of like, we just don't have a clue. They used to bandy around this number 10 million. They used to say that for years, 10 million illegals in this country. And it was like every year we're like, really? None increasing, just 10 million. That's where we're at. That's the high point. So for, I guess, step one is correctly identifying where these illegals are. You won't be able to deport everyone at the same time. So you want to have it by a triage system. You get rid of the worst people first. So the very first people you get rid of are the people that are violent
criminal
criminals,
aliens,
right? And then you start to go after the people that are a net drain on our system. And then I have no problem to some extent offering non-citizenship but temporary residency for people that are working and aren't taking government resources. In fact, I'd be interested. I heard Ben Shapiro talking about this when he did this Jubilee thing. It's like, what if for those that are saying they're hardworking people, they're not a drain on resources, what if they had to sign a contract that they wouldn't take any government resources whatsoever? No welfare, no food stamps, no housing assistance, no Medicare, right? None of that. If you're willing to stay here and work without any of that temporarily, you could be here because you're productive to our country. And if you don't like that deal, see you later. I don't know, but at this point, the way you start by doing it is a triage system, which are you get rid of the worst people first. And the truth is, like, no one wants to hear this, but no one's going to have a stomach for this. That's the truth of it, right? The first time that you see someone deported and they put an image up of a 4-year-old girl bawling her eyes out with her grandma saying, no, they took our father, like, people are going to melt. They are. And the Democrats know that. They know that that's what's going to occur, and that's going to be the viral moment that people put out there ad nauseum. And so it's going to take someone that says, like, we have to put the priorities of our citizens first. And we're not the bad guys. The bad guys are the people that let you in under false pretenses, knowing it was against our law, knowing it was detrimental to us and to our country. And now we have to take care of this problem. And it's, I've said it this way, it's like Halloween just happened. Sometimes people can't be there for Halloween, so they sent the bowl of the candy out, right? Then you got your Ring camera, and you see every time, as soon as you set the bowl out, an adult comes over and takes all the candy. Then the next year you set the bowl out, an adult comes over and takes all the candy. So the third year you're like, well, shit, we're not setting out a bowl of candy. And everyone goes, but don't you care about the children? And it's like, I'm sorry, you have taken advantage of our generosity to the point that, no, I'm sorry, we're not going to do it anymore. These people, the Democrats and people in the establishment Republican Party, took advantage of the big heart of the American people through refugees and this, that, and the other, that the solution at this point is, I'm sorry, no, we will not take you. And if you think that makes us sound cold and callous, that's because we were taken advantage of for being willing to be so open for decades, and we're tired of this shit now. So if you want to blame someone, blame the Democrats that intentionally lied and intentionally allowed the exploitation of this system to occur over and over again.
So why do you think the immigration system, the legal immigration system, is so cumbersome?
One, because it's a massive government bureaucracy, and all bureaucracies are cumbersome. Like we heard Jamie Flick, we heard him talking about someone trying to get a permit for building, and it took him like a year and a half, so the company just said, screw it, we're going out of Pennsylvania. That's what happens when you have government bureaucracy. Second, I think it's burdensome on purpose, right? Because they don't want it to be fluid enough, because that would benefit the actual people of the United States, and they don't really give a shit to do that. They want an excuse to say, see how burdensome it is? We need to have open borders in this other way, right? And, the other thing to say about it is, like, I don't know that there's a competency right? Like, do you trust these people that are running it to say, we have a need in this tech sector, so let's find the exact person that meets that need? I don't think they have that. I don't think they have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
by default,
No.
like, it just makes it, like, quote unquote, burdensome. But to some extent, don't you want it to be slightly burdensome? Like, I want it to, maybe it's too burdensome, but don't you want it to be a system that's, like, taking its time to vet people to make sure that they're going to be a net gain to the
Yes.
country?
Yeah.
I think you see the opposite of it when it comes to things like taking in these Afghan, people once we had the disastrous pullout. And I'm arguing in real time with people like, they're not vetting these people. They're not vetting them. They're basically like, hey, first 300 people on the plane get to go. And the tragedy of that is that means a lot of people that actually assisted the United States in Afghanistan, translators, etc. Tough shit, you're left there. We only had so much room. Sorry, didn't make it. And a lot of people that are from organizations like the Taliban, Al Qaeda, etc., ISIS, would have a one-way ticket to the United States. We have no clue who these people are. That's the problem when you do these sort of things. It's just like on vibes. It's feel good. Yay, we got the people out of there. And now we see that, take it or leave it, but the official narrative is one of those people that came in sought to create a mass casualty event on Election Day. Which, by the way, just because they caught one person, how do we know there's not 4 more people lined up to do that? And then what happens on Election Day, right? Then what? All of a sudden when people are fearful to go to the polls because, God forbid some horrible event happened at a poll 3 towns over. And what happens then? What are we talking about faith in our election system there? If you were a terrorist and you really wanted to sow division in the country, that's one of the problems with having open borders. And we know it. We know that we've let in a bunch of bad people. And they haven't saw reason to have coordinated attack up to this point. We'll see. Hopefully, and look, I'm not saying that you live your life in perpetual fear and give away your rights solely for the purpose of the worst case scenario to fight it. I'm against the Patriot Act, for example. But you have to be realistic when you don't have an ability to vet any of these people and you're just letting them in based on feels and whatever, it'll all work out. Shit will go awry eventually. And to pass the buck and be like, well, how do we know? We just had a big heart is bullshit. It just is. And, so I don't have sympathy for sort of the mindset of, but we're just trying to be moral people because we care so much. I don't believe that. I think that it's people that see some self-benefit and, not to use the words of the esteemed Donald Trump, but what if they were in the firing line? And by that, I don't mean guns or going to war. What I mean is, what if it was their communities that all of the illegals they're letting unvetted illegal? You think they're going to leave them in their kids' schools? You think they're going to be in Barack Obama's kids' schools? No chance.
Yeah, no, the Springfield, Ohio's of the world.
Charleroi, PA. It's a suburb there of Pittsburgh. I think I read 4,000 Haitians put into a community of 8,000 people there in Charleroi. Listen.
This is, 10 days ago, right?
Yeah, and then here's the deal, right? It is absolutely true that there is a lot of people from that country, from Haiti, that don't share our cultural values and, quite frankly, don't live up to our expectations of how society should function.
Yeah.
They have different beliefs. However, even if that wasn't the case, even if it's 8,000 people from Norway, and we'd say, close enough, they have very similar societal views to us, you still don't see how mass bringing in a population of people, even with a comparable culture but a different culture, is going to have negative effects. You don't see how that's going to cause negative effects on resources. I mean, even in that, if you brought 4,000 of the most peaceful Norwegians, the schooling alone, all of a sudden you need how many people for the public schools that are able to speak a different language? And they're talking about in Springfield, like, this is sort of a small town that the schools are scrambling. Like, we can't find interpreters. We just can't. And now the kids that from our native citizens are suffering because we have to stretch our resources so thin because there's multiple languages being spoke by the students of the school now and we don't know what to do. So it's, everyone wants to make it about like racism or about like, oh, you just assume that, you're superior because you're race. It's not that at all. It is true that culturally there are massive differences, and the bigger those differences are, the bigger the problem becomes. For example, I don't give a shit what race it is. If there's a country of people that don't feel women have the right to walk around unattended without a man, are you happy with 4,000 of those people being put in with your daughters at their schools? You happy with that? Are you just going to shout that it's racism to point out that that's something that's vastly different? If we have, it's always America last with these people, and I think that you can see that the policies line up eventually that it's intentional. Because how else could you explain that all of these policies are pointing to the same thing that's sort of to the detriment of the actual citizens of this country, but always told that it's because we have to have a big part to benefit other people. Oh, and it just so happens to benefit the very wealthy elites in this country that wanted those policies in the first place.
So I have a theory that multiculturalism doesn't work.
People are talking about it in the chat too.
And I've talked about this a couple of times to you, but you're not going to come to my house and see the Venezuelan flag. You're not going to come to my house and have Venezuelan food, offered to you. And we don't speak Spanish in the house here. They don't want to assimilate. Is it fair to ask these people to leave if they won't assimilate?
Yeah, it is. It's fair to ask them to leave if they will assimilate, if it's not to the benefit of the United States. Just like if you
totally agree.
If you bring a roommate in, if you say, hey, we have an extra room, we'd like some extra cash, let's bring someone in, it'll help our household. If that person is a drain on your household, tough luck. No. Like, your job is to protect your household. Our government exists to be representative of the will of the citizens of this country, not to help people around the world, to take our tax dollars and then spread it to people around the world, to open our services up to people. That's not the point. Now, there are times and positions of hardships where you can sort of look the other way on these things, but that's become the norm. So certainly then, once we establish that, then yes, people that are intentionally not assimilating, then absolutely you have every right to be like, no, it's not working out. Now, when you say multiculturalism doesn't work, in general, I agree with you, but there's many ways to look at what does multiculturalism mean. Taken at a literal level, theoretically, me and you have cultural differences, and so if we lived in the same community, there would be some degree of multiculturalism. For example, someone who came from the city and displanted and now is living in rural Pennsylvania, even though we share a lot of same values culturally, there would be cultural differences. And you could say, in that sense, it's some form of multiculturalism. So there's definitely a sliding scale of what we mean by different cultures. And some cultures are definitely more able to be easily assimilated into ours than others, right? That's undoubtable. So the question becomes, at what point is the multiculturalism experiment too much? Well, there's two ways to look at this. The first is cultures that are so antithetical to ours that would just never be able to mix. You believe in Sharia law. Sorry, no, that experiment fails. We're not going to have you here. It is antithetical to so much of what our country stands for that the experiment won't work. Or, even if it's not that extreme, where you bring big enough numbers at the same time from a different culture. Because what we can see is a lot of times what happens is when you have controlled immigration, there is a degree of assimilation, because what happens is the people that are coming over, that are going through those steps, are usually doing so for a reason, because they really appreciate the values of the United States. So oftentimes what you'll see is it's not them that end up doing some of the worst things. It's either the people that have came here illegally, or it's the second generation. So it's their kids. And there was a case in New York, I remember it was a tragic case. It had to do with a Muslim family where this lunatic Muslim guy planted a bomb in a phone booth or something, and it went off. No one died, thank goodness, but it was on video and you could see it. And it turns out that his father was a first-generation immigrant from I forget which country, but he owned a chicken shop, or he sold chicken. He literally reported his son both before the incident and after to the FBI as an extremist. And yet people shit on this guy. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Like it's his fault. He came here and did everything the right way. He went through the legal procedures of immigration, started a business when he got here, wasn't a drain on our resources, and informed law enforcement when he saw his own son being radicalized, who, by the way, didn't do jack shit. Right? And so it's like, why are we shitting on this guy? I'm not shitting on him. As far as I'm concerned, regardless of what you think, maybe you think there should be zero immigration. Fair enough. But that guy came here legally, and that should be legit. That's different than the people that came here illegally. And what you see is the people that came here illegally are already exhibiting that they don't have a respect for our laws and that they feel entitled to something. And when you get large swaths of people coming in like that, they're not going to assimilate. In fact, they often do what's called ghettoization, right? Where they end up going into little enclaves that they'll see, in various cities. And that, you got your little Chinatown, little Haiti, like you got all these places, and it's like a culture within a culture. And that's not assimilation. So you could do it slightly and incrementally to a point where you're not taking your native born population and making them minorities in their own country. But if you import such amount of people that becomes a serious risk, then you're going to see clashes, you're going to see problems. And, it's sort of, you can see it more, I think, in Europe. You see it more in like the UK where, they have to put signs up. It's like, hey, remember, don't sexually assault women. It's like, what? Like, this is a first world country and this is the sort of message that you have to have. It's insanity.
Well, I told you the story that when I came here, I was 4 years old, and my aunt wouldn't speak to me in Spanish. So, she spoke to me in English, and it forced me to learn English very fast. There were a lot of neighborhood kids my age, so socialization was kind of, a layup, because all you really needed was a bike. You know what I mean? And all the kids had bikes. So every single aspect, every single step of what the American culture was, from, joining rec football, and American football. Soccer, when I was a kid, wasn't a big deal here in the United States. I guess I was 16 when the Cosmos were kind of big in New York, and Pele and Beckenbauer and all those guys. So, we didn't play soccer. We played baseball and we played football. And of course, we played hockey. So I think your attitude is also a very huge component to assimilation. Learning the history, learning, the national anthem, learning all those things that are Pledge of Allegiance, learning all those things that are quintessentially American is what is required of us.
Okay, so let me a couple things I say. Courtney, thank you. I don't need anything right now, but thank you. A couple more hours to go. Second, let's address some of the criticisms that we have in the chat. This is just Marxism by another name because we can't square a circle. It's the same arguments we've heard repeated. In fact, by subjectively assigning myself as a culture, the natives have more right to that title. Fine, let's use that example. Okay, do you think the natives had the right when the white men were coming here and taking their land to say, hey, we don't like this, you're encroaching on our culture? I bet as a lefty, you do think that. So if your argument is, well, for you to say that, you have to choose to be conquered as the natives were, else you're being hypocritical to the natives, is horseshit. What I say is, well, totally. Yes, the natives, if they had the ability, when the world that we had then were might made right in cultures all over the world, right? Yes, if the natives had the ability through might to keep out people that were massively coming and encroaching on their lands and massively changing the culture, they absolutely would have done so. And the idea that we must submit because natives lost is an absolute asinine argument. Marcus Uno says, by second generation, the children of immigrants are more American than you and every other American whose blood is so old they don't know their ethnicity. Hybrid vigor is a real thing. The ethnicity is unimportant when we're talking about culture. It's not just literally your ethnicity and what your race is and sort of being able to trace back your ancestral development. It's people that have an attachment to what the country stands for and the values and culture we're in. There is a chance that people that are second generation immigrants, in fact, there are first generation immigrants that understand the culture of the United States and assimilate quite well. I've talked to first generation immigrants that actually know more about U.S. history than myself and many other people that I would consider patriotic Americans. In fact, that's why they fought to come here, because they represented the values of what America stood for. So in that case, they would be very American, but they've understood that the entire point was they saw a culture that they loved and wanted to be part of that culture. That's different than people that are mass coming as illegals claiming refugee status, that are sort of galvanizing in the small enclaves of communities and refusing to assimilate assimilate into the culture and wanting to bring their own set of values and culture in and not assimilating. That is a complete different thing. The argument that you're trying to make is merely what appears to be a racist argument, which is you're trying to denigrate the people that have been here generationally as somehow pieces of shit and having old blood. And that's because deep down, you, like almost all lefties, probably is a racist sack of shit that judges people based on their skin color, ethnicity, and things like that. Something that we're not doing when we talk about culture. Brock Van Wagner, thanks for the $2, says, shout out to the boys for holding strong. We still are. Still a little rambunctious here at 2 hours to go, smacking around these lefties. It's so funny. Well, the Native Americans should take the land back. It's not a matter of, nuh-uh, says Bong and stuff. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. There you have it. Stereotypical lefty argument. Nuh-uh. You gonna read a poem now talking about chopping your ears off like the last lefties I debated? But anyways, yeah, that's the point. Like everybody's quick to, oh, multiculturalism, oh, diversity is our strength and all these buzzwords. But what does it really mean? All these
exactly,
and the coalition that they're trying to build, like, but they'll talk about feminism, women's rights, gay rights, and all this shit. And it's like, but at the same time, we have to embrace multiculturalism, and it wouldn't be fair of us to assume that our culture is somehow the dominant culture. Okay, then why don't you bring people from cultures that believe women aren't allowed to walk with their face shown? Why don't you bring them into your community? Bring them into your house. Let them hang out with your wife and your daughter, right? Right? Because all cultures are equal, and who could claim that one culture is better than another? It's all relative, right? Of course, we all know that that's implicitly not true. And we can all pretend to be high and mighty in academics and claim that, we're above that. And then what happens is you get grooming gangs in the UK. And you get the people of the UK that it's like, by the time they get fed up, it'll be too late.
What kind of culture is that? Right? What kind of culture is being created in Great Britain right now? And I was just going to say, do you consider me part of the multicultural wave in this country?
No.
Of course you can't, because my culture is your culture.
Right. That, like, to me, again, it's all in how you define the terms, but the way I look at it is, you're someone who came here, who said, I like the values that I see in the culture that I see in this country, and I want to embrace that culture and assimilate to it. That's vastly different than saying, I'm coming to this country, now I want to change the culture. I don't like the rights that women have here. I don't like the First Amendment. I don't like the Second Amendment. I don't like any number of things that you would see rife throughout our culture. Therefore, there's enough of us coming that through numbers, we want to change that culture. That's not assimilation. We have a right as a society to say we don't want that. We like the culture that our country fostered or created. We like that. We like the principles of individuality, the principles of the First Amendment, the Bill of Rights. Those are things that we enjoy, and we don't want to see them pissed away because we're saying it's everyone's land. Everyone come here. No cultures are better than the other. And if enough people come that the culture then becomes that, women aren't allowed to leave the house, then so be it. That's the way it has to be because no one culture is better than another. And we can't claim that we're the culture because, Native Americans. So just come on in. It's horseshit.
So I'm going to get close to the third rail here, okay? So just prepare.
Don't get a band here at the 0 hour, but yeah.
So talk to me about what your views are with respect to assimilation to groups like Hasidic Jews and Asians in Chinatown.
No, they're not assimilating, right? They've been there. There's enough people in enough groups that they could have their own subculture, which means that they don't have to assimilate into the larger culture in general. Now, at some point, you say if they came here legally, and what can you do? I understand that. I'm not suggesting that we kick out anyone who's in Chinatown or Hasidic Jewish, right? And it is even
no, but it flies against the idea of multiculturalism, right?
It's you see this. It's not just in these enclaves. Like, why is it okay for a bunch of people that are of Asian descent that come to this country? Let's assume legally. Let's assume they're all legal in Chinatown. Mm-hmm. Why is it okay for them to say it's our preference that we all live amongst each other and have this culture in our community, and we don't want outsiders in it? I mean, you can see with Black Americans, like when they talk about gentrification, they're like, nope, we have our group and our culture here, and we don't want outsiders coming into it. And you can certainly see it with Hasidic Jewish communities that say that. It's only, it seems, with cultures of sort of European descent that all of a sudden people are like, oh, shit, no, you can't do that. And it's not just in this country. It's also in countries around the world, right? Japan for the Japanese, Israel for the Israelis, Africa for the Africans. the United States for the world, right? And like you have to start and question like, well, why is that? And all of a sudden you start to realize like it's like when we talk about the sins of the past and we focus on all these European countries, like, well, look at what colonialism did, in the United Kingdom, and look at slavery in the United States. But we don't look at the fact that there were more slaves in South America from the transatlantic trade. We don't give a shit. No one cares. We don't look at like the devastation that occurred like with Moors that were coming into Europe that came in there one time. We don't look at like devastation from Genghis Khan or Attila the Hun and say, we're blaming people of Asian descent for this. It's only certain cultures that we say you're responsible for that. We don't look, and when we denigrate, when we say that, European descendants are responsible for the sins of their forefathers to the Cherokee, but we don't say, but the Cherokee are responsible to the sins to the Algonquin. We don't say that, right? And so it's like it seems totally selective, and I'm tired of pretending. And again, it's not a race thing, right? I'm just pointing out that this is the way these things play out. I'm tired of pretending that I can't love my culture. And I don't give a shit. There's plenty of people of Hispanic descent, Jewish descent, Asian descent, Black descent, whatever, that I consider that are sharing our culture. Like I truly consider that. And I think it's okay for us to say we like this culture and we want to protect this culture. And
no question about it.
If there are people that are beneficial to us, absolutely we'll welcome you in as long as you do it by our rules. But we have the right to say that we don't want people to come in and say this is our shit now and you have to change to fit us. You're a guest in our home. That's the point. It's our collective home, the citizens of this country, and if you want to come here, you do things in the way that we would like to have them done. And I'm tired of pretending that we don't have the moral right to do that, and that somehow we have to capitulate to people that have not the best interest in mind of the people that are here. The great Casimir is going to try to call in. Let's see if he gets his Zoom. Is Zoom audio working? There he is.
Did I miss him the first time?
We couldn't get the audio running, and then he did call in for like 15, 20 minutes. So let's see if we can get his audio running here. We're going to try. Casimir, I was going to say, we can go to Discord if you like. He's working on it. Can you hear me?
Discord?
There we go. All right, Kaz.
Working?
We could see you. We could hear you. It's a miracle.
Excellent.
So he thinks,
greetings.
Kaz, I'm a Marxist for decrying multiculturalism. How about that one? That's a new one for me. It's just insanity. Like the shit that you hear from people 23 hours in, and you hear a new one. Like, so what are you feeling? Like, I'd be interested to hear your perspective on this as someone who's coming from more of like a libertarian perspective on this concept of, well, we owe it to someone. There's this moral imperative that like we have to share. Cultures are relative, and we have to share with everyone.
Nonsense, but let's explain why. So a lot of these leftist types that show up to your stream, and even pretty much actually everyone uses a fallacy. It's probably the most common fallacy in the world. It's called the stolen concept fallacy. I think objectivists are the ones that really started pointing to it, which is they say, indigenous people owned this land. You came in and you colonized it. Well, what do you mean by that word owned?
Owned, yeah.
What does that word actually mean? Do you have a definition of that? And when you dig into it, they don't actually believe in any sort of ownership. They believe in the right of the possessor, and they have this inverse outgroup preference where the victimized, the alleged victim, or somebody who plays a victim, is defaulting to be the owner of whatever thing is. I'm not subscribing to that ideology. I'm just describing what I think their actual belief is. So their ownership belongs to whoever declared it and then lost. Meaning whoever was a conqueror and then lost a bunch of battles and became quote-unquote oppressed. And this is the entire sort of religion. And that religion is geared towards undermining what is the dominant global culture, which is the culture of the Anglo, of the British Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And so it takes and it inverts all of the achievements, all of the comparative advantages of that culture compared to every other pretty much backwards, from my perspective, place in the world. and it tries to turn it inside out. But let's look at what is the actual concept of ownership. It is basically who is the first comer. That's what most people. That's what two kids playing around in in a sand pit when they're very small. That's what they learn, which is I made a sand castle, and then Joey, my pal, came in and ruined it. I feel unhappy. Well, why? Because what Joey did is he violated my agency. I have participated in creation, and this latecomer came in and knocked it over. I don't like that. And if I do it to him, he doesn't like that either. And so now we have reciprocity, and we have the establishment of the basic legal system, which is we don't ruin each other's sandcastles. So that is the establishment of something, of some kind of a border that shows to another person, this is mine, I was here first, is the actual thing that we call ownership. Everything else is some kind of a false conception. And if the way you prove this is you try, well, what if it's the opposite? What if it's the exact opposite? What if I build a sandcastle, but it actually belongs to someone else? Well, that means I've already acted, I'm a criminal just by doing anything. By building a sandcastle without asking Joy and Jack and Jill and everybody else outside of the sandpit of what they want to do, I've changed things without consulting the potential true owners, which means I'm unable to act as a human. I have to just sit there and wither and die. So that doesn't work. But also, it falls to it detonates logically, because the next person who claims ownership can't do it, because the next person can claim ownership who can't do it. And this is called a regression. It's like a failure. It collapses into nobody owns anything. It's just possession, which is what people often call might makes right. Just whoever possesses the thing is the rightful owner. Well, if whoever possesses the thing is the rightful owner, then the leftist or the anti-colonialist critique is meaningless. We possess it, therefore we're the owner. If they come to possess it, we're going to be the owner. But really, that's not true ownership. So if we take this lens and we apply it to, let's say, American history, then how does it work out? Well, some of the territory was not owned, period, because even if some tribe declared that they owned it, they didn't create a border. They didn't establish it. People moved in. And the early stories we have with the colonists is that they start out trading. They sort of really, historically, they have some nefarious motives in South and North America. But the nefarious motives of enslavement and so on don't work out for various reasons here in the North. And so a different type of relationship develops, which is a relationship of mostly trade, initially cooperation, but then also warfare. Why warfare? Because the natives are not Anglos. They don't have a theory of ownership. They are some type of primitive socialist communal thing where a tribe just conquers another tribe, have done so for millennia, and if you're not strong, if your braves are not strong, your territory is getting taken over. And that's it. As soon as you bury your ancestors somewhere, it's yours. And what's yours is how far can your raiding parties reach, more or less. So
what's the name of the fallacy again?
The stolen concept. You're using something that you're claiming something you haven't established, which is the real fallacy. There is that when we analyze how you establish it, we notice that it's inconsistent, that it's basically meaningless, which is the sort of socialist conception of ownership is they don't have a conception. It's all possession.
Yeah. And one of the things you said, it's a great explanation. One of the things you said that resonated, they try to put you in this trap when you're arguing against this, that somehow it makes you a racist. To be like, oh, you're just advocating because of like European, Anglo culture. You're just but in reality, their very criticism is one that's based on taking out Anglo culture, which means to defend against it by its very nature means that they'll be able to say, you're defending a race or an ethnicity or a culture, which therefore makes you racist.
Yes. If that's the definition of a racist, I'm racist.
Right. That I agree. No, I think there are people that can embrace that culture and assimilate into culture that don't have the same ethnicity or race, but still that culture is worth preserving. So it's not racist in my definition of it, but if that's what they want to consider racist, then fine, fuck it. Yes, there are cultures that are better than others and they're worth defending. Yeah. It's really that simple. And our culture happens to be one of the best, or the best. And yeah, it's just, I'm tired of playing, like, there are ways, like, I always appreciate talking to you, Kaz, because you're able to break things down at, like, sort of the philosophical underpinnings of it. Oftentimes, I think many people could reach the same conclusion that you're saying and just not be able to verbalize, but they understand the bullshit game that's being played, right? Like, you say, like, well, it's the Native American land, which ones? Right? Like, how far back we going? We just stop at the first Native American. What the fuck makes a Native American? What is there, like, a skin color tone that we look at?
I'm a little bit older than some people in the chat. Does that mean that I get to evict you from planet Earth?
Yep.
I claim the whole thing immediately. Yep. Do you go away? You colonizer from coming out of your mother's womb?
Yep.
And so that's the leftist argument, basically. They're saying, the entire, I'm a first comer. What's missing? Well, I haven't embroidered the entire planet. I haven't, you're not coming in from the outside, from some sphere, and showing up and seeing migrants not welcome sign. I'm not maintaining the whole thing, and so I can't claim it. It's ownership is a very tricky concept, actually, like, to fully grasp, because it's not the Lockean conception is slightly wrong. This mixing labor, sometimes people call it like mixing, working. That's not enough. So I can go and like do something to nature, but that doesn't mean I'm the owner. In order to satisfy ownership, I have to communicate the exclusion of others. I have to say, this is a fence, and you, as a fellow English person, understands that, or from the same culture, understands that you don't walk over fences, even if they're like 1 feet tall. The fence is basically saying, somebody has this. You should ask for permission before you cross a fence. And this is the thing that's missing. Now, the inside of the fence could be a barren lot. It doesn't matter. It's not yours anymore. Somebody is maintaining that. The other thing is, you can't just build a fence to block off access to something you claim you don't own. It's for stalling. It's a bit more complex. But also, you can't fence in someone else, because you can't be the latecomer. You can't claim something. It has to be virgin or traded. Or, which is important in the American context, there is also legitimate conquest. How so? If somebody is a latecomer, shows up to you and tries to kill you or take your land, which is the same, then there's a logical proof that shows that they can't complain they can't claim rights after that point. And so the third way to gain territory is to take it from a conqueror who is a latecomer. Because what you're doing is you're defending, but then you have retribution based on what was their intent.
Right.
The manifest intent was to kill and conquer. They can't object to being killed and conquered. And that is the majority of the way how the Europeans took land from Indians. Obviously, some of the United States was stolen, either by the U.S. government from the Indian tribes or by the U.S. government from other European pioneers. All of this has happened. We just have to look at it piece by piece. We can't collectivize the whole thing.
Yeah.
By the way, Kashmir, my name is Carlos Saldivia, and good to meet you.
Yeah,
Nice
Kaz,
to meet you too.
Kaz has been a good friend of the show for a long time. And always honored to have him on. Yeah,
How did you guys initially meet?
Probably a panel would be my guess. We were probably on a panel.
Crucible.
Yeah, it probably was the Crucible.
Okay.
It's funny because ironically, we've probably, well, I don't know, at this point we've debated more on the same side, but we've certainly debated against each other, like on many issues. Even though we're probably in agreement on 95%, the 5% matters. That's what a lot of people don't understand as well. They assume that like any disagreement you have with someone means that you're like, have a hatred for them. It's not true at all. But yeah, it's amazing to me to see how people try to take sort of these principles and a lack of understanding of principles and be able to exploit it to have their own selective outcome and bigotry. And so when you go through sort of what I call cultural Marxism, there's probably more of a technical term for it, but this idea that we break everyone into categories of oppressors versus oppressed, and the oppressed is always the group that should be the foreseeable winner because that is the most virtuous thing we could do, is to award the oppressed sort of the status of victory and access to land, resources, etc. It's just a thinly veiled attempt to say that there are preferential groups that they want to be bigoted against, whether that be bigotry against race, like so men or white people are the oppressed, minorities are the oppressed, or sex or sexual orientation or any of these things. The inverse of what they're claiming is actually true. They constantly say that the oppressed group is acting in a bigoted way against the oppressed group. But what's really happening is it's an excuse to treat in a bigoted way those groups that they're calling oppressed. And it's an actual oppressors. It's actually a very clever trick, right? That they're able to completely invert language and be able to claim sort of this righteous high ground that's actually should be reserved for the very people that they're accusing.
But this is a very important point. It's not just their trick. It's the trick of every aggressor, almost every aggressor in human history. If we look at, there is a famous letter by Osama bin Laden, which is quoted by some anti-war types as, this explains why they did this thing to the United States. No. This is a very typical, post hoc justification of what you actually want to do. So you want to gain control over a territory. There's currently a foreign influence on it. You want to take that influence out. Now you create an excuse, which is the excuse that says something that I intend to do myself, the other tribe can't do. And so that's why I attack them. That's why I attack their military, but also just happen to directly target civilians and innocents and generate as much terror as I could for political pressure. That's the message there, the hidden message. But the open message is you've attacked us, therefore we're counterattacking by blowing up New York City. And it's the same message from point to any dictator. The Austrian man, the big bad Austrian man, wrote an entire book where his group is the chief victims of Europe. And it's time for the victims to take their rightful place because they're actually not victim. They're, superhuman. And they deserve to conquer everybody. Interestingly, if you read certain American literature from the left, from these minority groups, it's the same language. You could take his speeches, as James Lindsay did.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
Change the names, and just inject them into academia, and they would be accepted because the arguments are the same. But if you go farther back in history, you see the same thing. You see people, claiming that they're victims. It's a very easy tactic to do. And it's really funny as you see not a documentary, with a TV series I saw, but the Turkish government produced. I think it was shown either on Netflix on one of these networks, where the whole premise of the show is that they're conquering Constantinople from the Romans, and it's about the first conquest, Suleiman the Great or whatever, his main achievement, and yet in some sense they're presenting themselves as victims even in that conquest glorification movie.
Yeah,
they're victimized by Christendom. It's they have that city by divine right, even though they never possessed it before. They're coming in as latecomers, and it's glorified. It's part of their culture now. They massacred the Armenians. They genocide. Sorry, they destroyed a lot of Armenians in the past century. And I recently learned, I was trying to read up on that, they have a monument, not for the Armenian victims of their actions, but to the alleged Turkish victims that were allegedly attacked by some Armenians.
Yeah.
And the complete inversion of the now, and the way this inversion works is they find one exceptional case, blow it out of proportion, and ignore 90% of what happened. That's the method of it, is to find the so-called Reichstag fire, right? You're attacking the other tribe, they're attacking the other tribe all throughout, but if there is a counterattack, if there's a massacre that goes the other way, that becomes the central cause. It's very, very mean, but very, very common.
It's very interesting because I think you can see this play out, like, even in a political sense in our society. So when you see, like, all of these would-be revolutionaries, and people correctly point out it's very surface level, but true, to look at this and go, how the hell could you be a revolutionary if every powerful institution in this country has your back? So if corporate America is sponsoring your revolution, and the majority political party sponsoring it, and the majority of the media and academia, if they're all sponsoring it and on board with your message, how could this be a revolution? And the irony is, they are playing this sort of oppressed card, this victimhood card, even the most powerful of these institutions that we see. And so then they need someone that's the oppressor. Who's it going to be? And I think it's hilarious to see who they come up with as the oppressors. Like the boogeyman that they're doing of like the stereotypical MAGA hat wearing Republican. And who are these people, like the caricature they're painting? What's some guy that's a welder, right? That's like got 3 kids, and it's like, that's him. That's the fucking problem. That's the real power, right? That's what we're fighting against. And it's laughable because no matter how little informed you are, you just take 2 steps back and be like, wait a minute, let me get this straight. All of these powerful corporations, billionaires, politicians, people involved in all these institutions, they're the victims, and they're fighting up against the mighty oppressor, who is people that are living paycheck to paycheck in rural America. And it's like you start to look at this. You even see it like when we talk. I mean, look, I have no love for racism. I don't. I'm sure you feel the same way as me. But with the boogeymans they create with like the idea of like how nefarious the KKK is. The KKK couldn't be weaker in this country. Any remote association with them gets you laughed out of any polite institution. Like it's literally they have no institutional power whatsoever. That doesn't mean that you can't dislike them, despise them, or that individuals can't do dangerous actions at the individual level. But we constantly allow these institutions of power to play the oppressed card by pointing at institutions that literally are the opposite of, or groups that are the opposite of powerful, and claiming that they're this evil boogeyman that has all this power.
Yeah, they have more flags than they have members.
Yeah.
Well, we have a KKK that's active and extremely powerful that caused the U.S. government to release photos where they literally kneel in front of the new KKK flag. And if cross burnings are evil, then we've had city burnings. We've had church burnings all throughout Canada. We have church burnings all throughout Europe, for that matter. And it's all justified in a similar manner. Oh, it's the oppressed group. They are justified in their some kind of a retribution narrative. This is sort of a weird place to be for me, because I was raised to look at or at least when I spent some time in Israel, I believe that the British Empire was presented as something bad, as the oppressor. And in some sense they were in certain situations in history. But then you start thinking, let's compare them to any other oppressor. What exactly did they brought in? Yes, they exploited, economically they connected the world, and they benefited from being the central bank of everything, from being the printer of everything to some extent. But compare them to anyone else. Everybody else was a homogenizing swarm. If you got conquered by the Turks, or the Arabs, you became Turkic and Arabic over time. If you look at any of these empires, their number of minorities over 100 years, the last 100 years of progress, Christendom has disappeared from the Levant, wiped clean. Lebanon is like one tiny remnant that's due to all the violence coming from a certain group, certain peaceful religion, has wiped out the Christians there down from over 50% to just over 20, I believe. That is huge. But we're not allowed to talk about that. And yet, if you look at the British Empire, all the minority groups and all the local groups have an inflection point when they get conquered by the British. There is a reason, I believe, why in India, for example, if you look at the history of the conquest of India, massive numbers of irregulars in the British Army are local troops. Well, how does that work if they're colonizers? It's very simple. They pay their bills on time with real currency, and their operating costs as a government, as a state, as evil as that is, are much smaller than what was there before. The Mamluks were also foreign invaders, the leaders of India at the time. They were being replaced by other foreigners who were just much more benevolent. And that's why there was a very rapid conquest of that entire country. Because the people on the ground, they saw improvement. They saw interconnectivity. They saw an ability to spend